Chapter 1, Transmigration. Chapter 1 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Konoha, in the most famous building in Konoha, an old man, smoking with a smoking pipe, was staring out of the window. Behind him, a table full of papers, which needed his signature. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, continued to stare out of the window at the fourth Hokage's monument. Today was exactly a year since Konoha had to face Nine-Tails' assault. Hiruzen finally let out a sigh. Konoha suffered the most losses of any village in the Third Great Ninja War, due to having to fight every village. And merely a year later, they had to face another assault which not only killed the fourth Hokage, but also a lot of their ninjas and civilians. This not only increased the burden on him and existing ninjas, but also caused Konoha's orphanage to be overpopulated. Hiruzen sighed again, finally starting his day by getting that damned paperwork done. In one such orphanage, Suzuki Fujin, a 5-year-old orphan, was sound asleep. Suddenly, however, he got up, screaming in pain while holding his head and falling unconscious. The scream woke up his fellow orphans, who alerted the caretaker. A few hours later, Suzuki Fujin woke up, but still under intense headache, thinking, "Damn, what the heck's up with this headache? While I did stay up late last night working on that project, I haven't ever suffered such a headache, and it feels like memory is all jumbled up." Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked around, frowning upon noticing the unfamiliar surrounding. What is this? Where am I? This ain't my room. He tried getting up, but suddenly noticed, why am I so much smaller? Did I somehow return to the past? However, his thoughts were broken by 2 kids walking into the room. They suddenly ran towards him, and one asked, "Fujin, are you all right?" Whereas the other one asked, "Why did you yell?" Fujin saw them too, thinking, who are these 2? Wait, I think I know them. But how? Damn, this headache is unbearable, and I need to get my thoughts sorted out somehow. With that, Fujin pretended to fall unconscious again, trying to make some sense out of the situation. The 2 kids, however, got worried and ran back to the caretaker. While he pretended to be asleep, he started to gain access to new memories. Memories of Suzuki Fujin. It took 5 hours of gaining clarity and insufferable headache and disbelief for him to understand. Fuck! I transmigrated, and into the fucking Naruto world of all places. But how? I don't even remember dying. Don't you need to die in order to transmigrate? And damn, transmigrated from that safe world with rules and regulations into this deadly world full of cunning and powerful ninjas. And I got transmigrated into a fucking civilian off all people. After a few minutes of disbelief and ranting, he finally calmed down and decided to understand and plan his future. He thought, alright, I guess I'll be known as Suzuki Fujin from now on. Unlucky fellow to lose his life by someone transmigrating into him. I wonder how that even works. Anyways, I got a lot of information from his memories. His parents seem to have died in Kurama's rampage, and he was incredibly lucky to live. And damn, after being admitted into the orphanage, he was examined by Root to see if he can be taken in. Lucky me that they didn't choose him. Since Kurama's attack took place a year ago, and since he is 5 years old, it seems I'm 4 years older than Naruto and his generation. Alright, that gives me more time to train and gain power. The Uchiha massacre should occur after around 7 years, Konoha crush after 12 years, and Pain's attack in Fourth Great Ninja War after 16 years. Wait, what's this feeling? At that moment, he felt a weird energy flowing through him. He thought, is this chakra? His memories didn't have anything related to chakra. So does it mean that chakra was unlocked when I transmigrated into him? Finally, some good news. With this, getting into the Ninja Academy should be easier than other civilians. Though I wonder, how does my chakra level compare to chakra level of others? Anyways, probably better to get a look at the surroundings first to understand more of this place. With that, he finally stopped pretending to be asleep and woke up. I am adding this in 2024. This is the first book I have written, so I miscalculated what an appropriate paragraph size would be. Also, I have added several dialogues in the same para. So the initial chapters might be slightly more difficult to read. I'm not editing the chapters, as the paragraph comments will be lost. That said, I slowly improve on this aspect over time, thanks to everyone's feedback. You can read the first 51 chapters on Royal Road or Scribble Hub, as I have spaced paragraphs better there. Return back to web novel from Chapter 52. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 2, Orphanage, Chapter 2 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After getting up, he could see that it was already evening. The clock showed that it was 6:30 p.m. He also noticed that he was incredibly hungry. He thought, I haven't eaten anything all day. No wonder I'm so hungry. I need to grab something to eat. I also need to act as a kid. I hope no one notices any changes in me. He walked to the door and heard a couple of noises outside. On opening it, he saw those two kids playing with each other. He recalled that their names were Sakai Eiichi and Aoki Daisuke. Both were good friends with Fujin and also shared the room. Eiichi had lost his parents in the Kurama assault too, whereas Daisuke had lost his during the Third Great Ninja War. Looking at Fujin, their faces showed concern and quickly ran to him. Daisuke asked, Fujin, what happened? Are you fine now? Nodding his head, Fujin confirmed, Yeah, I'm fine now. Sorry about before. Had a terrible headache. Eiichi said, Oh, that's a relief. We were worried about you. Right at that moment, a growling sound was heard, and all three kids looked towards Fujin's stomach. Fujin looked embarrassed and said, while rubbing the back of his head, Guess I'm very hungry. And Eiichi remarked, Figures, you've been sleeping all day. Daisuke then put his arm around Fujin and said, Well, let's go to the mess and see if there's anything there. All three kids started to make their way to the mess. On the way, quite a few kids gave Fujin a curious look. A couple of them also asked how he is doing now. Fujin analyzed, I guess they all heard about me screaming and falling unconscious. Fujin recalled from his memories that there are over 250 orphans in this orphanage. Fujin wondered, I wonder if Naruto is in this orphanage too. On reaching the mess, we saw the caretaker. Her name was Saya. She was a middle-aged woman and also very friendly. Upon seeing Fujin, she quickly approached him and inquired about his health. Upon hearing that he was all right, she felt relieved. She informed Fujin, We were very worried about you. We called a doctor to check on you, but he didn't understand what was wrong with you. I'm glad you are fine, but you still have to get checked up once again. Fujin nodded and replied, Thank you, but right now I am very hungry. Is there anything I could eat? She nodded and replied, Yes, the dinner has been prepared. Though there's still some time for dinner to be arranged for everyone, I'll arrange the food for you. Then Saya prepared a plate for Fujin, while Daisuke and Eiichi went away to play. Fujin started to eat, thinking, The food's okay. Not very tasty, but it's all right, considering that it is an orphanage. It seems that we are given 3 meals here, morning breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Also, lots of fruits are available to eat. Sadly, meat isn't provided here. Still, though, nutrition provided here should be all right. So, I could probably get some training done without having to worry about food. Anyways, I should fill myself up. After finishing the food, Fujin retired to his room. Falling back into his bed, he started thinking, well, what a day. Though it's rather tough to act as a kid, luckily, no one noticed any difference in me. It's good that there aren't any ninjas in the orphanage. Guess I need to think what to do now. Now that I'm here, I don't want to be a no-name cannon fodder, and my knowledge about future events also gives me a great edge. So how exactly should I proceed forward? With that, Fujin started to think about all the possibilities for him and what all he should do. Upon analyzing for half an hour, he finally came to the conclusion, all right, though I know the future events, without having enough power, all that knowledge is worthless. Not to mention, there's no guarantee that things will progress exactly as it did in the manga. It had too many plot holes anyways, and providing someone else with this information is a strict no. They'll just throw me to T&I department, or in an even worse case to Danzo. It will also change all future events, depriving me of my advantage. So I suppose planning for the future events can be left to the future, and will depend on how much power I have then. Right now, the main focus should be on improving my own power. So how to go about it? Well, for now, normal jutsus are out of the question. Normal civilians don't get access to jutsus, so jutsus could only be taken from the academy. And I can only attempt to join the ninja academy next year. Even though I know about many jutsus and know what they can do, I don't really remember the hand signs for them. The only jutsu whose hand signs I remember is the shadow clone technique. Sadly, it's a Junan level technique and dangerous enough to be classified as forbidden. Not to mention, knowing those hand signs itself won't be enough. I guess the hand signs made the chakra move in a particular manner or display some properties which allow those jutsus to be completed. Until I gain that knowledge, attempting hand signs would be rather pointless. That said, I could try jutsus in training that don't require hand signs. Rasengan, elements, and chakra control can be trained. Since I have unlocked my chakra control exercises would be crucial to do. Only issue is that I don't want anyone else to watch me doing them. I guess I can try to do leaf concentration over the next year. Tree climbing could attract a lot of attention. And with a village full of ninjas, it's impossible to ensure full privacy. Luckily, the first and second stages of Rasengan training can be done in privacy, so can the first stage of elemental training. Apart from that, I should try to improve my body. Heck, this is probably the most critical. While my physical condition ain't bad, it's not very good either, so I should start with light exercise to build up stamina and power. I wonder if I could do something similar to Master Roshi's training, and it would be incredibly helpful if I can catch guys' attention. Oh well, let's see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully at least this headache will be gone by tomorrow. With that, Fujin finally went back to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 3, and the training begins. Chapter 3 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. On waking up the next morning, Fujin looked out of the window to notice that the sky was still dark. He thought, whoa, I woke up really early. Seems like it's just 5 a.m. yet. Oh well, I basically slept the whole day yesterday. Little wonder I woke up so soon. Anyways, I suppose I'll have to make a habit of it if I really intend to get strong. On the plus side, the damned headache has finally gone away. He got out of his bed to notice that Ichi and Daisuke are still fast asleep. Not expecting little kids to wake up anytime soon, he freshened up and got out of his room. He then walked out of the orphanage building. The orphanage had a decent-sized playground for the kids towards the north side, whereas on the east and south sides it had a lot of trees which looked sort of like a mini forest. It seems that Konoha has a lot of such mini forests throughout the village, and many such areas were used as training grounds for ninjas. Luckily or unluckily, there wasn't any such training ground in the vicinity of the orphanage. The western side had residential areas, and had a market a few hundred meters away. Fujin thought, the forest could potentially provide me some cover and privacy. While it's probably not the best place, it does provide me with an option to do some secret training. Other than that, I'd also need to see if and when I could have my orphanage room all to myself. Anyways, I suppose I should start with some warm-up and see how much this body can be pushed. Finally, ending his train of thoughts, Fujin started to stretch his body in order to loosen up the muscles. After around 10 minutes of stretching, he started to run around the playground. In his estimate, the circumference of the playground was around 100 meters. He was able to complete the initial few rounds with ease, but soon started getting tired. After pushing himself to the limit, he was able to complete 28 rounds around the playground. Taking deep breaths, he thought, wow, I ran nearly 3 kilometers. There's no way I could have ran even a kilometer at 5 years old in my previous life. And I don't recall this guy doing any exercises before I took over his body. I wonder if it's due to the bodies of the people in this world being much stronger, or if me unlocking chakra made the body stronger somehow. I'm guessing it's the former, as I just unlocked chakra yesterday. Alright, I'll take a short break and get back to it. After taking a short 5 minutes break, he continued his exercise by doing push-ups. He managed to do 2 sets of push-ups, each with 12 reps. It was followed by sit-ups, for which he could do 4 sets of 15 rep. Next, he did squats and managed to do 3 sets of 12 reps. And lastly, he did pull-ups, of which he could only do 8 reps barely. This exercise did push him a lot, but he didn't push them to the limit, as it'd have been detrimental to push the body to its limit suddenly. Done with the exercise, he returned back to the orphanage, had a bath, and put on new clothes. He returned to the room to see that it was 7:30 a.m., and his roommates were still fast asleep. He thought, interesting. I wonder when they wake up and if the time they wake is consistent. If they wake up only at 8, when breakfast is provided, then it could potentially give me the opportunity to practice leaf concentration early morning without letting anyone know. I should observe them for the next week to confirm it. He sat down in his bed and took one of the leaves he had brought up while coming back from his morning exercises. Staring at it, he thought, there are 5 basic natures that can be mastered: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. In order to know my nature affinity, I'll need that chakra paper. But either way, all 5 natures can be mastered by every ninja. In the 4th Great Ninja War, Shikamaru had every ninja perform the earth-style, earth wall jutsu. This implies that the most basic jutsus of the 5 natures could be used directly without mastering the element like how Naruto did. However, it'll be even better if all 5 natures are mastered. That would allow more powerful jutsus of all those elements to be used. Given how proficient Hiruzen was, I guess he had mastered all the 5 natures. I do wonder what my nature affinity is, though, as that element would become much easier to master. If I were to choose, my first preference would be lightning. It provides deadly attack, and if I could somehow replicate the way the Raikages use the lightning to boost their speed, power, and defense, then I'd easily reach Kage level in strength. The next preference would probably be water. While I ain't a fan of water nature, Konoha should have the legacy of Tobirama and his water-style jutsus. If access to them is gained, it can allow my power to reach Kage level too. The remaining 3 have their issues. While wind style is very deadly and versatile, there isn't a single Kage level character who reached that stage thanks to his wind style jutsus. Even those Kazekages weren't wind users. The only one I can remember is Danzo, and he was just ridiculous in that fight against Sasuke. Then again, becoming the first ninja to become Kage level by using wind style sounds fun. Earth style has good jutsus too, and is probably the best nature after lightning, but almost none are used by Konoha ninjas, so getting access to them will be tough. While for fire style, though fire style had a few jutsus that seemed to be very powerful, but it seems that almost all of them are very easy to dodge. The only top-tier fire jutsu I remember is Amaterasu, which I sadly can't use. Only Madara's majestic flame destroyer seemed deadly and could be used by all, but I'm not sure if it'll be available with Konoha or not, and whether a normal ninja could release that huge flame which Madara did. Still, I guess I should be open-minded, as there may be many more jutsus here than was shown in Naruto series. Either way, there's not much of an option right now. Of all the 5 natures, I only know the proper training method for wind nature as it was covered properly. The training for remaining natures will just be a wild guess for me, so probably best to delay their training till Academy starts. Until then, I'll master the wind nature, irrespective of whether it is my affinity or not. Fujin then channeled his chakra and tried to cut the leaf into 2. The training continued without any success for half an hour, when a bell rang throughout the orphanage. The bell signified that breakfast was available. Eiichi and Daisuke woke up as soon as the bell rang. Looking at Fujin sitting on the bed, Daisuke said, "Morning, you woke up early?" Fujin replied, "Morning, I had slept too early. Probably that's why." Eiichi then said, "Good morning, it's nice to see you ain't screaming today." Following which, both Daisuke and Eiichi laughed at Fujin's expense. Fujin showed an embarrassed expression and replied, "Yeah, whatever. I'll head down for breakfast. Make sure you 2 sleepyheads come down before it's all over." On hearing this, both Eiichi and Daisuke ran to grab their toothbrush. Over the next week, the same pattern followed. Fujin woke up early, did morning exercises, and noticed his 2 roommates seemed to only wake up when the bell rang. And whenever he had the opportunity, he tried to cut the leaf. He also added practicing punching and kicking in his morning exercises. He noticed that Eiichi and Daisuke were mostly out playing with everyone else, so the room was empty most of the time. This was especially true after morning breakfast, around 10 a.m. noon, and a few hours before dinner, around 4 to 6 p.m. With that information, he finally started practicing the leaf concentration exercise in order to improve his chakra control in that period. Here, a leaf was placed on the forehead, and all his chakra is directed onto the leaf, using it as the focal point. Along with improving chakra control, it also aided in improving concentration. Fujin recalled Naruto remembering its importance while mastering Rasengan. Fujin not participating in playing with other kids was suspicious, but thanks to the fact that the orphanage was already overcrowded, no one paid much attention to him. The screaming and falling unconscious event was long forgotten. Only his two friends were upset that he didn't play with them much any longer. In order to prevent any more suspicion on him, while doing the leaf concentration exercise, Fujin used to sit on the bed in such a manner that his back faced the door. If anyone abruptly entered the room, he'd instantly stop the exercise and make the leaf isn't visible to anyone entering the room. Luckily for him, there wasn't much interference. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 4, Progress. Chapter 4 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Over the next 6 months, Fujin followed the same routine. His physical fitness, concentration, and chakra control steadily growing. He also noticed that it also resulted in a significant increase in his chakra reserves. Sadly, with nothing to compare, he had no idea how good or bad his chakra reserves were. On the physical side, he was able to run almost 50 rounds of the playground now. He was able to do 4 sets of push-ups with 12 reps, 5 sets of sit-ups with 20 reps, 5 sets of squats with 15 reps, and 4 sets of pull-ups with 8 reps. He noted that it was much easier to improve physically here as compared to the previous world. When it came to wind nature training, it took him 3.5 months to successfully cut 1 leaf, and only after 6 months of nature training, he was finally able to successfully cut the leaf in one go without any issues. While it did take very long, it was understandable due to quite a few factors like Fujin just having unlocked his chakra, with him not having any shadow clones to assist, or a great teacher to guide him. As he couldn't cut off a waterfall to complete the next stage, he just tried cutting tougher materials to improve wind nature further. He replaced the leaf with a small piece of wooden twig and then branch which were lying around. One lucky instance happened in the 5th month he was in this ninja world. An old couple visited the orphanage and distributed a lot of water balloons in the orphanage. Such instances used to happen frequently. Fujin guessed that they probably were people who lost their children in either the war or Kurama assault. But this time, it was very beneficial for him. Since he was an orphan and didn't have any access to money, it meant that he couldn't go to the market to buy water balloons to begin Rasengan's training. He took the opportunity to get a few water balloons and hit a few. With access to water balloons, he finally began the stage 1 of the Rasengan training. While chakra shape manipulation was tough, recalling the way Naruto popped the balloon, Fujin was able to replicate the way to manipulate his chakra to apply pressure everywhere in just a couple of days. However, he wasn't able to pop the balloon. He thought, I guess my chakra reserves are too low. I should be able to pop it if I can use more chakra. Oh well, no point in worrying about it right now. But it's probably a good idea to keep practicing this as it'll help improve my skill at shape manipulation. A couple of months later, Fujin became 6 years old and eligible to attempt entering the Ninja Academy. The entrance exam for the same was still 2 months away. Upon inquiring further about the entrance exam and its contents, he understood that the entrance exam was rather standard. It was mostly centered around the physical fitness of the candidates, and they inspected their chakra to decide whether the candidate has the potential to be a ninja or not. Fujin was rather confident in clearing both, so he wasn't much worried. He just continued his usual routine, though he added throwing wooden shurikens to his training routine. In the afternoons, he started to go into the mini-forest. He marked tree stems and tried to hit it accurately with wooden shurikens. This was done in case they added shuriken throwing to the entrance exam. Sadly, the orphanage didn't have any shurikens to borrow, and being an orphan meant that Fujin had no money to buy them. So the wooden shurikens were made from small branches of trees in the forest by using wind nature to cut them. The carving of wooden shurikens also helped to increase chakra control while using wind nature. Still, the shurikens weren't perfect, but that was the only option he had for now. Fujin also had another idea. He thought, I have all the basics down, so passing the entrance exam shouldn't be much of an issue. However, I wonder if I should start attempting to improve my physical capabilities by aiding them with chakra. I know that chakra could be used to boost speed by concentrating chakra into the legs. Similarly, the power of punches can be increased by gathering chakra in your fists. I need to experiment on whether I could do more push-ups and other exercises if I do them while using chakra to assist those exercises. With those thoughts, Fujin began his experiment. He noticed a significant rise in speed and power when using chakra to perform those activities. However, there were many issues. The first being that it was too inefficient, and a lot of chakra was being wasted. The second issue being that it required a lot of chakra, something his current reserves couldn't handle. So Fujin decided to modify his morning exercises. He decided to keep doing what he has been doing so far, but once he was done with it, he repeated his exercise, only this time doing them with the aid of chakra. And this benefited him immensely, increasing his physical capabilities, his ability to use chakra, and also noticed a rise in the speed at which his chakra reserves grew. He began wondering why his chakra reserves suddenly started growing at a faster rate. Upon analyzing, Fujin came to a conclusion. I think that it is rising due to the fact that I've been exhausting my chakra on a daily basis. Each time I do that, it probably increases my chakra reserve slightly. If my analysis is right, then currently I have two means to increase my reserves. The first being to increase it with a combination of physical exercise and meditation, and the second method being by exhausting my chakra to its limits over and over. I wonder if there are any other means as well. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5. Academy Entrance Exam Chapter 5 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Around 2 months after Fujin turned 6, the Academy entrance exams were conducted. Waking up early, Fujin freshened up and prepared to leave for the Academy. For the first time in 10 months, Fujin hadn't done his morning workout. He waited for Daisuke and Eiichi to get ready as they too were planning to participate in the exams. In all, around 7 boys and 2 girls from his orphanage were taking the Academy exams this year. They all left together, along with the caretaker Momonosuke from the orphanage. Once they reached the Academy, all the kids were surprised at the vast number of children that had gathered to take the exam. A girl named Naomi exclaimed, "What? There are hundreds of participants here." Momonosuke then said, "Probably over 1,000. Last year, there were over 1,600 kids attempting the exam. However, only around 330 were selected, as all the kids looked at him." Fujin thought, "I didn't expect this. So many participants and so many selected? I guess Konoha is trying to fill the void left by deaths during the Third War and Kurama assault. Oh well, doesn't really affect me in any way." On looking around, Fujin saw some groups within the crowd that wore Konoha headbands. Momonosuke, looking at Fujin, commented, "They are trained ninjas from various clans in our village and are probably accompanying their children. Probably all of them will pass the exam." Hearing that, all the kids tensed up a bit. Looking at that, Momonosuke chuckled and attempted to cheer them. "But you shouldn't worry so much. Majority participants aren't from clans, so you have a good chance to pass. Just give it your best." The other kids nodded nervously. At that time, someone wearing a Junan vest approached the crowd and announced to the crowd that exams would begin shortly, and all kids were to gather at the training ground behind the academy. After coming to the back of the academy, Fujin's whole group took a look at the Hokage rock, which had the faces of all 4 Hokage carved in it. Everyone was awestruck by it. Fujin thought, "While I did see it from a distance, but up close it looks magnificent. I do wonder if it serves a bigger purpose than just something that just looks good." Inside the academy, in a conference room, a few chunins, most of whom were teachers at the academy, were sitting and discussing the entrance exam. A chunin then got up and gave a report to the one leading the meeting. Naruto looked at that report and sighed. After Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had assigned him to supervise the entrance exams, and he was told to pass as many students as possible, as Konoha had lost thousands of ninjas during the war. He was promoted to a special Junan post the war due to his contributions. He sighed again and thought, what a drag. Looking at the report, he found that this year, 2,147 children were participating in the entrance exam, around 30% more than the previous year. He thought, oh well, first let's just eliminate the physically unfit ones, and gave the assigned Chunin the signal to start the exam. Doi Masashi was the one assigned with the first phase. He announced loudly, everyone, the first phase of the exam will begin. You have to run 5 laps on the path marked in the training ground. Each lap is around 500 meters. Everyone will be monitored during this run. I will run in front of you, and you will have to follow me. With that, he disappeared and appeared on the track. Everyone reached out to where he was. Masashi started running, and everyone followed. Fujin thought, well, this seems very simple. I could run this many on the very next day I transmigrated here. And after 10 months of training yesterday, I managed to run over 8 kilometers and could push myself to over 10 kilometers if I used chakra. Everyone completed the first 3 laps, however, slowly, a few started dropping out. By the time 5 laps were completed, everyone in Fujin's group, except Fujin himself, were tired. 1 girl and 2 boys couldn't complete the 5 rounds. Masashi announced loudly, all those who couldn't complete the 5 laps are eliminated. They are to return to the front of the academy and can return to your guardians. He continued, among the ones still left, you have 2 options. First is to run another 5 laps. If you don't think you can, then return to the front of the training ground and wait there. Many decided to return to the training ground, but a few hundred still continued. In Fujin's group, only Daisuke and another guy, Tatsuya, attempted it. After compiling the data, Naruto noted 438 participants couldn't complete 5 laps, and only 257 attempted to do the next 5 laps. Among the 257, 241 participants completed the 5 additional laps. The ones who couldn't complete the laps were sent to the group of students waiting in the training ground. For the remaining 241, the same 2 choices were provided again. Only 21 participants decided to attempt another 5 laps. The ones who didn't attempt were sent back and gathered in a different group as compared to others who stopped after only 5 laps. Fujin was now the only one left from the orphanage. Most remaining were from clans. All the 21 were able to complete the additional 5 laps, and they were placed together in a different group. Now the training ground was separated into 3 different groups. Fujin was glad that they weren't asked to do 5 more laps, or he may have had to back out. After that, more physical tests were conducted, and more participants were eliminated. Naruto noted, all the 21 and 220 participants from the 2 groups passed, but many from the first group were eliminated. Only 636 from first group were still remaining. After the first phase was done, the participants were given a break and provided breakfast. After breakfast, the examiner for the second phase appeared. Fujin noted that he was from the Hyuga clan. He announced, in each of the group, the ones who have unlocked chakra step forward. All except 1 from Fujin's group moved forward. In all, there were almost 100 kids who had unlocked their chakra. Everyone who was from a ninja clan had their chakra unlocked. Fujin sighed in relief as he saw a lot of civilian kids step out too, so him unlocking chakra won't be very eye-catching. The Hyuga activated his Byakugan and examined the chakra of the ones who stepped forward. He had to check for the amount of chakra and its quality. All the 20 from Fujin's group passed. Of the remaining, 64 students were passed too, whereas others were disqualified. Then, a few Chunins then moved around and helped all the remaining students to unlock their chakra. Fujin was surprised. Wow, I didn't think they'd help everyone unlock their chakra. Konoha must be really desperate. That said, it's obvious that not all of the kids here will pass. So the direct effect of this move will be that there will be a lot of civilians who will have access to chakra. I wonder if these people serve some purpose, and how many more such people exist in Konoha. While the process of unlocking chakra was ongoing, Naruto was observing the situation. Looking at him, the examiner for the second phase, Hyuga Hachiro, walked to him. The Hyuga said, "I'm surprised that the third ordered to have all these kids unlock their chakras." Naruto nodded and replied, "Yeah, he doesn't have much other option. We lost too much in the past few years. In the past couple of years, he ordered training of the reserve Genins to replace the dead. However, even that's not enough. And while most of the kids here won't become a ninja, but with chakra enhancing them, they'll help fill many other roles in the future. Honestly, I'm impressed by the efforts the Hokage took in order to ensure that so many kids attempted the exam. Even the capacity of the academy has been increased." Hyuga Hachiro replied, "Yeah, we just need a few years without any major conflict." Kisho dejectedly replied, "Yeah, but these exams are going to be a pain in the ass till then." Hyuga Hachiro laughed, seeing the Nara's annoyance. The process of unlocking and examining chakra went on for a while. It was evening when it got completed. In all, around 430 kids were passed. Remaining 447 kids failed and were asked to return to their guardians. The ones who passed were gathered together in the training ground. A few kids then saw that an old man with a smoking pipe was walking towards them. Fujin looked to his left. "Oh, finally I'm going to see someone from the story. To think that the first person I recognized would be Hiruzen himself." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6. Hokage's Speech and New Home. Chapter 6 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. On seeing the third Hokage, everyone got respectful and serious. Most kids were surprised that he came to meet them. He looked at the kids and smiled gently. He began his speech, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the entrance exams," and took a pause. All the kids were very happy and excited to finally enter the Ninja Academy. The surrounding Chunins asked for silence to be maintained and let Lord Hage speak. Fujin, however, thought, "Here it is. I guess I'll finally experience his legendary skill of influencing young kids. In my previous life, everyone talked about Naruto's talk no jutsu. But no one ever talked about how Hiruzen influenced Naruto to work hard and risk his life to protect the very people who made his life miserable." The third continued, "Now that you have entered the academy, we'll teach you the ways of a Konoha shinobi. We'll ensure that you guys become full-fledged shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. This academy was created by Lord Second Hokage. He himself taught a lot of students in the academy, including me. I still remember the fun and battles we had in the academy. The ninjas who pass out of the academy all ensure that our village stays safe and peaceful. They ensure that you stay protected. And soon it'll be up to you to carry forward that will. The will of fire, as Lord First Hokage used to say. Now, you will be the ones who will carry the will of fire in you. Love your village and ensure that your will of fire preserves peace and prosperity. Carry on the will of fire in you, brighter than anyone else. And let every other village know that the will of fire still burns brighter than anything else. Have a mind that will not yield, able to endure hard training and work, and be healthy in mind and body. And with that, I welcome you future ninjas to our academy." As soon as the speech ended, the excitement that was bubbling within the kids finally popped, and all started celebrating. The day was finally called off, and everyone started to return home. After reuniting with his fellow orphans, Fujin found out that only 4 kids passed. Even Eiichi failed. Only Fujin, Daisuke, Tatsuya, and Naomi passed. Momonosuke comforted the ones who failed, mentioning all the other things they could do when they grow up. And all of us returned to the orphanage. There were still 3 days for the academy to open. However, those days were busy for Fujin and the other orphans who passed. The orphans who passed the entrance exam would no longer live in the orphanage. They were provided with a small apartment in the residential areas, which would be rent-free until they became a ninja, and would also be provided with a small stipend to support themselves. Fujin thought, "Oh, I didn't know about this. I knew Naruto lived alone later on, but I thought he might have been given special treatment due to his circumstances. I do wonder what the aim is by asking us to live alone. I guess the main advantage I can see is that this way we would be better prepared if we had to go on a solo mission outside the village. After packing up what little clothes he had, he got out of the orphanage and looked back at it. He saw that Daisuke was very sad and even crying as he and Eiichi won't be together any longer. Fujin thought, well, it's not really like I developed much relationship with anyone here. Naruto isn't in this orphanage, so there's not really much point in staying here anyways. All 4 orphans were accompanied by the orphanage caretaker to their new apartments. After dropping the other 3 off, Fujin was the last one to reach his apartment. He thought, so this'll be my new home for the next few years. The apartment was properly cleaned and very neat. While the rooms were small, they were more than enough for him. It had a small living room, a bedroom, a very compact kitchen and washroom. There weren't many gadgets in the home, apart from a fridge, cooking stove, and other stuff needed for cooking. There was also a sofa in the living room, and a bed, and an alarm clock in the bedroom. He also saw a first aid kit. He thought, oh well, this is pretty neat. The bed's better than the one at the orphanage. Also here, I should have much better privacy. So I can use the whole day to train in some way or other. I do wonder what food will be available here. They did say that someone would come here around noon and deliver the food for today, as well as the stipend. Anyways, finally getting access to money will be convenient. I ran out of water balloons a month back, so Rasengan training has been on a hold. I need to buy them. Also, I should definitely try Ichiraku ramen. Like heck, anyone who watched Naruto wouldn't want to try it. I also need to fill up the fridge. We won't be provided with breakfast from now on, so I should at least buy some eggs, bread and milk. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin set up an alarm for 11:30 a.m. and began practicing leaf concentration. At 12:50 p.m., there was a knock on the door. Fujin opened the door to see an academy teacher who was monitoring the exam yesterday. He introduced himself as Adachi Genki and said that he'll be Fujin's class teacher for this year. He asked about whether Fujin was comfortable here and if there were any issues. On confirming that everything was all right, he said, "That's very good to hear. I saw your performance yesterday. You did very good. Keep it up." Fujin replied, "Thanks." After that, he provided Fujin with his stipend, and then provided him with a few ration bars. Fujin looked at those bars and asked, "What's this, Sensei?" Genki smiled and replied, "These are ration bars. You'll consume one for lunch and dinner. There is enough here for a week. From here on, though, you'll have to collect the ration bars yourself from the academy on every Sunday." Fujin looked plainly at his sensei as if to say, "Really? Freaking ration bars?" Genki saw the look and said dismissively, "Don't look down on them, kid. That's the food of ninjas. They were created after doing a lot of research. Even the legendary Sanins, Tsunade and Orochimaru, worked on this. They provide a ninja with proper nutrition, so take pride that you are eating food specially made for ninjas." Fujin saw his sensei explaining to him like he would explain to any small kid. In order to not make his sensei suspicious, he acted as a kid, first showing confusion and then being a bit prideful that he's eating food made for ninjas. Genki smiled and took his leave. On his departure, Fujin sighed. He wondered, which moron is responsible for providing food to orphans? Seriously, a ration bar? No wonder all Naruto ate was ramen. Oh well, whatever. It should provide the necessary nutrients and is easy to preserve for a long time. And I definitely need to learn some cooking. No way in hell am I eating ration bars for years. He then counted the stipend given to him. There was 1,000 ryo provided to him. He thought, well, I know that ryo is the currency here, but I don't know whether this is a lot or not. I just kept training and didn't even ever go to the shopping area near the orphanage. I really need to go out and understand the prices here. I also need to find out the costs of shurikens, kunai, senbon, swords, explosion tags, scrolls, and other important stuff. Though I suppose there's no need to worry about that just yet. The most immediate thing to buy would be chakra paper. He ate a ration bar. While it didn't taste bad, it didn't taste good either. He noted that orphanage food definitely tasted better. After that, he left his apartment, locked his door, and went out. After asking for a bit, he found the marketplace. There he went around checking the price of various stuff. He found out that 1 dozen eggs cost 24 ryo, 1 liter milk cost 9 ryo, and a packet of bread slices cost 5 ryo. 1 kilogram meat cost 60 ryo. Various vegetables and fruits cost in the range of 10 to 20 ryo. He thought, I see, the 1,000 ryo are more than sufficient if used just for this stuff. He looked around and also found a weapon shop. A set of 6 shurikens cost 2,000 ryo, whereas kunai cost 1,000 ryo each. A set of 6 senbon cost 1,000 ryo, and swords were much more expensive, its price varying depending on the quality. He thought, these are expensive. I'd have to save for a long time to afford these. After that, he asked the shopkeeper whether they had chakra papers. The shopkeeper nodded, and Fujin bought one for 100 ryo. Finally ending his short trip, he bought a dozen eggs, 1 pack of bread slices, 1 liter milk, a few fruits, 12 water balloons, 3 rubber balls, items for daily use like soap, toothbrush, and paste, and so on. Excluding the cost of the chakra paper, he spent around 80 ryo on that journey, and he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast for the next few days. On reaching home, he channeled his chakra through the chakra paper. The chakra paper split right through the middle. He sighed, it ain't lightning. Well, whatever, wind is pretty good too. Also, I've already started training in it. Next day, the training continued, but in the evening, after asking a few strangers, he finally reached Ichiraku Ramen. Tochi became the second canon character Fujin saw. He ordered miso ramen, which cost 45 ryo. After eating it, he thought, wow, it tasted delicious. Still though, 45 ryo is pretty expensive for me currently. I won't be able to visit here frequently. Satisfied with the food, he returned back to his home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 7. Academy starts Chapter 7 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Today was the day the Academy finally started. Fujin woke at 5 a.m., freshened up, and went through his morning workout. After completing it and having a bath, he ran to the Academy. The Academy started at 8 a.m. He was assigned to Class 4A on the 4th floor. On entering the class, he saw that quite a few had already arrived. There were over 25 students already in there. He entered and sat on one of the unoccupied benches. He noticed that most of the people in here were from the ninja clans. They wore the crest of their clan on their backs. Fujin wondered, this classroom ain't big. At most 40 would fit in. Does that mean there are over 10 divisions in my year? At 8, Adachi Genki Sensei arrived. He first distributed identity cards to everyone. He then introduced himself. On arriving, he introduced himself, welcome to the Academy. I'm Adachi Genki, and I'll be your class teacher for this year. How about we get to know each other first? I'll tell you guys more about myself. I'm a Chunin of Konoha and fought in the previous Great Ninja War. My hobby is to watch drama, and I like to teach young kids like yourself. How about you guys start to introduce yourself? And with that, all the kids started to introduce themselves. The ones from clans telling their clan with pride. Fujin took the opportunity to understand the composition of his class. The class had 30 kids. Apparently there were 2 Uchiha, 3 Hyuga, 2 each from Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, 3 Inuzuka, 1 Aburame, 1 each from Sarutobi, Shimura, Kato, and Hatake clans, and surprisingly 3 from Senju and 2 from Kurama clan. Other 6, including Fujin, were normal civilians. After the students were done talking about themselves, Genki started talking again. He said, all right, first I'll explain to you about your position. This year, 430 students passed the entrance exam. However, you 30 are the ones who have scored the highest. That's why everyone has very high expectations of each of you guys. All of you have to strive to become very good and strong shinobi. That's why an elite like me is assigned to your class. In addition, other teachers too would assist you when required. You will also be provided access to the Academy Library's E&D section. Also, there will be special tests conducted for you guys every 6 months, which will be monitored by Lord Hokage himself, so work as hard as you can. Everyone was filled with pride after this speech, and also became a lot more attentive. Fujin thought, lucky me, this seems like an elite classroom. I guess I can have any queries resolved quickly. Also, those 2 sections in the library, I guess they should be sections having rank E and rank D jutsus. I wonder if there are sections with higher rank jutsus, and whether I can sneak in. Well, I should give it a proper tour soon. Since this was the first day, Genki gave them a tour of the academy. They were shown all the classrooms, the library, training grounds, canteen area. In training grounds, various areas were shown like running track, obstacle race track, shooting area, balancing area, which had a lot of poles, and so on. There was also a small pond at the far end of the training grounds. After the tour was over, they went back to the class. Genki explained to them what all they'll be learning this year. It seemed to mostly be basics. They were supposed to be taught about chakra, hand signs, chakra control, taijutsu, theory of genjutsu, shuriken throwing, along with normal stuff like mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, language, history, geography, and civics. After that, the class was dismissed for the day. After the class was dismissed, Fujin left quickly and headed towards the library. However, on the way to the library, he ran into Daisuke and Tatsuya. Daisuke called out to him, "Hey, Fujin." Fujin turned around to see him. He said, "Hey, how are you doing? How was the class?" Daisuke replied, "It was fun. We took a trip of the whole academy." Fujin replied, "Yeah, so did we. By the way, how many students are there in your class?" Daisuke replied, "Oh, there are 100. Ain't that the case in every class?" Tatsuya joined in the conversation, saying, "Yup, it is the same in my class." Fujin said, "I see, no app. In mine, there are only 30 students." Daisuke said, "Huh, why's that?" Not wanting to make him feel bad or having to answer more questions, Fujin said that he wasn't sure. After that, Daisuke asked whether Fujin wanted to go home with them. Fujin excused himself, saying he had some work. Separating himself from them, Fujin started to go to the library again. En route, he grabbed a ration bar and ate it while thinking, "I see. So my class has just 30 students, whereas others have 100 each. So in all, there are 5 divisions. If I were to guess and looking at what all Genki said today, our class is probably being trained in the hopes that everyone either becomes a Junan or at least an elite Chunin. Whereas for others, the main target seems to be to boost the Genan reserve, and if lucky, have a few Chunins and Junans from there." On entering the library, he showed his card to the librarian and asked for directions. After getting the info, he understood that the library is divided into 7 sections. It had a general section having non-ninja related information, Section 0 where there was basic information related to ninjas, and Sections E, D, C, B, and A. Sections A, B, and C were restricted for me right now. Fujin thought, "I see, makes sense. There isn't any S section, but that's understandable that they won't put that high-level jutsus out in the open. To be honest, I'm surprised that there is Section A. Anyways, let's go explore it." Fujin skipped the general section and started from Section 0. He skimmed through the titles of various scrolls to get an idea regarding what was here. He found a lot of basic but important stuff. Information related to chakra theories, chakra control, manipulation, nature manipulation, fuinjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu were all mentioned here, so it was a lot of historical information. He then went on to the sections E and D. There, most of the scrolls were just rank E and rank D jutsus. He thought, wow, I didn't expect this. There are literally hundreds of different jutsu scrolls here. A lot of wind-style jutsus are available too. And Section E has a scroll called Introduction to Fuinjutsu, whereas Section D has a better book on the same. This would be very helpful. It took him more than a couple of hours to just skim through the titles of various scrolls. After that, he went back to Section 0, grabbed a scroll named Introduction to Hand Signs, and went to an isolated corner and sat there. There were very few people in the library, so there wasn't anyone to disturb him. Fujin thought to himself, "All right, I have seen through the majority of the stuff. Now that I finally have some resources, I need to do some planning as to what I should do at least for the next couple of years." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 8, Plans. Chapter 8 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In a corner of the library, a small kid was staring at a scroll he had opened in front of him. However, unknown to anyone who watched him, his mind was working on something else entirely. Fujin thought, all right, let's first start with what I can do right now. My chakra control is pretty decent thanks to daily leaf concentration exercise. I should attempt something along the lines of tree climbing soon. My chakra reserve also has been developing consistently thanks to a combination of physical exercises and meditation, and also due to consistently straining my chakra to its limits. My chakra shape manipulation is going well too. Once my chakra level increases more, I should be able to proceed further. So my plans for chakra control, chakra shape manipulation, and increasing chakra reserves should be good enough. Though there's no harm in getting more means of increasing my chakra reserves. The most important thing I have in my arsenal is my wind nature manipulation training. I have already completed leaf cutting months back, and though I didn't attempt waterfall cutting, I have progressed further as I can now cut branches with rather ease. This much should be more than enough to perform many wind-style jutsus. And since my own affinity is also wind, it becomes all the more important. That said, I do wonder if I can make my wind nature more potent by trying to cut tougher materials, maybe like a stone, next followed by metal. Oh well, I'll experiment later. Anyways, one thing I definitely need to do is learn a bunch of wind-style jutsus. I should read up every rank E and D wind-style jutsus in this library, and try to learn the useful ones over the next year or two. Preferably try to find wind jutsus that would allow me to form a good combat system that can allow me to defend, attack, and evade. Apart from this, I also need to learn an additional element. Fire, lightning, earth, and water. Which one should I focus on? On analyzing for a few minutes, he thought, alright, lightning and wind isn't really the best combo, so lightning's out for the time being. Fire and water can combine very well with wind, especially fire. But I'll need a shadow clone to use it effectively. And anyways, this is the land of fire, so my teammates are very likely to have this element anyways. That leaves earth. I don't think wind and earth combine. However, I can stick to using wind style for offense and earth style for defense. I hope this library has that jutsu which Kakuzu used to harden his body. With that jutsu, for defense, along with wind style for offense, should be a very effective and annoying combination. Alright, I'll choose earth as my second element. And I'll keep working on it for the next few years to master these two elements. Other elements can wait till I'm able to pull off multiple shadow clones successfully. Apart from that, basic justice should be learned as well. Normal clones don't provide much help in combat, but they should at least serve as a base for shadow clones and elemental clones. Transformation has a lot of uses, though, from disguise to transforming into weapons. Substitution is the most useful of the three, and something I'll keep using even if I became as strong as the Kages. So I have to give special focus to substitution jutsu. Alongside this, I'll also have to learn and master Shunshin, body flicker jutsu. Those two techniques will be vital for evasion and running away. Perhaps more than wind-style jutsus, these two will be more critical to master first. Yeah, this should become a good combat system. Wind-style jutsus to attack, earth-style jutsus to defend and substitution, and body flicker to evade. The next to work on would be taijutsu. My daily morning workout has ensured that my physical capabilities are top tier among the current students. Sadly, I can't grant any more time for it, so I guess I'll have to increase the difficulty of the workout somehow. Perhaps weights or some seals. As for taijutsu, the academy teaches its own taijutsu style. I should check that out before planning further. As for genjutsu, I can't work much on it right now. Let's leave it for the future. That leaves me with kenjutsu, medical ninjutsu, sensing capabilities, and fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu can wait. Kenjutsu is important for me. I will need to learn how to channel my chakra through weapons and charge it with wind nature. That would make my offense very lethal. However, this can wait for the time being too, as I won't have to fight anything soon. Fuinjutsu is something I can work on now. With the books for basics available, I should see whether it is suited for me or not. Sensing is pretty essential too. I'll probably need the assistance of academy teachers to understand how to become a good sensor. While I haven't tried it yet for safety issues, I believe focusing chakra in the eyes, nose, or ears should heighten those senses a lot. However, what I'm more interested in is sensing chakras. That ability should be very helpful when I'm out of the village. So let's see. The academy is open from Monday to Friday, with holidays on Saturday and Sunday, and it runs from morning 8 a.m. to afternoon 3 p.m. Mornings are assigned to physical workouts. I get 2.5 hours for it. In the future, practice of taijutsu forms will have to be included here as well. During academy lectures, most training can't really happen, but I wonder if nature transformation can be worked upon. Something like leaf cutting can easily be hidden under the desk. I need to check what's the initial training method for earth nature and see whether it can be done in class. Though I hope that Genki ain't a censor, otherwise he'll catch me and forbid me from doing it. From 3 to 10 p.m. I have time to train. I can eliminate 1 hour from there for traveling and eating and other miscellaneous stuff. That leaves me 6 hours to work on basic jutsus, wind jutsus, weapon throwing, fuinjutsu, sensing chakra, and meditation. Clearly not enough time. So what to do? And he fell into deep analysis again. After calculating for some time, he came to the conclusion, all right, of all these things, meditation is compulsory to do daily. For others, there are basically 2 options. One is to do these things on different days, and the second is to only focus on a few of these. While the first option sounds tempting, the issue is that with me trying to learn so many different things would cause me to be less focused on everything and might be detrimental for me. For instance, with me practicing so many things, trying to learn 8 inner gates from Guy might be impossible, as it requires strict dedication to taijutsu. Fuinjutsu is also a major issue. It should be a very vast concept with a lot of theories to focus on, which will take a lot of time to learn. It's probably for the best to only learn it after I can make shadow clones. Sadly, this would mean I can't make some easy money by making and selling explosion tags or storage scrolls. Among basic jutsus and winjutsus, for the time being, let's put focus on basic jutsus. Once I've got those down, I'll start to focus on wind-style jutsus. So for the next few months, the time after academy should be spent on mastering those basic jutsus, shuriken and kunai throwing, sensing chakra, and meditation. I currently have no idea as to how to sense chakra. I'll have to dig up theories in the library and consult Genki. That'll also allow me to know whether he is a censor or not. For weapon throwing, let's just wait up until that class is conducted. That way, I won't increase any wrong habits I have and correct the form required while throwing them quicker. As for those basic jutsus, I can get them easily from this library. I just have to understand the theories behind hand signs and how to perform them properly. It should be covered in the academy soon, so hopefully it won't be an issue for long. With that, he stopped thinking for a bit and summarized everything he planned. He then thought, all right, this plan seems to be good enough for now. I should get the required knowledge from the academy soon and can always bug all the senseis if I have any queries. I wonder how strong I'll become after a couple of years of this training. He chuckled, finally starting to read the scroll he had taken. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 9, Accumulating Knowledge. Chapter 9 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin started reading the scroll. After going through the entire scroll, Fujin summarized, I see. The hand signs are similar to those shown in the manga. There are 12 basic hand seals that are mentioned. The hand signs actually help to mold and manipulate the chakra in a particular manner. However, that's only a help. The ninja still has to actively attempt to mold chakra in that manner. He sighed. This will probably take some time to master. Until this is mastered to acceptable levels, practice of hand signs will be done instead of basic jutsu training. To master the hand signs, I'll first have to practice it, while simultaneously having to mold the chakra in the proper way. Then, I'll have to try different seals one after another and change the way chakra is molded according to the respective signs. Only after being able to do that will I be able to start attempting any jutsu. Damn, this is going to be tedious. Anyways, apart from the basic hand signs, there were also a few other hand signs. The scroll mentioned hand signs for all 5 elements and a hand sign for clones. Apparently, there were also other hand signs that aren't mentioned here. Oh well, at least the chakra molding part will require proper guidance, so I'll start after it is taught in the academy. And this is just the basics. Later on, I'll have to learn one-handed hand signs, reduce the number of hand signs required to perform a jutsu, and learn to perform jutsus without performing any hand sign at all. I recall quite a few characters were able to do hand signs with only one hand, and many had reduced the number of hand signs required for important jutsus to only one. While he was analyzing the hand signs, his class teacher Genki entered the library and saw him lost in the scroll. He silently sneaked behind Fujin to see what he was reading. Upon noting the content, he smiled a bit and made his presence known. "Hello, Fujin." Upon hearing that Fujin suddenly turned behind to see, "When did he appear behind me? How long was he here?" Not having any answers, he sighed mentally. "I put my guard down. This is the ninja world after all. While he may only be a chunin, he is in a whole different league compared to me right now. Well, I suppose becoming a censor could help me to a great degree in such scenarios. Anyways, time to act as a kid and make a good impression. It'll be helpful if I can get more guidance from him." Though he thought of all that, it only required a couple of seconds. He acted to be a bit nervous and said, "Good afternoon, Sensei. When did you come in the library?" Genki laughed and said, "I've been here for a while, kiddo. You were too lost in your scroll. So what's with your interest in hand signs?" Fujin tried to act nervous and said in his childish voice, "I heard that some of my fellow classmates are already able to perform ninjutsu. During the exam, someone was talking about an Uchiha who was able to breathe fire when he was only 4. I wanted to learn it too. That's why I began learning about hand signs." Genki was happy that a small kid was showing so much interest and dedication. He tried to comfort the kid by rubbing his hand on his head and explaining, "Ah, that was Uchiha Itachi. He is your senior by a year, and he passed the academy in just a year and became a Genan. But don't worry about it. Itachi was an exception. He had already started training from a very young age. And it ain't breathing fire. Instead, he was using a jutsu called Fireball. You'll start using jutsus very soon too. Tomorrow I'll teach you all about hand signs, so you can practice properly tomorrow. Until then, don't try it by yourself. It can cause accidents, okay?" Fujin showed an excited face while nodding and said loudly, "Yes, Sensei." However, Genki quickly said, "Hey, this is library. Keep your voice down." And I hope you guys get the meme, lol. Fujin nodded again and softly said, "Yes, Sensei." After that, Genki entered into Section B of the library. Fujin thought, "Oh, chunins are allowed in Section B? Then again, I'm not sure if this is for every chunin or just a few. He did say he was an elite. So I guess he is an elite chunin who is probably close to becoming a special junin or a junin. Well, whatever. At least my current impression should be very good, so that's some good news." And Fujin finally returned back to the scroll. He started to try and understand how chakra is molded with each hand sign and got engrossed in it again. After some time, he heard a door open. Fujin looked up to see Genki exit Section B. He smiled at Fujin and exited the library. After trying to understand the hand signs a bit more, Fujin finally closed the scroll and returned it to where it was. He then grabbed the scrolls on wind nature training and went back to the same spot and started reading. After reading it, he thought, this was a bit disappointing. All that is mentioned here is the leaf cutting exercise. Waterfall cutting ain't mentioned. Then, again, it makes sense as not everyone will have Yamato make a platform for them, and not everyone has Naruto's chakra levels in order to make that many clones. The remaining content is mostly about the benefits of leaf cutting exercise and precautions to take. The only useful thing is the deeper explanation of the hand sign for wind nature transformation. He then got up and exchanged the scroll for earth nature training. This one was a bit more comprehensive. Fujin thought, alright, this one's more helpful. Apparently, there are 2 basic ways to master earth transformation. The first one is to crush a stone. This was similar to leaf cutting. And the second one was to mold clay into various shapes, harden it and so on using only chakra. It makes sense. Most earth-style jutsus I remember were basically just moving a part of the ground above the surface, so clay molding will be very helpful. As for stone crushing, after crushing stones, I could try crushing boulders to increase the mastery of earth nature, whereas for clay molding, I could just increase the amount of clay, Or maybe I could try molding mud or soil, as it'll be much tougher. He then placed the scroll back, went to section E, and grabbed a scroll on the basics of Fuinjutsu. Upon reading it, he analyzed, "Alright, this doesn't sound too hard, though I guess the difficulty should increase a lot for later versions. But yeah, this sounds to be too time-consuming. Best left for later." He kept the scroll back and started searching Section 0 for sensor training. He found many that were based on improving senses of smell or sight or hearing. After searching a lot, he finally found the one he was looking for. Sensing the chakra of anyone in your vicinity. On reading it, he found out, "I see." So every ninja has a chakra field around them, though not everyone is able to use it properly. However, sensors can not only use their chakra field, but also expand their chakra field for hundreds of meters, and exceptional sensors can even expand it for a few kilometers to detect chakra within that field. On the other hand, if this chakra field is retracted, then that can help in hiding from enemy sensors. As for training to be a sensor, the greatest obstacles are the other senses of a ninja. So while training, it is advised to shut down the sense of sight, smell, and hearing. Interesting, I wonder if I can shut down just 2 of them in order to train the remaining one. Good hearing, smell, and eyesight would be very helpful in this profession. The basic method is still meditation, but sort of done in reverse. Instead of meditating to isolate myself from the surroundings, I'll have to meditate in order to perceive my surroundings. Sadly, though, I have no idea how to shut down my sense of smell and also don't have any gadgets to stop hearing. So I'll require help here. Some guidance could be helpful too. I guess I'll somehow have to give Genki hints that I want to be a sensor. Sigh. He finally kept the scroll and left the library. It was already evening. He thought, "Wow, I didn't notice the time at all. I guess I was in the library for over 6 hours. The library didn't have any window at all. Makes sense, they don't want anyone sneaking into the library. Probably the walls are fortified with the help of Fuinjutsu to prevent Earth-style users from breaking in." He went towards his home, and on the way bought a small pack of clay for 5 ryo and picked up a few small stones. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 10, New Skills. Chapter 10 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Next day, again, Fujin was the last one to arrive. He came in merely a couple of minutes before 8 a.m. Looking at everyone, he chuckled. "Look at these kids, coming early to sit on the first bench." He went and sat alone on the last bench and removed a stone and placed it in the desk. Genki arrived at 8 and started the class. The first hour apparently was a lecture. He was talking about the history of the village, the pride that one should have in being a Konoha shinobi and all such stuff. Fujin classified this lecture as a brainwashing session. Fujin observed the classroom. The 2 Naras were half asleep. The Akimichis were probably thinking about food. The 3 Inuzukas were too distracted with their dogs. One of the 2 Uchihas was very smug for some reason, while the 2 Kurama girls were gossiping about something. Others were paying attention. The smug-looking guy was Uchiha Yori. It seems like he wanted to walk in the footsteps of Itachi, as he was bragging a lot about how the previous year's best student was an Uchiha who was only 7 years old on the previous day. Apparently both the Uchihas could already perform the fireball jutsu. Fujin finally stopped looking around. When Genki was writing something on the board, Fujin grabbed the stone with his left hand and started to train earth nature while keeping his hand under the desk. When he channeled his chakra, his whole attention was on Genki, to see whether he would notice and react. However, there wasn't any visible change in Genki's expression. Fujin thought, "Lucky. He ain't a natural sensor. Or he is ignoring me for some reason, though chances of that are pretty low. Whatever, both scenarios are good for me." The lecture went on for an hour. Though Fujin paid some attention, the majority of his attention was on training his earth nature. After the brainwashing session was over, Genki started explaining to everyone about chakra, and then finally moved on to molding chakra with hand signs. Fujin stopped his earth nature training and paid full attention in the class. The kids from clans, however, were distracted. They had already been taught hand signs before they joined the academy. That class, Genki taught everyone about 3 hand signs and made everyone practice it. He monitored everyone closely. After the lecture was over, he said that in the next 3 days he'll be teaching them the remaining hand signs. After that, they broke off for lunch, followed by a lecture on history. Senjutaro and Hyugahana were answering a lot of questions asked by Genki in this lecture. Fujin, on the other hand, stuck to his training while pretending to pay attention in the class. The week went by in a similar manner. Genki taught all 12 basic hand signs, as well as the clone hand sign. He stressed on the importance of learning hand signs properly, which Fujin noted was similar to the notes he read from the scroll yesterday, and asked everyone to practice them at home. Other than this, Genki had also introduced everyone to the leaf concentration exercise. In normal lectures, Fujin kept practicing on his earth nature training, but if he got bored with it, he used to try to use his wind nature to cut the stone instead of crumbling it with earth nature. In week 2, Genki held a class to throw shurikens. He first started with a competition between the students to understand where everyone stands. He also had called a few other teachers to help him with this session. Most of the clan kids performed well. The best was tied between Uchiha Yori and Senjutaro. The other Uchiha, Aburame, and Shimura rounded up the top 5. Fujin was a bit startled by the serious attitude of Shimura Nobu. He thought, I guess Danzo got a root-like training program for the kids from his clan as well. Though Fujin had practiced earlier with self-made wooden shurikens, it was barely at acceptable level. For starters, the difference in weights itself reduced the impact of earlier training. Out of 6 shots, he only managed to hit 1 on the board. And even that was closer to the edge rather than the center. He was ranked 21st in the competition. Afterwards, Genki met up with each and every student, giving them advice. When he reached Fujin, he said, "All right, you have a lot of work to do on this. First, we'll start from your throwing form. Once we get that correct, you will improve quickly." Fujin nodded and allowed Genki to correct his posture, and then he tried to replicate the way in which Genki displayed throwing a shuriken. After Genki corrected him a few more times. After being satisfied with his throwing form, Genki moved on to the remaining students. Fujin took this training seriously and practiced it a lot. After that day, his time after the academy was divided into his shuriken throwing practice, which he did in the academy practice grounds itself, right after the academy ended. And after reaching home, he practiced the hand signs, molded the clay, and meditated. He tried sensing his environment in the previous week, but didn't have any success at it, so that was left for later. The new thing that he started doing was that Fujin started to practice walking on the wall instead of leaf concentration. This was done as a substitute to tree climbing. Fujin noted that since the walls are uniform, wall walking should be easier than tree climbing. However, for now, this should be enough. He arranged the cushions properly on the floor so that he won't get injured when he fell on the floor hundreds of times. Walking on walls took a few days to learn. By the end of week 2, he pulled that off without falling down. He could walk on the wall as well as stand on the ceiling. The major issue he faced here was the shortage of chakra. However, every day he practiced, he discovered that his stamina was improving. But he wasn't sure how much of that was due to better chakra control and how much was due to increase in chakra reserves. After trying to analyze a bit, he dropped the matter, assuring himself that it didn't matter, as he was making progress anyways. During all those falls, he also learned how to flip himself in the air to properly land on his feet. After the first month in Academy, Genki taught everyone the Academy's basic taijutsu style. It included a lot of forms and moves to make it a comprehensive taijutsu style covering all areas. But that also meant that it wasn't specialized in anything. However, for now, Fujin didn't concern himself with that. This taijutsu style was obviously way superior to everything he could do in taijutsu. He was quite surprised and thought, I didn't think the basic style itself would be so complicated and cover all aspects. It makes me wonder how much better Senju and Uchiha taijutsu styles are. And Hyuga taijutsu is obviously superior to even them. Well, let's first master the Academy style. Then I can think about learning a more advanced form of taijutsu. This will take a lot of time, but luckily I do have a lot of time. After that day, the taijutsu forms got added to his morning workout as well. The taijutsu training in the academy went on for over a month, just to teach the students everything about that taijutsu style. Fujin noted that the ones from Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clan didn't learn the academy style of taijutsu. After the taijutsu lessons were over, the academy students were made to fight among themselves every week, and depending upon their performance and technique, Genki gave them tips or asked them to practice a certain form. Even these taijutsu matches were arranged as tournaments. Here Fujin did much better and was ranked 8th in the first tournament. Though his taijutsu style wasn't very good yet, he did benefit from having a stronger body. He wasn't very surprised by it. Though these students are very talented, maybe some even more than him, no 6-year-old kid would put as many hours in training as he did. The ones who do would be rare exceptions, like Guy, for instance. Even Rock Lee only started to work that hard after he became a Genin. Hyuga Hoka ranked first in the first taijutsu tournament. He was followed by Senju Teru, Hyuga Hana, and Uchiha Yori, and the third Hyuga. Shimura Nobu was 6th, followed by one of the remaining 2 Senju at 7th. Fujin thought, well, this is promising. Unlike them, I haven't had any proper training yet. As I train further, I should grow stronger a lot faster than these guys. I suppose I am moving in the right direction then. I should just stick to it. Genki started to conduct taijutsu tournaments and shuriken throwing tournaments every week for his class. Fujin noted that no such tournaments were arranged for the other 4 divisions. In fact, in one of his encounters with Daisuke, he learned that they hadn't even had a taijutsu class yet, and are still being taught shuriken throwing and making hand signs properly. He thought, I guess they really are serious in developing this class properly. From what I heard, this was done last year as well, though they were incredibly lucky to have Itachi in last year's class. If they have similar expectations from this year, then they will be very disappointed. Then again, I suppose they won't expect a talent of Itachi's caliber so regularly. Ending the train of thought, Fujin looked forward towards the future, a bit excited to keep improving himself. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 11. Improvements. Chapter 11 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The academy life continued in this manner for the first 6 months. After 6 months, Genki had to report to Hiruzen on the progress of his class. He reached the Hokage office on the appointed time and knocked on the door. After being allowed in, he entered the room and respectfully said, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and said, It's all right. How is your class faring? Any talents? Genki replied, It's going pretty well. While it's still too early to say, I believe the majority of these kids will become elite among Chunins, and few probably will become Junins. Senju, Teru, and Uchiha Yori have been showing the most talent, as expected from someone of their clan. Hyuga Hoka and Hana have also been performing really well. Shimura Nobu is also pretty good. The remaining 3 from Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans and the lone Aburame are decent as well. Among the civilians we've had a surprise. The orphan, Suzuki Fujin, has been progressing pretty fast. I've spied a little on him. He is very diligent and works very hard. He is definitely someone we should nurture for the future. There's another among the civilian kids, Aoki Nori, who is performing very well. The other kids are doing okay. On average, the talent in this batch is higher than the previous one, he said enthusiastically. But then he sighed and said, Sadly, there's no one like Itachi in this class. Hiruzen nodded and said, That's all right. We can't get someone like Itachi every year. But your report still sounds very promising. If in the next 15 years, we get a dozen Junins and have the remaining at Chunin ranks, then it'll help the village a lot. You've done a good job. Keep it up. You'll be responsible for raising this batch into good shinobi for our village. Genki nodded his head and respectfully said, Yes, Lord Hokage, and exited the room. After he left, Hiruzen thought, Looks like we will be having another good crop of shinobi. Still, to think we'd have another diligent orphan. I wonder how his story would turn out to be. The praise that Genki had for Fujin wasn't underserved. Fujin improved a lot in these 6 months. A lot more than Genki gave him credit for. After all, Even he couldn't know the fact that even at his home, Fujin spent most time training in a very planned manner. The most important improvement was in Fujin molding the chakra with hand signs. The speed had finally reached an acceptable speed, and he was able to do 6 random seals one after another consecutively. He decided that it was finally time to start learning the basic jutsus. In Earth-Nature transformation, he managed to crumble the rock. The clay molding was also coming along well. He could now manipulate the clay freely, and could partially harden it, but couldn't harden it entirely. Fujin noted that his progress with Earth Nature was much slower than Wind Nature, but that was understandable as his affinity was wind. Fujin also managed to create deep cuts in stones using his Wind Nature. In taijutsu, he also adapted to the academy style very well. He frequently sparred with Teru, Hoka and Yori in the academy, and now ranked within the top 4. Senju Teru, in particular, was kind of becoming a sparring partner to Fujin. In the tournaments, he also noted that his stamina was very high among his classmates, with only Teru being able to match his stamina. He wondered if this was only due to having a more trained body, or was his chakra also higher than others. After all, it made sense for Teru to have higher chakra level, thanks to him being a Senju. Shuriken throwing was coming on properly too. He was able to hit all 6 shurikens on the target with his right hand, though not all used to hit in the dead center yet. But left-handed throwing still needed a bit of practice as he could only hit 4 out of 6 with. He decided to practice till he can consistently hit the dead center with both hands. Then he can try to hit the target while running around. In the weekly shuriken throwing competitions, Fujin had slowly climbed into the top 10. Probably the most surprising thing would be that he was able to pop the water balloon around 4 months after the academy had started. He moved on to rubber ball, but that was very difficult for him. He felt like it'd be years before he could pop it successfully. The class went on in a similar manner. The enthusiasm of a new academy had died down. However, competition between students had increased a lot. A smug Uchiha Yori had turned into a grumpy Uchiha Yori. Though he was good, he obviously was no Itachi. In terms of shuriken throwing, he was matched equally by Teru, and others were slowly managing to hit correctly with all 6 shurikens as well. Whereas, in terms of taijutsu, both Teru and Hoka were better than him, and Fujin and Hana were at a similar level as him. And even in lectures, Hana and Teru used to outdo him. In all, Teru was obviously better than him, and Hana was around the same level. Fujin wondered, does this kind of jealousy unlock Sharingan? Or does it have to be a major impact like the death of someone? Well, I do hope he unlocks his Sharingan, though. It would be helpful to get some experience by sparring with someone with a Sharingan. Those thoughts aside, Fujin had trouble of his own. His physical workouts in the morning were becoming stale. He had grown comfortable to them, and didn't know how to make it harder without increasing the time of workout. While saying that he didn't know any method would be wrong, he did know one method, that was adding weights. However, he didn't know if restricting your body with weights, when he ain't even 7 years old, would create any problems or not. He had found out about the prices of the weights. After 6 months of saving, Fujin had saved up over 1,200 ryo, and could afford to buy the lighter weights. After thinking about it a bit, he decided to consult Genki. Unlike other things, there wasn't really much to hide about his physical workouts, as he used to do it in the open anyways. Anyone who did a little investigation would have found it out. So one day, after the lectures were over, he asked Genki for help. He explained his problem to his sensei properly. After thinking for a bit, Genki demonstrated him a few slightly more difficult exercises. He also helped out to design a new workout plan for Fujin. After seeing the new plan, Fujin thanked his sensei politely for it while thinking, this is really helpful. I should have asked him earlier. He actually seemed enthusiastic to help me. But then again, I'm pretty sure that even this will become comfortable for me after a few months. Hence, after thanking him, he asked again, Sensei, will it be fine if I make the exercises difficult by wearing weights? Genki was surprised by the question. He asked seriously, where did you learn about weights? Fujin acted to show that he was nervous and said, I saw a weapons shop in the market when I was shopping. I saw the weights in that shop. Genki understood and then explained, I see. Well, it's good to be curious, but don't use weights for training. They'll affect the growth of your body, and it'll be bad for you in the long run. He then put up a kind smiling face and said, It is very good that you ask me. Next time you have any such ideas, ask me before trying, okay? Fujin nodded. Then after thinking for a bit, he asked, Sensei, then is there anything else I could use to make the workout tougher? Genki was a bit surprised by Fujin's obsession in making the physical workouts tougher. He thought, Fujin was genuinely happy with the new plan, and yet he still keeps asking me these questions. Does that mean that he is thinking that this new workout will soon become easy for him? That's surprising. I knew he was diligent, but not this much. Now he makes me really look forward to his future. Genki then said, Actually, there is another way. Instead of weights, you can have some seals do the same work without having any disadvantages, like a gravity seal. Fujin was surprised with this information. He thought, I guess I really need to learn Fuinjutsu. He showed an enthusiastic expression to Genki. Genki was happy with the enthusiasm Fujin showed and decided to play a little trick on him. Genki continued, However, these seals can't be given to anyone. Also, they are very expensive if you try to get them, so you can't get them by yourself. Fujin was instantly confused. He frowned a bit and wondered, What's he playing at? I think he is trying to bait me or something. He decided to play along, and then sighed and showed a dejected expression. Genki was happy with the response he saw on Fujin's face and said enticingly, However, don't worry. Do you remember what I said on the first day? That the Hokage will watch your exams? Fujin, still confused, nodded his head. Genki continued, If you perform the best among your classmates, then you can ask Hokage for a gift. So then you could ask Hokage for these seals to help you. Till then, you should stick to the plan I made for you. Fujin finally started to get some ideas. He nodded his head while thinking, Is he trying to motivate me to perform good in the exams? By dangling a carrot in front of me? Seeing Fujin nod, Genki smiled and said while ruffling Fujin's hair, Good. But the exams will also have a theoretical part, and not only physical exercises, so you have to study theory too if you want to come first. Finally getting what's going on, Fujin said enthusiastically, Yes, Sensei, I'll study hard for the final exam. Satisfied with himself, Genki finally left. After Genki left, Fujin laughed a lot internally and then thought, Sigh, it's hard to keep acting as a kid, though there is an aspect of fun in it, and damn these adults trying to manipulate little kids so much. It was the same in my previous life. Everyone just forces little kids to come first in everything they do. Sad part is, I actually have to perform well in those exams. Still, though, it was very hilarious to watch. Him trying to manipulate a little kid. Sucks for him that I am no little kid. I guess he said that just because I don't participate much in those boring lectures. Come to think about it, I don't think I have ever even answered a single question he asked in class. No wonder he tried to manipulate me. I guess I'll have to improve my pretending to pay attention in class skill. Anyways, I ain't really worried about theoretical exams. While I won't be arrogant to say that I am the smartest person in the room, but my brain is much more mature than theirs. These exams should be very easy for me. That said, the seals do worry me a bit. After all, if someone messes with the seal while putting it on me, it would become very troublesome. I guess I should check up the gravity seal and some suppression seals in the library sometime later. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin looked again at the new workout plan and walked to the library. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 12, Defection. Chapter 12 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After entering the library, Fujin first entered Section 0 and searched for chakra control scrolls. After searching for a few minutes, he finally found the right one. After finding a place to sit, he opened it up and started reading while thinking, I can now walk on walls, even in my sleep. I need to try tree climbing a bit, and then move on to water walking, if I want to improve my chakra control even further. If anyone asks where I learnt these things, I can refer them to this scroll. The scroll mentioned leaf concentration, tree climbing, and water walking. However, what surprised Fujin was that a scroll was referred to at the end of the scroll, which presented a theory to improve chakra control even further. To satisfy his curiosity, he searched for that scroll and started reading it. After reading, he analyzed, "Interesting. The scroll proposes a theory that chakra could be used to counterbalance ourselves against the gravity itself. By applying as much force as gravity applies on us, one could float and ascend or descend by applying higher and lower forces, respectively. Still, though, no one has successfully managed to do this. Even Tsunade in the series didn't have any such skill, and her chakra control was the best there was in the whole series. As for others who flew like the third Tsuchikage and the ones related to him, I think they used Earth style to lighten themselves or something along those lines. I don't recall it properly. Anyways, this is an interesting theory. Maybe I could try it sometime later on." Keeping the scroll back, Fujin finally decided to get to his main task. He went in Section E and grabbed the Clone Jutsu scroll. On opening it, he found that this jutsu needed only 3 seals. They were ram, snake, and tiger in that order. He read the scroll further. After reading it, he thought, "I see. Even though the hand signs are only 3, a lot more has to be done internally. The hand signs only act as a guide. So just knowing the hand signs won't be enough to be able to do the jutsu. Guess that scraps all my plans for Shadow Clone Jutsu. Anyways, I should start learning this jutsu." After memorizing everything of importance regarding clone jutsu, he left the library. He went back to his apartment and started practicing the clone jutsu behind closed doors. As expected, the jutsu was quite difficult. He had to make a couple of more trips to the library in order to read that scroll again. During one such trip, he saw Genki watching him and smiling. He thought, "I guess he misunderstood that I'm visiting the library to learn more about history and other stuff he covers in class. Well, whatever. It's not a problem to me." He also temporarily scrapped his after-academy routine and focused entirely on the clone jutsu. Only after he ran out of chakra would he take a break and meditate. It took 3 days for him to be able to make his first clone, and he was horrified by it. His thoughts were, "I never thought I'd make worse clones than Naruto." Only after a week was he finally able to create a decent clone. He practiced it for another week to get the hang of it and could do it at a much faster pace. After that, he started to learn the transformation jutsu. Transformation was going to be a critical technique for him. He planned to disguise himself in order to train outside in order to ensure that he didn't attract much attention to himself. It also doubles up as training for infiltration missions. In case anyone did catch him, he can use that excuse to get away. It took him a week to pull off transformation jutsu properly to a certain extent. He had transformed into his classmates. However, it wasn't entirely perfect. There were still a lot of imperfections, and that only in terms of appearance. He hadn't managed to transform his smell and chakra as mentioned in the scroll. He thought, "This is tough. Just getting the appearance right is very difficult. I guess I may be able to change the smell after a while, but perfectly replicating someone's smell will be difficult." Then again, if I recall right, even Naruto in Junan exams wasn't able to replicate smell, as Kiba was easily able to identify him due to his smell. So I guess it is rather difficult to pull off. Even the ones who pass the academy aren't expected to learn how to change the smell. I guess I can work around this by transforming into people from my previous life and using perfumes to mask my smell. That way, at least disguising as a stranger would be doable. He continued with his practice. However, next morning when he woke up and started his morning workout, he noticed that the environment in the village seemed very tense. Despite it being so early, quite a lot of people were awake, and many ninjas were running around, and most of those ninjas had very solemn faces. Fujin wondered as to what happened. After the class started, he noticed that a few of the kids from clans looked a bit tense. He approached Senju Teru and asked why they were so tense. Teru was surprised a bit and asked, "Didn't anyone tell you the news?" Fujin was now really curious. He asked back, "No, what news?" Teru stated seriously, "Yesterday night, one of the legendary Sanins, Orochimaru, betrayed Konoha and ran away from the village. He is now a missing nin." Hearing that, Fujin became very serious. After a few seconds, he replied seriously, Yeah, that's some bad news. Extremely surprising, too. Teru agreed. Yeah. Who would have thought that one of the third Hokage's students would betray Konoha? I heard that he did a lot of illegal experiments that killed a lot of people. Who'd have ever guessed that someone so respected would have been such a scum? Fujin nodded solemnly and went to the last bench and sat there. He thought, damn, it's hard to act surprised when you already know it is going to happen. Still, though, things are happening in a similar way to what happened in Naruto. The results of the Third War, attack of Kurama and Minato's death, then Itachi passing in a year, and now Orochimaru's defection. I guess the next event would be an attempt by Kumo to kidnap Hinata and the death of Hisashi. That move from Kumo does make some sense. With Minato dead, Orochimaru defected, and the remaining 2 Sanins not present in the village. Then again, giving Hisashi to them was really spineless of Hiruzen. Well, whatever, I don't really have any power to interfere or all the information about Konoha's and Kumo's military. Then again, even if I did have the power, I'd have probably ignored it, as it doesn't have anything to do with me. Anyways, Orochimaru leaving is definitely some good news. If I had to pick the ones I totally want to avoid before I become strong enough, then Danzo and Orochimaru would be the ones to top the list. With Orochimaru gone, half the danger is eliminated. Now I just need to hope that I don't catch Root's attention. Otherwise, life will get a lot more troublesome. That said, I do wonder if, like in Naruto, here too, Hiruzen let Orochimaru go, or was Orochimaru able to retreat by himself? If it's the former, then that's a huge blame on Hiruzen. How many people died due to Orochimaru just because Hiruzen was too soft to kill his disciple? Heck, even all the deaths caused by Kabuto's impure world resurrection in the Fourth Great Ninja War can be blamed on this bad decision by Hiruzen. Fujin sighed after having that thought. While Fujin wasn't disturbed, and even happy that Orochimaru had defected, almost everyone else in the ninja world was tense. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was present with a solemn face. Apart from Hiruzen, Homura and Koharu were also very worried. Danzo was present too. Danzo criticized the Hokage. Hiruzen, you've grown soft. You have let such a huge threat to the village get away. Before Hiruzen could reply, Koharu chided, I agree. Orochimaru has the knowledge of a lot of secrets of Konoha. If he were to leak anything to our enemy villages, then it'll be a nightmare for us. Hiruzen sighed and replied, It's unfortunate that he chose to defect, but I'm sure that he won't do anything that'll be detrimental for Konoha. Danzo sarcastically spoke. Yeah, just like you were sure that he won't defect from Konoha. Not only did he escape from you, he also killed close to a couple of dozen of our ninjas that were chasing after him. And there's no saying what else would he do. Homura tried to calm the situation down. Well, we can keep arguing about this later. The question right now is what to do right now. With the amount of secrets he was privy to, even the various clan heads are very tense. Danzo stated, We have to mark Orochimaru as a missing nin, increase his bounty and also send a squad to chase after him and eliminate him. Hiruzen countered it saying, Sending any squads behind him will probably just get them killed, and we are very short on manpower as it is. Koharu questioned, But we can't leave him unchecked, can we? Danzo and Homura agreed with Koharu. Hiruzen then said, I'll send Jiraiya to chase after him, while thinking, hopefully he'll be able to convince Orochimaru to return and get back on the right track. Danzo questioned, Won't he fall prey to his emotions, just like you did? I suggest sending root ninjas alongside Jiraiya. Hiruzen, however, not trusting Danzo's intentions, just dismissed it, saying, They'll just get in his way. The discussion between the 4 old teammates continued for a while. In the afternoon, there was a council meeting. All the clan leaders were very tense during this meeting. Orochimaru had worked with all of them at some point, and known many of their clan secrets, which would be bad for them if leaked to enemies. A few even blamed Hiruzen for having a soft side for his students. The council concluded by labeling Orochimaru as a missing nin, increasing his bounty by 50%, and sending Jiraiya to hunt down Orochimaru. The various clan leaders were doubtful whether Jiraiya would really hunt Orochimaru, however they didn't really have any other option. Every other hidden village was surprised and shocked by this news. In Tsunagakure, Rasa thought, first, Minato and their Jinchuriki's death, And now Orochimaru's defection? Are they falling apart? It sucks that we were hit so badly in the previous war and recovery is so slow due to that bastard daimyo. Otherwise, I'd have definitely taken advantage of this situation. In Kirigakure, Yagura received the reports as well. But he was too busy in Kiri's internal problems to pay much attention to this incident. In Iwagakure, the council debated this matter at length. A few suggested that they should use this opportunity to take revenge for what Minato did to them, while some were cautious, wondering if Konoha was playing some sort of game. At the end, when the discussion came to an end, they asked Onoki what they should do. Onoki said, "There's no point in hurrying to do something right now. Even without Minato and Orochimaru, Konoha is still very strong. And in any case, there's no way that Brat A won't do something. Let's just watch what he does and how Konoha responds, and then decide what to do." On hearing Onoki's decision, one thought ran through everyone present in the council meeting. Fence-sitter indeed. In Kumogakure, though, the fourth Raikage thought very hard about this incident. After discussing with his council, he decided to see if he could take advantage of Konoha's misfortune. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 13, Academy Exam. Chapter 13 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While the whole ninja world discussed Orochimaru's defection, Fujin didn't bother with it and kept his focus on his training. After 2 weeks of training for transformation jutsu, it had finally improved to an acceptable level, though it still had a lot of space for improvement. After that, he began the training for substitution jutsu. This one was much tougher than the other two. It took nearly twice the time to learn this jutsu and master it to an acceptable level. However, it wasn't what Fujin had thought it to be. He thought, the technique is basically just misdirection. The main focus here is noticing your opponent's focus, and the instant he loses focus a bit, replace yourself with an object quickly enough so that the enemy won't notice you. It ain't an instant switcheroo, so it won't work against someone much stronger than you, or someone having a Sharingan activated. The object actually has to be very close to you, otherwise the jutsu will become much harder to be performed. Sigh, that makes sense. Instant switcheroo would have been too overpowered considering that every academy kid learns this technique. It does have a lot of variations though. Genjutsu, transformation jutsu, can be used to fool the enemy better. Chakra threads could be used to bring an object at a distance closer to you. It also states that a lower form summoning jutsu could be used to instantly summon the objects around you while you hightail out of there. Still, though it ain't as overpowered as I thought, it is still very useful. The subtleness of misdirection would be a very important skill to have as a ninja. It could be applied in a lot of scenarios. I should still master it to the point of being able to do it without hand signs. But body flicker jutsu has to be focused much more now. I will also have to learn some wind and earth style escape jutsus. For nearly 2 months, Fujin kept on attempting these jutsus till he ran out of chakra. This process of training till he ran out of chakra had a marvelous effect on his chakra reserves. They increased considerably during these 2 months. During these 2 months, he also searched the library for scrolls on increasing chakra reserves. He found 2 scrolls very easily. One explained that chakra increased as one experienced physical and spiritual growth, i.e., it could be increased over time by doing physical exercises and meditation. Another compared chakra reserves to muscle. Just like how physical straining your muscles would increase muscles, chakra reserves would increase by straining it. So to increase the reserves, one had to keep using his chakra till he ran out of it. Fujin had been dependent on the above 2 till now, which explained the rapid growth in his chakra reserves. Apart from that, he also found a few other ways or theories. One scroll talked about using nature chakra, i.e., the sage mode, which would increase the chakra reserves and make it more potent for the time the sage mode was activated. Another scroll talked about increasing cellular activity. By making the cells more active, one could extract more chakra out of each cell, thus considerably increasing the reserves. It would also help in improving the physique. Fujin was quite impressed with this theory. Sadly, the way to increase cellular activity wasn't mentioned. Fujin wondered, I doubt it'll be easy to increase cellular activity. Otherwise, this method would be very common. I wonder who came up with this theory. Perhaps I could contact that person in the future. On reading the scroll entirely, he saw the name of the person who wrote this scroll at the end. He was very surprised by it initially, and then concluded, makes sense that it was the snake bastard who came up with this theory. Seems like this method is a dead end. Maybe if I raid his bases in the future and get my hands on his research results, I could find the way if I get lucky, though the chances are pretty low, to be honest. Otherwise, I could try asking Tsunade. Her knowledge of the human body might exceed Orochimaru's, and she was his ex-teammate. It's possible that she helped Orochimaru on this. Sigh, another thing to consider for the future. The other theories were similarly not implementable. Some were not complete. Some were detrimental in the long run. Fujin sighed and returned all the scrolls to their place. He thought, I guess my only option is asking Genki. Sadly, I don't have a reasonable excuse to explain why I want to increase my chakra level. His first question would be, how am I running out of chakra? And I can't tell him that I am practicing the basic jutsus on my own. If told it to him, and he told his colleagues, the word would eventually reach Hiruzen and Danzo. A 6-year-old orphan who can perform all 3 basic ninjutsus. It's a ticket straight into the root. After Fujin had those 3 jutsus down, he started to again allot time for other aspects. For the past 2 months, he had decreased his shuriken throwing practice time, dropped clay molding, stopped practicing chakra control, and used to meditate only when he was totally drained of chakra. Among those 3 jutsus, he didn't intend to work much on the clone jutsu, as in the future, he'll be replacing it with shadow clones and elemental clones. As for transformation jutsu, it was very difficult to completely master, so he just decided to focus on the appearance part. However, for substitution jutsu, he planned to master it completely, to the extent where he could do it instantly without the use of any hand signs. In these 2 months, he also progressed a lot in earth and wind nature training during the lectures. He was now instantly able to crumble a small stone into soil, and also able to cut a stone into 2. In a rather awkward but hilarious incident, his desk was once full of the soil from crumbled stones, and he had to silently clear it after the classes were over. After that incident, he stopped crumbling the stones in the class. He wondered what he could do during that time, though. Sadly, he couldn't think of a suitable replacement for earth nature training. So he just decided to further focus on wind nature and started carrying a small metal scrap into class and started to try to cut it. Over the next few months, he started to go out of his home and roam the streets of Konoha while using transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a random teenager. He identified a lot of isolated places in the bunch of mini-forests within Konoha and started practicing tree climbing. It was very similar to walking on walls, only difference being the rougher surface of the trees. He managed to do it within an hour itself and moved on to water walking. Apart from that, he also read up on the gravity seal and a few suppression seals in the library. Another month went by in a similar manner, leaving less than a month to the final exams. Fujin finally wondered whether to start preparing for the exams. He thought, still 25 days for written exams. It's still too early. However, after convincing himself a bit more, he sighed, whatever, it's my first exam in this world. Might as well get it done with. While studying, he did note that the syllabus here was tougher than his previous world. It's probably what would be expected of a 9 to 10-year-old kid, and not from a 6 to 7-year-old kid. He wondered whether the syllabus in the ending years may actually provide a challenge to him. Soon final exams were upon the academy students. For all other students, the final exams were only the written part. However, for the ones in elite batches, more parameters were added. For Fujin's class, shuriken throwing competition, leaf concentration competition, and taijutsu tournaments were arranged too. For shuriken throwing, a board with circles of different size but same center was placed and everyone had to hit it. The points depended on in which circle the shuriken hit, with the smallest circle having highest points and largest having the lowest. In all, the shuriken competition was worth 30 points. Leaf concentration competition was only to see how long one could keep the leaf from falling down. It was worth 20 points. The one who held it for the longest would get full 20 points, and the points of others would depend on how long they kept the leaf from falling, as compared to him. For example, if the one who held it for the longest held it for 30 minutes, he would get 20 points. Whereas if someone else held it for only 21 minutes, he'd get only 14 points. The taijutsu tournament was straightforward, with points depending on the rank. It was worth 50 points, and the written exam itself was worth 100 points. The exams finally happened. Fujin did get a laugh out of how serious everyone was for the exams. In the written exams, Fujin was confident that he answered everything right, though he wasn't sure how everyone else performed. 2 days after the written exams, the other competitions were to be held. He guessed that they wanted to grade the written papers first, so that Hokage can reward the winner right there. They started the day with leaf concentration. Fujin, as he had already started to practice water walking, was quite confident in this competition. The competition started. The first guy dropped his leaf in merely 2 minutes. He was from the Inuzuka clan. More than half of the class dropped out within the first 4 minutes. Fujin could hear the groaning and upset voices from them. After 10 minutes, only 9 students were still competing. After 15 minutes, the only ones left were Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hana, Senju Teru, Shimura Nobu, and Uchiha Yori. Right around that time, he heard Yori groaning. He knew from the exercises conducted in class that at max the others could go 20-odd minutes. Senju Teru dropped the leaf during the 19th minute, Nobu dropped it at the 21st minute, whereas Hana continued till the 22nd minute. Fujin decided to build up a decent lead for the points he'll be losing in the taijutsu tournament. Wanting to stop around half an hour, he continued up to 33rd minute, before intentionally making a mistake and dropping the leaf. Though he had outperformed his classmates, he wasn't that worried about attracting a lot of attention, as last year, Itachi didn't drop the leaf for freaking 2 hours. And there were rumors that he didn't drop it, but was asked to stop performing it. On opening his eyes, he saw a few kids looking at him enviously, and Yori nearly fuming at how outmatched he was in this competition. Chapter 14. Results. Chapter 14 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While the teachers were calculating the final scores, all the students were waiting around in the training grounds. Fujin internally laughed while noticing, "Wow, some of them are so nervous. It's so cute. Ha ha ha." Only the 2 yawning Naras and Teru looked calm. After adding up the scores and cross-checking, the teachers finally came back, led by the Hokage himself. Hiruzen gave another inspiring brainwashing speech, while praising everyone for their efforts and the display of their talents. After his speech, Genki walked forward and displayed the results on a board. As Fujin expected, he was the one ranked first. The scores of top 5 were Fujin, 100 plus 20 plus 30 plus 44 was 194. Hana, 130 plus 29 plus 46 equals 188. Teru, 96, 12 plus 30, 48 equals 186. Nobu, 98 plus 13, 30 plus 40 equals 181. Yori, 95 plus 09 plus 30 plus 42 equals 176. Fujin, looking at his rank, was very satisfied. It was as he expected. However, on taking a deeper look and checking the scores in each individual category for him and others, he was a bit shocked. Damn, I'm ranked 1 only due to the leaf concentration competition. If I didn't build a huge lead there, then Hana would have outranked me, and Teru would have been tied with me. I didn't expect anyone else to get a 100 in written exams. He exhaled a long breath of air in relief. I guess I have been incredibly lucky with the marking system of the leaf concentration competition. Chakra control is where I am much superior to these kids from the clans. But sadly for them, their specialities weren't marked in this manner. Yori and Teru could have easily scored much more if the shuriken competition was made more difficult. Similarly, they'd have been much superior than everyone if ninjutsu was tested. After all, fireball jutsu is a rank C jutsu. I am sure Genki would have noticed this too. So next year the marking scheme might be different. Perhaps other exams would be marked similar to the best scorer as well. He concluded his thoughts with, "Even though I ranked first, I still have much to work on. I shouldn't slack off. Instead, I should be intensifying my training. I'm sure these guys would be trained hard by their clans during the vacation. After coming out of his thoughts, he noticed those around himself. He noticed that Hana and Teru were looking at him with a very aggrieved look, as if he had done them a huge injustice. After a second, B realized that they were probably mad due to the results of the leaf concentration competition. He just decided to ignore them. After displaying the results, Hiruzen wanted Genki to announce the prize. However, after looking at Genki, Hiruzen felt as if Genki was looking very grumpy. He began to guess what made him so irritated. Wondering if he could get to hear an interesting story, he decided to ask him later. Genki was really irritated. He thought, this brat. For 10 fucking months, he didn't answer a single question in the class. Always seemed half distracted. Who knows what the fuck he does with his left hand, always under his desk? The one time I tried to check, all I found was a lot of soil under his desk. And now he scores a perfect 100 on written exams? Don't tell me that after he goes home, all he does is study. Right then, he felt like the Hokage was looking at him. Seeing Hokage looking at him, he understood what Hokage wanted and quickly announced, "All right, everyone, be silent for a while." After getting the class's attention, he continued. As I had told you guys on the first day, Lord Hokage would come here to watch your performance. However, there's an additional reward for the one who scores the highest in this exam. The best student can ask Lord Hokage for a reward. On hearing this, the civilian kids were surprised, while the kids from clans seemed to already know this. Genki announced loudly, "Suzuki Fujin, step forward." Fujin walked forward while thinking, I wonder what are the limits of the reward. Can I ask for private tutoring from him? Any forbidden or rank S jutsus? Or better yet, ask for the scroll of sealing? Hehe, I wonder what face he'd make if I asked for the scroll of sealing or something like Edo Tensei. Oh well, need to show proper respect now, I guess. When Fujin reached in front of Hiruzen, he bowed respectfully. Seeing that, Hiruzen was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, "You've performed really well. I can see that you have worked really hard to be able to rank first in your class. The will of fire burns strong in you." Fujin thought sarcastically, "Yeah, right?" Hiruzen continued, "Ask what reward you'd like." Fujin took a glance at Genki and was a bit surprised at his irritated look. He then looked towards Hiruzen and respectfully said, "Lord Hokage, I would like to get seals that can replicate the effect weights have on our physique, but without any detrimental side effects." Hiruzen was a bit surprised by what Fujin asked for. However, he soon nodded and said, "All right. However, it will require some time to be prepared. I'll call you to my office when it is ready." Fujin tried to show a very happy and enthusiastic expression. He said in an excited manner, "Thank you very much, Lord Hokage." After that, he retreated back among the kids. The exams were finally over. Fujin, who had already grown used to the new routine provided by Genki, would finally have better means to strengthen his physique. However, before they were dismissed, Genki announced that they would have a class tomorrow. Hearing that, most of the kids groaned. Students from other divisions already started their vacations 2 days back. Genki, however, tried his best to assure everyone that this will be the last class. Next day, everyone was present in the classroom. Genki arrived, and the class greeted him. A few were still upset at being called for class. Genki started by saying, "Before we start, I have to say that I am very proud of your performance yesterday. Keep up your hard work, and soon you all will be splendid shinobi." Hearing that calmed down the upset ones. He continued, "I hope that you guys continue your training in the vacation as well. As for today's class, don't worry, it'll be very exciting for you. I will be talking about what options are available to you guys in the future. That is what type of ninja you can become." After that, Genki started telling them what all options are there in the future. He started with the easiest one to understand, the medic nin. He explained what a medic ninja does and emphasized their importance in a squad. He even mentioned tsunade in order to increase the interest of his students. He followed it up with various other possibilities like assault ninja, tracking ninja, sensor ninja, hunter nin, infiltration ninja, communication ninja, and so on. He explained the benefits of each and every one of them as well as their restrictions and limitations as well as the risks associated. He also gave a good role model for each option. He also explained about specializing. He explained Genjutsu, Taijutsu, various elemental ninjutsu. A ninja could become very powerful if specialized in one of these. But having basic capability for the rest is important too. Otherwise, you will have a lot of weaknesses. He explained more about them. The lecture continued for 2 hours straight. Around 10 a.m., Genki finally ended his lecture. He said, "All right, with this, now you are officially on your vacations." Fujin was very happy with this lecture. He thought, "Finally, I got a chance." Many students got very excited and started celebrating. However, Genki raised his voice and continued, "But think about what we talked about today. Discuss it with your parents and decide the optimal way for you to train. If anyone has any doubts, they can consult me. I'll be in the staff room till noon." With that, he finally ended his class. Many students just ran out of the class. Fujin instead went to the shuriken training ground and started practicing. After half an hour, he decided to visit Genki. On reaching the staff room, he knocked and entered after being permitted. Genki was the only teacher present. It made sense as vacations had started. Looking at Fujin, Genki was still irritated a bit. However, after a few seconds, he let out a sigh and thought, "Forget it. I guess he is just too reserved to actively participate in class." Fujin was puzzled by looking at Genki's sigh. He called him to get his attention. "Sensei," Genki replied. "So what queries do you want to clear?" Fujin replied, "Sensei, could you update my workout routine again and also tell me more about those seals and how to use them?" Genki nodded and took a look at his workout routine again. After considering the addition of seals, he made a few changes to the routine and asked Fujin to follow them. He said, "All right, follow this plan, and if you get comfortable, you can increase the pressure that the seals can put on you. However, don't increase the pressure a lot, or you can get injured and won't be able to practice for weeks." Fujin nodded. "Thank you, Sensei." However, he still stood there and asked something Genki would have never guessed. He said, "Sensei, I thought about the roles you mentioned during the lecture, and I'm really interested in being a censor. So can you tell how I should train for it?" Genki was really surprised by this request. Not able to understand the reason, he asked, "Why do you want to become a censor?" Fujin replied confidently, "Sensei, if an enemy sneaks up on me or my team in the future, being a censor would help me save all of us. Also, I'll be able to detect enemies from far away and prevent us from falling into any ambush. That's why I wanted to become a censor." After finishing, Fujin smirked internally. Genki was surprised a bit by the answer. All the stuff that Fujin just said was what he himself had said in class. He thought, no wonder he scored full in written exams. But still, something doesn't add up. He seems a bit too interested in becoming a censor. It's not something that can happen in merely 2 hours. It's as if he knew about censors beforehand. He asked, "Since when did you want to become a censor ninja?" Fujin wasn't ignorant of the fact that Genki could have found this request a bit suspicious. He acted to show that he was nervous and said, I wasn't aware of censor ninjas until today's lecture." He then sheepishly rubbed the back of his head while saying, "However, I was thinking along those lines from the day you snuck up on me in the library. If it was an enemy, he could have killed me without me even knowing what happened." Genki was stunned by the reply. I never thought that a simple incident as that had such an impact on him, and that was merely his first day. Sigh. "Whatever, I guess I'm the one to blame for this obsession of his." He then replied, "I am not a censor, so I won't be able to help you with this." Hearing that, he saw a dejected look at Fujin. Fujin was thinking, "Oh please, not another trick again. I don't want to wait till next year's final exam." However, Genki had good news for Fujin. He continued, "However, I have a good friend who is a censor, and is in the censor division of Konoha. I'll ask him to train you over the vacation. I hope you don't have any other plans for the vacation." Fujin put up an excited expression while thinking, "Oh, I do have a lot of plans, not just for the vacation, but also for the next year or two," and said, "No, Sensei," in an excited manner. Genki smiled and said that he'll pick up Fujin tomorrow at 8 a.m. Fujin then took his leave. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 15. Censor Chapter 15 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Next morning, Genki showed up at Fujin's house at 8 a.m. After picking him up, they went to a training ground. Fujin saw that a middle-aged man, probably in late 20s or early 30s, was waiting. He noticed that the man had Yamanaka crest on him. He thought, should have guessed. In Konoha, they are the best censors. Genki approached him and said, "Yo, this is the kid I was talking about. Fujin, he is Shin. He was my classmate. He is a special Junan. He'll be giving you tips on how to become a censor. He may seem grumpy at times, but don't worry, he is a very kind person." Fujin nodded. "Good morning, Shin-sensei." He noted that Shin, who was already looking a bit mad at Genki's introduction, seemed even more grumpy after he greeted him. Shin angrily said, "Damn you, Genki. Not only do you give such a shit introduction, but now are also trying to pull me into being a sensei." He then looked at Fujin strictly and said, "Kiddo, don't ever call me sensei." Fujin wondered, why is everyone so strange? While Genki asked mockingly, "Damn, why do you have to be so grumpy so early in the day?" Fujin acted to show he was nervous and asked, "So what do I call you?" Shin thought for a few seconds, and then put up a smile on his face, with his eyes almost sparkling, and said, "Call me Shin Aniki." His face looked borderline creepy. Fujin's expression immediately became entirely plain and almost blurted out, "Why don't I call you old geezer?" Genki facepalmed and scolded, "Stop being creepy. Let him call you sensei." Shin sighed in disappointment and replied, "All right, leave it." Then looking at Fujin, he said, "All right, kiddo. First, let's see how talented you are in becoming a censor. If your talent is very poor, then I won't be teaching you, and you shouldn't waste your time on it either." He first lectured Fujin a bit about what censors do and how, then instructed Fujin to sit in a meditative pose and told him how to sense his chakra field. It took nearly half an hour for Fujin to sense his chakra field. The instructions were very helpful. Shin then tested Fujin's chakra field a bit. After some testing, he concluded that Fujin's chakra field had a radius of 3 meters. Shin commented, 3 meters, not bad. An average ninja has a chakra field of 4 to 5 meters. In my Yamanaka clan, we train our youngsters in becoming a censor if their chakra field exceeds 7 meters, while for other Konoha shinobi, the minimum requirement is 5.9 meters. However, that is just the bare minimum. Quite a few in the Yamanaka clan had their chakra field exceed 10 meters before they started training to become a censor. I myself had a radius of 6 meters, so while you can become a censor, you'll have to do a lot of hard work. So are you sure you still wanted to train to become a censor? Fujin processed all the information quickly and nodded. Shin said, "All right, I'll guide you. However, the process of training to become a censor is quite complicated. We will need proper training facilities. I'll take you to the place where Konoha censors are trained. You will start visiting there daily at 10:30 a.m. from tomorrow onwards." Genki nodded at his former classmate. He looked at Fujin and informed, "Lord Hokage will have your seals ready by tomorrow. Report to his office tomorrow at 6 p.m. Fujin nodded and said, "Thank you, Sensei." He then accompanied Shin to the training facility. The location was slightly away from the residential areas. It was in the middle of one of the many mini forests in Konoha. Fujin memorized the location and then took his leave. Next day, Fujin reached the training facility at 10:28 a.m. He saw that Shin was already there. On entering, Fujin saw that there were a lot of rooms in the facility. The facility was mostly empty with very few people actually being there. However, Fujin noted that quite a few rooms were occupied. Shin said, "These rooms isolate everything outside it, and also have seals that can eliminate all sound and smell in the room, so you'll have to entirely be dependent on your ability to sense." Fujin paid attention while Shin was explaining it. He thought, "I see. This makes sense. I suppose this is where most of Konoha's censors train. I guess other trainees are occupying other rooms. I don't recall properly, but I think Konoha also had a facility that aided it to monitor the whole border of the village to look for intruders or something along those lines, though it was only shown in Shippuden and not in Part 1. I wonder if that facility is also in here, or is it someplace elsewhere?" Shin led Fujin in one of the rooms. The room was very dark. All walls were painted black. The room was pretty big, too. On entering, Shin explained Fujin how to train to be able to sense with only the help of his chakra. He said, "A blindfold will be placed on you, and after the seals are activated, all sound and smell in the room will be eliminated. After that, a few objects will be placed in the room. These objects have a small amount of chakra sealed within them in a manner that it can be detected by sensors. So your job will be to detect these objects. We will start by placing the object 3 meters from you, and later increase the range to 5 meters and then to 7 meters. Once you are done with it, then I'll teach you how to increase the size of your chakra field." Fujin understood and thanked him. He started the training. The training continued till 12:30, with him having no success at all. At that time, Shin ended the training. He said that they'll daily train here for 2 hours, and also gave him a few tips in order to make some progress. He also had a few words of encouragement for Fujin, as he said that these things can't be sensed in a day, and to not get very upset. He also provided Fujin with a small, cubical object. He said, "This is one of the objects that I had asked you to sense. You can temporarily borrow this to practice at home. Though you won't be able to block your sense of smell and sound, however, it shouldn't matter much as you don't specialize in either of those. So just try to practice with your blindfold on. Maybe ask someone else to place the square down somewhere after you have put the blindfold and sat in your meditative posture. That way you won't know where exactly the cube is beforehand. However, don't practice for very long." Fujin understood all what Shin said and nodded. He then thanked Shin and left for his home. With the academy over, he now had 7 additional hours he could use for training. The training at the facility, traveling to and fro, and lunch took slightly less than 3 hours. Fujin allotted all the remaining 4 hours for chakra sensing training temporarily. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen looked at the custom-made seals on his desk. He sighed softly while thinking, "Konoha's edge in Fuinjutsu is fading fast. With the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the passing away of Mito-sama, our progress in Fuinjutsu had almost come to a standstill. Kushina and Minato had just started to make progress, but they died too young. Now it almost took 2 whole days to get such a simple seal custom-made for Fujin. The request is still quite surprising, though. Genki did say that the kid was diligent, but asking for such seals at such a young age is incredibly rare. Only a few geniuses among the clans usually train with this. However, even they start at a later age in most cases. I do recall him glancing at Genki first before asking for the prize. I guess Genki was the one who suggested the idea to him. I guess I should have a nice chat with him when he visits me in a few hours." At 6 p.m., Fujin reached Hokage office and entered after knocking. He greeted respectfully while bowing his head slightly. "Good evening, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen was impressed by it. He thought, well, at least his manners are very good. He said, "Look up. Here are the seals you requested. This seal is a special seal designed by our village. It combines the features of a few basic seals in order to create a perfect tool to help train the bodies of our shinobi. You can manipulate the amount of pressure the seal puts on your body freely. The pressure is applied on the whole body." Fujin nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." He then looked at the seal placed in front of him. The seal was engraved on a square-shaped paper. He thought, there is just one seal. I thought that there would be 4 or more seals to be applied on various parts of the body, like the 4 limbs and so on. I guess this seal is much more advanced. Sigh, I can't analyze this seal then. Still, it's better that I have to place this seal on myself, and no one else has to make the seal on my body. This way the chances of someone creating issues will probably be lower. That said, I'm not supposed to know much about Fuinjutsu." He then looked up at Hokage and asked, "Lord Hokage, how do I use this seal?" Hiruzen replied, "Just place the seal on your chest. It should stick to your body. The seal is reusable, so you can remove it and put it again if you ever wanted to. But don't ever give this seal to anyone else." Fujin replied, "Yes, Lord Hokage, but how do I increase or decrease the pressure caused by the seal? Also, how much pressure can be applied by the seal?" Hiruzen chuckled at the curiosity of the youngster in front of him. He replied, "Just focus your chakra on the seal. It's similar to how you focus chakra on the leaf during leaf concentration exercise. Then you can decide whether to increase or decrease the pressure, and it'll be done automatically. As for the maximum pressure, it can apply a lot. It is equivalent to wearing a body vest of 100 kilograms, 50 kilograms weights on each leg, and 25 kilograms weights on each arm. Fujin was shocked with those numbers. He nearly cursed out, "Bastard, shouldn't you say that first?" However, he maintained control of his emotions. In order to keep up his act, he gulped and showed a bit of fear on his face. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's expression and smirked internally, thinking, well, this will ensure that he always uses that seal very carefully and doesn't harm himself with it. After that, Hiruzen talked a bit with Fujin. He tried to understand what caused Fujin to require these seals. He also asked about his daily life, whether his apartment is comfortable, whether he ate properly, and so on. He also made Fujin try controlling the pressure in his presence. He also explained some tips and precautions. For instance, he said that while sleeping, Fujin should always deactivate the seal. He also cautioned Fujin against using the seal while sparring or fighting, saying, "If you get used to it, then you will find it hard to properly control your movements when you deactivate the seal." At the end, he praised Fujin's performance in the exams and let him go. After leaving, Fujin thought, 250 kilograms, huh? I really want to know if anyone actually uses it all. I do wonder how much weight Lee carried. The number was never mentioned in the series. While leaving the Hokage office, Fujin had already activated the seal. In front of Hiruzen, he kept the pressure very low. However, after leaving the Hokage building, he increased the pressure. He increased it to a level where it put a decent amount of strain on his body, while still being able to bear it. He ran all the way to his home and thought, finally, even this simple run was a challenge. Though I will probably have to reduce the pressure a bit in order to be able to complete the workout routine Genki provided. I suppose I'll have to test for a few days in order to get the pressure right. I can track my progress too, as I will know the percentage of max pressure applied by the seal. He also thought about what all Hiruzen told him and focused on 2 points. He specified to not use the seal while sleeping and fighting. I suppose not following the first one ain't an option. As for second, I can understand his point of view and concerns. If I do it, then trying to fight without that pressure will cause plenty of issues. Of course, they can be fixed with some work. However, if in the middle of a fight, it'll be deadly. However, Kaguya did have a high gravity dimension, so I should try to learn to fight under high pressure too. But there's no need to do it now. Maybe later on I could build a gravity chamber and practice there. That might be more effective. Still, I gotta admit that this seal is very good. It applies pressure throughout my body. The pressure on my legs is more than on my arms. Even my back feels the strain. I guess the seal is made in a way that every muscle is properly exercised, which would result in proper development of the whole body. There won't be any cases of some muscles being developed more and others being underdeveloped. I guess Hiruzen left out the specifics, not expecting me to understand them. This method is much superior to the weights Lee used. I guess I really need to be thankful to Genki. Though this does make me wonder why these guys haven't given the seal to every Konoha shinobi. Is it that hard to produce? Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin started to meditate. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 16, Second Academic Year. Chapter 16 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Over the next few days, Fujin experimented with the pressure applied by the seal. He turned 7-year-old as well. It took him 4 days to be able to figure out the amount of pressure he could be under and still complete his workout. It was slightly over 2% of the seal's max capacity. He thought, wow, that's very low. Then again, I'm barely 7 years old now. Anyways, at least my physique should develop faster now. His sensor training continued as well. It took him 8 days to finally be able to sense the objects placed around him. Yamanaka Shin was a bit disappointed by the progress. He sighed and thought, 8 days, while it ain't bad, it's not very good either. He probably won't be able to be an exceptional sensor, though with some work he could be a decent one. While the time is slightly better than the average of other Konoha sensors, it lacks when compared to sensors from my clan. On average, we are able to sense the object on the 7th day, and the more talented ones do it even faster. Oh well, Konoha does severely lack sensors. Due to the existence of Hyuga, Aburame, and Inusuka clans, the village didn't really invest much into training sensors. Majority of Konoha's sensors come from my clan. Having another sensor, even just an average one, will be good for the village. After that, Shin moved the objects away from Fujin and placed them 4 to 5 meters away. As the basics were the same and the objects were still in his chakra field, he was able to sense it very quickly in less than half an hour. Shin was surprised by the speed. He moved the objects 7 meters away, and the same thing repeated. This surprised Shin a lot. Well, this is surprising. Though on average a Yamanaka senses the objects on the 7th day, sensing after moving it away takes some time, with most going into the 8th day and a few even to the 9th day. I guess he has more talent than I thought. Fujin's thoughts were, while it did take a long time to detect it, to detect after increasing range wasn't tough. The principles were the same, and the object was still in my chakra field. I guess the next training would be to increase the size of my chakra field. He sighed slightly, thinking, I hope the training for it isn't as boring as this one. After the training was done, Shin said to Fujin, Not bad, you have progressed faster than I thought. Over the next 4 days, keep practicing the same at your home so that you get more comfortable with sensing chakras in your field. I'll be out on a mission, so I won't meet you. Once I return, we will start training to increase the radius of your chakra field. Fujin thanked him and left. The next couple of months went in a similar manner. The training for increasing the chakra field included even longer hours of meditation. He had to focus on one point and try to increase the range in that direction. Fujin thought, this is going to take a long time. I guess over the vacation, I should work on being able to train while also keeping my eyes open instead of putting up a blindfold. That way I can train for this in the class too. Otherwise, there will be no hope of continuing this training after Academy restarts. Over the vacation, he kept up his physical workouts, which produced great results thanks to the seal. He also trained a lot in the substitution jutsu. His goal was to reduce the time required to perform it, and also reduce the number of required hand signs from 5 to 0. While he didn't make any progress on reducing the number of hand signs, he was able to perform it much faster, being able to do it in less than a second, though he wasn't sure of the exact time due to having no instruments to measure it. For clone jutsu, he was able to create 3 clones, which, if he recalled correctly, was the requirement for the Genan graduation exam. Transformation jutsu was progressing well too, as no one was able to see any issue with him when he was roaming in the streets while being transformed into others. But he hadn't yet tested it against someone who knew him. As for chakra control, he became capable of running freely on water surfaces. So he reduced the time allotted to it and only practiced it twice a week instead of daily. While he had some ideas to improve his chakra control even further, he decided to try them later so as to be able to focus more on ninjutsu. The wind nature transformation training had taken a step back as Fujin felt that he had trained enough for it. He thought, being able to cut a stone was probably on par with being able to cut a waterfall. Even on the metal, I'm able to leave small scratches on the surface. As for earth training, he had bought more clay to work on molding it, and had also brought a small 1-foot rock in his home, which he attempted to crumble after being bored of sensor training. As for sensor training, after teaching Fujin how to increase the radius of his chakra field, the meetings with Shin were reduced to only twice a week. When the vacation ended, Fujin was able to instantly sense chakra if anyone stepped in his chakra field, unless that person had hidden his chakra. However, he had to actively focus to do that. If he didn't focus, then he wasn't able to sense anyone. However, he noticed that he was able to passively sense chakra in 0.6 meter radius around himself. Shin said that this was something every sensor developed over time, and was very important as this didn't require attention and the sensor could do other tasks simultaneously. His radius of chakra field increased to over 4 times of its initial size to slightly over 30 meters. Shin was quite impressed with the pace of his improvement. Shin also taught Fujin to be able to measure the amount of chakra in the ninjas in his chakra field. He explained its uses in identifying the threat level, but he also explained to not be entirely reliant on it, as the amount of chakra can be hidden as well. He demonstrated to Fujin as to how he could reduce his chakra that others can sense, or even completely hide it to appear as a common civilian. Shin taught the same to Fujin too. Fujin had some success in hiding his chakra completely, though it wasn't perfect yet. However, trying to reduce it and putting up a facade of having a lower chakra level was very difficult, as his chakra would fluctuate a lot. On the other hand, Fujin was able to sense chakra without restricting any of his senses, or without having to use the hand sign, or even while moving around. However, without the hand sign, the radius of the chakra field used to reduce to around 25 meters, and while moving around, it went down to merely 17 meters. It showed that he still had a lot of work to do. On the last day of vacation, Shin said, "You have improved a lot. In the future, you can easily become a good sensor with some more training. So keep working on it. We won't have any more training sessions, but feel free to approach me if you have anything to clarify." Fujin thanked him for all his help over the past 2 months and took his leave. He also returned the chakra objects that he had borrowed. Fujin was really grateful to him. Though Fujin's capabilities as a sensor were still very poor, in the past 2 months, Shin had drilled all the basics of being a sensor into him. Now he merely needed to put more efforts into becoming a good sensor. The new year in the academy finally started. Genki was again our class teacher. Fujin guessed that he'll be the class teacher until they became Genan. The new year started with another brainwashing lecture. Fujin, not wanting to waste any time, employed the art he had mastered in his previous life and remastered in this one, the art of faking attention in a lecture. He moved his attention to his chakra field. His plan was to focus on increasing the radius of his chakra field. But upon sensing others, he decided to compare everyone's chakra levels first. After noticing everyone's chakra levels, he concluded, "Wow, my chakra reserves are really very good. The efforts taken over the previous year and a half have really been very fruitful. It's good to finally be able to see the results of my efforts." As for others, Fujin noted that on average the chakra levels of the civilian students, and students from Nara, Yamanaka, Hatake, Sarutobi, and Kurama clans, is lower than others. Comparatively, students from Hyuga, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Uchiha clans have slightly more chakra. In all, Uchiha Yori's chakra is the 6th highest in the class, while Hyuga Hoka ranked 7th. While that was what he expected, the one with the 5th highest chakra surprised him. He thought, "Now that's surprising. The 5th highest chakra level is of Shimura Nobu. I guess Danzo really has a proper training system for kids from his clan." As for the ones at the top, there was no surprise. He thought, "Sigh, these senjus are really blessed with high chakra reserves. Even the 2 who aren't that talented have their chakra reserves almost 50% greater than that of Yori, whereas Teru's chakra reserves are more than twice that of Yori. It's even larger than mine. Anyways, the chakra levels of everyone is just as expected. Only Nobu was an exception, which implies that they haven't started to do any training to increase their reserves. Makes sense though, as they are only 7 years old. Anyways, if he doesn't focus on increasing his chakra level, I should be able to increase my chakra reserves to become larger than Teru's." He then tried to measure the chakra level of Genki. On measuring it, he thought, "I see, his and Shin's chakra reserves are very similar to each other. I guess there isn't much difference between an elite Chunin and a special Junin. It's just that a special Junin has a skill that is at Junin level, while the rest of his skills are only at elite Chunin level. For Shin, it is his capabilities as a sensor. I gotta agree that becoming a sensor is very convenient. Unless the ones being sensed are sensors too, there's little chance of anyone realizing that they are being sensed. Though I suppose all of the Kaji-level ninjas would have mastered this to a certain extent. Oh well, it's not like I'm planning to hunt any Kages. Anyways, enough with this class. I should check the ones from other classes, especially the ones who will be becoming Genin this year. While the 25-meter radius of my chakra field is pretty insignificant in an open field, in a compact building, it covers a lot. With those thoughts, he started to focus on chakras outside his classroom. He first observed the classroom in which he had seen Daisuke run in. Noticing the chakra levels of the students there, he observed that they were really low. He then focused on the room where he knew the classes for senior-most batches happen. He measured their chakras. He observed that there were a few with really pitiful chakra levels. He guessed that most of them won't become Genan. On average, however, their chakra level was only 20% higher than Teru's, though there were a few having much higher chakra levels. Fujin guessed that those kids were from the Senju clan, too. Fujin concluded, "I see. I suppose by the end of this academic year, my chakra reserves should become high enough and could be considered Genin level, and I know all the 3 basic jutsus, too. So in terms of chakra and ninjutsu, I should reach Genin level in a year. Even taijutsu should reach that stage in less than 2 years. But that won't be enough to actually pass the graduation exam. The graduation exam has so much more than just taijutsu and ninjutsu. There's training on moving stealthily, setting up an encampment, incapacitating a target, freeing yourself if you are captured, using a first aid kit, even hunting, cleaning and cooking a wild animal, and a lot more that will be taught in the academy. Without all that knowledge and training, becoming a ninja might well be suicide. Not to mention, actually trying to graduate so early would be stupid. Itachi was a different case. He is the son of the Uchiha patriarch. I, on the other hand, am merely an orphan. It would attract a lot of unwanted attention. In addition, just from the point of view of ninjutsu, I still have so much more to learn. I still have to learn a few more basic jutsus like body flicker, and not to mention, I still have to learn wind and earth-style jutsus. Apart from that, I'm almost entirely blank when it comes to Genjutsu and have a lot to learn in Kenjutsu. So, there's no point in graduating until I have gained everything I could from the academy. If I ever reach a point where I can't make much progress due to being in the academy, then I'll consider graduating early. After considering all that, Fujin finally focused on increasing the radius of his chakra field. The remaining lecture went in a similar boring manner. However, at the end of the lecture, Genki said something that excited some of his fellow students. He said, "This year we will start learning ninjutsu." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 17, Body Flicker. Chapter 17 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin wasn't surprised by that news. He had already gathered enough information about the academy in the previous year. For normal students, the ninjutsu training began in their 3rd year. However, for the elite batches, it began in their 2nd year. Having already learnt the 3 basic jutsus, he wasn't much interested in the news. Though he did have a concern, he thought, I'll have to hide the fact that I can use these jutsus. I'll need to learn how to fail at these jutsus, and have to do it in a manner that doesn't give me any bad habits. I suppose I could just make hand signs without molding my chakra, or maybe mold chakra for a few of the hand signs without molding it for one. I'll have to test that first. When around 7 to 8 are able to perform the jutsu, I'll show that I have just managed to do them too. In the first week, Genki just revised what they had learnt in the previous year and tested all the students. However, seeing the progress of some of the students had left Fujin speechless. Genki too was surprised, but it was a joyous surprise for him. In the leaf concentration exercise, Hana, Teru, and Nobu all were able to hold the leaf for more than half an hour, while Yori and Hoka exceeded 25 mins. Fujin had dropped his leaf after 36 minutes in order to not attract any suspicion. His thoughts were, damn, if they keep up this competitive nature, they may well reach beyond 1 hour by the end of this year. While it's reasonable to expect me to keep up, I should instead show that I've slacked off and not made much progress. While Genki might get a bit suspicious, if he ever asks me, I'll just say I felt bad for them and am letting them win. Genki was very impressed too. He thought 4 kids were able to stick the leaf for over half an hour, another 2 should be able to reach that in another couple of months. This batch is good. I guess that Fujin brat spurred them all on. They might actually be able to do tree climbing and even water walking before they graduate. Oh, this is so nice. I could get a huge bonus from the Hokage. The shuriken competition didn't give much insights on their growth, as many were already doing very well in the previous year. The taijutsu tournament, however, didn't show that much improvement for everyone. Among the ones at the top, only Yori and Nobu made significant progress. Fujin guessed that it was only because of his performance in the Leaf concentration exam that made everyone focus a lot on it. However, the Inuzukas were performing much better than last year, and were very aggressive too. Due to the poor scores of all three Inuzukas in the exams, they were given some special training by their clan in order to not embarrass the clan any further. In one of the spars, one Inuzuka kid screamed, "I'll defeat you no matter what. There's no way I will go through that training in my clan ever again." Hearing that, the other two Inuzuka students winced. Fujin, getting a hint of what would have happened, thought, "This world is in a severe need of laws punishing child abuse." Sadly for that Inuzuka student, he still got mercilessly beaten into the ground by Nobu, which made everyone feel pity for the poor kid. The taijutsu tournament, however, did provide Fujin with the opportunity to finally test his progress, and he was very pleased with the results. After deactivating the seals, his body moved a lot faster, and his blows carried more weight. He tied against Teru in their match. After the first week was done, Fujin entered the library and went into Section D. He thought, "I've probably tried the substitution jutsu over 1,000 times. I'm still not able to reduce the hand signs needed for it. Honestly, jutsu is almost completely useless against ninjas if you have to make those hand signs. Even a random genin would be able to identify the jutsu and be on alert. Though I guess it might still work on normal bandits. Anyways, I guess I'll need a few years to be able to reduce the number of hand signs needed. So let's just move on to a new jutsu." He quickly started searching for the jutsu he wanted to learn. He was quite excited to learn it, as it was one of his favorites. On finding it, he read out softly, "The body flicker jutsu." He found a place to sit and read the scroll. After reading and analyzing it, he concluded, this jutsu can be called both easy and complicated at the same time. It's easy as there is only one hand sign required. The tiger seal. So the way of molding chakra is very simple, and it's complicated as actually performing this technique is quite difficult. I would have to focus a lot of chakra in my legs to be able to move at such high speeds. According to the scroll, initially I'll only be able to flicker a few meters away. Only when I'm able to flicker 100 meters away would I be considered to have learnt this jutsu. It is also mentioned to use something like smoke or leaves just before using this jutsu so that the enemy doesn't understand the direction in which you flicker to. Also, it is very important to ensure not to run into someone or something while using this jutsu. I suppose me being a censor might help a bit in this regard. However, there's no such thing as the maximum distance one can flicker away. Instead, it is the amount of time you can sustain this jutsu. I thought that I'll need to learn to be able to flicker many times consecutively if I want the help of this jutsu to be able to escape. However, instead, it is the amount of time you can maintain this jutsu. So if I'm able to flicker 100 meters away in a second, and am able to sustain this jutsu for 10 seconds, I'll be able to run a kilometer away. But this is good, I suppose. It's more convenient than having to flicker again and again. After learning the whole process from the scroll, Fujin left the library. He transformed into a random 13-year-old stranger in an empty alleyway, and then ran into a nearby mini-forest. He then ran around in that mini-forest while trying to sense if any chakra is present around him. After that, he thought, alright, this forest is clear. Also, I'm under a disguise, so I can start training. While a forest isn't the best place to train body flicker, but since the amount of distance I can flicker initially will be low, there shouldn't be an issue. Though I'll need to train in open spaces once I start to flicker long distances away. And he started training for this jutsu. The months went on in a peaceful manner for Fujin. His physique kept improving due to the seal. He used to increase the pressure of the seal by 0.1% from time to time. In the academy, Genki started ninjutsu with the transformation technique. Fujin had experimented and found it easy to fake hand signs without molding his chakra. However, he felt that it was wasteful, so he tried another trick. He started faking the first hand sign, but while changing the hand sign to the second seal, he used to try to mold the chakra for the first seal without the aid of the first hand sign. In this manner, he practiced to do those jutsus with one hand sign less. As expected, Teru and Yori were the most talented in ninjutsu. They competed for the top 2 spots. Nobu, no matter how hard he tried, only ranked 3rd. Hoka, Hana, and the Aburame kid competed for ranks 4 to 6. Fujin ranked himself 10th in transformation jutsu, 7th in clone jutsu, and 8th in substitution jutsu. It took him a month to be able to do the body flicker jutsu, despite learning the way to mold chakra within just 3 days. Even then, he was only able to flicker for a few meters. Over the next month, instead of trying to increase the range, he instead worked on increasing the speed of performing the jutsu, and also managed to pull it off without using any hand signs. In a single month, he probably practiced that jutsu thousands of times to be able to do that. Next, he worked on increasing the range of the jutsu. It took him 4.5 months in all to reach 100 meters with body flicker. He then started focusing on sustaining the body flicker for a longer period. Sometime around this time, the incident of Kumo trying to kidnap Hinata and the death of Hisashi happened. Both Hoka and Hana were very solemn the next day. In order to properly measure his progress, he bought a stopwatch. After 6 months, he was able to flicker 400 meters away in less than 4 seconds. After that, he thought, my original plan was to start with elemental jutsu by now, but body flicker does have more applications I want to explore. Sigh. Let's stick to it. Mastering body flicker to a high degree will be extremely essential later on. He continued with his body flicker training. By the time the exams for 2nd year were up, Fujin had managed to sustain his body flicker for 76 seconds and managed to cover 1.9 kilometers. He could also change the direction midway, though he couldn't do it very frequently, and could also perform flicker while in a forest and having to avoid running into a tree. He was extremely pleased with his progress. Over at the academy, he had managed to reduce the hand signs required for transformation and clone jutsus by 1, and for substitution jutsu, he was close to reducing it by 2. His chakra field had increased a lot during this year. Its radius had increased to 180 meters. Without the hand sign, it reached 162 meters, and while running at normal speed, it could reach 135 meters. His chakra reserves, too, had grown exponentially. Physical training and meditation itself were a huge boost. On top of it, he had practiced body flicker till he dropped on a daily basis. He had performed body flicker for tens of thousands of times over the past 9 months. His reserves now exceeded Teru's. On comparing it with the senior-most batch, he noticed that his reserves would be well above average in that class, probably entering top 10. Only 2 students, probably from the Senju clan, exceed him considerably. Even then, he was sure that in another year he would surpass their current chakra level. He thought, I guess it's time to ask Hiruzen for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I would like to clarify the Shadow Clone Jutsu a bit. Shadow Clone Jutsu isn't a forbidden jutsu, it's merely a B-rank jutsu which Junins can learn easily. In Naruto, it was shown that a Genin Konohamaru was able to perform shadow clones and use Rasengan on one of the pains. Even Kiba, while being a Chunin, was able to perform a shadow clone. The jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing was the multi-shadow clone jutsu. This is the one which Naruto spams and Kakashi had used to scare bluff away Gado's thugs. So I'll follow this pattern. Someone with Genin level chakra can create 1 to 2 shadow clones, with Chunin level chakra can create 3 to 5 shadow clones, and with a Junan level chakra can create more than 5 shadow clones. The increase in his chakra level could be seen when he was finally able to burst the rubber ball, finally making progress in the stage 2 of Rasengan training. However, he was only barely able to burst it. He still needed more chakra to be able to actually perform Rasengan. His skill at throwing shurikens had increased too. He was now able to hit the board while running around and was also able to hit a moving board. In order to allow students to practice that, a board used to be suspended from a tree branch and moved. It worked like a pendulum. However, he still struggled to hit a moving board while he was running himself. Fujin decided that after he managed to do that, he'll start practicing to hit his clones with shuriken as that would replicate battle scenarios even better. Something that Fujin gained while practicing in the many mini forests in Konoha was shurikens and kunais lying around. He had found 23 shuriken and 11 kunai. However, 7 shuriken and 4 kunai were very badly damaged, leaving him with 16 shuriken and 7 kunai. He handled them with extreme care, not touching any directly, in case they were coated with poison. He thought, well, this is convenient. Though these are used weapons, they are still very usable. However, I need to wash them properly in order to remove any scents of previous users, and in case there's any poison applied on them. Still, I've been in these forests for so long and only found so few of these. I guess everyone collects them back after using them as they aren't cheap. Maybe others like me too roam around trying to find them. He sighed, whatever, these many should be enough for me to practice. And soon, it was time for the second-year exams. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 18, Second-Year Exams. Chapter 18 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As Fujin had expected, the whole marking system for their class had been revamped. He wondered if the same also happened for other elite batches. As for the overall exams, the written exam had 100 points, leaf concentration competition had 20 points, shuriken throwing competition had 20 points. Each of the 3 ninjutsu had 10 points each, and the taijutsu tournament had 30 points. In the written exam, he noticed that it had 5 divisions among itself, each being more difficult than the previous. While it wasn't very hard for him, he had no doubt that 8-year-olds from his previous world wouldn't even pass this exam. Seeing how difficult the exam was, he purposefully made a mistake in 2 questions worth 2 marks each. For leaf concentration, the same marking system as the previous year followed. Yori, Hoka, crossed 45 minutes. Nobu dropped at 56th minute, Teru at 59th minute. Hana crossed 1 hour and held it for another 4 minutes. Fujin, knowing that the written exam this year was tougher and not expecting anyone to score full, dropped his leaf after 1 hour 11 minutes. The shuriken exam also had multiple layers, like the written exam. The first was to throw 8 shurikens at a stationary target board. The second was to run alternately to the right and left to a circle drawn on the ground and throw from the circle while running. The third was to hit at the target board that was hanging and swinging like a pendulum. Each of these stages were worth 4 points each. The last stage, worth 8 points, had white plates being launched in the air by Genki. The plates were spinning incredibly fast, causing them to not move at a set path and deviating slightly. Yori, Teru, Fujin, Nobu, Hoka scored max in the first 3 rounds. Hana struggled in the second round, while scoring full in first and third. The fourth round, however, was tough. 19 students didn't manage to hit even 1. And 6, including Hana, managed to hit just 1. Fujin guessed that most of them just scored a lucky hit. Fujin had been observing the plates all the time to try and see a pattern in them. He got some hints, but not enough, and it resulted in him wishing, damn, if only I had a Sharingan. Hoka and Fujin just hit 2. Nobu hit 3 plates, Teru managed to hit 4, and Yori managed to hit 7 of the 8 plates thrown by Genki. Fujin was quite impressed by Yori's performance, especially considering that he hadn't yet awakened his Sharingans. After the competition, Yori returned to his smug self. In ninjutsu exams, transformation and substitution jutsu were analyzed and marked by Genki. For clone jutsu, they were marked depending upon the maximum number of acceptable clones anyone made. Teru made 5 clones, and looking at his chakra, Fujin was confident no one else would exceed him. So he created 4 clones. Fujin hid his skills in this exam, as he knew that Hana wasn't very good in this aspect, and no one apart from her would come close to his score in written exams. The taijutsu tournament was similar to the previous year, only major differences being the Inuzukas performing much better and Fujin having a much stronger body. Right now, he could have the seal apply 5-3% of its max pressure. It had improved his physique a lot. He trashed through the majority of his opponents. This time, he ran into Teru in the semifinals and managed to beat him, while Hoka beat Hana in his fight. Yori beat Nobu for rank 5, whereas Teru beat Hana for rank 3. Against Hoka, the fight was very intense. To Fujin's surprise, his advantage in physique wasn't that great. In the end, he still lost to Hoka. He thought, is he too using seals or something similar to strengthen his body? His performance in ninjutsu isn't as good as his taijutsu, and it's better to not talk of his performance in written exams looking at previous year's scores. Sigh, I guess all he does is train in taijutsu. And my main focus has been on ninjutsu. Little wonder that I can't beat him. After the scores were tallied, the results of the top 5 were Fujin, 96 plus 20 plus 43 plus 23 plus 29 equal 182. Teru, 81 plus 17 plus 630 plus 28 equal 172. Nobu, 86 plus 16 plus 28 plus 25 equal 170. Hana, 91 plus 18, 12 plus 21 plus 27 equals 169. Yori, 79 plus 14 plus 19 plus 28 plus 26 equal 166. After looking at the results, Genki thought, this is pretty similar to last year. Only difference is that instead of the leaf concentration competition, Fujin built his lead in the written exam. How much does this kid study exactly? The last 20 marks were quite tough to get. As for the rest, Teru was the one who performed the best overall. Except for the written exam, he is in the top 3 of every exam. Leaf concentration competition is still dominated by Fujin, but with the performance of the others, I can start tree walking exercise next year. In the shuriken throwing competition, Yori was in a league of his own. Same with Hoka in the taijutsu tournament, though that seal did help Fujin a lot. I guess I should suggest to Teru's parents to get that seal for him as well. It will help him a lot. In ninjutsu, Teru, Yori, and Nobu are all excellent. Just that Teru has more chakra than the other two, and I'm pretty sure that they do know more jutsus as well. This class has performed really well. The top 8 to 12 students are all very good. Lord Third should be very happy with their performance. After he was done thinking, he put up the results on display. Looking at it, everyone had mixed reactions. Since the exam markings were made to ensure that the ones who perform well stand out, the ones who didn't work hard scored very low. A few still struggled to hit a stationary target board with shuriken, so there was no way they could do much in the remaining 3 rounds. There were a few who didn't manage to learn even one ninjutsu properly. And the majority didn't get all the 3 ninjutsu down. There were only 12 students who could do that. The written exams were very tough too. The last 20 marks being very difficult to get, and even the 20 marks before that being significantly difficult. Fujin did note the disappointed expressions of the ones who scored very bad. It reminded him of how much worse the life of the kids here was when compared to his previous world. And even then, these were considered to be very good conditions. At least, they didn't have to fight in a war. Among the toppers, Yori was upset thinking, why am I still ranked only 5th? Still, I have at least shown everyone how good the Uchiha are at shuriken technique. But that's not enough. Hana was incredibly upset with tears almost forming in her eyes. She was upset at her rank dropping from 2nd to 4th. Nobu didn't show any emotions, however. Even he was upset at not being able to top the exam. Teru sighed looking at the scores. Last year it was the leaf concentration competition, and this time the written exam. Sucks to not be rank 1 due to the written exams. Still, at least I'm the best when it comes to the skills required on the field. Not to mention that the exam didn't consider the water-style jutsus I know. Fujin looked at the results, showing a happy expression. His thoughts were, well, this went as expected. Though I'm surprised that some guys scored over 80 on the written exam. I guess the brains of the kids here develop faster. My shuriken still requires some work, but that's fine. In taijutsu, I doubt I'll be able to surpass Hoka unless he slacks off. In ninjutsu, I'm on par with Teru and others. Heck, I could have made 8 clones and decreased their scores if I wanted to, but there was no need for it. So it's going good. Next, I should focus on elemental jutsus. However, then he frowned mentally, thinking, still, the performance of the kids in this exam has been so good that I'm worried they may make a few of us graduate early. I'm glad that Genki hasn't started teaching about all the other important stuff yet. I guess his plan was to allow everyone to learn ninjutsu and fighting skills first, so that they can keep improving them over the years. Though, with the pace at which he has been going, It makes me wonder if he wants to make us graduate early or teach us more complicated stuff. Genki looked at the expression of all his students and sighed. He noticed that only Fujin had a happy expression. Nobu was expressionless as always, and Teru just looked a bit down. Almost everyone else was incredibly upset. He sighed. I got excited and made the marking system really in favor of the geniuses. Last year's results made them more competitive. However, this year's might have a detrimental effect. I'll need to talk individually with everyone in order to pacify and cheer them up, so that they take this exam results as a motivation to do better in the future. He then glanced at the Inuzuka kids. I guess I should call their parents too. The exams ended with another brainwashing speech by Hiruzen. He called Fujin forward and asked him what reward he wanted this time. Fujin stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, could I get to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Hiruzen was really surprised by this request. He asked, Where did you hear about the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and why do you want to learn it? Fujin showed an excited expression and said, Lord Hokage, we were told that the second Hokage had started this academy, so I became quite interested in him and hence read a lot about his life and everything he did. On understanding more about him, I was very inspired by him, and when I read that he had created the Shadow Clone Jutsu, I became very interested in it. Also, the jutsu seems very useful. Having a clone that can actually do something will be very helpful. He then looked at Hiruzen with expectations. Hiruzen looked at the excitement shown by the young student in front of him. Looking at the respect he had shown to his sensei, he emotionally thought, Sensei, even after being dead for decades, your will of fire still inspires the kids in Konoha. Hiruzen had sensed his chakra level during the taijutsu tournament. Fujin, wanting to ask for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, didn't bother hiding his real chakra level. Hiruzen thought, his chakra level is sufficient to be barely able to form one shadow clone. Fine, I'll give it to him, but I need to warn him about the dangers of that technique. Hiruzen nodded and said, All right, I'll prepare the scroll for you. Come to my office tomorrow at noon. Fujin showed that he was even more excited on hearing that, and thanked him immediately. However, on the inside, he was quite shocked. He thought, That's it? A few good words about Tobirama and he agreed? Should I have asked for Flying Thunder God or Impure World Resurrection? He sighed internally and further thought, Then again, Shadow Clone isn't really a very complex jutsu. It is just B rank and even elite Chunins can easily access it from the library. Also, my respect for Tobirama was genuine. Unlike Hiruzen, he did do his job properly. Though how he died in war despite knowing Flying Thunder God is a mystery to me. So Hiruzen wouldn't be able to pick up on anything. And Tobirama creating that jutsu is written down in scrolls about him in the library. So I guess there wasn't much to be suspicious about. With those thoughts, he walked back to his fellow students. Genki then announced about meeting with everyone personally tomorrow and gave everyone a time slot. He asked them to bring at least one parent along. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 19, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chapter 19 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The following day, Genki was very busy with the counseling of all his students. Fujin was the first one in at 8 a.m. as Genki had set the schedule according to their ranks. Seeing Fujin, Genki's thoughts were, This kid has done well, but he is only an orphan. I don't think he has any idea how vast this world is. Even though he ranked first twice consecutively, there is still a lot he needs to do. I need to ensure that he doesn't get arrogant and lose his way. Fujin first greeted him, Good morning, Sensei. Genki replied, Good morning. Congrats on your performance yesterday. Fujin smiled and replied, Thank you, Sensei, and took his seat. Genki smiled and then quickly got serious. He said, So this meeting is in order to review your performance until now, and to see what you should do in the vacation and in the next year. Of all the students from this class, I have interacted with you the most, so don't worry and listen to my advice properly. Feel free to ask all your doubts. Fujin nodded. Genki continued, Your performance has been very good so far. With you ranking first in both years, that is very obvious. However, in both exams, it was only due to you scoring very well in one exam that you ranked first. Fujin nodded seriously, while thinking, I'm not even 8 years old yet. Should you be having such a serious talk with me? Are 8-year-olds supposed to understand this? Genki, on the other hand, thought, the kid didn't get upset? He is more mature than other kids his age. Genki continued, so you will have to put more focus on other areas. Tell me, what do you do after the lecture is over? Also, what do you do on weekends? Fujin had already guessed that such a question might be asked, though he had thought something like this would have been asked long back. He replied, Sensei, I mostly study what you taught in class, try to understand it. Then I train on the ninjutsu you taught us, or I do leaf concentration exercise. And before sleeping, I meditate. On the weekends, I study a lot and also train on my sensor skills. What Fujin said was a properly thought-out answer he had prepared long back. Showing a major focus at studying would explain why his scores in written exams were so high. The listener would think that he spent most of his time studying. He said that he spent very little time on ninjutsu, which would justify his slightly lower scores there, while his meditation along with morning exercises would be the reason for the high growth in his chakra levels. The answer also showed that he was a very diligent student. Genki wasn't surprised with the answer. He had guessed that it'll be something along these lines, considering Fujin's performance. He said, I see. Now let's look at your performance this year. You have done very well in the written exam, chakra control and taijutsu. However, your ninjutsu needs a lot of work. So over the next 2 months, you should focus on improving the 3 ninjutsu I taught. Also, even after the 3rd year begins, spend more time on learning ninjutsu and less time on studying. After all, in the future, when you do missions, it'll be a lot more important than what you read. Fujin nodded, inwardly surprised, thinking, that's a first. No adult has ever told me to study less, especially not a teacher. Genki was satisfied with his words being listened to seriously. He had a little gift in order to get Fujin work more on ninjutsu. He said, I know that you have asked Lord Hokage for Shadow Clone Jutsu, so do learn it properly. In the future, it'll be very helpful. However, I have a little gift for you. Saying this, he put a paper in front of Fujin. On seeing that paper, Fujin sighed internally, I wasted my 100 ryo, and then asked curiously, Sensei, what's this? Genki replied, this is chakra paper. It'll tell you what your chakra nature is. Here, pass some of your chakra through it. Fujin did it. The chakra paper split into 2. He gave Genki a puzzled look. Genki then explained a bit more about chakra paper and said that Fujin's chakra nature was wind. Fujin nodded excitedly, despite already knowing it. Genki said, the way to train your wind nature is that you should take a leaf and try to cut it with your chakra alone. It may take a few months to do it. Once it is done, you can then use wind-style jutsus. Fujin nodded again. Genki also informed Fujin that Yori and Teru could already perform elemental jutsu in order to rouse his competitive spirit. After some more discussion, Fujin took his leave. He was a bit sick of having to feign ignorance of the stuff he already knew. Still, he was a bit glad of this discussion. He would have a proper excuse if anyone in the future asked him about when he trained in wind style. Sadly, he'll still have to repeat this again today. Genki spent the remaining of his day counseling 14 other students, while the other 15 were scheduled for tomorrow. He had such advice for everyone else. Teru was advised to get the same seal as Fujin. He didn't have much advice for Nobu, so he just tried to get him to be more social. For Hana, he consoled her a bit due to how upset she was. Then he informed her that she put a lot more focus on her rank instead of important aspects. He told her to reduce her time spent on studying and leaf concentration, as the majority of her time was spent on it. Instead, he asked her to focus more on ninjutsu and taijutsu. For Yori, he strongly suggested his parents to ensure that he meditates for at least an hour daily. For Hoka, the advice was to focus more on academics, and in a similar way, the advice continued all day as well as the day after. At noon, Fujin visited Hokage's office. Hiruzen handed him a scroll saying, "This scroll has the Shadow Clone Jutsu. You are not allowed to share this scroll with anyone else and have to return it to me after you have learnt it." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen then talked a bit about the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He warned Fujin, For the time being, and maybe for the next year, don't ever try to create more than one shadow clone. Also, when you dispel the clone, all its memories will be transferred to you, and that might cause you a huge headache. So always be careful while dispelling your clones. Also, don't use shadow clones while you are sleeping. It'll be very bad for your health. Fujin nodded and thanked him again. Hiruzen then talked a bit about Tobirama, and Fujin had to feign interest in listening to it. After half an hour of stories, Hiruzen finally let Fujin go. Fujin sighed and complained, "Isn't a Hokage supposed to be super busy with his paperwork? Why did he have so much time to talk with me?" 2 consecutive sessions of having to feign ignorance as well as interest had Fujin a bit tired. He decided to skip his ration bars and instead went to Ichiraku for lunch. His thoughts were, "I have saved decent amount of money. I can afford to treat myself for today." Soon after lunch, he started training for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. After reading it properly, he thought, "This is easily the most difficult jutsu I have seen yet. The process of molding chakra is very complicated. Makes me wonder, how did that brat learn it in less than a day?" However, this shadow clone is a bit more flexible than the one in Naruto. Chakra doesn't necessarily have to be distributed evenly among my clones. It is up to the caster's will and capabilities in deciding how many % of his chakra must each clone have. He could create them with equal chakra to hide himself, or give it more or less chakra depending on the need. Another difference is that dispelling the clone won't return all its chakra to the original body. Instead, there is some chakra loss that happens during this process. As the jutsu is mastered, this loss reduces. However, it won't ever go down to 0. So in the future, I need to be careful in the amount of clones I make. Otherwise, I could run out of chakra very quickly. On finishing his analysis, he began learning shadow clone technique. Knowing the basic clone jutsu helped a bit. The training continued for a while. Fujin noted that this training drained his chakra very fast. He could only practice for an hour before he was out of chakra. So from the next day, he practiced shadow clone jutsu as soon as he got up, then around noon, and finally again in the evening, getting 3 hours of training done while doing either physical exercises or meditation for the remainder of the time. He also carried a few leaves with him. On the 9th day, he was finally able to make a clone. Fujin noted that while molding the chakra is more difficult, its execution was much easier than the body flicker jutsu. After another 6 days, he was finally able to create an acceptable clone. It was entirely identical and took half of his chakra. However, on sensing, Fujin noted that some chakra was lost while creating the clone, resulting in the clone having slightly less chakra. This wasn't acceptable. However, he decided to test the clone first. He asked the clone to go into the bedroom and write any random number somewhere and then dispel. The clone went into the bedroom and wrote 8196 on a scroll there. On dispelling, Fujin got all the information and checked if it was true. He thought, "Alright, it works." He made another shadow clone. This time, he stabbed the clone's arm with a kunai, causing the clone to dispel. He waited for a few seconds and then concluded, "Alright, I just got the memories of the clone. The pain wasn't transferred to me, so this jutsu should be safe to use in battle." He then formed the clone again, and this time had the clone do the 3 basic jutsus. The clone could perform them as good as he could. He couldn't test body flicker at his home, so he decided to leave it for later. He then had the clone perform shadow clone. The clone managed to do it, but within a second they were both dispelled. Fujin sensed that their chakra was very unstable. On thinking, he came to the conclusion, the clones were dispelled as they didn't have enough chakra. Even though a ninja could make a shadow clone with a small % of his chakra, the shadow clone still needs to have some minimum chakra level. And my single clone probably barely exceeds that limit. Wait, does that mean after using a few jutsus, my clone will disappear even if it has some chakra just because the chakra isn't enough? This conclusion had him on alert. He quickly rushed into a mini forest nearby. After transforming and confirming no one was around, he made a shadow clone. The clone, knowing the plan, started performing body flicker again and again within the main body's chakra field as the main body kept a track of its chakra level. The clone had around 49% of Fujin's chakra. When it fell down below 41%, the clone dispelled. Having confirmed his theory, Fujin sighed, "I guess it is impossible to have the clone assist me in ninjutsu training. Though to be honest, it's kinda pointless too, as I can't last long on ninjutsu training without having my chakra depleted." After spending half a minute grumbling about his low chakra reserves, he decided, well, whatever. This was expected. Hopefully someday in the future I'll be able to use clones to train. Let's just learn this jutsu properly and be done. In the next 5 days, he had learnt the shadow clone to an acceptable level. Now, no loss of chakra happened while forming the clone. As for the chakra loss while getting chakra back from the clone, it was around 5%. Fujin noticed that it was reducing quickly. With the work on shadow clone done, he decided that it was time to finally start practicing elemental jutsus, though he decided to wait for another 10 days before he returned the scroll to Hiruzen. That way, Hiruzen would underestimate his talent a bit. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 20, Wind Release Jutsu. Chapter 20 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The number of wind-style jutsu in canon is pitiful. Even the fillers mostly have similar variants of canon jutsu with very little change, but do the same shit. So, I'll be using wind jutsu from games or even fan-created ones. I'll also make up some wind jutsu at some point later in this fanfic. On the 21st day of his vacation, Fujin made his way to the library. On the road, he thought about a lot of wind-style jutsu. His thoughts were, finally I'll be starting with wind release jutsu. In the series, wind was probably the least powerful element. Though Naruto had wind nature, all he used was Rasen Shuriken. Temari did have a lot of jutsu, but she used a giant fan. Kakuzu used pressure damage, which was very lethal. I think there was also Great Breakthrough used by Orochimaru, and probably Gale Palm used by someone. And lastly, Danzo used his vacuum jutsu, which were very lethal. Sadly, other than Temari, no one else specialized in wind jutsu, and the number of wind jutsu were very low too. Luckily, this world does have a lot more wind release jutsu. I might be able to form a comprehensive battle system through it. Last time I just read their names. This time, I'll be reading their scrolls, too, and then decide the set of jutsu to practice. Still, I wish I could have got to read the descriptions of higher-ranked winjutsu as well. It'd have been very helpful in order to decide. On reaching there, he went through entire sections E and D and made a list of all available wind-release jutsu. They were Gale Jutsu, E, Wind Clone, E, Wind Levitation, Projectile Control Jutsu, Wind Retrieving Jutsu, Gale Surge, Breakthrough, Dust Cloud, Slashing Wind Skill, Wind Explosion, Propelling Winds. The first question for Fujin was, why was Wind Clone merely a rank E jutsu? On reading the scroll, he understood why. Wind Clone was extremely simple. Elemental clones were like normal clones, just that they were made of elements. That's why they could perform attacks. They got dispelled upon getting hit. Since the material needed for a wind clone was basically the air around, it was extremely simple to make it. However, it was still quite useful, and something he definitely was going to learn. He continued reading the rest of the jutsu to understand what they did. He first read all the rank E jutsu. After reading them, he analyzed, these jutsu aren't lethal. Actually, they don't have much use in battle either if compared to other jutsu. Instead, I think that they are the means to improve the control of the wind element. I think they will be very important in the future when I will be learning more complex and powerful wind jutsu. Wind levitation is basically using winds in order to raise inanimate objects in the air. The weight of the object that can be levitated and the height to which it can be carried, as well as the time for which it can be levitated, depends on the user's control over the wind element, as well as their stamina and focus. Projectile control jutsu uses wind to control the projectiles launched around the user. So a shuriken, or a thrown kunai, or senbon, can be manipulated to change direction with the help of winds. Wind retrieving jutsu uses winds to pull objects towards the user. It's similar to Nagato's universal pull, except it's done with the help of winds, and power depends entirely on the user. And Gale Jutsu just creates a small wind flow in a direction. It doesn't cause any harm, but has a couple of good uses. For example, it could be used to cover up any footsteps left behind, or change the direction of winds around you to restrict the directions your scent can be carried to. Besides, it probably also serves as a base to all wind jutsu that involves blowing out air. On concluding his analysis, he sighed, thinking, I'll have to learn all these jutsu, not for combat, but to improve my control over wind. That said, wind clone, levitation, control, and pulling, these are excellent jutsu for pranking. I wonder if the ones who made these were pranksters or something. While thinking about it, an incredibly evil idea popped into Fujin's head. An idea that would have made the lives of Konoha citizens a living nightmare. He thought, I wonder what kind of shit Naruto would pull if he knew these 5 jutsu. He sucked as a student, maybe as a ninja too, but he was easily tier S in terms of pranks. Damn, I'm so tempted to teach him this stuff. I'd get enough content to laugh for a lifetime. Fujin had a laugh at that idea. Calming himself down and getting these distracting thoughts out of his mind, he started reading the rank D scrolls. After finishing them all, he concluded with a single thought, Damn, wind release is extremely powerful. That thought wasn't due to the jutsu being overpowered, but instead due to the growth potential of the wind jutsu. Some of those jutsu, if mastered and used correctly, could end up becoming as good as rank B or even rank A jutsu. He then analyzed each jutsu. Dust Cloud Jutsu is basically just a smokescreen. It should work well with me being a sensor and not needing eyesight to track the enemy. Also, it is very simple, so if I have time, it's worth learning. Slashing Wind Jutsu is the one Tamari spammed in the Chunin exam. While it packs good power, it requires a fan to use. It's not really my preferred weapon, so I'll probably skip this one. Breakthrough Jutsu is a powered-down version of Great Breakthrough Jutsu. No harm in learning it. I can later replace it with Great Breakthrough and then maybe with pressure damage. Gale Surge is a defensive jutsu. The user sends the air around the user in an outward direction. It could protect me from projectiles and could also disturb the enemy's rhythm, though its range is too short at merely 3 meters. Propelling winds is a movement technique. Small blasts of winds are released from the hands in order to help evade. This jutsu is pretty simple. I am not really a fan of it, however I have some ideas in the future that could require this jutsu as the base. Wind Explosion Jutsu seems very versatile. Chakra is infused into wind to form into a ball like Rasengan, and it explodes on impact. Though it isn't as powerful as the Rasengan and only causes slight damage, it is a very interesting jutsu. I wonder if a combination of this jutsu and Wind Clone Jutsu exists. It could make Wind Clones extremely lethal. Having analyzed all the jutsu, he had to make the tough final decision of deciding which jutsu to learn. He thought, all of these jutsu have good uses. However, will I be able to learn all of them? He was lost in his thoughts. Not able to reach a conclusion, he decided to calm himself a bit and analyzed further. As for how many of these jutsu I can learn, will depend on my speed of learning these jutsu, and just learning is rather pointless. I'll need to master them. For now, let's eliminate the ones I don't want to learn. It will be Slashing Wind Jutsu. He sighed, This is the only one I don't want to learn. I want to learn all the others. Never mind, let's list them in the order of importance. Rank E Jutsu are important to be able to get a better control of wind nature, so they are compulsory. Among the remaining, Wind Explosion Jutsu would probably be the most useful, considering its future potential. Next would be Wind Propelling Jutsu. While it in itself ain't that good, however, if in the future I'm able to create small blasts of wind willingly around my body to propel myself, then that might become a deadly fighting style. Breakthrough Jutsu would be next, as it forms the basis of a few stronger jutsu. Also, it provides an AoE option. Gale Surge and Dust Cloud will be the last ones. Gale Surge provides defense in one direction, but it is very temporary, and Dust Cloud just provides cover. I suppose that's enough calculations. I still have a few years before I may have to fight, so let's just try these jutsu. Hopefully a year will be enough for it. Next year, I would like to learn a few Earth-release jutsu, and probably 1 or 2 Genjutsu. I suppose this year I should also start with Genjutsu. Maybe a sword or 2. They go really well with wind release. Ending his train of thoughts, he read the scroll of wind release, Wind Clone Jutsu properly. After getting the basics down, He left the library, and on arriving in a secluded mini-forest, started training for it. However, what happened really surprised him. It only took him one try to be able to do the wind clone jutsu. He was left speechless by the ease of it. After calming himself, he analyzed, "The jutsu is very similar to normal clone jutsu, and I have already learned even shadow clones. Not to mention, my affinity is wind nature, and I have already trained a lot to master this element, so I suppose it's no wonder I'm able to learn it in one try. Actually, if I compare it with Itachi, then this achievement isn't much worth mentioning. He was able to do Fireball Jutsu, a rank C jutsu, on his first try, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal." He comforted himself saying, "It's all right, this is the fruit of my hard work over the last 3 years." He spent the rest of the day testing the capabilities of his wind clone. Unlike shadow clones, it didn't transfer memories back, but it didn't require high amounts of chakra either. Since it used the air around it, Fujin guessed that this is the most chakra-friendly clone jutsu. In merely a few hours, he managed to create 10 wind clones. It could do all the jutsu the main body could, except shadow clone, and would dispel on taking a hit. After experimenting, Fujin realized that in a head-on battle, wind clones would be more effective than shadow clones. Many times that day, he had the thought of going back to the library and learning another jutsu. However, he didn't act on that urge, as it might have attracted attention. He sighed thinking, "I should have found a way to steal those scrolls." After being satisfied with his progress, he returned home. On the way, he had a peculiar thought about the jutsu he had learnt so far. He thought, "Of the 6 jutsu I know, 3 of them are clone jutsu." The next day, he read and learnt gale jutsu. He had to first gather the chakra and then expel it from his mouth as a gust of wind. He was able to perform it properly after a few tries. The jutsu was really harmless. When he tried it on a tree, except some old leaves falling down, it didn't cause any harm to the tree at all. After an hour of practice, he could cover up the footsteps he left behind. Using the jutsu to change the direction of wind in a small area took a few hours to practice, though he had no idea how successful or unsuccessful he was at covering up his scent. He decided to have an Inuzuka check it sometime in the future. The next day, he tried learning wind levitation jutsu. While he didn't get this one on his first try, he still managed to perform it correctly within 10 minutes. He was able to levitate a leaf in air at a height of about 5 meters. It took him half an hour to do the same with a pebble. By the end of the day, he could levitate stones with a diameter of 15 centimeters, in at a height of 15 meters, and maintain it for 78 seconds. He had read in the scroll that this jutsu could be used to lift a boulder over 100 meters in the sky, and he guessed that even that wasn't its limit. So in the future, he could keep practicing it to his heart's content. The next day, he tried the projectile control jutsu, and he finally had a challenge. This jutsu needed really fine control over the wind. He created a wind clone and had it launch shurikens and tried to control it. After a few hours, he managed to change the direction of the shuriken, but he couldn't control it. Since the shuriken spun, he felt that it made the jutsu harder and decided to experiment with a kunai instead. It decreased the difficulty considerably, and at the end of the day, he managed to maintain decent control on a thrown kunai. He practiced this jutsu for another 3 days in order to get a better hang of it. After these 4 days, he felt as if he had a better grasp on the wind element. The following day, he tried the wind retrieving jutsu. Attracting an object towards yourself by having the winds flow towards you proved to be a challenge. The wind flowing towards yourself was the first obstacle. The second was that if he was able to create a strong enough wind flow, he himself would be affected by it. That issue made Fujin wonder if he could create wind paths around himself to perform this jutsu. He left that thought for the future. It took him 3 days to learn this jutsu and be comfortable with it. He returned the Shadow Clone Scroll to Hiruzen after that. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 21. Wind Release Jutsu. 2. Chapter 21 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. It took just 10 days for Fujin to learn the 5-rank E-Wind Release Jutsu. With 1 more month of vacation still remaining, he started training for the rank D Jutsu. He revamped his plans thinking, "My initial plans were to learn in order of their importance, but since I'm able to learn at such a quick pace, let's just learn in the order of ease of learning them. So let's do Breakthrough Jutsu first, and follow it up with Dust Cloud Jutsu and Gale Surge." On getting all the required data from the library, he began the training for Breakthrough Jutsu. The initial process was very similar to Gale Jutsu, only the amount of chakra he had to gather was larger. The winds generated needed to have much more power. Also, the winds had to be made sharper to cause damage. On his initial few tries, the result was only as good as Gale Jutsu, but he could clearly see where he should improve. In merely 15 minutes, he was able to expel a stronger gust of wind from his mouth. He noted, "It ain't very powerful yet, but its damage should be damn good if paired with a fire jutsu." Anyways, this jutsu will require a lot of work. The process of gathering chakra, as well as the process of converting chakra into wind, should be faster. The chakra gathered should be larger as well to increase the damage done. He practiced it for 7 days, until he got the hang of the jutsu. He also tested it on a poor tree, which resulted in it losing the majority of its leaves and many branches. His thoughts were, "That's good. Though it probably won't kill anyone, it can easily injure most genins." The next day, he grabbed the scroll for Dust Cloud Jutsu and memorized it. This jutsu was incredibly easy. Its process was similar to Breakthrough Jutsu, just that it had to be focused on the ground to lift the dust above. It also had some aspects of wind levitation jutsu to ensure that the dust cloud existed for a longer time. He was able to raise a dust cloud on his very first try. However, it lasted a very short time. Properly incorporating the wind levitation aspect took a few hours, but by the end of the day, the progress was sufficient. The next day, he began training for Gale Surge Jutsu. It was almost the opposite of wind retrieving jutsu. Here he had to distill the air around him with his chakra, and then suddenly release it up to 3 meters in a direction. In a way, it resembled the almighty push of Nagato. Of course, the power was extremely lacking. This jutsu didn't really provide a very good defense. However, Fujin's reason for learning this jutsu was due to a couple of ideas he had with it. The first being to increase the range and power of this jutsu, and the second was to be able to release wind in every direction around him. That way, this jutsu could become incredibly disruptive. If the range and power is increased, then it'll be perfect to create a nuisance on a battlefield, whereas an omnidirectional release would be helpful in case he's ever surrounded by enemies. It again took him only a day to learn this jutsu and practice it to an acceptable level. On the next day, he started learning the wind explosion jutsu. He treated this jutsu as a practice for his Rasengan later on. Here he had to gather the wind and shape it into a spherical form and infuse a little chakra in it. That was the difference between it and Rasengan. Rasengan was purely made of chakra, whereas this jutsu was majorly made of wind and only had a small % of chakra in it. Since the amount of chakra was low, these spheres could be launched at the enemy. Since he was already practicing for Rasengan, this jutsu became much easier to learn. Within a couple of hours, he was able to get the jutsu right for the first time. After trying it for a few times on nearby trees, he concluded, "Though the chakra infused in the winds explodes, it is not what causes the damage. The damage is caused by the winds, which become lethal after the explosion. They can cause a large amount of cuts, and some of them can be very deep. I tried to infuse more chakra to increase the power of the explosion. However, it didn't work as the wind sphere couldn't move as fast or as long distance. Even if I increase the amount of winds to maintain the ratio of chakra to wind, the sphere still becomes very bulky and no longer has the same speed." He sighed. "I guess upgrading it would be a very complex task. Anyways, I should instead try to change my point of view. Perhaps I should try to combine this jutsu in the wind clone jutsu. If the wind clones can explode in this manner, then it will transform into a killing strike." The practice for wind explosion jutsu continued for a week. After the first day, Fujin stopped improving the wind sphere and instead focused on increasing his speed of forming the sphere and the speed of launching the spheres. His goal was to be able to launch these explosive spheres one after another without any breaks. That way, though it won't be a killing blow, it'll still cause a lot of damage to anyone who couldn't dodge or block these spheres. It could also cause death due to having lost too much blood. However, he was still quite far from reaching that stage. On the following day, he started learning the propelling winds jutsu. Here the task was to gather the chakra in his hands and burst it in a direction. That burst would apply an opposite force on him and move him in the opposite direction. This technique could be used to change directions quickly. However, in terms of movement on land, this technique was quite inferior to the body flicker. Its advantage lay when the user's feet weren't on ground, as this jutsu was very convenient to use while in air. Thanks to all his training over the past month, creating bursts was very easy. The issue was in controlling the amount of movement he had. Also, his footwork needed a lot of adjustments. To employ this jutsu, one had to be very light on his feet and allow himself to be pushed back by the burst. While he could control the amount of force of the burst, the force applied back changed in accordance to how much pressure was applied on his feet. That was incredibly hard to control. On the third day of its training, he managed to bypass this issue by using two tactics. The first was, he would slightly jump in the direction where he wanted to go to and then use the burst to push him there. The second was to use the burst and then force his feet off the ground instantly, which would make him move out of the way. However, the control for the second one was lacking a lot. It would cause him to flip in the air a couple of times, which could be dangerous in a fight if the enemy followed and persisted with his or her attack. He trained to improve his control over this jutsu for 6 days, after which he was happy with his progress. That night after dinner, he decided to sit down and think about his current status. He thought, in the last 32 days, I have learnt 5 rank E wind release jutsus and 5 rank D wind release jutsus. Including the 3 basic ninjutsu, body flicker, and shadow clones, I now knew 15 jutsus in all. He analyzed his jutsu further and concluded, my wind clone jutsu makes the normal clone jutsu redundant. I should completely drop its usage. Gale jutsu 2 doesn't need any more work. It can cover footsteps adequately and in fights. Breakthrough jutsu is much better. That leaves 13 jutsus. Even though I have learnt them, if I talk about truly mastering a jutsu, then I have probably mastered just one jutsu, which is body flicker jutsu, on which I spent 10 whole months. Next, I should focus on mastering these wind release jutsus, especially to perform them without hand signs. Even though the body flicker jutsu took 10 months to master, if I have learnt anything in the last 1 month, it's that either my talent in wind nature is extremely high, or these wind release jutsus were very easy. So mastering them shouldn't take very long. I could also upgrade my substitution jutsu by substituting with my wind clone rather than nearby logs or other objects. Other than that, I could also try to combine wind clone and wind explosion jutsu. Similarly, I should experiment trying to use body flicker and wind propelling jutsu simultaneously. If body flicker jutsu could freely change directions, then it will be extremely lethal, and I still have to learn to strengthen my weapons using wind chakra. After thinking about these ideas, Fujin decided to think how he could get his hands on rank C jutsu. He thought, I'm not sure if I can get access to rank C and rank B jutsu anytime soon. I could ask Genki, but even if I am successful, I don't think he'd give me more than 2 or 3 jutsu. And that'll also attract a lot of attention. I could ask Hiruzen for access to higher sections in the library after the 3rd year exam, but I'm doubtful that he'd agree. Even if he did agree, I will probably be monitored when I enter the library. And if they see me reading those high-ranked jutsus, they may have someone keep an eye on me. That would mean that I can't practice ninjutsu secretly like I do right now. And if they sent someone good enough to avoid me from sensing him, that would mean my skills would be known to Hiruzen and soon to Danzo. He sighed. Leave it, let's follow stability. There's no point in taking such a huge risk. If I master all my current jutsu and also a few earth release jutsu and can't progress any further, then I can consider graduating early. Over the past year, he had thought quite a bit about graduating early. His thoughts were, initially, I thought that graduating early would attract a lot of attention. Perhaps it still would in Naruto's generation. But right now, graduating early seems to be highly supported and even encouraged by teachers. In the last 2 years, there were many who graduated after their 4th or 5th year in the academy. A few even graduated after the 3rd year. I guess the village wants to have new ninjas join in their ranks as soon as possible, which is why it may be encouraged right now. Though if someone graduates at 6 or 7, then it'll still attract a lot of attention. During this vacation, Fujin had almost entirely focused on ninjutsu. His routine was work out in the morning and then ninjutsu training the whole day. When he ran out of chakra, then he would practice meditation or practice shuriken throwing. Everything else was halted. Fujin decided to continue practicing his wind jutsus in the last week of vacation. However, he started additional training. He started trying to hit his wind clones with shurikens in order to improve his skill at it. Though he wasn't sure whether to be upset about his shuriken throwing skills or be happy at his clone's speed and maneuverability, as he didn't manage to hit his wind clone even once. However, he did improve at a rapid pace. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 22. Fuinjutsu's Chapter 22 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The 3rd year started after the vacation. This year, Genki focused on other crucial aspects of a ninja apart from fighting capabilities. Fujin was a bit surprised that he didn't push for any more advanced jutsu, but on thinking for a bit, he understood more than half of the class isn't able to keep up. Considering that he asked me to learn wind nature, I'm guessing he gave similar advice to others who could keep up. This way, the struggling ones would catch up and the students who are performing well can reach the next level. I guess they want to ensure that every single kid from this class becomes a capable ninja to fill up the void left by the dead. Still, from his speech, it seems like everything will be taught in this year itself. After the lectures were over, Fujin went to the library. He went in section E and picked up the scroll named Introduction to Fuinjutsu. He recalled reading it a couple of years back. He read it once again, this time properly. On reading, he analyzed. Fuinjutsu contains 2 parts. The first is the writing part. However, this has 2 parts as well. First, the language. Fuinjutsu has special symbols, which I have to understand before attempting to make seals. I will need to learn to draw each symbol properly, as well as infuse my chakra in the mentioned manner. Any mistakes would make the seal fail and could cause unintended complexities if the seal did something else. This is actually very similar to hand signs, just that the number of symbols is much higher. The symbols serve various functions. The main function I can see is its ability to produce an element. There are symbols for each of the 5 elements and symbols which can suppress or enhance them. There are also symbols to control time and space. A simple storage seal has a lot of space symbols, whereas a complex one will not only have space symbols, but also time symbols to ensure that time slows down in that storage seal. The second was the logic part. This part is very similar to coding on Earth. Since I know coding, this part is easier for me. However, it ain't much of an advantage. Coding is pretty easy to learn. I'm sure the brighter kids from my class could pick it up within a week or 2. After the writing part, the next part was to mold my chakra to create what the seal is used for. For a simple sealing scroll, I would have to create that storage space with the help of the symbols and also set up the conditions for activating the seal. Sigh, this is pretty complicated. Anyways, let's start. I should start with the symbols, but there are hundreds of them. It'll take months if I try to learn them all, so I'll just pick a seal and learn its symbols. That way I could monitor my progress. After analyzing all the seals in the scroll, he decided to learn the most used seal, the storage seal. It used 16 types of symbols. Majority of it were different types of space symbols. A few increased the amount of space in the seal. Some restricted the space in order to maintain the boundaries. Some ensured that the space stayed stable, and so on. He drew the required symbols perfectly on a spare scroll, and also took down notes related to it. He had seen a few others do the same in the library, so he wasn't worried about getting into trouble, though he was very surprised at Konoha's magnanimity. Once that was done, he left the library. He went to the market and transformed in an alleyway. After searching for a bit, he found the shop he was looking for. There he bought the special ink required for Fuinjutsu, as well as special scrolls for the same. The scrolls were made of a special material. It was much sturdier and could apparently last for centuries if not damaged by external force. It could easily bear the chakra applied to it while seals were inscribed on it. The special ink, on the other hand, would make infusing chakra much easier. Trying to make the symbols with normal ink was a lot harder to do. However, there was another substitute for this special ink. That was the blood of a ninja. These items were quite expensive, though. The scrolls cost 60 ryo each, and a small bottle of ink cost 100 ryo. He bought 5 bottles of ink and 5 scrolls to practice. He sighed, thinking, I hope these last a few months at least. I only have 4,370 ryo left with me. He then went home, and on reaching there, he made a shadow clone. A couple of months of crazy physical training, high amount of meditation, and constant ninjutsu training till he dropped due to lack of chakra had resulted in a high rate of growth of his chakra. It had increased by around 25%. It implied that he could now make 2 shadow clones if he wanted to. However, both will barely have any chakra to do anything. If he made 1 shadow clone with exactly 50% chakra, then that shadow clone could last till his chakra dropped to 32% of Fujin's max chakra. So effectively, it had more than doubled the shadow clone's usable chakra. Fujin and his clone started the work on the first symbol. After trying it for half an hour, Fujin confirmed, as I thought, the amount of chakra needed to practice this is quite low. This is good news for me, as my shadow clone will last a lot longer. Calculating from my clone's remaining chakra, I'd say he'll be able to last 4 hours while practicing these symbols. After an hour's practice, he dispelled his clone. On dispelling it, he got all the memories from the clone, along with a minor headache. He created another shadow clone. This time, the clone practiced the symbol for 2 hours, took a break of 2 hours, then practiced it again for 1 hour, and then took another 1 hour break followed by 1 hour practice. Fujin went out to practice shuriken throwing on a wind clone and increasing the radius of his chakra field. He didn't practice any ninjutsu, as practicing it with only half his chakra wouldn't last very long. After 7 hours, he dispelled his clone. This time the headache was a bit worse, but still bearable. However, recalling Hiruzen's instructions, he decided to sleep. He was very happy with what he had done today. After waking up early the next morning, he thought, excellent, the experiment was successful. Now that my shadow clone can last 7 hours and practice these symbols for 4 hours, I can leave my shadow clone at home, and it can keep practicing Fuinjutsu while I'm at the academy. I guess my chakra needs to increase by another 20 to 25% so that my clone could practice for 7 hours straight. Still, I need to decide what the clone should do in the spare 3 hours. He thought for a bit, and then it clicked him. Yeah, why not? I should buy a few cooking books for the clone to learn. In the past 2 years, I have learnt to make various breakfasts, but I didn't learn to make a proper lunch or dinner as I didn't have much spare time. This seems the perfect opportunity to learn it. Alright, today, after the academy, I'll buy the books. Happy at the possibility of finally being able to eat delicious meals, he decided to analyze his daily routine. So with this sorted, I will continue to do my physical training in the morning. During lectures, my clone can practice Fuinjutsu while my main body pays attention for important lectures and work on my chakra field in the remaining time. After the lecture is over, I'll have to return home, dispel the clone, and take a short, probably an hour's sleep. Then I can practice my ninjutsu and shuriken throwing. And the year continued in this manner. Genki taught a lot of practical knowledge that was needed for ninjas, and Fujin continued his hard training. Fujin did note that the class was a bit more serious this year. He thought, I guess his one-on-one talks had a good effect. After 6 months, Fujin was able to do the rank E wind release jutsus with no hand signs, only the wind clone needed a single hand sign. Among rank D, he could do wind propelling jutsu without hand signs, however the rest required 1 or 2 hand signs. 23 days before the exams for the 3rd year were up, he managed to do all but 2 without hand signs. Only Dust Cloud Jutsu still required a couple of hand signs, and Wind Clones still required one hand sign. Similarly, Shadow Clone, too, had dropped to just one hand sign, the Clone Seal, which he wasn't able to do without hand signs. His Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu now were able to do much higher damage, and all the other Wind Release Jutsus had been mastered to a certain extent. It took his clone 3 months to master those 16 symbols and another month to successfully make a storage seal. It took another month of practice to be able to do it comfortably without any mistakes. He had spent 4,000 ryo on the materials till then, leaving him only with a little over 2,000 ryo with him. He had created 5 proper sealing scrolls. Each time when he bought the materials, he had bought it from different shops under different disguises. Of the 5 shopkeepers he met, he had observed that one of them seemed greedy and with loose morals. He thought, I can't continue the expenditure on Fuinjutsu. Probably another 4 months before I'm totally broke, so I'll have to sell my scrolls. Trouble is, whom to sell. I can't give out my identity, and I'm not sure if any shopkeeper will agree to buy without knowing the seller. Sigh, I'll have to approach the one with low morals and greedy nature. Luckily, one of the shopkeepers fits the bill. Unless he has put up a facade, so I should take some precautions. Preferably, I should send a clone under Transformation Jutsu. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 23, The First Deal. Chapter 23 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Over the next few days, he had his shadow clone spy on the shopkeeper. Genki's training for stealth was really helpful during this period. His name was Ging. He was probably in his 40s. The clone observed his actions and his movements to see whether he is a hidden ninja. He had already tried to sense his chakra. It was merely at the civilian level. Fujin wondered if at some point in the past, Konoha conducted a drive to unlock chakra of a lot of people. He also observed his dealings with other customers, where he keeps his inventory, where he keeps his cash, and so on. The spying was quite successful, as on one lucky instance, he heard Ging bargaining with his supplier on the price of some of the items. On hearing them talk, he understood that the supplier sold an explosion tag to him for 500 ryo and storage scroll for 1,1200 each, while he sold the storage scroll for 1,1500 ryo and the explosion tags for 750 ryo to his customers. After being sure that he was a safe target, he sent his shadow clone with the 5 scrolls. His clone took the appearance of a middle-aged man and approached Ging when no one was in his shop. On seeing him approach, Ging put up a kind smile and said, "Hello, what do you want to buy?" Fujin's clone replied, "Hello, I'm not here to buy, but to sell." Hearing that, Ging was quite surprised. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sell? Who are you?" Fujin's clone replied, "You can call me Zoro." Ging noticed the fact that the man in front of him asked him to call that. He then asked, "What do you want to sell?" Fujin's clone paused for a moment and stared in his eyes. He then said, "Storage scrolls." Ging, trying to gain an upper hand in any negotiations, said dismissively, "I already have 3 suppliers for storage scrolls. Why should I buy from you?" Fujin's clone smirked and replied, "Because my scrolls are better." That statement got Ging interested. He asked, "How? And I'll inspect your scroll first before buying from you." Fujin's clone maintained his smirk and replied, "Suit yourself," and handed him a scroll. Ging took the scroll and invited him to a room inside the shop. On the way, he asked, "So what's the name of your company and who is the person in charge of it?" However, he was dismissively answered with, "You don't need to concern yourself with it." Hearing that, Ging thought, "Oh, a secret organization? So either he is someone who doesn't want anyone to know that he can make storage scrolls, or he has a secret organization behind him which probably does some shady work. Hey, I'll make a ton of profits from this sheep." On reaching the room, Ging started inspecting the scroll. Fujin Clone's claim wasn't empty. A standard storage scroll has 10 storage seals in it. However, the one he made had 12 seals in it. When he saw Ging inspecting the scroll, Fujin's clone thought, "It isn't difficult to make 12 seals in a single scroll. You just have to draw the seals closer to each other." Actually, if anyone wants to make an optimal storage scroll while keeping the size of the scroll the same, then he could make 25 seals in the scroll. However, for the ones who mass-produce these seals, 10 is the optimal number. The reason is that many buyers don't need more than 10 seals in a scroll. And for the ones who want more, the producers would profit more if they bought more scrolls. It also resulted in less effort needed to make the scroll. So it had become an optimal number for them to make maximum profits. However, I don't have any such restrictions. I just want to make some money to continue practicing Fuinjutsu. On looking at the number of seals in the scroll, Ging had similar thoughts. However, he could also think even further than Fujin as he had a lot more experience and information. He analyzed, while just having 2 more seals might not seem such a big deal to normal people, but I know the ninjas who want to buy scrolls having more storage seals in them. Just last week, one Junan was talking about the convenience of having a storage scroll with more seals. I can sell this scroll to him for a much higher price. Probably even over 2,000 ryo. Then he looked at Fujin and thought, now the only question is whether he is aware of its value or not. After a few moments, his expression became unpleasant and he angrily said, "Your scrolls only have 2 seals more, and the quality of each seal is the same as others. 10 seals are already more than enough for a single scroll. I will buy it from you, however I'll pay you the same price as I pay to my suppliers." Knowing the kind of guy the shopkeeper was, Fujin's clone smirked again and said, Now, we both know that ain't true. There are too many ninjas who will willingly buy scrolls with more seals." Ging, however, dismissively replied, "Yes, but they won't be willing to pay higher. Still, seeing that you could add 2 more seals, I'll pay you a bit more. Instead of 1,000 ryo, I'll pay you 100 ryo." Hearing that, Fujin's clone scoffed and said, "Do you think I live under a mountain? The standard scrolls are supplied for around 1,1200 to 1,250 ryo. Even if you consider the least at 1,100 ryo, just considering that it has 20% higher seals would raise the price to 1,440 ryo. Not to mention the fact that some ninjas might be willing to pay more." Hearing that put a lot of pressure on Ging. He internally sighed at the numbers thrown by the other party. The haggling continued for a few more minutes. Ging took advantage of the fact that the opposite party wasn't willing to reveal his origins, and used that point to decrease the buying price to 1,150 ryo. After the haggling was over, Fujin's clone thought, "Sigh, that was some intense haggling. This fellow is much better at haggling than me. But either way, while he may think that he made a profit, just being able to sell these scrolls for over 1,000 ryo each is more than enough for me." He then smirked internally, thinking, well, I still have one more advantage to play. While he may be a better haggler, I have the advantage of being the lone supplier of the 12 seal storage scrolls. Hehe, I am so interested in looking at his final decision. After deciding the price to be 1,150 ryo, Ging asked, "So Zoro, how many scrolls do you have to sell?" Fujin's clone didn't reply. Instead, he placed 4 scrolls in front of him. Looking at that, Ging was at a loss of words. He thought, just 4? So including the one I inspected, there are only 5. What is he playing at? Seeing that the seller wasn't saying anything further, he showed an enraged expression and asked angrily, "Only 5? You wasted all my time for only 5 scrolls?" Fujin's clone calmly replied, "The boss has sent a few like me to other shopkeepers to sell it too. Depending upon the price each shopkeeper gives for these scrolls, the future sales to those shops will be decided." After hearing that, Ging's expression was really a sight to see. Fujin's clone had a laugh internally. It was the first time in their negotiation that Ging had lost his composure. Fujin's clone's thoughts were, while I don't necessarily need a higher price, doing this would cast much lesser doubts on me. Also, the existence of a boss behind me will keep this fellow from going overboard. Ging, however, got lost in his thoughts. Damn, what to do now? By buying 1 scroll for 1,150 ryo, I probably won't get any more scrolls from him in the future. But if I pay high and others still pay higher, then I still might not get any in the future. Still though, a boss and more people like him? Are they trying to change the whole storage scrolls market? He thought for a bit more and then asked, Will you be selling all your scrolls to only the one who buys it for the highest price, or others as well? Fujin's clone replied, "We will be selling it to many shopkeepers. Only the amount of scrolls we sell to them would depend on the prices they offer. Of course, the ones who offer lower than average might not get any, but I'm not privy to the exact plans." Jing analyzed for a minute and then sighed. He thought, buying it for a low price would mean killing the goose that drops the golden eggs. But how much should I buy it for? I don't want to pay a lot for it. Otherwise, my profits won't be enough. Let me go with 500 ryo. That should be enough to earn higher off them than normal storage scrolls. He then offered a price of 1 to 500 ryo per scroll. They completed their deal and talked a bit about how and when future deals would happen. Fujin's clone walked out of the shop with 7,500 ryo. He handed the money to Fujin in an alleyway while he wandered off a bit and dispelled himself after confirming that there was no one around. After looking at the cash, Fujin's thoughts were, wow, am I really that good at negotiating? However, after getting his clone's memories back, he thought, nope, I am probably closer to a novice rather than a master. It was just that the final bluff was too much of a temptation for him to ignore. Probably he also thought that a powerful organization might be behind me, which threatened him a bit. Well, whatever. This is good cash. I should consider selling scrolls often to him. He then went to a few other shops under different disguises to buy materials. He bought 30 bottles of ink, 25 scrolls, and 200 blank paper tags. The blank paper tags cost 10 ryo each. So in all, he spent 6,500 ryo on the materials. He then bought some meat and returned home. He thought, now that I should definitely increase my meat consumption. The meat business here is entirely dominated by the Akimichi clan. All the shops which sell meat belong to them. I wonder if it is because they are good at it due to economy of scale, or if they were given monopoly over this business when they joined Konoha. After that day, Fujin began learning other seals too. He learned a few basic ones like heat seal, cool seal, hard seal, soft seal, shock seal, and wet seal. These seals used elemental symbols. However, the number of symbols required was much lower as compared to a storage seal, as these did very basic things. The heat seal could only be used to warm a room, while the cool seal absorbed heat from the surroundings to make the room cooler. Shock seal could apply a small electric shock, but it was very harmless too, as Fujin could bear that shock without any issue. Hard seal was used to harden a surface or an object, whereas soft seal did the reverse. Wet seal was used to gather the moisture from the air and make the surface it had been stuck to wet. All these seals had to be made on a paper tag, and to use it, it would have to be applied on a surface and be activated. The elemental seals had a requirement of the creator being able to use those elements. But since these seals were very basic, he could do it despite not having mastered fire, water, and lightning natures. In all, it took him 4.5 months to learn all these seals. During this time, he also started selling 20 storage scrolls to Ging every month for 30,000 ryo. He kept the amount low so that the major suppliers of storage scrolls won't be annoyed by him and try to find him. On the other hand, Ging was very happy too, as he could sell these scrolls for around 2,300 ryo. By the time third year's exams were up, Fujin had saved over 100,000 ryo. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 24. Graduation Exam. Chapter 24 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the third year, Genki had focused entirely on the basic skills. It made this year a lot more fun. After having taught one skill entirely, he used to come up with games so that everyone would get used to using it. For instance, after teaching how to move stealthily. He gave everyone 29 tags with their roll numbers written on it. Everyone had to put these tags on the backs of other 29 students and avoid others putting those tags on their own back. Thanks to Fujin being a censor, no one managed to put any tag on his back. The few who tried to sneak up got a punch or an elbow to their face. While hunting wild animals had resulted in most students making some really funny faces. Killing an animal didn't create an issue for everyone, though Fujin did sigh, thinking, I never thought that my first kill in this world would be a freaking rabbit. The fun part, according to Genki, which he enjoyed the most, was having everyone cut open the animal they hunted, clean it, and prepare it for cooking. An act that disgusted most of the students, including Fujin, as he had never done anything like this in his earlier life. Only Nobu was completely unaffected. And in order to make everyone learn cooking properly, Genki banned bringing lunch to the academy for a few days. Their lunch was the wild animal they cooked. Later in the year, he also introduced tree climbing as a chakra control exercise for his students. In this manner, the year progressed. 1 week before the final exams, Genki dropped the news that surprised Fujin. He thought, while I did know about it, for the announcement to be made this suddenly is surprising. Genki had announced, if there is anyone among you who wants to attempt the graduation exam, then let me know within the next 3 days. However, by the end of the day, Genki did regret announcing that right in the morning. He sighed. Damn, I should have announced it when the lectures ended. No one paid attention to today's lectures. After going home, Fujin thought hard about it. On analyzing, he concluded, there's still a lot more for me to learn. Right now, my wind jutsus, basic jutsus, shadow clones, body flicker, shuriken throwing, and taijutsu has progressed to the level that I'm satisfied with. But I still have to learn earth release jutsus, and also need to work on sword skills and genjutsu. As for fuinjutsu, though it has been coming along well, I still haven't started on the intermediate level seals which are available in Section D of the library. And there's also Rasengan still left to master. Also, while graduating will ensure that I won't have to waste time in the academy, but since Konoha currently is suffering a shortage of ninjas, I suppose my free time might be curtailed rather than getting more time to train. Also, the missions might have more risk than usual, especially with the Third War still fresh in everyone's minds. Alright then, I won't participate in it. While the top scorer not attempting the graduation exam might raise questions, it's better than dying on some rank C mission gone wrong. However, unlike Fujin, the other kids from his class were perfectly brainwashed by the will of fire, and hence many were interested in participating in the graduation exam. However, knowing that they won't be able to pass, many parents didn't allow their children to take part in the exams. In the end, there were 7 students who decided to participate in the graduation exam. Yori, Nobu, Teru, Hoka, a civilian kid, and the 2 from Aburame and Hatake clans decided to attempt the exam. Fujin did see that Genki was a bit disappointed in him not attempting the graduation exam, but he was relieved as Genki didn't talk with him on the matter. The graduation exam was around a week after the 3rd year exam. He was satisfied with his progress in wind release and decided to start training earth release jutsus, and hence visited the library. This is probably the last time during the academy when it'll be theory heavy. But since the previous feedback mentioned that there was too much theory, so I won't go into explanation of each and every jutsu. If Fujin or someone else decides to learn them later, I'll explain the jutsu then. He looked at every earth release jutsu in Section E and Section D and made a list. The first thing he noticed was that Konoha had a lot more earth release jutsus as compared to wind, though it wasn't really surprising considering the low number of wind release users. The list of earth release jutsus he created was Rock Throw Jutsu E, Rock Shield Jutsu, Stone Bracers Jutsu, Swift Earth Jutsu, Earth Release Transformation Jutsu, Trapping Jutsu, Mud Moat Jutsu, D, Earth Clone Jutsu, Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu, Stone Shuriken Jutsu Headhunter Jutsu, Pebble Baround Shaking Jutsu, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu, Earth Mound Creation Jutsu, Mud Interceptor Jutsu, Earth Military Movement Jutsu, Stone Breastplate Jutsu, Mud Weight Jutsu, Earth Release Camp Jutsu, Earth Release Note Jutsu. His first thoughts were, no Earth Wall Jutsu? That's a rather simple jutsu to be ranked higher. Even the Iron Skin Jutsu of Kakuzu isn't here. I hope it is there in higher sections. He then began reading each and every jutsu and started analyzing them. It took him around 2 hours to go through each and every one of them. He concluded, the Earth Release Jutsus are more comprehensive than the Wind Release Jutsus. The only point where it is bad is that the offense is lacking a bit. Surprisingly, many of the jutsus in this list have a similar potential like wind ones. However, there is one big drawback. Most of the earth-released jutsus, especially the ones with high potential, will be severely restrained if the fight is over a water body. Now that I think about it, Iwa is pretty lucky to not share any border with Kiri. Otherwise, they'd be in very passive situations in the wars. Anyways, I can ignore all offense-oriented earth-released jutsus. For defense, Rock Shield Jutsu is a good option. It probably is an inferior version of Earth Wall Jutsu, so it can be upgraded later. I also wonder if I could use the Hard Seal to make the shield more durable. For trapping, Mud Moat Jutsu is a good option. It creates a 6 feet deep moat with 6 feet radius around the user. It should serve as a base for that rank A Swamp Jutsu, which Jiraiya had. I don't recall the name, though. As for movement, Earth Military Movement Jutsu is a must-learn. It allows traveling through the ground for short distances. Having another way to escape is always good. Earth Release. Camp Jutsu is pretty handy too. It can make a cave within mountains. There are a few small hills in the village, like the one where there is a waterfall. I could try this jutsu somewhere near there. Also, these 4 jutsus make a neat combo. I could use Camp Jutsu to build a cave within a mountain, then use Rock Shield Jutsu to hide the entrance. Prepare a moat around the mountain, and if anyone manages to find the cave, then I can escape with Earth Military Movement Jutsu. He began his training for the Earth Release Jutsus. While he hadn't honed his Earth nature as much as Wind nature, he still had honed it a lot. He could crumble boulders to dust in just a few seconds. That's why he managed to learn them very quickly. However, they were a bit tougher to learn when compared to Wind Release Jutsus. He learnt Rock Shield Jutsu within a few minutes, and then spent a couple of days on it to increase the size and durability of the rock shield that he used to raise from the ground. He also attempted to apply the hard seal on the rock shield he raised. It increased the durability of the shield. However, applying the seal and activating it took around 1.5 seconds to pull off, something he might not have in a fight. The Camp Jutsu was learnt within a day. Though the cave was a bit dusty, he could just use Breakthrough Jutsu to clean up all the dust. He could also use the Rock Shield Jutsu to cover up the entrance if he wanted to hide, though he had to leave a small space open in order for air to circulate. He didn't bother perfecting this jutsu as there was no need for it right now. The next was the Mud Moat Jutsu. It had an aspect of water nature as well, so it took him close to a week to learn it. He would need to improve his water nature if he had to improve this jutsu further, so he decided to leave this matter for his future self. And lastly, he practiced Earth Military Movement Jutsu. This one was quite difficult to learn. The jutsu involved moving through the ground like he is swimming, so he had to soften the ground a lot to be able to do that. It took him 11 days to pull it off successfully for the first time. It took another 2 weeks for him to be able to move around more freely. He was only limited by the amount of oxygen he had underground. The softening of the ground resulted in some oxygen entering underground, however it was very limited. He stopped when he was able to move 100 meters. He thought, alright, the Earth Release Jutsus have been learnt, though I still need to work more on Rock Shield Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu. However, I can do that slowly over the next year. Next, I need to learn chakra flow. He went to the library to learn about it. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 of Naruto the Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He visited the library and searched in all 4 sections he had access to. Surprisingly, he didn't find a single scroll on what he wanted. He thought, this is surprising. Does it mean that they are kept in a higher section, or do they not provide that technique for normal ninjas? While leaving the library, he analyzed for a bit more. Yeah, that might be the case. Infusing chakra into weapons isn't that big of a deal. If I recall right, most samurai were able to do it. However, in Konoha, Asuma was the only one I recall to do it. And Danzo too was able to do it, but his method was different. Anyways, I suppose I'll have to try it myself. I don't think Genki or his friends might know this. On the way back to the mini-forest, he thought of various ways to do it. His first thoughts were, let's just try to flow my chakra through a kunai like I try to do it when trying to cut a leaf. Only instead of trying to cut the kunai, I'll try to make its edges sharper. He then tried to implement that trick. However, he had many troubles in doing it. He had instantaneous success in what he was trying to do, as he was able to imbue his kunai with his chakra on his first try. However, the chakra amount that got imbued was very low, and even after trying to infuse more chakra in it for 2 days, he didn't improve much. Also, while the kunai's sharpness and penetrating capabilities improved, it wasn't much, and he didn't make any improvements over the couple of days. He thought, what a bummer. This seems to be a dead end. I guess having a chakra blade might aid, but something seems wrong. Perhaps I'll improve if I stick to this, however, it'll probably take years. I need to think of another way. He thought for a few hours, and then it clicked him. He decided to go the Hunter x Hunter way. He thought, yeah, that's right. I could try the similar way as in Hunter x Hunter. I'll first try to release my chakra and coat it all over my body, and then try and extend that coat to cover a kunai I'm holding. While the method is very inefficient, it should allow me to learn it faster. Once I'm able to do it, I'll have to practice doing it without coating my body and directly infusing chakra into the kunai. Coating the entire body with chakra wasn't something any ninja preferred to do. The reason was simple: insufficient chakra. Doing it would exhaust the chakra of the user very quickly. From what Fujin could recall, apart from the Jinchurikis, only the Raikages coated their body with chakra. Others would at most coat a body part or weapons to enhance them. Fujin began training in the new way, and it was very exhausting. In merely 7 minutes, he ran out of chakra. However, he could see that he was making some progress in extending his chakra to his kunai. It was slow, but a steady growth he observed in 7 minutes. He guessed that in around 10 attempts, he'll be able to perfectly coat the kunai with his chakra. However, with the chakra exhaustion, he could probably only train it around 3 or 4 times in a day. Not to mention, there was much more to do after coating the kunai with his chakra. Not wanting to waste weeks on this, he decided to buy soldier pills. After resting for a couple of hours, he went to his home to get cash and then left to buy the pills. He transformed in an alleyway and went to a shop that sold soldier pills. Soldier pills were extremely useful for a ninja. When he read it the first time, he was a bit amazed by it. A top-quality soldier pill could provide around 30 times the chakra of an average Junan. And it didn't do it right away, but provided the chakra in small parts every hour consistently over 3 days. It also released enzymes which stimulated the ninja to stay awake for 3 days. That's why someone who consumed a soldier pill could fight for 3 days straight. Unknown to Fujin, there were also better soldier pills, but they were custom-made for top ninjas and not available for everyone. Fujin decided to buy soldier pills of medium quality. These were mostly used by Chunins. Fujin's own chakra reserve now was much higher than an average fresh Genan. It was probably better than an average Genan. In the next year, his chakra reserves should grow to the same level as the weaker Chunin Academy teachers. Despite not yet having Chunin-level chakra reserves, he still decided to buy medium-quality soldier pills because of how exhausting the training was. He bought 5 pills for a total of 10,000 ryo. The prices did make him curse out, and also thank the fact that he had started learning Fuinjutsu. The next 3 days, he trained a lot. On the first day itself, he was able to coat his kunai with chakra. He then charged it with wind nature, and that had an immediate impact on the kunai's sharpness and penetrating power. The chakra extended the kunai's range by 5 centimeters. He experimented a bit with his new ability. He thought, excellent, I can cut through branches like I am cutting through thin air. While I can't cut a tree, it's because the size of the kunai is too small. With a sword, even that shouldn't be an issue. The kunai is also able to penetrate deep within a boulder. I recall Naruto and Asuma being able to penetrate through a boulder in one of the fillers, so I could try that. Honestly, if an enemy underestimates me and tries to block kunai, then he'll be very badly injured. But I do need to reduce the amount of chakra I need to do this. The next part of the training should be to directly try to coat the kunai without coating my whole body too. So how should I proceed? The thought for a bit, and then concluded, just directly trying to coat it will probably end up in failure. I should instead try to coat only my hand with chakra, and then try to extend it to kunai. I guess I could also try to train in how to infuse chakra in my punches in this way too. While it won't be Tsunade level, the power of chakra-infused punches should completely outmatch the power of normal punches. He then proceeded trying to coat only his fist with chakra. It took a few hours to be able to do that. He thought, okay, this wasn't so hard. He then tried to extend that chakra to kunai. While he was able to extend it, the amount of chakra he could now extend to the kunai was much lesser. He thought, I see, since I'm just coating my fist, that's why the amount of chakra I'm extending is much lesser. So basically I'll have to concentrate more chakra in my fist. He then started to concentrate more chakra in his fist. This was much harder than expected. It needed a very high level of chakra control to be able to do that. Luckily for Fujin, he had trained his chakra control a lot. It took a day for him to be able to double the chakra he could concentrate in his fist. Not satisfied with the amount, he kept on trying more. However, soon 3 days were about to be done. Hence, he decided to rush back home before it. As soon as it was 3 days, exhaustion hit him real hard. The side effect of using soldier pills was bad. Luckily, it was only a short-term exhaustion and didn't have any long-term effects. He straight away went to sleep, without setting any alarm. When he woke up, he looked at the clock and thought, oh, it's 8:10 a.m. Wait, I fell asleep yesterday at 4:30 p.m. So I slept for over 15 hours? Damn, the exhaustion hits hard. Also, I'm very hungry right now. After brushing and cleaning up, he grabbed a couple of ration bars and ate them. He did his morning workout, though it was 3 hours late, and decided to go out to eat meat for lunch in Yakiniku Q. He rested for the rest of the day and the next day continued his training. It took another 3 days for him to double the amount of chakra he could concentrate in his fist again. He thought, wow, I wonder how strong my punch is now. Let's test out on a boulder. On punching the boulder, a lot of cracks appeared on the boulder, but Fujin was screaming internally, bloody hell! This hurts like a bitch! After a few moments, he checked his fist and thought, wow, there are no visible injuries. Though it hurt a heck of a lot, it didn't cause any bleeding or injury. It only caused a few small scratches. I guess I have really become strong. He spent the next 15 days increasing the amount of chakra he could infuse in his kunai, and also making the chakra much sharper. While just infusing wind chakra in it had made it very potent, he had to shape his chakra to form a thin edge that aligned with the edges of his kunai for maximum effect. By the time the vacation was over, his kunai could penetrate through 3 4-meters wide boulders and get stuck in the 4th boulder. And the range of his kunai, due to chakra flow, was increased by 15 centimeters. However, he noticed that once he was able to increase the amount of chakra infused in the kunai and make it much sharper, it started to deteriorate the condition of his kunai. 2 days before the vacation was over, the kunai with which he was practicing with crumbled. He sighed, thinking, well, it was a kunai I picked up in the forest. I wonder if a new kunai will last longer. I guess I'll need to buy a few kunai later on. I should also check on the prices of chakra blades. The day before the academy started, he visited the best weapon store in Konoha to look for chakra blades. He hadn't transformed this time and just went in as an enthusiast. The reason was that he wanted to show an interest in it, and the fact that the shopkeeper was a retired ninja whose chakra was almost twice that of Genki. The prices, however, shocked him. He thought, what the fuck? A small chakra knife cost 2 million ryo. Heck, why didn't Kakuzu steal Asuma's chakra blades instead? And though they don't have any chakra swords, the details in the book say that the cheapest one costs 7.5 million ryo. The prices got him thinking, damn, what should I do? The costs are too high. If I focused a lot on fuinjutsu and sold a lot of seals, I might be able to make that much in a year or two, but it'll attract a lot of attention. Not to mention that the chakra swords have to be custom made, so trying to get it with a random disguise will most probably not work. I really doubt that the village won't pay any attention to such a big purchase. If I wait till I can earn by doing missions, I doubt I can earn this much till I am able to do rank A missions. That's a long time away. He thought for a bit more, and then it clicked. That's right, I do have the option of asking it as a reward from Hiruzen. This year, I'll train a lot to dual-wield swords, and even show off my training a bit to show everyone how interested I'm in swords. And Genki knows that my nature affinity is wind, so they will get the hint. Though there are two main problems, the first being that pretty much everyone will know about it. The second is whether Hiruzen will actually reward me something so expensive. He thought for a bit more. Oh well, fuck it. I can bypass the first issue by asking Hiruzen to hold on to my swords. When I'm confident that I can take on Junan's, I'll ask him for the swords. As for second, if he refuses, then I will ask him for smaller chakra blades. With all the crap he talks about the will of fire, it'll be damn fun to see how he would refuse a young kid twice. Sadly, I've built a rather mature and a bit nervous image, so I can't throw tantrums if he refused me twice. Though I'll definitely have my revenge if he says no twice despite boring me for hours year after year with his brainwashing speech. If he declines, then in the future I'll fund Naruto's pranks by supplying him with various seals. Then I'll enjoy watching the mess he makes of Konoha. With those thoughts, he laughed like a devil. If Hiruzen was aware of Fujin's thoughts, he'd have probably shivered. An, apologies for the delay. Deciding how to go about chakra flow took some time. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 26, Getting a Rank C Jutsu. Chapter 26 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next day, the 4th year in the academy started. Not having paid any attention to the graduation exam and wanting to get the information, he decided to go a bit early to the academy. He reached the class at 7:45 a.m. On reaching, he saw that 24 kids were already there, and there were 3 new faces. He looked around the class and didn't see Teru, Yori, and Nobu in the class. He then went to Hoka, sat beside him, and asked, "Morning. What happened in the graduation exam?" Hoka's mood first soured as he hadn't passed, but on realizing, he looked at Fujin in disbelief. "You don't know." Fujin shook his head. Hoka continued, "Have you been living under a rock?" Fujin replied, "Nope, just under trees." Hoka gave him a deadpan expression. Fujin asked again, "Well, are you going to talk today?" Hoka then showed a sad face and answered, "I failed. Only Teru, Nobu, and Yori passed." Fujin, having expected that, nodded. He then asked about what happened in the exams. Hoka gave a summary of what all happened. Despite already knowing the possibility, he sighed at the fact that those 3 could perform rank C Jutsu. He thought, "Sigh, I guess being in a top clan or being backed by a crazy old fellow has its benefits." Fujin then asked whether those 3 formed a Genin squad. However, Hoka replied, "No, Teru and Yori were placed together in a squad with someone a year older. No idea where Nobu went, but I haven't heard about him after the exam." Fujin thought, "I see. I guess Danzo inducted him into the route. Though I am surprised that he didn't take Nobu when he was 3 to 4 years old itself." He then asked, "So what's up with the 3 new guys?" Hoka dismissively replied, "No idea." Seeing Hoka unconcerned about the new guys, Fujin thought, he isn't the right guy to ask this. He is very aloof if it doesn't involve taijutsu. But this much information is enough. I wonder if I could use this info to get a few C-rank jutsus from Genki. After the talk, Fujin decided to continue sitting there for the rest of the day. While he didn't make much of a relationship with his classmates, due to constant spars, his relationship with Hoka and Teru was better than others. Surprisingly, today Genki didn't enter the class alone, but was also accompanied by an old man. When he entered, everyone stood up and greeted him, as he was the headmaster of the academy. After entering, he first made some small talk. Then he started talking about the will of fire. And finally, he asked the students to try to graduate this year. Fujin was quite surprised with this. He only had one thought: wow, they are really desperate. After he left, Fujin thought, I guess not participating this year is not an option. Then again, I have learnt most of the things I can. Only Genjutsu and learning swords are left. And the second book of Fuinjutsu is still left. Still, if they are this desperate, I might actually have a shot at chakra swords. After that, the headmaster introduced the 3 new kids. He said, "Since 3 of your classmates have already become Genin, we have transferred 3 students from other divisions to your class. So be friends with them." The 3 kids introduced themselves to the class. They were the top 3 among the remaining 400 students of their year. Some students were happy to have new classmates. Some felt like they didn't need anyone else to join in, so the reaction was mixed. Fujin's thoughts were, "I see. So in this way, they ensure that the other students don't become too pressured due to few of their classmates becoming Genins. The 3 kids will ensure that the absence of the ones who graduated isn't always felt, but they will still serve as a benchmark for the rest. Also, the new kids in this class will have to work much harder. If they keep up, they'll become quite strong in the future. It's a pretty smart move." While Fujin was acknowledging the ingenuity of the move, one person in the class was extremely unhappy, and almost crying too. That person would be the class teacher. Genki thought, "I taught everything I had to teach to all these kids last year itself. All I had to do was to wait until they absorbed everything and passed the graduation exam. But now I have to again teach these new kids everything." While he was depressed and lost in his thoughts, he had a thought that horrified him. Wait, so if this year more students pass out, does that mean more students will join the class and I will have to teach them again? His shoulders dropped on having that thought. He really was depressed. He sighed, "This isn't what I signed up for." After introducing the new kids, the headmaster left. Genki then announced the syllabus, and it surprised Fujin once again. Genki said, "This year, your main focus will be to master everything I taught you guys in the last 2 years. The 3 basic ninjutsu, as well as the basic skills I taught you. In addition to it, I will also teach you 5 new rank e-jutsus. They will be Fire Release, One Jutsu, Wind Release, Gale Jutsu, Lightning Release, Static String Jutsu, Earth Release, Rock Shield Jutsu, and Water Release, Fish Spit. These jutsus aren't compulsory for you to learn in order to graduate. However, they will be very helpful to you, if you are able to use them. I've already explained nature affinities to you last year, so I'll check your nature later, and at the very least, you'll have to learn the jutsu of your affinity. Learning all 5 will help you if you decide to graduate early. Your former classmate, Nobu, was able to perform all 5 of these jutsus. That's why he was able to graduate so early." Mentioning Nobu riled up the class and made them very competitive. Genki was satisfied with the reaction. He thought, "It's nice to see them so motivated. I should be thankful to Nobu for performing this during the previous year's exam. Else I might not have decided to do this." Fujin thought, "Well, this is surprising. I didn't think Genki would teach jutsus of all the 5 elements, but it isn't much of a concern for me. I already know 2 of those 5 jutsus." After the class was over, Fujin grabbed a sparring sword from the academy and started practicing swinging it. He had 2 basic ideas, which is why he wanted to learn using swords. The first one was to infuse wind chakra in his swords, make them incredibly sharp so that he could cut his enemies down, even if they block it with their weapons. It would make him incredibly deadly in close combat. The second idea was to shoot out slashes or thrusts at mid-range, similar to what Zoro and Mihawk did in One Piece. Of the 2 ideas, the first one seemed very realistic. Fujin was confident in being able to do that very soon. He wasn't quite sure about the second one, though. His memories regarding the small events in Naruto had grown a bit hazy by now, so from what he could recall, there was only one ninja who could use brute force at mid-range. That was Guy while performing his Morning Peacock and Evening Elephant. However, even if he wasn't able to send slashes flying with brute strength, it could be replicated by launching a slash of chakra instead, like the samurai are able to do. And it could be improved further by charging that chakra with wind nature. After practicing for an hour, he sighed at his sword skills. He thought, "Even though I have watched a lot of swordplay in my previous life, I don't really have a proper way to train it. Oh well, I'll bother Genki once again." So he kept the sword back and went to find Genki. On finding Genki, he saw Genki talking with a fellow teacher. He waited for a bit. Genki, after seeing Fujin, cut short his talk and asked Fujin why he was here. Fujin said, "Sensei, I want to learn how to use swords. Can you teach it to me?" Genki almost cried internally. First, that headmaster made me teach 3 new kids everything again. Now this brat comes and asks me to teach him how to use swords, as if I don't have any other work to do, and he doesn't even attempt the graduation exam. He gathered himself and sighed. Whatever, I can't say no to him, but I do need to have a talk with him. I want him to graduate this year. If he stays for another year or 2, and if others start taking a cue from him and ask me to teach more, my life will become hell. Fujin was surprised at Genki sighing. He wondered, what's up with him? Wasn't he always very enthusiastic when the students wanted to learn more? Genki then replied, I don't use swords much, but I have a couple of friends who do. I'll arrange you some sessions with them. While he was saying this, he thought, I am so glad that I made so many good friends, on whom I can offload my students. Fujin nodded and thanked him. Genki then asked a few more things, and then moved on the topic to graduation exams. He asked, Fujin, what are your thoughts on graduation? Fujin sighed internally at the question. There really is no other option this year. He put up a thoughtful expression and said, I will be attempting it this year. Last year I wanted to attempt it too, but I got a bit scared as it was told to us at the last moment, and I didn't know what to do. He then showed a slightly yearning and slightly sad expression and said in a sad voice while looking down, but after hearing that Yori, Teru, and Nobu were all able to perform rank C jutsus, I guess it was a good thing I didn't attempt the exam. I would have made a fool of myself if I did. Fujin maintained that expression, while hoping that Genki takes pity and gives him some rank C wind release jutsus. On seeing Fujin's expression, Genki felt some sympathy for him. He thought, an orphan with no clan becoming a ninja is pretty difficult. Not having the resources that a clan provides puts them at a huge disadvantage. I myself struggled a lot due to coming from a civilian family. He sighed a bit and decided, all right, I should cheer him up and give him a rank C jutsu. Great Breakthrough Jutsu is a very basic one for wind users, and I'm sure that Lord Hokage would agree too. But first I need to check up on his progress. He tried to cheer Fujin up a bit, and then asked, we checked your nature affinity more than a year back. How far have you progressed with it? Fujin replied, Sensei, I managed to cut the leaf in 2. I learnt Gale Jutsu from the library. I can also do Breakthrough Jutsu, but I'm still improving it. Genki was a bit surprised at the answer. I didn't expect him to come so far and even practice jutsus by himself. Then again, he was very diligent. Also, rank E and D jutsu aren't hard to perform. But since he has learnt these 2, Great Breakthrough Jutsu should become easier for him to learn. He then said, that's good. Can you show me how well you can do them? Fujin nodded and they went to the training grounds. Fujin first performed Gale Jutsu properly. Though he could perform it without hand signs, he made all the hand signs while showing it to Genki. Genki nodded and said, that's good. Show me Breakthrough Jutsu. Try it on that tree. He pointed to a nearby tree. Fujin once again made the hand signs, but he made them at a slower speed. He also controlled the power of the jutsu. It only broke off a few leaves and a few twigs. After performing the jutsu, he thought, well, this much should be enough. If I had gone full power and turned this tree into a naked tree with plenty of deep cuts, a certain someone would have gotten very interested in me. Genki was impressed with Fujin's performance. That's good, though the power is a bit lacking. It's sufficient considering that he is only 9 years old and didn't have anyone to teach him. But his talent in ninjutsu is definitely not as good as the 3 who passed. Genki thought a bit more on whether he could help Fujin more, but he couldn't come up with anything. He concluded, oh well. Even if he doesn't become a ninjutsu expert, he still is a censor. Not to mention that his taijutsu is solid too. And though his ninjutsu ain't very good, the wind element makes fire stronger. So between his sensor skills and wind jutsus, he will provide a lot of utility to his squad. So becoming a special Junan within a decade shouldn't be an issue for him. He might even become a Junan if he grows well. On concluding his thoughts, he said, nice work, Fujin. Both the jutsu have been learnt very well, though you should work on increasing their power. Fujin nodded and said, yes, Sensei. Genki continued, don't worry about rank C jutsu. I'll see if I can get one for you. Fujin quickly thanked him. The next day, Genki, after taking Hiruzen's permission, handed the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu to Fujin. He said, "This jutsu is the next stage of Breakthrough Jutsu. Learn it properly, it'll help you to graduate." Fujin thanked him again. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 27. Genjutsu, Chapter 27 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. From the next day, Fujin restarted his fuinjutsu practice by leaving a clone back home. He hadn't practiced it much in the last 2 months, as he couldn't leave clones behind when he did ninjutsu training. He still had a few basic seals to learn. Fujin guessed that it'll take another 2 to 3 months to be done with them. Then he could move on to the next scroll. One dilemma he had was whether he should leave 1 or 2 shadow clones back home. Since the time he had started to practice shadow clones, his chakra had grown to over 3 times. According to the scroll, if a shadow clone could use 2/3 of its chakra before dispelling, only then it is considered a proper shadow clone. According to that logic, Fujin could make only 1 proper shadow clone. However, practicing fuinjutsu for 7 hours didn't require that much chakra. So he could leave 2 shadow clones if he wanted to. On analyzing, he decided, for now, let's just leave 1 clone. I'll see how the academy goes for the first week and then decide. The day after that, Genki handed Fujin the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin started learning it the very same day. It was very similar to Breakthrough Jutsu, just had a lot more power. He managed to learn it on the very same day, though there was still a lot of room for improvement. The power had to be increased a lot, and hand signs had to be reduced to 0. He recalled, "I remember Orochimaru making a mess of the forest in the Chunin exams with this jutsu, so there's a lot more I need to do to increase its power. But at least this jutsu is learnt. I'll keep the scroll with me for 3 weeks, and then return it to Genki." Later in that week, Genki checked everyone's affinity. Unsurprisingly, most had the fire affinity. The remaining were split between the earth and water affinities. No one had the lightning affinity, and Fujin, whose affinity was already known, was the only one to have the wind affinity. Genki also explained the jutsus to the class. The lightning one basically just formed strings of lightning that could shock anyone it touched. But it lacked power, and was pretty harmless overall. The water one involved spitting out 1 small jet of water. Fire release. One jutsu, however, surprised the whole class. While it was a simple jutsu that involved producing a heat ray with 1 finger, it was the most basic jutsu from a set of 6 jutsus. Each of the 6 jutsus built up on one another, and the last one was a very powerful Rankei jutsu. This information got Fujin very interested in the technique. Right now, he had the knowledge of only 1 Rankei jutsu. Having another he could learn would increase his firepower a lot. However, he controlled his desire for the jutsu due to 2 reasons. He hadn't yet trained his fire nature, and this jutsu didn't seem like it could be enhanced with his wind release jutsus. In all, the 5 jutsus could be used alongside the basic skills Genki had taught. Fire release. 1 jutsu could start fires. Fish spit jutsu could douse it. Gale jutsu could cover tracks. Rock shield jutsu could defend and create a cover to hide. And static string jutsu could paralyze small animals for a minute or 2, so they were pretty handy. Next week, Genki announced, "Today we will be learning about swordsmanship. I have invited a guest teacher to guide you." Genki had thought about this after Fujin asked him to teach him how to use swords. He concluded, swordplay training can be done by everyone, so it won't be fair to only arrange it for Fujin. If someone of the 30 students have innate talent for swordsmanship, then it'll be a good find. Even if no one has interest in it, just learning how to use another weapon would be helpful for them. I'll just talk to Lord Hokage and try and arrange someone for this job. Fujin was surprised by the announcement, but on thinking more, he realized that it was very reasonable. Everyone went to the academy training grounds. On entering, they saw Genki talking with a tall, muscular guy who carried one sword on him. Genki introduced him. He will be teaching you how to use swords. His name is Nakaya Michi. He is a Chunin like me. Everyone greeted Michi respectfully. Michi first started by giving a background of swordplay. He gave a rather passionate speech about being a swordsman. He talked about the first and second Hokage using swords. He also talked about treating the sword as an extension of your body. Fujin was getting serious guy vibes from this guy. After 15 minutes of his speech, he then got to the basics of swordplay. He taught how to hold the sword, what stance to take, how to swing it, and so on. Fujin paid a lot of attention to his instructions. However, not everyone was interested in it. The students from Nara, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans showed zero interest in it. After a week, Michi asked who all were interested in pursuing swordplay seriously. Aside from Fujin, only one civilian kid and one from the Hatake clan decided to practice it seriously. Michi talked to all three of them to understand more about them and why they wanted to pursue swordsmanship and to what degree they wanted to learn it. On asking that question to Fujin, he replied, "I want to develop my swordplay as much as I can and make it my main mode of combat in close distance." Michi then praised and asked, "That's a good attitude. You'll be a fine swordsman one day. But do you have any ideas on how to proceed ahead in using swords?" Fujin wasn't sure what all options were available in Konoha, so he shook his head and said, "No, I am not aware. Can you tell me what all the paths that are available?" Michi replied, "Well, in Konoha, we have a lot of dances that go along with swords. For example, I know the dance of Crescent Moon, which is one of the strongest Genjutsu in Konoha. There are many basic styles that you would need to learn before you can do this Genjutsu." Fujin blinked and replied with a question. "Dance?" Michi laughed out loud and then replied, "Well, they ain't exactly dances. They are just movements that have to be done in a particular pattern. That pattern helps you create some effects which are very lethal in a battle. Like some movements create after images, or make you disappear, or make it seem like you ain't moving. But since those movements seem like an elegant dance, it was termed as such." Fujin put up his thinking face and thought, "Well, I obviously know that. However, the dance, while having good effects, is in itself very restrictive. A good opponent can easily disrupt those movements. Baki could straight up defend it by having stronger defensive means. That's why that Hayate guy died so easily. Though if someone learns all these styles, they could come up with a very advanced Genjutsu style, but that'll easily take a decade or more. Not the kind of time I have. I just want a straightforward approach with swords. High offensive power, enough proficiency to defend with the swords, and my agility to dodge or chase if need be. With wind chakra flow, just this much will be extremely lethal against any normal ninja." Now how to convey this to him? I can't just say that your styles are weak. I can't just say that if Madara asked you whether you can dance, and if you showed him your dance of Crescent Moon, then he might bang his head on the ground and go back to his grave. Wait, that doesn't sound like Madara. No, he might instead drop a few meteors. Yeah, that sounds like him. He then answered, "For now, I don't want to learn the various dances. I just want to learn how to do a strong frontal assault with swords." He then paused for a few seconds and said, I don't know if it's possible or not, but is there any way to make the swords more lethal by using chakra or send flying slashes?" Fujin had to be very careful here. After all, the library had no mention of chakra flow, so he had to present it as his own idea. Michi was initially a bit disappointed with Fujin as he didn't want to learn the various sword styles of Leaf. But he was very surprised when he heard the question, did this brat think about chakra flow by himself? Also, aren't those samurais able to send chakra flying in the form of slashes? This kid has a very innovative way of thinking. Sadly, I myself haven't learnt chakra flow or samurai saber techniques. He was a bit distressed over it. Now what to do? It's super embarrassing to tell him that I don't know it. Dance of Crescent Moon doesn't require chakra flow. Also, learning it will take a lot of time and effort, which is why most of us don't learn it. He thought a bit more and finally sighed and said, "What you are talking about is chakra flow. We send chakra through our swords to make them stronger. However, it is a very complicated technique, and very few in Konoha know it, so don't worry about it right now. As for flying slashes, samurais are able to do it, however their techniques are a secret, so learning it will be difficult. Fujin showed disappointed expressions. He thought, wow, this guy is useless. Couldn't he at least get someone who knows that to teach me? Looking at Fujin's disappointment, Mishi consoled him, saying, but you don't need to worry. Those are very high-level concepts, and you could have an opportunity to learn them in the future. For now, I'll drill all the basics in you. Fujin nodded at him, thinking, sigh, my expectations have grown a bit too much. This guy doesn't really owe me anything. I guess having a class teacher who is so helpful increased my expectations a lot. He then thought for a bit more and concluded, well, if Hiruzen denies me chakra blades, then I could ask him to arrange someone to guide me in samurai saber techniques. Even though Michi said that those techniques are a secret, it's highly unlikely that no one in Konoha knows it. Also, now that Michi has mentioned it, I do have an excuse to explain from where I learnt about it. After that discussion, Michi started teaching the basics to all 3 students. Later that day, Fujin bought a sword for himself. The sword was normal, but its quality was better than a normal kunai. It cost him 22.5k ryo after some bargaining. The reason to buy it was because he couldn't practice chakra flow with the sparring swords in the academy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 28, Genjutsu, Chapter 28 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The year continued in such a manner. Michi did drill a lot of basics into Fujin, which Fujin absorbed like a sponge. As for the 5 basic elemental jutsus, Fujin didn't bother to learn them for now. From the second week, Fujin started to leave 2 clones back home to learn Fuinjutsu. This doubled his speed of learning Fuinjutsu. However, in order to not mess up his brain, both clones practiced the same symbol or seal. 1.5 months after the 4th year began, Fujin was done with the basic Fuinjutsu. In this period, he also noted, since both my clones practice the same seal, it doesn't double my speed of learning. After dispelling both of them, I get the perspectives of the clones. Hence, the base formed is much stronger, but it comes at the cost of the learning speed. In all, I think that my learning speed has increased by around 60%. He analyzed for a bit more and concluded, the optimal use of shadow clones will be when each of my clones learn different things. However, the one attempt I did caused me an insane headache. So while this ain't the best use I can make of shadow clones, I guess this is the most optimal path for me. I suppose having a sturdier base would be more important than learning speed. After learning the basic seals, he decided to learn more advanced seals from the next version, which was in Section D of the library. This book had seals to store an element in it. For instance, seals that could seal fire in them. It made him wonder if the seal Jiraiya used to store Amaterasu was such a simple seal. The element stored could be created with the help of ninjutsu. However, this wasn't a necessity. Elements could be taken from the surroundings as well. Like for water, he could store water from a river in the seal. On reading the seals in the book, he realized, it looks like the seals Shikamaru used against Kakuzu are in this scroll. However, I guess what he used wasn't normal water, but instead water that conducted electricity much easier. I guess they put a lot of salts in the water, or maybe something else to increase its conductivity. Anyways, even these don't have much use in combat. It'll require very high creativity to use them effectively. He started learning those seals. 3 months after the 4th year began, Fujin managed to perform great breakthrough jutsu without any hand signs. In the next month, he managed to do the same for rock shield jutsu. However, he still had to slam his hands on the ground to perform it. He decided I should learn to perform rock shield jutsu by stamping one foot on the ground instead. So, I'll have to learn how to send Earth Nature Chakra underground through my feet instead. He thought a bit more and concluded, it's difficult. The hand signs for Rock Shield Jutsu gathers Earth Nature Chakra into the hands and then it's released into the ground. In order to do it by stamping the foot, I'll have to manipulate the chakra to be released from my feet instead. But if I could learn it, it would be an incredibly annoying defense. I could make a shield with every step while I run backwards. I guess it's worth it. So I'll train later while also trying to create wind bursts through my feet. After another month, Fujin decided to start training to use 2 swords at the same time. He bugged Mishi to train him with the basics for the same. He then made a point to ensure that a lot of people see him training with 2 swords. His previous sword had deteriorated a lot in these 5 months, so he bought 2 new ones. He trained for another month, but didn't have any success at reducing the hand signs for Earth military movement jutsu to 0. With only 4 months remaining for final exams, he decided to stop training the 2 Earth release jutsus and start learning Genjutsu. He visited the library and began searching for scrolls on Genjutsu. He found a few scrolls in Section 0. Some were just on basic knowledge of Genjutsu, which were covered in the lectures, a few on countering Genjutsu, and one on learning it. He began reading the one that explained how to learn it. However, the very first sentence startled him. His first thought was, how straightforward? The scroll started by stating, Genjutsu requires very precise chakra control and very high intelligence. If you lack either, then don't bother. However, he soon became very skeptical. Is very high intelligence really needed? After all, Kurenai used Genjutsu on fucking Itachi. He continued reading it and analyzed, I see. So a Genjutsu is created when a ninja extends their chakra flow through the cerebral nervous system of their opponent to control their mind's chakra, thereby affecting their 5 senses. In this way, illusions of what doesn't exist can be fed to the opponent. Genjutsu in itself can be divided into 2 categories. First is creating a whole new environment with Genjutsu. Here the opponent can easily tell that he's under a Genjutsu. Itachi's Tsukuyomi or the Genjutsu Kurenai used on Itachi and Kisame can be included here. The second is just to make a small change, i.e., to plant a small suggestion in the opponent. This is harder to detect, but it isn't as strong as the first one. However, when used at the right moment, this is very lethal. The scroll also talked a lot about how to extend their chakra through the opponent's nervous systems and tricks to do it stealthily. It also had a lot of diagrams regarding the cerebral nervous system. He then went to search sections D and E of the library to see if he could get a basic Genjutsu to learn. However, he received a big surprise. There were over 100 Genjutsu in just those 2 sections. He was shocked by it and thought, did they put everything that Uchiha and Kurama have here? He sighed at the high amount of reading and analysis he'd have to do. In order to not waste too much time, he just began opening the scrolls on the spot and reading the description and putting them back. It still took him over 4 hours to go through all of them. After reading each and every scroll, he concluded, most of the jutsus here have no combat application. It's just different ways and scenarios of using Genjutsu. I guess someone like Itachi or even Kurenai could easily use these after reading it once. Anyways, I don't really have any intention to be a master at Genjutsu. With those Uchihas around, it's pretty pointless anyways. I just need to learn ways to counter it, and that darkness Genjutsu that Hashirama or Tobirama created to counter the Sharingan. Though I guess that one is a B or A-ranked Genjutsu. So I guess I should learn a couple. Let's go with rank E, Double Ijan Jutsu, and rank D, Demonic Illusion, Hell Ewing Jutsu. Double Ijan makes the opponent see doubles of everything, so it would be useful in putting the opponent under a lot of pressure. And Hell Ewing is the one which Kakashi used on Sakura. He then read how Double Ijan Jutsu is performed. He also read a few scrolls on countering Genjutsu, and then followed the usual protocol and reached a mini forest. Genjutsu training couldn't be performed solo. It needed someone to cast the Genjutsu on. Otherwise, its result will be entirely unknown. So he created a shadow clone to practice it. His plan was, I will try to cast a Genjutsu on my clone. Once the clone dispels, I'll get all memories of what was experienced by the clone, as well as my ability to cast a Genjutsu. Also, the clone will try to resist the Genjutsu and will try to release it. This way, I can train in both casting and countering Genjutsu at the same time. To counter Genjutsu, a ninja had 2 ways. The first being to stop his chakra flow and disrupt it, and the second being to inflict pain upon yourself to break out of the Genjutsu. Stabbing yourself with a kunai or biting the tongue or any other means were fine too. Of course, a shadow clone couldn't use the second way. He began by trying to affect his clone's cerebral nervous system with his chakra flow. He recalled all the diagrams he had seen and the ways to affect your opponent's cerebral nervous system with your chakra. It required extremely precise chakra control. He didn't have any success on day 1. He kept practicing it, and it took him 16 days to be able to do it. After another 7 days, he was able to successfully use double Aishan Jutsu on his clone. For double Aishan Jutsu, after his chakra invaded his clone's nervous system, he had to affect his vision and double all inputs it received. The main point was to ensure that your chakra output is so low that the enemy doesn't sense it. His clone observed, "Wow, I can see doubles of everything. 2 of my main body, 2 trees for each one, even every pebble on the ground, and the clouds too have doubled. Apart from that, the ground and sky seems normal. I guess because it is so large, I can't make any difference between 1 or 2 of them. But regarding the doubles, I can't see much difference between them. If I hadn't already seen the surroundings, then I would have not noticed most of the things to be doubled. I just think that there are more pebbles on the ground, the forests are denser, and that there are more clouds in the sky than normal. I'd of course notice the peculiarity of seeing 2 main bodies, though. So I guess if I am visible to the enemy while casting this Genjutsu, the enemy would understand that something is wrong. Similarly, if there are more than 1 opponent, then it'll be identified very quickly too. Apart from this, even though my main body did suppress his chakra as much as he could, since I'm a sensor, I could actually sense his chakra trying to influence me. He then closed his eyes and tried to sense around him. I see, since the Genjutsu targeted my vision, only that was affected. If I try to sense, I only sense 1 main body, so this Genjutsu won't work against sensors. The clone then stopped sensing and nodded to Fujin. Fujin took that signal and launched 4 shurikens on the clone. The clone saw them as 8 shurikens and thought, I saw both the main bodies toss 4 shurikens each on me, and flickered around to dodge the shurikens. Fujin then used projectile control jutsu to have those shurikens chase his clone. Since he could see 8 shurikens, it was a bit tougher to dodge them. After half a minute, the clone used Gale Surge Jutsu to disrupt the main body's control over the shurikens. He then used Wind Retrieving Jutsu and pulled 2 shurikens towards himself and caught them with each hand. However, he was only able to catch 1, while the other disappeared. The clone then dispelled himself and passed all the memories to Fujin. Fujin analyzed, I see. The jutsu isn't as useful as I thought it'd be. The only use is when an enemy is all by himself, and I hide around him and target him with shurikens. Even that will only work if I get him to an unknown place where he won't observe any difference in his surroundings. Also, it won't work against sensors. One very important piece of information I got is that I can sense an enemy trying to influence me through Genjutsu. The question is, did that happen because I am a noob when it comes to Genjutsu, or can every sensor sense this passively? If I can, then this will become an excellent way to counter Genjutsu. All I have to do is disrupt my chakra before the enemy completes his Genjutsu. Of course, there will be limitations for this. I don't think this way would work against Sharingan as it performs Genjutsu with only eye contact. However, I could sense Genjutsu cast by others easily and disrupt it midway. Who knows? Perhaps with practice, it might even counter the Sharingan. He then resumed his practice. Only this time, his clone would stop and disrupt his chakra after the Genjutsu was casted. The clone managed to get it done within a day. On the next day, his clone would attempt to disrupt his chakra as soon as he felt Fujin's chakra invading his nervous system. Surprisingly, that only took a few hours to learn. Happy with the progress, he decided to move on to the next jutsu. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 29. Combat Practice 1. Chapter 29 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin started to learn Demonic Illusion Hell Ewing Jutsu. This jutsu was more advanced than the previous one. In its simplest form, it affected the opponent's vision and showed him the view that the caster wanted to show him. Alongside that, the caster also had to affect the opponent to trigger fear and dread. This jutsu could be improved by influencing the opponent's sense of smell and hearing too. Fujin recalled, the genjutsu that Kakashi casted on Sakura had Sasuke asking her for help, so I guess he controlled her hearing too. I am not sure if he influenced her sense of smell too, then he could have added a stench of blood. He began practice for this jutsu. He practiced triggering his clone's fear and dread, and then influencing his sense of sound and smell. It took 7 days to get all these 3 down. He then had to work on creating an illusion. However, he hit a roadblock. So what exactly am I afraid of? He thought for a bit. The only thing I fear right now is Danzo forcefully inducting me into root. But even then, it's not something I dread. I guess that's my good luck that I don't have any mental demons. He thought more, and then it finally clicked him. He casted the genjutsu on his clone. His clone allowed the genjutsu to be cast. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then the clone saw something. There was a small black dot over the horizon, and it kept getting bigger. He soon noticed what it was and thought, fucking tailed beast bomb? As soon as he saw it, he felt fear and dread. However, having experienced it for a few days, he understood that Fujin had triggered his fear and dread. The tailed beast bomb hit him, and the illusion was over. The clone then dispelled himself to pass the memories back to Fujin. Fujin thought, that went well. I guess right now, my biggest fear is dying like a cannon fodder, without being able to do anything about it. He then thought a bit more about the illusion. The illusion was pretty well. However, the shape of the tailed beast bomb wasn't stable. That has to be improved. Also, the ending was abrupt. While a weaker opponent like Sakura might fall unconscious, a hardened ninja would definitely not be unconscious after the illusion. So perhaps it could be expanded further to give me more time to deliver a killing blow. Perhaps after the explosion, I could induce the smell of soil and blood and maybe show the opponent an image of his own dead body, make them think they died, and are now a soul or a ghost for a few seconds. He continued working on improving his illusion. It took a week for him to be satisfied with the illusion he created. After he had learnt those 2 genjutsu, less than 3 months were left for final exams. Fujin was progressing very well on all parameters. However, there was one important aspect that he hadn't focused on yet. He thought, alright, everything's going well. My chakra level is already on par with the weaker academy teachers. My ninjutsu and taijutsu too have probably surpassed Genan level. Fuinjutsu is going well. I should be done with the current scroll in another 6 months. In Genjutsu, basics have been learnt well, and chakra flow has become much smoother. I can easily cut through a tree with my sword. Heck, I can cut a boulder too. And I have started with Genjutsu too. However, I severely lack combat experience. In fact, it won't be wrong to say that I have no combat experience at all. After all, there's no danger to life or even any permanent injury in the taijutsu tournament. We aren't even allowed to throw shurikens at each other. Another important thing is battle and survival instincts. To be able to make a move purely on instinct in the middle of a fight, or to be able to sense if my life is in danger, is something that is incredibly important for any ninja. Otherwise, just a sneak attack with a shuriken is enough to kill anyone. Luckily, my instincts are much stronger due to me being a sensor. However, it ain't enough. So, over the next 3 months, I need to spar frequently with my shadow clone. He thought a bit more and decided, to start with, let's use wooden weapons. After I'm comfortable with it, I can move on to real ones. On the next Saturday, he went to a mini forest. After confirming no one was around, he made a clone and decided to spar. Both he and his clone were armed with 24 wooden shurikens, 6 wooden kunai, and 2 wooden swords. They stood face to face, 10 meters apart. Fujin picked up a pebble and tossed it into the air. The pebble hitting the ground was the signal to start the fight. Since the clone was made after all the planning was done, there was no need for any dialogue. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, both Fujin and his clone jumped backwards and launched Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The jutsus clashed with each other, creating a lot of sharp winds that broke a lot of branches. After launching the jutsu, both flickered away to stay out of the range of the jutsu. Once the winds started dying down, Fujin and his clone started observing the patterns within the winds. Fujin soon spotted an opportunity and thought, there. Quickly, he threw 3 shurikens in the winds. Due to the flow of the winds, they changed direction and were headed straight to the clone. The clone noticed that and flickered 50 meters to his left. Fujin noticed the clone flickering and observed properly that direction and tossed another 3 shurikens out. Next, he performed projectile-controlled jutsu and controlled all 6 of his shurikens to target his clone. Looking at the 6 shurikens heading at him, the clone kept using body flicker to dodge and waited for the right moment. It soon came and the clone prepared 2 spheres of wind and instantly launched wind explosion jutsu. The twin explosions destroyed 3 shurikens and threw 2 out of Fujin's control. However, Fujin directed the remaining shuriken on his clone, not allowing his clone any rest. The clone looked at the last shuriken and thought, trying to block it will be risky if he makes a sudden change in direction. I need a distraction. The clone moved backwards and slammed his hands on the ground and brought a rock shield up. Fujin changed the direction of the shuriken to curve around the boulder, but there was nothing behind there. He thought, damn, did he substitute or go underground? And flickered on a branch of nearby trees. He then fully activated his sensor mode and focused underground and sensed his clone. He thought, alright, just gotta wait till he surfaces, and prepared a wind sphere in each hand. The clone underground was heading straight up to Fujin to make a sneak attack. However, he sensed himself being sensed by Fujin, and also the chakra built up for wind explosion jutsu. Damn, can't launch an attack now. I need to get out of the ground. My speed underground is much slower, but I don't think I can dodge his wind explosion jutsu. The analysis was done within fractions of a second, and the clone decided to leave the ground directly. Fujin, sensing his clone, flickered close to where his clone would surface. As soon as the clone's head popped out, Fujin launched both the spheres and started preparing more. The clone, whose head was barely above the ground, thought as expected, and created a rock shield that he had already prepared. He had put much higher chakra into the rock shield, due to which the shield was much larger and sturdier. The wind spheres clashed with the rock shield and exploded. The winds eroded the surface of the shield, but couldn't break through it. As soon as he saw the rock shield appearing from the ground, Fujin, who had already prepared 2 more wind spheres, flickered to get a better shot at the clone. Even before the rock shield was entirely erected, he was already adjacent to his clone, and only around 10 meters away from him. The clone couldn't see Fujin flickering due to the rock shield. However, on seeing that he was so close to himself, he fired a couple shurikens on Fujin. Fujin saw the 2 shurikens shooting towards himself and thought, "Shh, I don't want to engage them," and sent a wind sphere to counter them and launched the second one on the clone. The clone, however, flickered away and Fujin chased after him. Over the next minute, they flickered around at very high speed and tried to hit each other with wind explosion jutsu, shurikens, or kunais. However, neither were successful. The clone found an opportunity to surround Fujin with 6 shurikens, and in the only direction that he could escape, the clone fired a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Fujin thought, damn, escaping normally will be risky. Let's go underground, and he entered the ground using Earth Military Movement Jutsu. However, remembering his clone's earlier predicament, he didn't close the distance, but instead went in the opposite direction and kept sensing his clone in the wind spheres. He thought, alright, I now need a distraction for getting out of the ground. He prepared Great Breakthrough Jutsu. As soon as he got his head out of the ground, he saw the clone launching 2 wind spheres at him, while manipulating 6 shurikens too. However, Fujin blew it all away with Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The clone itself was in the range and escaped underground. Fujin tracked his clone while thinking, I guess he'll try something similar as I did. I wonder if I could disrupt his underground movement. He then approached the place which was directly above the spot where his clone was, and punched hard using chakra-infused punch. The ground cracked a bit. The clone underground felt the vibrations due to that punch. However, it didn't cause any damage. Fujin thought, dang, that didn't work. Sigh, I guess I'm nowhere near Tsunade's level. He then flickered on a nearby tree and prepared 2 wind explosion jutsus, while also readying himself to flicker away. As he waited for his clone to surface, he thought, I really need to learn a way to force someone out of the ground. The ones I can think of are that jutsu which Onoki's son used, and maybe flooding the ground with water to restrict access to air. The clone, on the other hand, too, was planning. That was close. If I was stronger, then that punch could have dispelled me. So what do I do now? I can sense my main body has prepared wind explosion jutsus and is waiting for me to pop out. I don't think that the rock shield will work very well this time. He was still noticing when he felt something. Wait, I can breathe? I see. The cracks in the ground due to that punch allowed some air to seep in. I guess that sucks for the main body. Also, though I never thought about it, it's surprising that a shadow clone needs to breathe. I wonder if Tobirama couldn't create shadow clone jutsu without adding the ability to breathe, or did he add it just to improve its efficiency to perform infiltration missions? If it's the latter, then I need to find a way to remove the breathing requirement of the shadow clone. That way, shadow clones could stay underground for hours. Anyways, now that I don't have any time pressure, I'll just wait here till I can come up with something good. After all, I don't have anything to deal with someone hiding underground. Fujin, on the other hand, kept on waiting on a tree branch for the clone to surface. After waiting for 5 minutes, his thoughts were, does a clone not need to breathe? Surely those cracks can't provide air all the way down, can it? Sigh. I really can't do anything. Only Mudmote Jutsu can have a chance, but its range is too short to work. I wonder if my clone has some strategy, or is he just wasting time? He kept sensing the clone for another 5 minutes, and finally had enough and dispelled the clone. On getting the clone's memories, he sighed at the clone's tactic to wait patiently underground. Sigh. That's my clone, all right. I remember that one Counter-Strike game I played in my previous life. Both my team and the enemies went at each other, and within 5 minutes, all my teammates were dead, and only 2 enemies were alive. They thought they won, but then realized that they still had 1 more to kill. Poor guys tried to find me for 5 minutes straight, and finally, when they entered the cave I was hidden in, I killed them. This was my first attempt at writing a fight. Please let me know how it was. Tips, criticisms are welcomed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 30, Combat Practice 2. Chapter 30 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin began analyzing his spar. Well, ignoring the ending, the spar went quite well. However, it was mostly a mid-range fight. I used Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu for offense, Projectile Control Jutsu to control the battlefield, Rock Shield Jutsu for defense, and Body Flicker Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu for dodging. Wind Clones was another jutsu that could have been used, but we didn't due to the confusion it have created. Other jutsus didn't work in this fight. Actually, I did try to close the distance. However, my clone ensured that we never got to fight in close range, as he'd be dispelled with just 1 hit. So I couldn't use taijutsu or swords, and I never got any opportunity to use wind-propelling jutsu. And casting Genjutsu in such a high-paced battle was just not possible with my current skills. As for the areas of concern, it's definitely underground battles. I don't have any way to deal with an underground enemy, apart from going underground myself. But I don't have any skill in fighting underground anyways, so that'd be disadvantageous for me. Also, punching on the ground to crack it open is incredibly dumb. The enemy underground just gets better access to air. Apart from that, I also need a stronger offense. I guess I could have sent a kunai through the rock shield, but I couldn't do it with a wooden kunai. Either way, my current ninjutsu can't crack it. Also, I need to use flicker more properly. Both me and my clone at times flickered too far away. That kind of reset the tempo. I need to be able to estimate the right distance to flicker, so that I can continue my offense right away. I guess that'll take a lot of spars to get right. After analyzing, he summarized, Alright, in terms of mid-range combat, I surpass most of the Genans that took part in the Chunin exam in Naruto. Only Gaara would easily beat me, and Temari and Shino might be able to compete. My speed is definitely faster than Lee with his weights on, and Body Flicker is probably on par with his weights off. But Body Flicker doesn't have the same flexibility, maneuverability, or even stamina that his natural speed has. As for my ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu are coming along really well. The Earth Release Jutsus worked as I thought they would, and I'm really surprised with the high usability that Projectile Control Jutsu provided. Though I can only control 8 shurikens max for the time being, it's still incredibly useful. He then thought about what improvements he should make. To improve power, I think I'd need to learn Fire Release Jutsus. After all, I don't have any access to higher rank jutsus for the time being. But me being able to use 3 elements will be very eye-catching. I guess I should wait till my Genan squad is formed. If one of my teammates is able to use Fire Release, I can leave this for the future. Secondly, I think I should finally start learning Rasengan. And I also need to pack a lot of explosion tags. I wonder if I could attach an explosion tag to a kunai powered by wind chakra flow. That way, I could send a kunai through any defense the enemy puts up and explode the tag when the enemy tries to dodge. As for flickering distance, it should improve with more spars. And underground combat, I'll leave for later on as I don't have access to anything that'll help me combat it. I also need to improve the way I carry my weapons. I should try to inscribe some storage seals on the weapon pouches. Maybe even go a step further and make a wristband with multiple storage seals to get what I want instantly. Anyways, I also need to test out close-range combat and see how it goes. He finally stopped analyzing and made another shadow clone. This time the rules were to fight in close range. So, Great Breakthrough and Breakthrough Jutsus weren't allowed, and staying underground for more than a few seconds also wasn't allowed. Flickering was restricted to 10 meters. Both Fujin and his clone stood 20 meters apart, and Fujin tossed a pebble in the air. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, Fujin rushed towards his clone. However, his clone quickly prepared and launched a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin sidestepped the wind sphere and continued moving towards the clone. As soon as the clone saw Fujin sidestepping, he exploded the wind sphere. But as Fujin had continued rushing past it, he didn't take any damage, and just felt strong winds on his back. He then slashed his sword, aiming to slice the clone's neck. The clone, not having time to grab his own swords, infused chakra in his fist and blocked it with the back of his fist. He then flickered behind and grabbed both of his swords. Not wanting to give his clone the opportunity, Fujin threw one of his swords straight towards his clone at a very high speed. Since the clone was still in the air, he twisted his hand to face towards his left and caused a wind burst, which propelled him to the right. Fujin followed up by launching 3 shurikens on the clone, and then used wind-retrieving jutsu to get his sword back, and also approached his clone. The clone quickly used Gale Surge Jutsu to defend against the incoming shurikens, and then engaged Fujin in a sword fight. Over the past few months, Fujin had trained a lot in Genjutsu. He had developed a combat style that was very overbearing and relentless. However, he had also trained in defending properly with the swords. Fujin and his clone clashed repeatedly with swords. Fujin was more on the offense, whereas his clone was more on the defense, and repeatedly used wind-propelling jutsu or body flicker jutsu to avoid getting hit. In the next 30 seconds, the clone managed to graze his sword on Fujin's left arm and right cheek. However, Fujin soon created an opportunity by using wind-propelling jutsu along with body flicker and got a good hit on the clone, which dispelled the clone. Fujin sighed. Merely a minute of fighting before the clone dispelled. Also, though I managed to dodge the 2 hits from my clone, if the clone had used a real sword, then it would have cut my skin. If the swords were enhanced by wind chakra flow, it could have left deep cuts, probably all the way to the bone. Worse, if it were poisoned, it might have incapacitated me. So there's a lot of scope for improvement. Actually, my clone has to avoid each and every hit as he'll be dispelled. That's good. I should probably start doing the same. And then I need to see how I can maintain an all-out offense while avoiding getting hit. There was also the issue of my clone having to block the sword strike with his fist. Even though it was infused with chakra, I'll still take a lot of damage if I do that against a real sword. So I should try to get gloves with a metal plate on the back hand. That would give me another way of defending. I guess my taijutsu needs an upgrade too. While the academy style is good, it ain't enough. Right now, despite putting way less time in it, my Genjutsu completely overwhelms my taijutsu. I wonder which taijutsu style will suit me more. If I don't find anything good over the next year or two, I could approach Guy and ask him to teach me his style. While he ain't dumb as many think, but manipulating him should be doable. Speaking of Guy, I'm surprised that I haven't seen him even once. Granted that I train in only a small part of the village, it's still surprising to never have run into him in over 4 years. Then again, I haven't seen many other canon characters either. Do they gather someplace elsewhere, or is Kana so short on manpower there that everyone has to constantly do missions? Anyways, this sparring has been really good. I should continue doing it. He then made another shadow clone and continued his spars. Over the next 3 weeks, Fujin sparred with his clone on a daily basis. His combat skills improved greatly over this period. After 3 weeks, he stopped using wooden weapons and began using real ones. The clone, however, had to fight carefully to ensure that he didn't critically injure Fujin. The spars got very risky after Fujin started using chakra flow to enhance the swords. In merely 2 months, Fujin ruined 4 swords, 13 kunais, and 33 shurikens due to these spars. He ran out of the weapons he collected from the forest and had to buy from shops. In all, it cost him slightly over 120k ryo on these weapons. However, he didn't bother with the money lost. His thoughts were, what's the use of having money if I don't use it to get stronger? But I guess I should be glad that I did learn Fuinjutsu. I still have over 225k ryo left with me. Right around the same time when he began sparring with real weapons, he also began learning Rasengan. The first and second stages were learnt long back. He finally started on the 3rd stage. One of the biggest issues in Rasengan training was that he couldn't allow anyone to see it. If someone interrupted him or caught him training in forests and figured out his disguise, he could make up some reasons like practicing to fight while using transformation, or that a ninja had to keep his weapons hidden, and hence, he planned to keep his skill hidden until there was no choice. While the reasons may cause a bad impression, he didn't care much about that. But for Rasengan, if someone caught him training that, then it'd be a big trouble. The only usable excuse he had right now was that he could say, I figured it out myself after reading about the 4th Hokage. However, that would paint him as an absolute genius and perhaps earn him some visits from root ninjas, or even from Shimura Danzo himself. Not to mention that they'd keep a much stricter watch on him. So for Rasengan, he decided to train at home. His senses had honed enough by now to realize if someone spies on him. So if he senses anyone spying on him, he could drop the Rasengan training and instead show that he was training wind explosion jutsu instead. To train Rasengan, he cleared up his living room. He only left a sofa in the living room and moved everything else into the bedroom and began the training. The compression and shaping part was quite difficult. He tried for a few hours without any success. He sighed and thought, let me first do it the Naruto way. And he made a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra. The clone suppressed and shaped the Rasengan. In this manner, he was able to learn Rasengan within a couple of hours. However, he understood that depending on a clone to make Rasengan is very inefficient, and began training for Rasengan without using any clones. It took him a month and a half to get the jutsu right, but it was done. Over the remaining few days, Fujin decided to improve his Rasengan. He wanted to reduce the amount of time required to form it and increase the amount of chakra he could put in it. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 31, Graduation Exam. 1. Chapter 31 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Only a week was now left for 4th year's exams. Genki followed the same procedure as last year and asked the students interested in participating in the graduation exam to meet him after class. Fujin thought, I guess it's time to finally become a ninja. There's not much that I can learn in the academy anymore. At best, I could learn another element or a few more genjutsu. If I don't attempt the exam this year, the teachers and maybe even Hiruzen could grow suspicious. And I definitely won't receive much help from them in the future. As for tanking the exam, I am not confident that I could fake my performance convincingly enough for someone who has decades of experience. Either way, I believe I am ready now. After the class, Fujin visited Genki and confirmed his participation. Genki smiled and wished him good luck. With just a week left for the exams, Fujin started to focus on the syllabus for written exams. The syllabus was actually quite surprising. He recalled back when Genki started teaching this in the academy. He was teaching trigonometry. Fujin's first thoughts when he saw that was, Trigo? For fucking 9-year-old kids? What's next? Differentiation and integration. As annoyed as he was by it, he was extremely surprised when Hana was able to solve them perfectly. He mentally screamed, how the fuck can 9-year-old kids learn Trigo so easily? He sighed at how much smarter the kids here were and continued with his studies. He also wanted to be perfectly prepared while going on missions. He stopped learning new seals and instead had his clones focus on making a few essential objects for him. He bought 2 ninja waist bags, 2 ninja leg pouches, and a couple of metallic wristbands. He then had his clones make storage seals on these items. The Fuinjutsu scroll in Section D of the library expanded a bit on the storage seal. It explained ways to increase or decrease the size of the storage space, as well as manipulating its shape. It wasn't very difficult, as it only increased or decreased the number of space symbols involved, so the seal itself was still very basic. However, this was very useful for Fujin. In the interior of the ninja waist bags, Fujin managed to draw 7 storage seals. For ninja leg pouch, he was able to draw 4 seals. These had a lot less space as compared to the seals he made on scrolls. However, considering that their purpose was to enhance the capacity of the bags and pouches, it was very handy. For the leg pouch, 2 seals could store 6 kunais each, and other 2 seals could store 24 shurikens each. He then created various triggers to refill the pouch from weapons in the storage seals. This way, his weapon supply would be much larger. For the waist bag, the seals could store a lot more. But he hadn't yet decided how to fill them all. He did have some ideas like a first aid kit, ninja ropes, scrolls, seals that stored elements, more weapons, explosion tags, soldier pills, ration bars, and so on. For the wristbands, he made 1 small seal on each of them. When he wears the wristbands, these seals will be directly under his palms. The seals created a cuboidal storage seal, which was around 15 cm, 100 centimeters. Both these seals were made to store swords. This way, he could quickly access his swords whenever he wanted to. Other than this seal, he planned on drawing 3 more seals on each wristband. For the seals on the opposite side to the current one, Fujin planned on buying huge sturdy shields and storing them there. If he ever gets in an awkward position where he can't defend himself with the rock shield, he'll depend on this shield to provide cover to himself. However, since he wasn't sure about the size of shield, he didn't draw that seal. Other than these 2, he planned on inscribing 2 more storage seals on the wristband. But for now, he didn't have any idea what to store in there, so he left it for the future. Ideas for the above are welcomed. On the day before the exam, Fujin, under a disguise, bought a lot of weapons. He bought 96 shurikens and 24 kunais to fill both the leg pouches. He also bought 12 explosion tags to attach them to 6 kunais in each of the pouches. In all, it cost 65k Ryo. He bargained and got them for 55k Ryo under the false promise of buying again in the future. Next day, the final exam began. Since he intended to pass and wanted to be rank 1, he aced the written exam. He was sure that he'd score full. With the absence of Teru, Nobu, and Yori, he also did the best in the shuriken throwing competition. In taijutsu, he still ranked 2 behind Hoka. While in the ninjutsu exam, he made sure to perform only as good as Hana. There wasn't any chakra control exercise in the exam. But Fujin wasn't very surprised, as nearly everyone in his class had very good chakra control and could do both tree climbing and water walking, as Genki had held a lot of sessions on it this year. The exam also tested the students on the various basic skills that were taught in the previous year. Fujin again ensured that he'd be ranked near the top in this exam. After the results were out, Fujin ranked 1st, Hana ranked 2nd, and Hoka surprisingly ranked 5th. He had improved his written exam scores a lot to be able to get such a high rank. A week later, the graduation exam was conducted. Fujin noticed that there were students from 3 different batches: his own, his senior batch, and the batch 1 year junior to him. 23 students from his class were participating. Unknown to Fujin, the exam was held by Naruto. He looked at the list of students participating. There were 68 participants from the 5th year, 35 from the 4th year, and 8 from the 3rd year. He sighed, thinking, what a drag this exam would be, and instructed to begin the exam. The first exam was a written test. Fujin looked at the paper expecting some more theory questions. However, he was surprised when he read them. They weren't any theory questions, but instead scenarios were mentioned and the students had to write in what they would do. After reading all the scenarios, Fujin sighed, just basic ninja protocols and confirming that the students are brainwashed. To think that I actually expected something good. He answered as any, ready to graduate, academy student would answer. The exam was an hour long. Once the hour was up, the papers were collected and sent to Naruto. He had 6 academy teachers check the answers and decide whether the student is ready to graduate or not. It took half an hour to completely check them, and then they provided the results to Kisho. One of the teachers said, "Sir, we've completed checking. Out of 111 students, 79 have provided satisfactory answers. Rest aren't ready yet." Kisho nodded and said, "Dismiss them." Those 32 students were asked to go back home and prepare well for the next year. Fujin was surprised by this. Wow, they just asked the kids to leave? Won't that be demotivating? Or are they just trying to reduce the number of participants for the next exam? Fujin wasn't alone with those thoughts. One of the teachers, who taught a normal class, asked Kisho, "Kisho-senpai, won't this demotivate the students? The ones who participated in the exam are among the brightest students in the academy." Kisho looked at the teacher. He was 2 years junior to Kisho in the academy, but he wasn't very talented and had barely become a Chunin during the war. Kisho shook his head and said, "If they get demotivated by such a small failure, then there's no hope for them. They would be better off in the Genan reserve force, and will save the resources needed to raise someone more worthy to Chunin rank." The teacher wasn't very convinced with the answer, but didn't say anything, as this wasn't the first time Kisho had supervised the graduation exam. After the written exams, the students were tested on various parameters like shurikens, stealth, camping, chakra control, etc. It was similar to the tests conducted for Fujin's class a week back. Since the tests for elite classes were already conducted, they weren't tested again, and their scores from a week back were carried forward. The academy teachers observed everyone's performance and failed another 15 students over these exams. On getting the reports, Kisho thought, "Wow, that's so convenient. Now the taijutsu tournament will be so much simpler to conduct." Right before the taijutsu tournament began, Hokage arrived to watch the exam. He was followed by a character that Fujin recognized very easily, Hatake Kakashi. Fujin was very surprised to see him. He thought, "Why is Kakashi here? Hiruzen wouldn't force him to start training kids right now, would he? I really hope not. Canon timeline will be fucked up if Hiruzen assigns my squad to him. I am not sure how strong I'd be in another 6 to 7 years, so for now I really hope something doesn't change due to me." Next was a taijutsu tournament between the 64 remaining students. Kisho arranged for a knockout tournament. So one student could fight for a maximum of 6 times. Fujin breezed through to the semifinals. In the semifinals, he had to fight with a Hyuga who was a year older than him. Fujin fought very hard against him, but was still at a lot of disadvantage. While he did get a few critical hits in with one strong punch on his right rib, another on his nose, and a strong kick under his left rib, in the end, he still lost the fight. Fujin was initially a bit irritated at the loss. Damn, how exactly do these guys train? I lost despite the amount of progress I made over the past couple of months. He then calmed himself and analyzed the fight better. On other hand, it's probably reasonable. I'm guessing the elders from the Hyuga clan regularly spar with them. I, on the other hand, could only spar with my clone. Also, the Hyuga fighting style is entirely taijutsu. I, on the other hand, was a lot more dependent on wind-propelling jutsu, body flicker jutsu, and earth military movement jutsu during my spars. Removing them does reduce my fighting ability considerably. Perhaps if ninjutsu and kenjutsu were allowed, I'd have won this fight. Not to mention, I didn't even use chakra to enhance my punches and kicks in the fight. He then watched the finals between Hoka and that guy. Due to the injuries he suffered against Fujin, he lost after struggling for a bit. However, having fought both of them, Fujin knew that even without those injuries, Hoka would have still won the match. Hoka ranked first. However, Fujin wasn't worried much. My points in the normal exam were much higher than Hoka's. So this difference won't affect much. I should still rank first in my class. Fujin noticed that no one was eliminated in the taijutsu tournament. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 32, Graduation Exam 2. Chapter 32 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For the next test, a few academy teachers brought the kids to a part of the training grounds. On reaching there, the students noticed a long white line drawn on the ground and a bunch of obstacles placed ahead of it. Fujin thought, "Is this an obstacle race?" However, he soon shook his head, denying that thought. No way, this is too simple. All the 64 students were made to stand behind the white line. Genki then appeared and announced, "This will be the next phase of your exam. This is an obstacle race, and you have to run 500 meters straight to the white line that is drawn there." This announcement excited all the students. They thought, finally, an easy exam. The ones who had taken the graduation exam previously thought, why wasn't this exam there the previous year? Fujin was confused by such an easy exam. However, he noticed that there was another man standing behind Genki, and when Genki finished his announcement, he looked at him and nodded. Kisho looked at the excited kids and chuckled. He thought, this should be fun. Sadly, the kids don't know that the guy standing there is an experienced Junan from the Kurama clan. He is Kurama Illumi. In the previous war, hundreds of enemies fell prey to him in his bag of tricks. Genki then announced, "On your mark, get set, go!" However, while he was announcing, Kurama Illumi was making some hand signs. And when he heard go, he casted his jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Heaven and Earth Reversal. As soon as he launched his jutsu, all the 64 students were shaken. It was as if someone grabbed the ground and the sky and reversed them. The gravity felt upside down. Most of the students were incredibly frightened and tightly hugged the ground underneath them. There were only 4 exceptions. A young girl from the 3rd year, who was from the Uchiha clan. She activated her Sharingan as soon as she felt the changes. 2 students from the 5th year, who were from the Kurama clan and aware of this jutsu. And Fujin, who kept an eye on Illumi and saw him performing the hand signs. He also felt someone trying to influence his nervous system, which let him know that it was a Genjutsu. He was planning to disrupt the Genjutsu. However, when he noticed that others were being affected too, he didn't disrupt it so as to not attract any attention. Even though Fujin noticed the Genjutsu, he was extremely impressed at the guy's ability to cast a Genjutsu on 64 students at the same time. Kurama Illumi smirked, looking at the reactions of all the students. He had used rank B Genjutsu on them. He had used this Genjutsu many times to disrupt his enemies enough for his allies to kill them in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Kisho observed the students attentively. He thought, this test will test the willpower of the students. If they don't complete the race, then there's no way I'll pass them. While all the students were struggling, Fujin was trying to find his balance. He thought quickly about what this test is about. He quickly figured out that there were 3 possibilities, which were either they are testing our ability to break the Genjutsu, or test our willpower, or perhaps our capability to react in an unexpected situation. Either way, this is just a Genjutsu. I should just look downwards and try to move along. If others break the Genjutsu, I'll do so too. With those thoughts, he took his first step. Apart from him, only the 2 students from the Kurama clan were moving. Soon a few others took their first step. The girl from the Uchiha clan resisted the Genjutsu, and after 15 seconds was able to break through it. She then ran the obstacle race with absolute ease. Fujin sensed someone moving along at a very rapid speed and observed the girl. He was incredibly surprised. Sharingan? At this young age? He continued his race. After the first few steps, he tried jogging along the race. The other students, too, slowly managed to get a hang of the conditions and increase their speed. Fujin ranked 4th in the test. In all, only 41 students passed. Of the remaining 23, a few fell unconscious, and many didn't dare to take even a single step. Kisho dismissed them and asked them to leave. Immediately after the test, the ninjutsu test was started. Kisho's thoughts were, the previous genjutsu would have shaken these kids, so they won't be at their full potential while performing the ninjutsu, which is how it should be, as they won't get normal conditions to perform ninjutsu in a real fight. 6 academy teachers observed 1 student each. To improve the effect of the previous test, Kisho arranged the tests in such a manner that the ones who completed the previous test last had to attempt the ninjutsu exam first. The requirement to pass the ninjutsu exam was pretty lax. Just the 3 basic ninjutsu and any one other ninjutsu. Though the kids in the start struggled a bit, they didn't have any issue in completing the minimum requirements. What surprised Fujin, though, is that 16 students displayed Fire Release 1 jutsu and another 7 displayed Fire Release 2 jutsu. Fujin's thoughts were, Land of Fire indeed. Most probably all of them have fire affinity. Also, seeing how everyone has practiced it, I guess most of Konoha's Junans with fire affinity can use the most advanced form of this jutsu. Considering that, I guess all the other villages should have their own counters for this jutsu. But since they are still asking the kids to focus on this jutsu, I suppose it still is very useful. Apart from it, the majority of the kids displayed the jutsus their clan specialized in, when Fujin's turn came. He performed the 3 basic ninjutsu, then performed Wind Clone Jutsu and created 8 clones. He then showed his Wind Explosion Jutsu and finally displayed Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Of course, he only displayed 1/4 of their power, used hand signs, and performed them a bit slowly. While not too outstanding, he still outperformed his classmates. What surprised Fujin the most is the performance of the Uchiha girl. She announced that she'll first perform Fire Release 3 jutsu. Fujin became very interested when she announced it, as he wasn't aware of what this stage of the jutsu could do. Right after she announced it, 2 academy teachers stepped forwards and held a metallic string between their hands. Fujin was a bit puzzled. Isn't this the same thing they did for Fire Release 2 jutsu? Just that instead of 1 teacher, 2 stepped up. After making the hand signs, she raised both her arms and pointed her index and middle finger out. Heat rays were released from both her fingers from both hands, and in a few seconds they cut both the metallic strings. Fujin thought, that's it. It's the same as Fire Release 2 jutsu. Just that in that, they could release the heat ray through only 1 hand. There's basically no increase in the power of the jutsu, just the quantity. Still very weak for a rank C jutsu. Strange. Does the jutsu suddenly get much stronger in the later stages? She continued her test by displaying Fireball Jutsu and Fire Dragon Jutsu. Her performance was very good. In Fujin's opinion, in terms of ninjutsu, her performance was only second to a student from the Harake clan from the 5th year. After the exam was over, the teachers began tallying the score. Nara Kisho passed this work to his subordinates. His job was over when he decided to pass these 41 students. Kisho then reported to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, all these 41 kids have passed my exam. Overall, there is 1 from the 3rd year, 9 from the 4th year, and 31 from the 5th year. They should make splendid shinobi. Combined with the 94 that passed from the senior-most batch, this year's results have been very good for us. Hiruzen nodded and said some kind words to the Nara shinobi. After tallying the scores, they were displayed for all the students to see. Fujin was still ranked 1st in his class. He was followed by Hana and then Hoka, whose rank increased due to superior performance in the graduation exam. After that, all the 41 students were gathered before Hiruzen. Hiruzen smiled and began giving another speech on the will of fire. Only this time, he was much more passionate, spoke with more fervor, and his speech was more intense than any of his earlier speeches. Even Fujin was a bit dumbfounded on how someone can brainwash little kids so openly, with such vigor, and be extremely proud about it. However, as the speech ended, Fujin smirked internally, thinking, Will of fire, will of fire, will of fire. Let me now see how much will of fire you actually have, ha 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 ha. After the speech, Hiruzen said, "Hatake Rei, Suzuki Fujin, Uchiha Mieko, step forward." All the three kids stepped forward and stood in front of Hiruzen. He said, "All three of you have worked very hard and performed splendidly. Speak, what reward would you like for your performance?" As soon as he said that, Hatake Rei stepped forward. It was seen as rude by many, including Fujin and Mieko. While Fujin didn't mind it, Mieko did pout. However, Rei's next words made everyone understand why he stepped so hurriedly. He said, "Lord Hokage, my mother is very sick, and the doctors we visited couldn't cure her. Could you please arrange a good medical ninja to treat her?" While everyone now understood why he was so restless, it did pop another question in their mind. Fujin's thoughts were, isn't he from the Hatake clan? Sure, Sakumo is long dead, but their condition shouldn't be that desperate, should it? Also, shouldn't they have enough money to arrange it anyways? Unless it requires someone like Tsunade to deal with it, then I can understand. But even then, I don't think Hiruzen can call Tsunade back anyways. Kakashi, too, was visibly confused. Only a few teachers and Hiruzen knew the truth. Hiruzen thought, sigh. The Hatake clan has really deteriorated after Sakumo's death. Sadly, Kakashi hasn't paid much attention to the clan. This kid suddenly began performing really well this year, and hence I had looked into his background. His father died in the Third Ninja War, and his mother was only a civilian who wasn't even from the Hatake clan. Therefore, she hasn't been paid any attention by the clan. She fell sick half-year back, and became the motivation for this lad to work hard. Though I do want Kakashi to lead a squad of Genins, this was my main purpose to bring him here today. For him to take reins of the Hatake clan and bring it back to prosperity. Hiruzen nodded and said, "I'll arrange the best medics to treat your mother." He then smiled and said, "Keep training hard. Ensure that the will of fire in you burns brighter than ever." Hatake excitedly said yes, and promised to keep training hard. Kakashi observed the young kid and decided, I need to take a proper look at what's going on in the clan. Hiruzen secretly paid attention to Kakashi's reaction and was very satisfied with it. He could see the Hatake clan making a comeback soon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 33, I Really Am a Ninja. Chapter 33 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After having Hokage's word to treat his mother, Rei stepped back. Miko then stepped forward and said, "Lord Hokage, I don't want any reward." This surprised everyone. Even Hiruzen was surprised, but he hid it and calmly analyzed, is this a way the Uchiha are retaliating for their constant monitoring? He then tried to convince her a couple of times, but she declined to get any reward. Hiruzen sighed and looked over at Fujin and thought, the Uchiha matter makes me feel my age. Well, at least he should have a reasonable request. This day should end properly. Fujin, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by both his fellow toppers. He thought, what the fuck? One begs for his mother's life, and the other refuses to accept any reward. Why do they want to make my life harder? He then calmed himself and muttered to himself, sigh, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Tao of shamelessness must live on. He steeled himself and stepped forward. He put up a smile and an excited expression while thinking, this is it. For this moment I carried 2 swords in person for 5 whole months. He then said, Lord Hokage, for my reward, I want 2 swords made entirely of chakra metal. He then looked at the Hokage with excited and hopeful expression, while hoping that somehow his eyes sparkled like an anime. Majority of the students weren't aware of chakra metal. However, almost every teacher knew it, and they were absolutely shocked by the request. Genki, who was standing close by, had his jaw dropped after hearing what Fujin said. If Fujin had seen him, he would be sure that he could fit an egg in Genki's mouth. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched at request. He thought, talk about extravagant. Even my father's blade wasn't entirely made of chakra metal. The one who was shocked the most, however, was Hiruzen. Despite wearing the Hokage's hat and having excellent control over his emotions, Fujin could still see his shock. Of course, he totally ignored it. He thought, whether Hiruzen is happy or so shocked that he dies of a heart attack is none of my business. Wait. If he dies right now, then it'd be very bad. But, yeah, I don't think just this much shock would be enough to kill this old freak. He did live through 3 brutal wars without even taking a single major injury. Hiruzen's mind went totally blank for a second. He then thought, made entirely of chakra metal? Even the ones they sell in Konoha only have around 15% chakra metal. Rest is made of other common materials. The last time someone made a sword entirely of chakra metal was when Sensei commissioned to cast that sword, and it cost well over 100 million ryo to make that sword. Of course, this kid is probably not aware of that fact, and I could fool him, but that's still worth tens of millions of ryo. He then looked at Genki to see if he knew what's going on. However, he was clearly shocked too. In fact, he didn't even notice the Hokage looking at him. Hiruzen thought, now what to do? I can't directly say no. That would be too demotivating. Also, it won't look good for me to deny him. If I do, I'm 100% sure that Danzo will spread rumors saying that the Hokage lies to academy students. Hiruzen thought hard for another few seconds and came up with a reasonable excuse. Seeing that Hiruzen was ready to talk, Kakashi noticed and chuckled internally. It took Lord Hokage 13 seconds to answer. That kid sure is something. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, sadly, I can't give you what you want, because no one makes swords made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin wasn't aware of the fact that chakra blades weren't entirely made of chakra metal, and thought that Hiruzen is just making an excuse. He showed a dejected expression and said, a couple of tanto made of chakra metal, then? Kakashi's eyebrows twitched again at Fujin's new request. He did struggle to keep his laughter in after seeing Hiruzen's expression. Genki, on the other hand, was even more shocked. Hiruzen replied again, sadly, even they aren't made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin was almost pissed at hearing that reply, but he calmed himself and thought about what Hiruzen had said. A few words stuck in his mind. Aren't made entirely of chakra metal. It then clicked him. Wait, in my previous world, didn't such production involve a lot of alloys or other materials? Even gold jewelry wasn't 100% gold. Is that what he is referring to? He then asked, Lord Hokage, what do you mean by aren't made entirely of chakra metal? Do they only put a little bit of chakra metal and then something else in the sword? Hiruzen nodded nervously, not liking where the conversation was headed to. Fujin then excitedly began saying, Lord Hokage, then. However, he was cut by Hiruzen. He asked, Fujin, can you tell me why exactly do you want a sword made of chakra metal? While asking this question, he was desperately thinking, I need to change topic fast. Can't let him continue talking about this. Fujin, upset at being cut, said, I was told that they assist in chakra flow. I like using swords and want to be better at it by using chakra flow. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you know about chakra flow? Fujin did get a hint that Hiruzen was aiming to change the topic. However, he wasn't much concerned. He could always innocently get back to the topic. Hiruzen might be 100 times better at negotiating, however, being a 10-year-old kid had a lot of advantages. He answered, without any hesitation, Michi-sensei. Hiruzen then looked over begrudgingly at Michi, who was at the sides. He thought, that's it. I'm assigning him a weak Genan squad and will make him do nothing apart from D-rank missions for half a year. We have pretty much recovered from our losses, so loss of one Chunin won't be felt. He then explained very kindly to Fujin, you don't need swords made of chakra metal to use chakra flow. You can use them on normal swords too, however they break if you do. Fujin thought, yeah, I know. Get to the point. Hiruzen continued, there are actually special swords that are made to aid chakra flow. In the land of iron, many samurai use those swords. As for chakra metal, it's a bit problematic and could get you in trouble. Fujin naturally knew that. Having swords worth tens of million, Ryo would put a target on his back. Which is why he was planning on leaving them with Hiruzen. He thought, that's a valid concern. Though I'm sure that it isn't the main reason for him to not give me chakra blades. But this new info does intrigue me. Why didn't any of the weapon shops have it? He left that question for later and asked, is it possible to make those swords to assist wind chakra flow? For the first time today, Fujin asked a question genuinely. However, it still put Hiruzen on edge. He thought, yeah, it can. They would have to use wind nature chakra metal for it, though. And it'll still take the cost to millions. Hiruzen replied, yes, it is, but it's better for you to not get it yet. How about this? When you are ready, I'll help you get in touch with the right people to make a sword like that. Fujin dejectedly thought, I am sure I could get in touch with them myself pretty soon. However, he still nodded. Hiruzen was finally happy that he saved millions of ryo. He was going to talk, but Fujin spoke again. He asked, Lord Hokage, you said the sword that you'll give me is used by samurai, right? Hiruzen nodded while really hoping that there were no more extravagant requests. Fujin continued, Then could you have someone teach me samurai saber techniques? Please. Hiruzen thought about it. For one, he was happy that the request didn't involve tens of millions of ryo. Secondly, he had noticed Fujin's interest in swords. He thought, having a swordmaster censor who specializes in wind release can be a very useful asset. Though we can't teach samurai saber techniques liberally, teaching it to a few kids is acceptable. He nodded and said, All right, I'll assign you a teacher for it. Fujin then politely thanked him and stepped backwards, while secretly thinking, Being an innocent little kid has a lot of advantages, though I don't think I can ever beat Hiruzen again in negotiations. That old monkey has the experience of negotiating after 3 great ninja wars, and the ones he negotiated with were 100 times more unreasonable than me. Looking at Fujin stepping back, Hiruzen released a sigh of relief. He then congratulated everyone and left quickly. While leaving, he decided that this would be the last year he'd give out rewards to the topper. After Hiruzen left, many teachers awkwardly stared at Fujin. However, he just ignored them and pretended to not notice any of their stares. After Hiruzen left, all the respective class teachers handed the headbands to their students and praised them for graduating early. They were asked to visit the academy after 3 days. On getting the headband, Fujin put it on. His first words after that moment were, Wow, I really am a ninja now. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 34. Analysis and Planning. Chapter 34 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin sat down in a meditative posture in his living room. He cleared his mind and began planning. He thought, the academy is finally over. Though I had to graduate 2 years early, it ain't much of an issue. The only major event that will happen anytime soon is the Uchiha Massacre. But right now, I am not really strong enough to even think about interfering in it. While I do have 2 years, at best, I'll only be a Chunin officially by then. He thought for a bit more and decided, all right, I'll ignore the event. It shouldn't affect me in any way. Secondly, my strength. Right now, though experience is lacking, it won't be wrong to say that despite not having many rank C jutsus in my arsenal, my ninjutsu is probably barely at Chunin level. The 3 months of daily sparring helped me iron out many issues in my ninjutsu. My chakra reserves have increased rapidly too. I can now make 3 shadow clones that satisfy the requirements mentioned in the scroll, which means that my chakra level is well into the Chunin level. As for taijutsu, it's a bit confusing. I'm confident that I'm stronger than most who took part in the Chunin exam in Naruto, but I still lost to that Hyuga. If I assume that he and Hoka are already at Chunin level in terms of taijutsu, then it'll mean that I am probably at that level too. Worst case, I'm probably at the peak of Genan rank in terms of taijutsu. I really need a better taijutsu style. Only good thing is that my physique is very good for my age. My Genjutsu should be sorted when I learn samurai saber techniques. So it'll be a lot more lethal than my taijutsu. But Genjutsu has its own weaknesses. Holding 2 swords would mean that I can't make any hand signs, and techniques like Rasengan and Wind Explosion that need hands can't be used. But I guess getting a mid-range slash might compensate for it to some degree. Anyways, I should think about it more after I learn samurai saber techniques. My capabilities as a censor have grown too. My chakra field can now extend over 750 meters, and I can do pretty much everything expected from a censor, though I will need a few years to master all those tricks. My current fighting ability is majorly based around 10 ninjutsu: Body Flicker, Wind Propelling, Earth Military Movement, Shadow Clone, Wind Clone, Great Breakthrough, Wind Explosion, Gale Surge, Rock Shield, and Projectile Control jutsus. Apart from that, it is heavily dependent on swords, kunais, and shurikens enhanced with chakra flow. I also know Rasengan, but I haven't trained to use it in combat yet. Though I do have good ideas of using it, for the time being, I can't risk anyone knowing that I know it. So overall, if I am willing to use everything I have to its fullest potential, then I think I'll be at Chunin level, though just barely. I'll probably be able to beat the likes of Iruka and Mizuki, but against someone stronger like Genki or even Michi, my only option would be to run away. Speaking of escaping, with my Wind and Shadow clones, along with Body Flicker Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu, and my ability to hide my chakra, escaping from an elite Chunin might actually be possible. Unless it is someone specialized in tracking, it shouldn't be an issue. In fact, if anyone asked me what my best skill right now is, my answer would definitely be the art of escaping. As for what to do next, I need to go through Section C of the library. I have to learn the Rank C Wind Release Jutsus. If any Rank C Earth Release Jutsu is handy, then I need to learn it too. Apart from that, I will need to learn one Rank C Genjutsu and complete the current Fuinjutsu scroll and move on to the next one. He concluded, that much should be enough. After that, I could work on improving the jutsus I know. There's still medical ninjutsu that I'd like to learn, but... Sigh, I have my plate full. I'll check it sometime later. Satisfied with his immediate plans, he decided to start making long-term plans. He thought, now that I have spent almost half a decade here, I have a much better idea about this world. At the rate my physique and chakra has been growing, I'm positive that I'll reach Junin level. And if the Section A of the library has good jutsus, then becoming an elite Junin shouldn't be an issue too. But how do I step beyond elite Junin and be as strong as Kages? He thought long and hard about this. After half an hour, he concluded, probably the easiest way I have is to learn Sage Mode. The second way is learning the 8 inner gates. However, I'll have to create a very good relationship with Guy for him to teach me that. Not to mention, I'm not sure if merely hard work will be enough to learn it. The third way would be to somehow get the Impure World Resurrection Jutsu and create my own army of Rank A and Rank S dead ninjas. The fourth way would be to get and master Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The fifth way would be to invent my own Rank A and higher jutsus. Combined with high speed, enhanced strength, and swordplay, it might be enough to reach that level. Another option could be to become a Jinchuriki. However, that will put Akatsuki on my ass, not something I think I want. Though if I'm strong enough, I could still take that risk. Getting a few strong summons would help too. After concluding, he sighed, thinking, even the easiest way is crazy difficult to achieve. I really wonder if I'd be able to reach that level. However, just then, Fujin was struck with a crazy idea. He thought, that's right, I can explore that option. However, can that really be done? He analyzed for a few minutes and thought, I can't say for sure, but if I am able to pull it off, I will get the means to become incredibly strong. Not to mention, I know exactly when I'll have the right opportunity to get the resources needed for it. He thought a bit more to analyze everything he could and decided, all right, I should definitely work towards achieving that. If it works, then entering Kaj level won't be an issue. Even if it doesn't, the work done for it won't exactly be a waste. The idea lifted his spirits. With not much time left in the day, he decided to have his dinner and meditate before going to bed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 35, Genan Squad. Chapter 35 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next couple of days were very hectic for Hiruzen. Grouping the fresh Genins and assigning them their sensei involved a lot of paperwork and analysis. A lot of discussion had to be done with the academy teachers, as well as with the decided sensei. He first started by forming teams of 3. He thought, in all 135 students became Genin this year. Over 200 from 6th year failed, and they will be added to the Genin reserve forces. As for the ones that passed this year, the 94 from the 6th year don't have much hope. We had already graduated the talented people from their year earlier. Even if just a quarter of them became Chunin, then that will be enough. So I will just assign Chunins to guide them. As for the 41 who graduated early, all have good potential. They all should at least become Chunin, and around half have the potential to become a special Junin. So I'll have to arrange 14 Junin Sensei for them. Even though Konoha's numbers have almost recovered, we are still weaker than before the Third Great Ninja War when it comes to high-end power. So we need to train all 41 of them with the intention of raising them to Junin rank. Even if not everyone becomes a special Junins, becoming an elite Chunin will be sufficient. As for becoming Junin, it's hard to say. I'm confident that Uchiha Miko will become a Junin, just like Senju Teru from the previous year. Just like him, she has the potential to become an elite Junin. But I can't comment on the others. Sigh. I hope that we get at least 10 to 12 Junin from this batch. The Kyuubi attack killed a lot of our Junins. He then called the academy teachers to begin forming the teams and got busy with the required paperwork. After the academy teachers prepared a rough draft, however, there were a few disagreements like every year. They approached the Hokage to discuss it. Hiruzen said, "So which are the top teams you formed?" Genki replied immediately, "According to their performance, Hatake Rei, Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hoka, and Hyuga Hana show the highest potential. However, Rei's performance was high due to his conditions back home. Now that his mother has been treated, we can't be sure if he'll train with the same gusto. And the two Hyuga can't be on the same team. So I propose forming a team of Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, and Hyuga Hoka." However, soon another teacher, who was the class teacher to Hatake Rei, spoke, "I disagree. In a mere half year, Rei has made huge progress. In fact, his talent can be considered even above Mieko. He should be placed within the top squad. I suggest making a squad consisting of Mieko, Rei, and Fujin." Another teacher commented, "Actually, Fujin is just a civilian orphan. His future won't be as smooth as the children from shinobi clans. Even his great breakthrough jutsu was provided to him by Genki, so I think that a squad of Rei, Miko, and Hoka might be more optimal." Genki rebutted him, "I disagree. Even though Fujin is just a civilian with no background, his performance has been the most consistent in my class. He deserves to be on that squad. Not to mention, he is also a sensor and has wind affinity. Being a sensor, he'll complement the Byakugan, and his wind-release jutsus would assist Mieko's fire-release jutsus and make them more lethal. Also, both him and Hoka kind of have a rivalry in taijutsu, so their teamwork would be much better." He secretly thought, not to mention that they are so aloof that they barely had any other friendships. So I have no idea whether they can cooperate with others. The previous teacher was about to rebuke him again, but however, he was cut by Hiruzen. "All right, that's enough. I have decided. The squad will be made of Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka." Rei's class teacher was visibly upset over this. He was about to speak when Hiruzen said, "Their Junin sensei will be Senju Renjiro." The teachers were confused by this revelation. One asked, "But Lord Hokage, we hadn't selected him to be a sensei, had we?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "No. This change was due to Fujin requesting guidance on samurai saber techniques. Renjiro had trained under a samurai. Also, he is an expert in fighting against Sharingan and uses water and earth jutsus. So it'll provide Miko an opportunity to understand how she can be countered and would help her develop more. And Hoka could learn water-release jutsus from him. And his taijutsu is strong enough to handle Hoka's obsession with it." He then looked at Rei's class teacher and said, "Sadly, Hatake Rei doesn't practice his clan's Genjutsu, or else I'd have put him on the squad instead of Hoka." Everyone was satisfied with this explanation. They moved on to the remaining students. It took over 13 hours for them to form all the squads and decide their sensei. Once that was done, Hiruzen sent an Anbu to deliver the news to all the ones selected to be a sensei. If they had any issues, they could approach him the next day. The next day, many approached Hiruzen to meet him. At noon, Renjiro visited him. On entering, he greeted Hiruzen and said, "Old man, I didn't agree to become a sensei to snorty little brats. Besides, I have already raised one Genan squad." Renjiro was a bit close to him while growing up, which is why Hiruzen didn't mind his words. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro. He was dressed casually, and hence Hiruzen could see all the scars on his face and arms that he had gotten over his career. Hiruzen sighed and said, "You've been doing missions almost non-stop since the end of the war. This assignment is for a couple of reasons. One, for you to get some rest. and secondly, as one of those Genans wants to learn the samurai saber techniques. Renjiro looked skeptically at Hiruzen and asked, "You do know that I can't teach it lightly to anyone, so is there any reason for me to teach it to him?" Hiruzen sighed and said, "He ranked first in his class, and asked for this as his reward." Renjiro asked, What reward?" Hiruzen replied, "It's an initiative I took to encourage the students and get them to train harder." Hearing that, Renjiro nodded. He knew the shortage of ninjas that Konoha faced. He sighed and said, "Couldn't you get him to ask for anything else?" Hiruzen didn't reply, but his sweat dropped thinking about what the something else was that Fujin had asked for. After discussing a bit more and getting to know a bit more about the students, Renjiro left. He wasn't surprised by the fact that his squad was the one with highest potential. After all, he has been an elite Junin for over a decade. Later that day, Fujin went to buy new clothes at a shop that sold clothes to ninjas. He bought a completely black attire. He noticed that the cloth used for these clothes was a lot sturdier. The shopkeeper said that it is harder to cut, has some resistances to fire and lightning, and is harder to get wet or dusty. He put one on and checked himself in the mirror. His whole attire, i.e. boots, trousers, and shirt, were completely black. It suited his fair skin tone, black eyes, and black spiky hair well. He thought, "I guess I should get a black mask sometime. Maybe then I could play hiding in shadow. He looked at himself again. He wasn't bulky, but his muscles were properly toned. There was barely any trace of any fat on his body. He was around 4 feet 9 inches tall. He thought, all right, it fits properly and also looks good. He bought 3 sets of the attire. He also bought a pair of gloves with metal plates on the backhand. He also inscribed a hard seal in the interior of the glove. While it didn't do much, Fujin felt that there was no harm in even slightly increasing its defenses. He did wish that he could take the metal plates out, inscribe them with hard seal instead of the whole glove, and then put it back. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to put the metal plate back in properly. Next day, at 7:30 a.m., the graduated students reported to the academy. The classroom used wasn't the regular classroom that Fujin went to. 42 students were present here. The teachers took attendance and then gave a scroll to each of the students. Genki called his students one by one and gave it to them. The class teachers of other students did the same. When Fujin's turn came, he noticed that Genki was incredibly happy. He wasn't sure why, but since he didn't particularly care, he went back. Genki was happy because Hiruzen had allowed him to take the Junan exam. After distributing it to everyone, a teacher announced, "The storage scroll provided to you has a first aid kit, 24 shurikens, 6 kunais, 12 senbon needles, 1 ninja rope, and 100 meters long ninja wire." He then smiled and said, "This is the final gift from the academy to you. Congratulations on graduating. We will now announce your Genan squads." When Fujin's squad was announced, he sighed and thought, "An aloof guy who doesn't care about anything apart from taijutsu, and a stuck-up brat who probably thinks herself to be as talented as Madara. Fuck our teamwork. Sigh, makes me wonder if I should have graduated last year. Teru was the only one matured enough." He analyzed a bit more. "Anyways, it ain't exactly bad. Taijutsu spars with Hoka have always been very helpful, and Miyako should give me a bit of practice against the Sharingan. Granted that she ain't nowhere near Obito or Madara, but neither am I." He then looked at Miyako and thought, "Also, since she'll die after around 2 more years, it'll mean that I won't be restricted in this squad for very long. Now then, I wonder who my Junan sensei will be. I really hope that it ain't Kakashi. Also, what of my rewards? Genki didn't talk about it, and Hiruzen didn't call me to meet him." After the Genan squads were announced, the teacher said that the Junan sensei would come and pick them up from the class, and then they all left. While they were leaving, Fujin had a thought and sighed, "Naruto and his gang should start the academy next year, and I won't be here. What's with me meeting so few canon characters?" Soon Junin started entering the class and called out for their teams. A couple of minutes after the academy teachers left, a tall, muscular guy entered and announced, "Team 3, come with me." Fujin, Hoka, and Miko followed him. Renjiro moved to the terrace of the academy. A few seconds later, all 3 Jinins arrived. When he reached there, Fujin observed his new sensei. He was around 6 feet 6 inches tall, very muscular, looked middle-aged, and had 3 scars on his face, one going right across his right eye, but his eye was fine. His hair was black and very long, a bit similar to Madara's. He held 2 swords on his waist. From the symbol on his clothes, Fujin understood that he was from the Senju clan. Actually, there was another thing that allowed Fujin to know that he was from the Senju clan. He had massive amounts of chakra. For obvious reasons, Fujin never tried to sense Hiruzen's chakra. So this was the highest chakra level he had measured so far. It was around 7 times that of Genki. When Fujin tried to measure his chakra, Renjiro noticed. He looked at Fujin and stared at him. Fujin merely smiled. Renjiro thought, so this is the kid who wants to learn the samurai saber techniques, and the kid who asked for swords made of chakra metal. Not bad, he seems to be a good enough censor. And even after I stared at him, he merely smiled back. I wonder if that makes him foolish, brave, or just shameless. He then looked at his remaining 2 Genins and thought, the Hyuga has the same stoic face as their whole clan, and just looking at the Uchiha's face showed how much pride she has in her. He sighed, thinking, this is gonna take a while. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 36. Senju Renjiro Chapter 36 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro said, I am Senju Renjiro. I'll be your Junan Sensei. Let's start by getting to know each other. So just tell me something about yourself. Mieko asked, what should we tell? On the other hand, Fujin remembered the tell me about yourself question that used to be asked in interviews in his previous life. Renjiro replied, tell me about your likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies, and similar stuff. Fujin then replied, I am Suzuki Fujin. I like swords and cool jutsus. My hobby is to train and read shinobi history and wars. I dislike the carnage that wars cause, and my dream is to become a strong ninja in the future so that I could bring peace to the world. Renjiro stared at Fujin and was very impressed with his dream. Of course, if he knew Fujin's real thoughts, he might have vomited blood. After looking at an impressed Renjiro, Fujin thought, yup, that's exactly what Konoha higher-ups would like to hear. I couldn't care less about world peace, but saying that is what will get me in the good books of these guys, and could provide me with the opportunity to learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and also make Hiruzen protect me in case Danzo tries to recruit me. Either way, it's not like I can do anything about world peace right now, so why not just say it, hey? Renjiro then looked at Miko. She said, I am Uchiha Miko. I like cats. I dislike anyone treating me like a small child. My hobby is practicing ninjutsu and playing with cats. And my dream is to be the strongest Uchiha ever. Fujin looked at her and chuckled internally, thinking, well, you've got 2 years to surpass Madara. Rai-P. Renjiro nodded and looked towards Hoka. He said, I am Hyuga Hoka. I like taijutsu. I dislike studying. My hobby is to spar with others, and my dream is to be the strongest taijutsu user. Renjiro nodded and said, well, congratulations on graduating early. But that doesn't mean that you are Konoha Shinobi. You guys will be on probation for 3 months. And after that, I'll decide whether you're ready to be a ninja or not. This announcement had mixed reactions from the 3 Genins. Fujin wondered, no test? After thinking for a bit, he realized, they are probably still recovering. That's why there's a probation period instead of a test to check whether we are ready or not. However, the other 2 kids didn't take the announcement lightly. Mieko impatiently asked, but why? Didn't we pass the graduation exam? Hoka took her point further and said, yeah, I even defeated everyone in the taijutsu tournament. Renjiro replied, graduation exam is the bare minimum you require to be a ninja. Your attitude, temperament, courage, and values matter more, and I'll be the one to judge that. Mieko and Hoka were still unsatisfied and wanted to complain more, but Renjiro didn't give them a chance and announced, we'll meet tomorrow in Training Ground 17 at 6 a.m. I'll check your skills tomorrow. Be on time. I hate tardiness. After saying that, he flickered away. When he left, Fujin thought, he didn't say a single thing about himself other than his name. Heck, I think even Kakashi talked more with his team. After he left, Miko huffed and started to leave without saying anything. Hoka, on the other hand, said goodbye to Fujin and was planning to leave too. Fujin sighed and said, "Oi, wait a minute." This got both their attention. Hoka looked at him without saying anything, whereas Miko annoyingly asked, "What?" Fujin replied, "Tomorrow we'll most probably have to fight against Sensei as a team, so we need to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we also need to plan how to fight together." Hoka agreed with that and nodded. However, Miko replied smugly, "You two don't need to worry about it. I'll beat him by myself tomorrow." Fujin gave her a deadpanned look, which irritated her, and she asked, "What? You don't think that I can beat him?" Fujin resisted his urge to facepalm and replied, "Do tell how you plan on defeating a Junan by yourself." She smirked and replied, "I'll catch him off guard and use Fire Dragon Jutsu on him." Fujin said, "He is from the Senju clan, who specializes in earth and water release jutsus. Assuming that you somehow catch him off guard, he'll still be able to defend." This reply caught her by surprise. She thought a bit and then smirked again and replied, "I know Sharingan Genjutsu. As soon as he looks in my eyes, I'll put him under a Genjutsu." Fujin mentally scoffed, as if he will fall for something so basic. But I'm tired of dealing with her. He said, "All right, we'll call that Plan A and we will start with it. Now let's discuss Plan B." Miko replied, "Why do we need a Plan B?" Fujin replied, "Well, he knows that you have the Sharingan. So what if he never looks into your eyes because he knows that your eyes are so awesome? It'll be stupid if we just stand there doing nothing, right? Worse, he may think that you are just a little kid." This finally got her attention. Seeing that Fujin was relieved and thought, "Finally! So I have to either praise her or say someone will think that she's a little brat or both to get her on board." She then asked, "So what should we do if Plan A fails?" Fujin replied, "First, let's talk about what each one of us can do. I'll start. I'm a sensor and can sense in a 500 meters radius around me. I'm good at taijutsu and with swords, and I know wind release jutsus, the ones you saw in the exam. I can also perform shadow clone and body flicker jutsu." "What about you guys?" Miko then replied, "I am good at taijutsu too and can use the Uchiha taijutsu style. My Sharingan allows me to see chakra and use genjutsu. I am very good with shurikens. Other than the basic jutsus, I can perform a few fire release jutsus. You saw them in the exam, and I can do body flicker too. In fact, I was taught it by the very best." Fujin was surprised at that information and thought, "Did Shisui teach her this jutsu?" Hoka then replied, "I am a master at the gentle fist style. I can close enemies' chakra points, and my eyes can see up to 800 meters away. Apart from it, I know fish spit jutsu and rock shield jutsu." Fujin nodded and advised, "If you can, then learn body flicker jutsu. If all three of us can use it, then it'll be very helpful and we could use a lot of tactics." Hoka groaned a bit and said, "But I don't want to learn more ninjutsu." Fujin replied, "Well, it's just a movement jutsu. You can move at incredibly fast speed. It'll help make your taijutsu way more lethal. Just imagine your normal jab, then imagine you appearing out of nowhere and performing that jab on the enemy." As Fujin expected, that got Hoka interested, and he agreed to learn it. Fujin then talked a bit about tactics that they could use. He said, "We need to decide who will fight Sensei up close and who will perform support attacks from a distance." However, Hoka cut him off and said, "I want to fight up close." Fujin was about to nod when Miko said, "No, I want to fight up close." Hoka rebuked her, and then they started arguing. Fujin sighed, thinking, "Kids." He then stopped them both and said, "Among all of us, Hoka was ranked 1 in the taijutsu tournament, so he'll engage in hand-to-hand combat with Sensei." Miko was about to talk, but Fujin continued, "But he can't handle Sensei all by himself, so you and I will assist him from time to time. Also, both of us have mid-range jutsus, so it'll be a waste if we can't use them." Hoka, wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat, quickly supported Fujin, and Miko had to begrudgingly agree. Fujin thought, "I planned on discussing a lot more, like the fire-wind combination, and even wanted to ask Hoka to learn more advanced water-release jutsus, as they work well with wind release as well. Sadly, I was too impatient. It'll take a lot of time before they are ready to listen to those tactics." Kinda makes me wish that Renjiro beats both of them up tomorrow to make them a little less stuck up, but I'm afraid that if he does that, then he'll beat me up too. And without using Earth Military Movement Jutsu and Wind Propelling Jutsu, it'll be hard to dodge for long. Sigh. I wonder when I can use these jutsus publicly. It's very uncomfortable to fake hand signs, limit their power, and not use half of the jutsus I know. Sadly, it's necessary. I hope I reach the Junan level soon, as after that, there won't be much worries about Danzo trying to recruit me. It'll be too late to attempt to brainwash me at that stage. Fujin had also planned to ask them to grab a bite together at Ichiraku. However, he had enough for today. Soon they said goodbyes and left. Fujin went over to the library. Now that he had become a genin, he was allowed to access the section C of the library. However, that's not what he was here for. Becoming a ninja allowed him to see a certain book. He went to the librarian and showed his card and asked, "Can I see the bingo book?" She was surprised by a 10-year-old kid asking her that question. However, since he was a ninja, she nodded and asked, "Would you like to see the smaller one or the bigger one?" Now it was Fujin's turn to be surprised. He asked, "What's the difference?" She replied, "Well, the smaller one only has names, bounty, affiliation, and some basic information, whereas the bigger one has more in-depth information." Hearing that, Fujin asked her to show the bigger one. She nodded and brought it to Fujin. When Fujin saw the book, he was shocked. His first thought was, "It's freaking huge." He opened to see it. Apparently, every page covered the data of only one ninja, and the book had 2,197 pages. After analyzing, Fujin thought, well, it makes sense, considering that there are over 100k ninjas in this world. He then mentally thanked the ones who made such a good index. Everything was arranged properly according to the village and alphabetically, as per their names. There were also lists that arranged the ninjas as per their rank in their village and in the descending order of their bounties. After searching for a couple of minutes, he found the name he was looking for. Senju Renjiro. He began turning the page, but while doing that, a thought occurred to him. It's funny that I thought my biggest advantage in this world would be information. But considering how vast this world is, I don't think I have the information on even 1% of the ninjas. Heck, apart from Tsunade, I didn't even know any living Senju. Anyways, this data is very detailed. I am surprised that we can read it for free, but it makes sense, I suppose. This data is compiled by the ones who make the bingo book, and since it's already out in the open, why not just let all your ninjas read it for free? He opened the page and began reading, and he was very surprised by what he read. His bounty was 45 million ryo. It was even higher than Asuma's during Shippuden, and was put on him by Kirigakure. He thought, not bad at all. I guess Hiruzen did appoint someone very competent as my sensei. He read further. The information that Fujin obtained was Senju Renjiro, rank A, 39 years old. He became Genin at 8, Chunin at 10, Junan at 16, and Elite Junan at 28. He specializes in water and earth-release ninjutsu, but can use jutsu of other elements too. He's an excellent swordsman who was trained in the way of swords by a samurai. He fought in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. In the Third War, he had served as Orochimaru's deputy on the Kiri front. Later on, when Orochimaru had to join a different battlefield, he became Konoha's commander on the Kiri front. Due to his skill with the sword, his proficiency in water-release jutsus, and his summon, a sloth, he was very effective against Kiri ninjas. He killed 13 Kiri Junins and over 50 Kiri Chunins over the course of the war. His biggest accomplishment was killing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist in that war. Though his army was defeated by a surprise offensive launched by Kiri, he managed to retreat with the majority of his army and kept Kiri at bay until Konoha's Yellow Flash reinforced him and pushed Kiri back to the seas. After reading that, Fujin thought, damn fuck, he's strong. Not Sannin level, but very close. Anyways, it says that he was trained by a samurai, so I guess he's guide Hiruzen arranged for me. I do wonder what that summon is, though. It's the first time I'm hearing of a sloth. Ain't that a deadly sin? But that sounds a bit too overpowered and not something from this world. Well, whatever. I'll look into it later. He then looked into the data of the ninja he knew from Naruto. He sighed in relief, confirming that it was very similar to what he knew. He also got a better understanding of the shinobi world. He thought, Konoha is way stronger than what was shown in Naruto. Fathers of Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shibi are still alive and leading their clans. Each of them is an elite Junin and are very close to rank S. though I guess that their strengths will decrease over time due to their age. In all, Konoha has just 3 rank S ninjas now. But Jiraiya is barely in the village, and Tsunade can barely even fight. However, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the bingo book has no mention of Danzo. Also, it's quite possible that Fugaku is hiding his Mangekyo. Same with Shisui. I'm not sure how many gates Guy can open, but he might be able to forcibly rise to compete with rank S ninja if needed. Also, it's quite surprising to see Koharu and Homura are rank A ninjas. I don't recall them ever fighting in Naruto. In all, there are 22 elite Junins from Konoha mentioned in the bingo book. And it's quite possible that there are a few more who haven't been mentioned here, like Danzo and others from Root. There are also a few more rank A ninjas who haven't yet become an elite Junin like Kakashi and Guy. He then sighed. I didn't think there would be so many elite Junins in Konoha. And despite this, Hiruzen chose to sacrifice Hizashi. Makes me wonder how bad Konoha's losses were in the lower ranks due to the war. As for the other villages, Kumo and Iwa are pretty strong too, though not as strong as Konoha, at least when it comes to Kage level and elite Junin level combat strength. Kiri is actually quite impressive too, or would have been if so many of their top-ranked ninjas weren't labeled as Rouge ninjas. I guess Obito has pretty much wrecked Kiri. Suna, on the other hand, is doing really bad. Their Kage is easily the weakest out of all 5 Kages, though they have 2 more rank S ninjas, both are retired and very old. And their number of rank A ninjas is pitifully low. He closed the book and thought, well, that should be enough information for now. I'll get more as and when there's a need to. He handed the bingo book back to the librarian and went back home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 37. Sparring with Sensei. Chapter 37 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Next day at 6 a.m., all the members of Team 3 gathered in the Training Ground 17. It was a small open area in the center of a mini forest. Renjiro was the last one to arrive. On seeing his Genan squad already there, he wished them good morning and said, As I said yesterday, before I begin training you 3, I'll like to see what you can do. So we'll have a spar, you 3 versus me. He paused for a few seconds and said, We begin now. As soon as he said that, he jumped forward with the intention to punch. It caught all the 3 Genins off guard. Mieko jumped backwards hurriedly and Hoka jumped to his left. Fujin, on the other hand, just flickered away. Renjiro's punch landed on the ground where the 3 Genins were standing initially, and the ground cracked, causing a lot of dust to rise, which hid him. Renjiro thought, not bad. I only intended to punch the ground in front of them, but I didn't think that all 3 would react so quickly, especially Fujin. Did he use body flicker jutsu without any hand signs? As soon as he used body flicker, Fujin thought, damn, he attacked so suddenly that I flickered away by reflex. He then saw the dust rising up and covering Renjiro, and so did Hoka and Miko. Fujin immediately started sensing him. Miko activated her Sharingan, and Hoka activated his Byakugan. On sensing Renjiro, Fujin thought, well, now that I've shown it, I can't hide it anymore, so might as well spam it. Still, I didn't think hiding my power would be so difficult. I really need to be more careful in case he pulls a few more stunts like that. I hope I can protect the rest of my secrets for at least another year or 2. While Fujin was thinking that, both Hoka and Miko ran towards Renjiro to engage him in combat. Renjiro just stood there, waiting for them to begin their assault. Hoka was the first one to reach him. However, Miko launched a few shurikens on Renjiro. Renjiro dodged them and then engaged Hoka in hand-to-hand combat. He was able to counter his gentle fist style very easily. When Miko joined in, he suppressed both of them with ease. However, he soon frowned. He tried to sense, but he couldn't sense Fujin at all. Taking the opportunity provided by his teammates, Fujin had disappeared from his sight and hid his chakra. Though Renjiro couldn't sense Fujin, Fujin closely monitored their fight, waiting for an opportunity to butt in. He soon found one when Renjiro punched Hoka. Fujin threw a shuriken with all his power. However, Renjiro smirked and thought, a fake opening. Always works against brats. He moved a step back to avoid the shuriken. However, the shuriken curved towards him. That surprised Renjiro. He was about to dodge again when he felt, no, something is weird. So instead of dodging, he just caught the shuriken right out of its trajectory. However, as soon as he caught it, he sensed 2 small chakra signatures behind him. He turned to see 2 wind spheres heading at him. He took a step to dodge, however, at the same time Miko launched fireball jutsu in the direction he was planning to dodge. Seeing that, he adjusted his direction and dodged both the jutsus and created distance from his students. Seeing that, Hoka rushed forward to engage him in close combat. While Hoka was rushing towards him, Renjiro thought, not bad at all. This doesn't seem planned, and their teamwork still needs a lot of work, but they are able to take advantage of the opportunities created by each other. Not to mention that I felt wind on that shuriken, which means that Fujin used projectile control jutsu on the shuriken, and instead of pressing forward on a hopeless assault, he took the advantage of that fireball to disappear again. He engaged in another round of combat with Hoka and Miko. Fujin, who was secretly observing the combat, thought, an elite Junan indeed. That opening was a bait to understand my location. Not to mention, he grabbed the shuriken out of thin air. Though, I wonder what he'd have done if I had infused that shuriken with wind chakra. Anyways, I wonder if I can fool him using a shadow clone. Fujin kept hiding, and made a shadow clone. After a minute, it looked like both Hoka and Miko were about to lose. So the clone interrupted Renjiro by launching 2 wind explosion jutsu on him. He followed it up with shurikens. Renjiro dodged everything and moved towards Fujin to engage him in close combat. However, the clone flickered and moved behind Miko and Hoka. Seeing Renjiro approaching, Hoka began moving forward to engage him. However, Fujin sensed a huge chakra built up by Miko and shouted, "Hoka, move aside!" That shout alarmed Hoka, and he turned to see that Miko was weaving hand signs and had gathered almost all of her chakra. He quickly got out of her way and created distance by running to his left. Miko, actually, was very frustrated by this fight. Poor girl had been trying to use Sharingan Genjutsu on her sensei since the start of the fight, but not once did he look in her eyes. Due to her frustration, she launched Fire Dragon Jutsu and nearly poured all her chakra in it. Fujin's clone sensed that and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu. He timed his jutsu just after Miko launched hers and tried to limit the range of his jutsu to just cover her fire dragon. The result increased the power and the size of the dragon. Not wanting to take that jutsu head-on, Renjiro flickered away. The power of this jutsu really surprised Hoka and Miko, especially Miko, who was awestruck by it. Fujin was still keeping an eye on Renjiro. He noticed that Renjiro had flickered without using any hand signs, and had flickered just enough distance to barely dodge the jutsus. He thought, sigh, that's the first time he has used a ninjutsu. Anyways, it seems like this fight is pretty much over. Hoka has taken quite a beating. So has Miko, and she is out of chakra too. Only I am still fine. Sadly, there's not much me and my clone can do. Not having a good long-range jutsu sucks, though. Despite being perfectly hidden, there's not much I can do. Right then, Fujin suddenly used body flicker jutsu purely with his instincts. However, right when his feet left the ground, a hand came out of the ground and caught his right leg. This caused him to fall forward at a very rapid speed. Luckily for him, he managed to put his arms forward, ensuring that his face didn't get badly damaged. Soon, another hand clutched the back of his neck and pinned him to the ground. He realized that it was Renjiro's chakra signature and thought, what the fuck? I didn't sense him at all. He soon got his clone's memories. His clone had been dispelled, and Hoka and Miko had been defeated. He thought, a clone? But when? On thinking a bit, he realized, was it when the dust provided him cover? But I had almost immediately begun sensing him. Was that fraction of a second enough for him to make a clone and hide it, or his main body? And why didn't I sense him? I should be able to sense anyone sensing me. Heck, even if someone merely looks at me, I sense that too. Renjiro thought. He was able to see an attack coming? No, that doesn't seem right. My chakra control was perfect. It seems like he decided to move purely on his instincts. He then took his hand off Fujin's neck and said, that's enough. Follow me. Fujin followed Renjiro to where Hoka and Miko were. Both were lying on the ground. He thought, poor kids. They really got beat up. Both their faces are swollen, and there are bruises even on their limbs. Renjiro, who had beaten up these two and dispelled Fujin's clone, dispelled himself. Fujin then looked at Renjiro and thought, did he beat these two up to curb their arrogance? Well, whatever. I hope they think more now. After getting his clone's memories, Renjiro looked at Fujin in a new light and thought, "Very good. He was successfully able to hide from my clone not only once, but twice. If not for the fact that his clone had only half his chakra, my clone might not have been able to identify him as a clone. He has a very good mindset. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any good long-range jutsu, which meant that him hiding such a long distance away was disadvantageous to him as well. Also, he gave up a bit too quickly after I caught him. Something I should correct, though I suppose it did save him from receiving a beating. A shame, really, though he doesn't seem as arrogant as the other two. Some beating would have been good for his development." Luckily for Fujin, he was totally oblivious of Renjiro's plans and thoughts. He then looked at Hoka and Miko and thought, but that still makes him much better than these two. Sigh, which Genan engages a Junan in a head-on confrontation? But other than that, their skills are very good. Hoka is very good at taijutsu, and he is very fast too. And Miko's fire-release jutsus were quite strong for a Genan. I'm still surprised by the combo attack of Fujin and her. While Renjiro was engaged in those thoughts, both Hoka and Miko got up, though they still were groaning and looking at their sensei, with a lot of complaints. Miko also looked begrudgingly at Fujin, who seemed to be in a much better condition. Renjiro, of course, ignored those looks and said, "You have 10 minutes. Sit here quietly and think about our little spar. I'll ask you some questions after 10 minutes, and I expect you to answer them." Fujin sat down and began to analyze the fight. Hoka and Miko did that too. However, they were still looking at Renjiro angrily. All three Genans began analyzing and had the same first thought. An elite Junan is incredibly strong. While Fujin had to take some effort to dig up information on Renjiro, Hoka and Miko got it very easily from their parents. Renjiro's exploits were common knowledge among the shinobi who fought in the Third Great Ninja War. That had made them a bit more respectful of Renjiro. After the 10 minutes were up, Renjiro asked, "The first question for you, when did I make a clone?" Fujin raised his hand and replied, "Most probably when you punched the ground and raised a dust cover." Miko, who was thinking hard, replied, "Yes, I don't think there was any other opportunity for you to make a clone." Fujin could sense anger in her voice due to being beaten up. Hoka was still confused, though. He asked, "But Sensei, why couldn't my Byakugan see you?" Renjiro replied, "There are ways to hide even from the Byakugan. Take this as a lesson that, just because you don't see it, doesn't mean you can relax and put your guard down." Hoka nodded with a conflicting expression. Knowing that the pride of his clan wasn't foolproof was a big blow to him. Fujin then asked, "But Sensei, how were you able to approach me from underground and still hide your chakra? Also, how did you keep a track of where I was without letting me sense you back?" Renjiro replied, "There are ways to hide from a sensor, also tricks to sneak up on a sensor. Just because you don't sense anyone doesn't mean that you should completely drop your guard." Miko was the next one to ask a question. She asked, "Sensei, how did you fight me without even once looking into my eyes?" Renjiro smirked and said, "The Uchiha clan has been using Sharingans for hundreds of years. There are many ways to combat your Sharingan too. The one I showed you was just the most basic one." The answers made all the three Genans fall into a deep thought. Fujin especially was very worried. He thought, does that mean if someone was spying on me, I wouldn't even have an idea? This thought worried him. However, he calmed down on thinking, well, he is an elite Junan, capable of leading a whole battlefront. Surely Konoha won't send an elite Junan to spy on a nobody. I should still be safe. Renjiro cut the thoughts of his students and said, "Now all three of you will think and tell me why you lost, and tell me how you could have performed better. Hoka, you first, followed by Miko, and then Fujin." Hoka thought for a bit and said, "You countered my gentle fist, and I couldn't land even one hit on you. Also, my Byakugan couldn't see your clone, and you were also a lot faster than me or anyone else." Renjiro then looked at Miko, who replied, "Your taijutsu is much stronger than ours, and you were always able to dodge all of our attacks, no matter how thorough we were. Also, you knew exactly how to counter each one of us. He then looked over to Fujin, who said, "Our teamwork wasn't proper. We barely ever even spoke to each other. I saw Hoka and Miko tag team against you, but they weren't in sync with each other. And I, despite being hidden, couldn't help much from such a long distance, and we didn't have any plans to defeat you. Not to mention..." Fujin paused for a few moments and continued, "You were just too strong for us to handle." Renjiro nodded and thought, "Decent. Hoka's tactical thinking would have to be developed more, but the other two are much better." He then said, "All right, this is it for today. You can go home and heal yourself. We will meet here tomorrow at 5 a.m. You have one assignment for tomorrow. Write down your daily routine and bring it tomorrow. And Fujin, stay here. Hoka, Miko, you two can leave." On getting the permission to leave, they said goodbyes and left. Fujin did have to suppress his urge to laugh as they both were walking very weirdly. Though that urge went away very quickly as he had a horrifying thought. Wait, I was the only one not beaten up. So he didn't make me wait for... He quickly got rid of that thought. No way. He's a reputed commander from a great ninja war. He won't be so petty. He screamed internally, "Where the fuck are those human rights activists? Also, why the fuck didn't that old monkey make laws to prevent child abuse despite warming the Hokage seat for decades?" Fujin kept seeing his teammates walk away in a weird manner, while desperately hoping that his thoughts won't ever come true. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 38, Light Morning Workout, Chapter 38 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In Training Ground 17, Fujin and his new sensei were alone. Renjiro asked, "Why didn't you use swords during the spar?" Fujin replied, "'Cause I don't have any. I checked the prices, and even the cheapest one costs 12k Ryo. Sadly, I can't afford them." The answer was within Renjiro's expectations. He nodded and said, "I'll be teaching you how to wield swords from now onwards. Don't worry about the swords. I have a few you can use. We will first test your skills, and also the size of the sword that'll suit you. After that, the third Hokage will order 2 custom-made samurai swords for you." Fujin nodded and thanked him. Renjiro took out a scroll, laid it on the ground, and rolled it open. Fujin noticed that it was a storage scroll, and looking at the number of storage seals, he probably was the one who made it. Renjiro made a hand sign, and 12 swords appeared on the scroll. Fujin picked up 2, which were very similar in size to the ones he already used, and said, "Sensei, the ones I used in the academy were of this size." Renjiro replied, "All right, we'll start with these then. Let's have another spar. I want to see how good your sword skills are." Fujin and Renjiro then sparred to compare their sword skills. While sparring, both had different thoughts. Fujin was happy that his sensei wasn't the same monster he was earlier. Renjiro, on the other hand, had mixed feelings about Fujin's swordsmanship. He thought, this kid's basics are extremely solid, especially considering that he has only trained with swords for less than a year. However, apart from the basics, he has nothing at all. There's no style to his swordplay. It's just a simple, straightforward attack and defense. While he has been attacking and defending well, it's only due to him leveraging his speed and strength. If I were to increase my speed and strength to match his, he most probably won't even last 5 seconds. The spar continued for a few minutes more before Renjiro halted it. He concluded, "He's like an unpolished jade. Not having any other styles means that he doesn't have any bad habits." While in the long run it may be disadvantageous, but for practicing just one style, this would be very convenient. Of course, since he hasn't practiced any styles yet, I can't say how fast or slow he will be at learning the samurai saber techniques. Renjiro then suddenly increased his speed to match Fujin's, and skillfully hit both his swords consecutively to create an opening, and then placed the tip of his sword very close to Fujin's throat. He said, "All right, that's enough. I'll teach you some new forms." He then displayed a few forms for Fujin and asked him to copy and practice them. The training continued for 3 hours, after which Renjiro dismissed Fujin. After dismissing Fujin, Renjiro reported to Hiruzen. On entering his office, Hiruzen asked him, "So how are the kids?" Renjiro replied, "Very promising, old man. They are much stronger than an average Genan. Hoka is already at Chunin level in terms of taijutsu, and Miko is the same in terms of ninjutsu, though her chakra reserves need to increase. Fujin's ninjutsu isn't bad either. Though his ninjutsu was weaker than Miko's, he was more skillful with them, and his chakra reserves are higher than hers. The most surprising thing is that his tactical thinking is already on par with someone who has gone through many missions. And even though they didn't actively strategize, they were smart enough to take advantage of the openings provided by their other teammates. Even if I had conducted a test, they would have easily passed it to become Genans. Hiruzen nodded and thought, just as their results indicate, though Fujin's tactical prowess is surprising to hear. I guess that is why he was able to easily rank first in the written exams. He then asked, "What about Fujin's sword skills?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "I can't say yet. His basics are good, but whether he can learn further or not depends on his talent and the effort he puts in." Hiruzen replied, "All right, I'll leave it to you," and dismissed him. Next day, Fujin got up at 4:20 a.m. and thought, "I thought waking up at 5 a.m. was too early. Now this guy asks us to gather there at 5 a.m. Not to mention that training ground is over 15 fucking kilometers from my home. Sigh, whatever. I guess I'll get a good morning run at least. Not sure if his training will be as intense as my morning workouts, so I could increase the pressure applied by the seal on my body during that run." Fujin reached the training grounds just before 5 a.m. and saw that both his teammates were already there. He wished them good morning and waited for Renjiro. Renjiro appeared right at 5 a.m. and said morning. The kids wished him back. Renjiro began by saying, "From today onwards, we'll meet here daily at 5 a.m. Our mornings will begin with rigorous physical training." He then looked at Miko and said, "Fujin's and Hoka's physiques are very well developed. However, Miko, you don't have any seals on your body to help build your physical strength, do you?" Miko shook her head. Renjiro said, "Today, you'll ask your parents to get that seal for you, and get the seal before this week ends." Miko nodded and said, "Yes, Sensei." He then looked at Hoka and Fujin and asked, "How much maximum pressure can your seals apply?" Hoka replied, "Maximum, it can apply 125 kilograms weight." Fujin replied, "Mine can apply a maximum weight of 250 kilograms. Hoka looked at Fujin with a bit of jealousy, as his seal was better. Renjiro then asked, "All right, and how much percent of the pressure do you two use?" Hoka replied, 30%, and Fujin replied, 13.5%. On hearing Hoka's reply, Fujin sighed internally, "No wonder he can keep up so easily with me." Whereas Hoka's mood cheered up as he thought, "Even though his seal is better, I apply more pressure on my body." Miko, on the other hand, was upset and annoyed, thinking, "No wonder these two move so fast. Why didn't anyone ever tell me about this method to get stronger?" Renjiro thought, "Really impressive. It seems that I can make their physical training more rigorous than I had planned." He said, "All right, let's begin with our training." And Team 3 began their first training session under their new sensei. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Getting personally trained by an elite Junan would be really helpful. No matter what their dreams were, becoming an elite Junan would be the minimum requirement for them to reach. Only after that could they think of making their dreams a reality. In the first 30 minutes, all three were very energetic. In the next 30 minutes, their enthusiasm died down. After 1 hour, Miko could barely keep up with the training. Even an aloof Hoka could clearly notice that she was trying her hardest to hold back her tears. Hoka could still keep up, and was the only one looking forward to the next 3 hours. Fujin could keep up too, but he had a very bad feeling. After 2 hours, Fujin was badly regretting the decision he made in the morning. He thought, which fucking demon put the thoughts of turning up the pressure of the seal to fucking 25% for the morning run to this training ground? When the training finally ended at 9 a.m., Hoka and Fujin dropped to the ground. They could barely even move any muscle. Miko had already dropped unconscious sometime earlier. Neither Fujin nor Hoka were aware when exactly, but Renjiro picked her up and laid her under a tree. Fujin would have screamed for child protection laws, but he was too tired to even think about it. He noticed that Miko got up a few minutes after the training ended, and that felt very fishy for some reason. Looking at that sight, Renjiro chuckled internally. He said, No need to overreact so much. It was merely a light morning workout. Now get up and move under that tree." They both barely got up and wobbled somehow to those trees and sat there while resting their backs on the trunk of the tree. Renjiro then tossed a couple of ration bars and a water bottle to all three and said, "You can rest here for the next hour. Eat those ration bars and hydrate yourself, preferably after half an hour. I'll meet you here again at 10. He then flickered away. As soon as he left, both Fujin and Hoka slid down and began sleeping. This pissed Miko, who said loudly, "Wake up, you two, we can't sleep all day." That woke the two of them up. Hoka dismissively replied, "We didn't sleep for over an hour during the workout." Fujin continued in the same tone, "Yeah, wake us up after 30 to 40 minutes. And they both went back to sleep. Miko was very annoyed and made some noise, but both were too tired to respond to her antics, and just ignored her. After around half an hour, Miko woke them both up. As soon as they woke up, they ate the ration bars and emptied the water bottle. The short nap brought their energy levels up, but didn't do much to stop the muscle ache all over the body. Fujin sighed and said, "I think every single muscle in my body is aching." Hoka replied, "Yeah, same here. I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon." Fujin replied, "Especially if this has to be done every morning." That sentence scared both Hoka and Miko. Miko asked, "No way, right? Unlike you two, I didn't even last the whole workout. How will we do this daily?" Fujin chuckled internally and thought, "Poor girl, she is totally freaked out. Ha ha ha. Still, this sensei... I was upset at not getting a chance to meet Guy and hence not having any opportunity to learn from him. But with this, I don't think it was such a bad thing to not meet him. As insane as this workout was, Guy, probably, still beats this by a long distance. Otherwise, there's no way he'd learn the 8 inner gates all the way to the 8th gate." Hoka tried to console Miko and said, "Don't worry. I have been doing such physical workouts for years. After some time, our body will get used to it, and the results will be worth it." That calmed Miko down a bit. However, Fujin thought, "Now that I think about it, this is a good opportunity to curb her Uchiha pride a bit." He countered Hoka by saying, "I don't think that will be the case with Renjiro-sensei. If we get anywhere near being comfortable with this workout, he'll probably change it. Even if that isn't the case, he could just make us increase the pressure on our body." That again freaked Miko out. She quickly asked, "But can't we fool Sensei by lying about how much pressure we have applied?" Hoka commented, "Yeah, we can. There's no way for others to check it." However, Fujin countered again. Even if he can't check it, he'll understand by how tired we are after the workout. So though we could fake the pressure, I don't think we can fool an elite Junan about how difficult the workout is. On being countered again, Hoka wondered what Fujin was up to. He thought, "I'm going out of my way to make her feel better, but Fujin is making her more and more scared." He thought for a bit, but couldn't think of anything and let it go. "Whatever, I don't care. Still though, for a physical workout to push me to this extent, I need to get stronger." Miko tried to think of more ways out, but couldn't think of anything. She had one thought which she was planning to ask her teammates. Can we ask Sensei to decrease the difficulty of the workout? However, her pride didn't allow her to say that. She decided, fine, I'll just work harder and improve my physique. I'm the only one to graduate from my class, which shows how much better I am as compared to others. There's no way a single routine will stop me from achieving my dream. Fujin didn't see the look of determination on both his teammates. His body was still very sore to pay much attention to them. However, another person did. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 39, Rank C Wind Release Jutsus. Chapter 39 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro was hiding nearby and watching his young students. Looking at the determined looks of Hoka and Miko, he smiled, thinking, "Excellent! With this determination, their power will increase very rapidly. Sadly, Fujin isn't looking that determined." He thought a bit and concluded, well, just because there's no determined look on him doesn't mean that he's discouraged. Though he did speak about future challenges, it didn't seem like he wanted to back away. Anyways, I should get a better idea after a few more sessions. If he isn't determined, then I have a few ways to make him determined. If Fujin knew his sensei's plans for him, he would have shuddered. When just 5 minutes of break was left, Fujin and Hoka got up and began stretching. Miko copied them. They weren't sure which crazy session awaited them, and decided to loosen up their muscles. Renjiro soon appeared in front of them and said, "Before we begin with the next session, let's talk about your routines first." Renjiro then discussed everyone's routine one by one. He planned to train them from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 10 a.m. to noon. For Fujin, there'd be additional 3 hours of training from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. He modified everyone's routines to fit his own training plans. He also recommended everyone their diets, and that involved a lot of ration bars. Renjiro recommended them to eat one at 4:15 a.m., two at 9:30 a.m., and another one or two during lunch. He explained that ration bars were created for ninjas who'd be on very long missions away from Konoha. So they have absolutely everything necessary that a ninja must consume. Apart from that, food items rich in proteins were recommended by him. Fujin groaned a bit at his schedule. He thought, no freaking way. Since when did Junan Sensei begin spending so much time to train their Genans? Heck, apart from Kakashi teaching Sasuke Chidori and Guy teaching Lee, I don't think any of the remaining 10 were taught anything significant at all by their sensei. With him practically taking my whole day, I won't have any time to keep practicing Fuinjutsu or learn any new ninjutsu. I am not sure if the trade-off is worth it. He thought a bit more and sighed, I don't really have a say here. I really hope that the trade-off is worth it. Renjiro began the next training session. Considering how tired his students were, Renjiro decided to let them have it easy. The session focused on teamwork and team formations. Nothing fancy, just the application of what they were taught in the academy. At noon, Renjiro stopped the training and gathered everyone. He then said, Fujin, for today, we'll skip your sword practice. I have another assignment for you. All 3 of you will visit the library and decide what you guys want to learn over the next year. We will discuss it tomorrow. And don't forget, we'll have daily training sessions here at 5 a.m. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko nodded and thanked him. Hoka and Miko left for their home, whereas Fujin went over to Yakiniku-Q for lunch. Fujin did train hard over the past 5 years. However, nothing came close to what he went through today. Despite the pain, he was actually looking forward to how much stronger this training would make him. After lunch, he went over to the library. He entered the section C of the library and began searching for wind-release jutsus. He also wanted to look at rank C, earth-release jutsus. But he thought, that old freak can sneak up without me even sensing. And given that he has given us this task, I wouldn't be surprised if he is keeping an eye here. I'll just check the rest sometime later. What surprised him was that the number of rank C wind-release jutsus exceeded the number of rank D and rank E wind-release jutsus. On going through all of them, he made a list. The list of rank C wind-release jutsus was Gale Palm Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Wind Cutter Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu. He had already learnt Great Breakthrough Jutsu, so he read the scrolls of the remaining jutsus to get a better understanding of them. After reading, he concluded, so Gale Palm Jutsu is basically just a more advanced form of Gale Surge Jutsu. It does provide 360 degrees coverage, but its power is still lacking. Not to mention, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu is a much better defensive jutsu. Not only does it defend, but it also reflects back all attacks made on it. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. The body moves along with a gale of wind. It's an escape jutsu. And the user can move over a kilometer. Wind Cutter Jutsu and Faithful Windblade Jutsu are offense-oriented jutsus. Wind Cutter basically just uses wind to cut through the enemies, and Faithful Windblade needs a sword or kunai or any blade as a base. Using that, it creates a 10 feet long blade of wind. Since it is made of wind, it is almost weightless, and is very sharp and difficult to block. I guess the jutsu that Baki used was a more advanced form of this jutsu. Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu is a battlefield control jutsu and can be used to restrict enemies. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu and Wind Dragon Jutsu sound incredibly fun. a wind sphere has to be made, and then the caster has to make a wolf or a dragon from that sphere. But both jutsus take different routes ahead. In Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, I can make more wolves as I get stronger, whereas in Wind Dragon Jutsu, the dragon can shoot out Wind Explosion Jutsu. Once again, these jutsus are very interesting. Most of these jutsus aren't restricted by their ranks and can perform even as good as in rank S jutsu if the caster is strong enough and has mastered these jutsus to their limits. In fact, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, and Wind Dragon Jutsu are classified as rank CS, depending on how strong their user is. At rank C, Spinning Shield of Wind can only deflect weapons back. But as it is made stronger, it can reflect low-level ninjutsu back, and at its peak, it is said to be able to reflect even rank A jutsus back. For Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, it's about the number of wolves that can be formed. At rank C, only one can be formed. But at rank S, the caster can make hundreds of these wolves, something that'll be incredibly useful against an army. For Wind Dragon Jutsu, it's about the size of the dragon and the number of wind explosion jutsus it can spit out. According to the scroll, someone with large amounts of chakra and excellent chakra control could make a dragon that is over 1 kilometer long and can shoot out hundreds of wind explosion jutsus. Even though the other jutsus aren't stated to be able to reach such a level, I can imagine them to be much stronger. For instance, for Faithful Windblade Jutsu, the size of the windblade could be extended even further, or it could be made much sharper. Similarly, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu could probably be used to move tens of kilometers away. He then calmed himself and thought, the only issue is, why haven't I heard about anyone using these jutsus? Even if these jutsus have that potential, if no one can reach it, then there must be some issue. He analyzed for a few minutes and concluded, I guess using my memories about Naruto is very unreliable. Also, it is very likely that Wind Affinity ninjas in Konoha do practice these jutsus, just that I'm not aware of them. Not surprising. But I do want to know if there was even one character in the past who used these jutsus to their full potential. He noticed, I lost my focus. Let me first decide which jutsus to learn. After analyzing, he decided, I will learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Windblade Jutsu, and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. I don't need the battlefield control that Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu provides currently. And for defense, Escaping into the Ground and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu are better options than Gale Palm Jutsu. Wind Cutter Jutsu could have been useful, but I have another idea. While analyzing the jutsus, Fujin noticed two peculiarities. His thoughts were, wouldn't Faithful Windblade Jutsu be a better option than Chakra Flow? It makes me wonder if instead of sending a slash of chakra, I could use this to send a slash of wind in Samurai Saber techniques. Also, can this be used in conjunction with Chakra Flow? The others are Wind Dragon Jutsu and Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. The starting point of both of these jutsus is the same. So can I create wolves that shoot out Wind Explosion Jutsu, or can I create multiple dragons? These ideas intrigued him a lot. He decided to experiment with them when he was strong enough to do so. After deciding the jutsus to learn, Fujin thought, alright, decision made. Now I'll dig up this entire library to see if anyone ever used these jutsus to their limits or not. He got up to keep the scrolls back. On getting up, he noticed, Miko's here? I didn't even notice. He then tried to sense and noticed, oh, Hoka is here too, and he is in Section D. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description, rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 40, Second Kazekage, Chapter 40 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Both Hoka and Miko had arrived in the library sometime after Fujin. Unlike Fujin, they had guidance from their ninja parents. As they were talented enough, they were also guided by their respective clan elders, so they hadn't visited the village's library before, as all their jutsus were directly taught to them. However, this time, respecting Renjiro's wishes, the elders allowed these kids to go and research in the village library. Of course, they would discuss Miko and Hoka's plans with them before they talked to Renjiro. Hoka was reading the scroll on body flicker jutsu in Section D. He thought, Sigh, the library is full of ninjutsu. I tried reading scrolls on taijutsu, but they suck. Nothing comes close to our gentle fist style. Sigh. I don't want to waste my time on ninjutsu. I'll just tell Sensei that I will learn body flicker jutsu. It was very cool when Fujin just blitzed everywhere. Also, if my enemy knows this jutsu, I won't be able to even touch him, though father would probably still yell on me. Can't they get that I want to focus only on taijutsu? Miko, on the other hand, had directly arrived in Section C and began looking for more fire release jutsus. She thought, why did my father make me search through jutsus here? Couldn't they just teach me stronger jutsus? However, while searching, she found something that surprised her. She thought, fire release, 4. Why is this jutsu in Section C? Shouldn't it be a rank B jutsu in fire release? 5 jutsu be a rank A jutsu? She took the scroll and began reading it. On reading it, she was very satisfied. She thought, finally, this jutsu finally has some power behind it. The fire release. 4 jutsu was similar to fire release, 2 jutsu. Point 2 fingers and release a heat ray. However, in this stage, the power was much higher. It was comparable to using a very hot kunai. Miyako thought, with this, I could compete with Hoka and Fujin in close combat. Getting hit by this will be very painful, and it'll be very hard to dodge in close range. Though I don't like to admit it, both of them are much stronger than me physically. And Hoka's gentle fist style is difficult to counter despite having Sharingan. With this jutsu, I could become as strong as them in close combat, and I am already superior to them in ranged combat. She then looked for other jutsus, and decided to learn Flame Sphere Jutsu and Fireproof Jutsu, thinking, I don't have any defensive jutsus, so these might be a bit useful. Fujin ignored his teammates and began his search with the Kazekages. He wasn't aware much about the Kazekages. He thought, the syllabus didn't focus much on the past Kazekages. In fact, they didn't talk about which jutsus were used by any foreign Kage. I do recall Gaara, his father, and the third Kazekage. However, not much was shown. Gaara manipulated sand, Rasa manipulated gold, and his predecessor manipulated iron. And all their combat was based around that. I hope the first and second aren't the same. Also, it isn't probable for third and fourth Kazekages to not know anything else. It took him a while to gather all the data on the 3 Kazekages. He had already read about Rasa in the bingo book. Sadly, the bingo book didn't maintain information on the dead. After almost 2 hours of going through various scrolls and trying to summarize it, Fujin understood, I see. So the first Kazekage was a user of magnet release Kekkei Genkai. He was the one who created Tsunagakure. And unlike Hashirama, he did it with an iron fist. Many tribes and clans in the vicinity were forced to join in or evacuate. It seems like he wanted to keep the position of Kazekage within his clan, as he had announced his second son as his successor. Sadly for him, Tobirama killed all 3 of his sons in a clash in the First War. And later on, he was killed by the second Tsuchikage's dust release in the same war. Not having any one strong enough in the clan, they had to appoint a student of the first Kazekage as the second Kazekage. And at the same time, they began raising the first Kazekage's grandson for the third Kazekage's position. Though all the Kazekages have been an expert at wind release, it was the second one who was a true master of the wind. It seems that the legends from these scrolls came from him. In order to defend an important location, he had created a wind dragon so huge that its tail couldn't be seen at all. He could also create hundreds of wolves to attack enemy armies. He could fly, and had clashed with the second Tsuchikage a few times. And it seems like all the Danzo's vacuum jutsus came from the second Kazekage too. However, towards the end of the First War, Tobirama killed the second Kazekage. Though, despite that, they didn't surrender and retreated back into their derts where no one dared to march on them. So how exactly did Konoha get these jutsus? It's very unlikely for Konoha and Suna to both have these jutsus. So either Suna, or more likely, Konoha stole it from the other. Fujin thought a bit and reached 3 conclusions. Well, either Tobirama had an Uchiha keep an eye on him and copy his jutsus, or Tobirama used Impure World Resurrection to get those jutsus from him, or Suna was asked to hand these jutsus over after their disastrous loss in the Second War. Knowing Tobirama, I'd say it is very likely that he employed both the first 2 ways, and Hiruzen took the opportunity provided in the Second War to show that Konoha has acquired these jutsus in a proper manner. Of course, I can't be sure that this is what happened. Either way, it does seem that the potential of these wind-release jutsus is very real. Still, the first Great Ninja War was so brutal. At the end of the war, every village had to elect their third Kage. Only Tobirama and the second Raikage were alive, but they were killed during the peace talks when the Gold and Silver brothers revolted. Probably that's why the next wars weren't that intense. No Kaji died in the second Great Ninja War, and the third Raikage was the only Kage to die in the third Great Ninja War. I guess they did learn some form of constraint. Makes me wonder if the first war is the reason why Hiruzen talks so much about peace, and why Onoki chose to just watch and be known as the fence-sitter instead of being more proactive. On validating the potential of the jutsus, Fujin decided to read one scroll up entirely to understand how the jutsu should be learnt. After analyzing, he decided, I'll start with Faithful Windblade Jutsu. It should assist in my Samurai Saber techniques training with Renjiro, though I'll need to confirm it with him first. Miko and Hoka had already left the library when Fujin was searching for information on the Kazekages. When Hoka reached home, his father asked, "So what have you decided to learn?" Hoka put up a very serious face and said, "Father, I have decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu." And then he paused. His father kept waiting to hear his son's further plans, but Hoka didn't speak. He asked, "And?" Hoka showed a confused expression and asked, "And what?" He impatiently asked, "What will you learn in addition to Body Flicker Jutsu?" Hoka again put up a very serious face and said, "I'll learn more Taijutsu." This statement finally broke his father's stoic expression and got Hoka a punch right on his head. He then dragged his son to his clan's library to pick out more jutsus for him. A similar scenario took place at Miko's home. Her parents were happy with her choice to learn Fire Release 4 Jutsu. But for the rest, her mother told her, those two jutsus don't provide much defense. Flame Sphere will at best help you defend against one attack, and Fireproof Jutsus will only make you immune to Fire Release Jutsus. Actually, Fire Element doesn't provide a good defense. Why don't you learn Earth or Water Release Jutsus for defense? Miko thought about what her parents said and agreed. She said, "All right, but I also want to learn Flame Sphere and Fireproof." Knowing their daughter's talent, her parents agreed. They then went to the Uchiha library to pick more jutsus. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 41, Importance of Rank C Jutsus. Chapter 41 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next day again began with the brutal morning workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro asked, "So what have you guys decided to learn?" Miko, wanting to talk first, quickly said, "Sensei, I've decided to learn Fire Release, 4 Jutsu, Flame Sphere Jutsu, Fireproof Jutsu, Earth Military Movement Jutsu, and Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu." Renjiro nodded and asked, "Why?" Miko said, "I already know Fire Release 3 Jutsu, so Fire Release 4 is the next step. It'll also be a very strong option in close combat. Earth Military Movement Jutsu and Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu are to evade an enemy attack, and once I'm underground, it'll be a strong defense too. And if I have jumped and can't reach the ground, then I'll use Flame Sphere Jutsu to defend. And Fireproof Jutsu would help me become immune to Fire Release Jutsus." On hearing her reason, Fujin thought, "Heh, she memorized the whole thing, still Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu. I should learn that one. I hope that jutsu has some way to breathe underground. Though I did develop a few ways to ensure cracks in the surface to allow some flow of air underground, it is not very reliable." Renjiro too noticed the memorized answer and sighed internally. They still assisted her in the decision. Though this plan should be good enough. He then said, "That should be good enough. However, you will train to be able to perform Fire Release 4 Jutsu without any hand signs." Miko was confused. "Without any hand signs? How and why?" Renjiro replied, "Do you think that your enemies will wait for you to perform your hand signs when you are in a close combat? As to how, don't worry. I'll teach you." Miko was very intrigued by it and nodded excitedly. He then looked over to Fujin. Fujin said, "I've decided to learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu." This surprised Renjiro a bit. He thought, "That's surprising." He wants to learn 5 rank C wind release jutsu. I did have plans to suggest a couple of jutsus in case he chose only 1 or 2. I suppose this will be good too. I'll just teach those to him sometime later. Though Renjiro hid it soon, Fujin did notice him getting surprised. He sighed internally. I would have preferred to train in them in secret, but he barely allows me any free time to do that. So if I only mentioned 1 or 2, then there's a chance that I might be stuck with only those for some time. Renjiro then nodded and asked, "Why?" Fujin replied, "Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu will help me defend from frontal assaults and even counterattack. Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon Jutsu will allow me to attack from a distance and control the battlefield, and I could attack from both land and the sky with them. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is an escape jutsu. As for Faithful Wind Blade, I think that it'll complement samurai saber techniques well, so I plan to start with it." Renjiro thought, "Very good," considering that he didn't have anyone to guide him. 2 jutsus very long range, 1 defensive, 1 close range, and 1 escape jutsus, and he already has 2 usable mid-range jutsus. He then commented, "Good thinking. But later on you'll also have to learn your second element. Wind is good for offense, but not very good for defense. Also, don't learn Faithful Windblade Jutsu right now. While it will complement samurai saber techniques, but that's only after you've mastered it. Right now it'll become an obstacle instead. Start with Wind Dragon Jutsu." Fujin nodded and asked, "Why should Wind Dragon Jutsu be learnt first? Wouldn't it be easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu first, and then learn Wind Dragon Jutsu?" Renjiro was impressed with the question. He answered, "I have some plans for your Wind Dragon Jutsu, so don't worry about it. As for the learning order, once you learn Wind Dragon Jutsu, it'll be much easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu." Fujin nodded while thinking, "Yeah, but that doesn't make learning Wind Dragon Jutsu any easier." Renjiro then looked at Hoka. Hoka said, "I've decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu, Stone Shuriken Jutsu, Rockthorn Bed Jutsu, Rockthorn Launch Jutsu, and Water Shuriken Jutsu." Both Fujin and Miko noticed the sorrowful tone of Hoka. Renjiro thought, "I know you don't like ninjutsu, but is there a need to look at me like I owe you 1,000,000 ryo?" He ignored that and thought about the jutsus. Just like us, the Hyugas focus on earth and water elements too. The Gentle Fist style has both the sturdiness of earth and the flexibility of water. So even if they don't have those affinities, they are still trained in those elements. Luckily for him, he does have the earth affinity. Still, he chose only 1 rank C jutsu. All others are rank D. "I guess I need to take it slow with this kid." Renjiro asked once again, "Why?" Hoka replied the answer that his father had made him memorize. "Body Flicker is to increase my speed. My Gentle Fist style is restricted by range, so I can use Body Flicker to force the enemy into close combat. And if an enemy stays barely outside my range, then I can engage him with Stone Shuriken Jutsu. If the fight is on water, then I can engage him with Water Shuriken Jutsu. Rockthorn Bedsu is to stop the enemies from running away, and Rockthorn Launch Jutsu is in case the enemy jumps to avoid the Rockthorns." Renjiro nodded and thought, the usual Hyuga tactic of using Rockthorn Bed Jutsu for the reverse purpose. Though I'll have to make him learn more rank C, Earth, and Water Release Jutsus. Renjiro then looked at all 3 of his students and said, "I'll now explain to you why I made you go through this exercise. But first, tell me, which rank jutsu would you guys like to use?" Miko replied immediately, "I'd like to learn and use rank S jutsu." She then looked at Renjiro with hopeful eyes. Renjiro chuckled internally and looked at the other 2 kids. Fujin was in thought, and Hoka appeared tense. Hoka, while sweating, said, "Rah! Rank D jutsus are enough for me." Miko glared at Hoka for saying that. Renjiro then looked at Fujin and asked, "Fujin?" Fujin looked at his sensei and said, "I'd like to use rank A or S jutsus too, but I'm not sure of how much chakra they would need. If just using 1 rank S jutsu completely drains my chakra, then it's kinda pointless, isn't it?" Renjiro smiled on hearing that answer. "Perfect. This kid's analytical ability is very good." Renjiro said, "You are right. This exercise is for you guys to find the jutsus most suited for you. No matter what rank ninja you become in the future, the jutsus you'll use the most are rank C jutsus. The reason is that the jutsus that are rank B and above drain a lot of chakra and affect your ability to fight for long." He waited a few moments for the Genans to understand. He continued, "So, in the future, how good of a ninja you become will depend on how good you are at using the rank C jutsus you have." He then looked at Miko and said, "It isn't about the number of rank C jutsus you know, but about how good you are at using them." He then looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, use your great breakthrough jutsu on those trees." Fujin nodded, made the hand signs, and released his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu created a lot of winds, causing the branches to shake wildly and a lot of leaves and twigs to fall down. The winds left deep cuts in most trees. After a minute, the winds died down. Fujin thought, "All right, that's about 25% of my full power with this jutsu." Renjiro said, "Good, now watch this." Renjiro then made one hand sign, and then used Great Breakthrough Jutsu himself. The power behind his jutsu was easily over 10 times of what Fujin had done. The winds went through a few trees. 3 trees were uprooted, and even though the jutsu wasn't directed at them, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko all felt those winds and had to hold on to the ground. Hoka and Miko were very shocked by what they saw. Whereas Fujin had only one thought, "Isn't this illegal deforestation? Someone call the cops and the media." "Old man, Hashirama is no longer alive to just create more trees out of thin air." Miko asked enthusiastically, "But how? Why is your jutsu so much stronger than Fujin's?" Renjiro replied, "Because I have mastered this jutsu to a greater degree than Fujin." Fujin rebuked internally, "Incorrect, old man. You still had to use one hand sign. You just charged the jutsu with way more chakra than I did or can, though I guess you were more efficient in chakra use." Renjiro continued, "And this wasn't my full power, nor have I completely mastered this jutsu. Had it been Lord Hokage, then he could have leveled this whole forest with just this jutsu." Miko, Fujin, and Hoka were very surprised and excited at that information. Or at least the other 2 were. Fujin sighed internally, thinking, "Hiruzen is a lot scarier here than in Naruto. I really wonder if Orochimaru will really be able to kill him or not." Satisfied with his students' reactions, Renjiro said, "So this is why you need to focus on learning and mastering the proper rank C jutsus. In the future, these jutsus are what you'll be using the most. Of course, it doesn't mean that you should not learn higher rank jutsus. The additional power they provide is very useful. However, if you don't have a good set of rank C jutsus mastered, then you won't ever be able to become truly strong." Miko and Fujin nodded, but Hoka still looked a bit reluctant. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, no matter how good you become at taijutsu, you'll never become a strong ninja without mastering a few good rank C jutsus." Hoka looked down and softly murmured, "Even without ninjutsu, I can still become a very strong ninja." Renjiro sighed and said, "All right, we will have one spar between Fujin and you right now." Miko pouted as she wasn't involved in the spar. Renjiro made Hoka and Fujin take their positions. While they were heading towards their position, Renjiro secretly whispered to Fujin, "Thanks for listening." Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 42, Fujin vs. Hoka, Chapter 42 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoka and Fujin were facing each other and were 10 meters apart. Renjiro announced, "You can use everything you know in this spar. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu are all allowed, but don't hurt each other fatally." Both kids nodded. Renjiro announced, "Fight!" As soon as he said that, Hoka activated his Byakugan and rushed forward as fast as he could to engage Fujin in close combat. However, Fujin just flickered away. On gaining sufficient distance, he prepared one wind explosion jutsu in each hand. On seeing that, Hoka stopped and quickly started using hand signs for rock shield jutsu. Fujin recognized the hand signs and threw one wind sphere on Hoka. That put a lot of pressure on Hoka, but he managed to create the rock shield in time. The wind sphere hit the rock shield and exploded, creating a lot of winds. Seeing that his jutsu worked, Hoka sighed in relief and put his guard down for a moment. That turned out to be a mistake, as Hoka's Byakugan saw a wind sphere heading towards him from the left. He tried to jump away quickly, but the wind sphere exploded near him. The explosion created more winds, which hit Hoka while he was in the air. The winds threw him off course, causing him to fall badly. Hoka quickly got on his feet, only to see one more wind sphere headed straight towards him. This time he didn't jump and instead tried running away. However, more and more wind spheres kept heading towards him. For the next 15 seconds, Hoka just kept dodging. The winds created by the explosion had created small scratches all over his body, and his clothes were in a very bad shape. Finally, Hoka adjusted himself and began dodging the wind spheres properly. He used his Byakugan to see the wind spheres as soon as they were launched, and dodged in the right directions. Fujin thought, "Excellent. The rate at which I'm creating the wind spheres is just 1/5 of what I'm truly capable of, while their power is 1/3 of their max power. Still, he's struggling so badly. Oh well, time to end this farce, I guess." Fujin halved the number of wind spheres he was throwing. This allowed Hoka to close the distance between him and Fujin. He thought, finally. He slowed down. Time to finish him with my gentle fist. When the distance between the two was just 10 meters, Fujin began moving backwards. Hoka thought, it'll be annoying if he creates the distance again, and increased his speed. However, Fujin quickly made a few hand signs. Seeing Fujin making hand signs, Hoka tried to increase his speed further. However, he quickly realized and panicked. He quickly tried making hand signs for Rock Shield Jutsu, but it was too late. Fujin, who was merely a few meters ahead of him, blew strong winds straight at him. The resultant winds blew Hoka back with force. Renjiro, who was planning to jump in, noticed, "I see. Fujin put a very low amount of chakra in the jutsu, and it seems like he also made it very mild. Had he used as much force as he displayed earlier, that jutsu could have maimed Hoka." The winds blew Hoka around 50 meters back. Though Fujin tried to limit its power, Hoka still got dragged along the ground, causing him a lot of scratches which bled. After the winds subsided, Fujin picked up a small pebble nearby and threw it at Hoka. As Fujin had expected, Hoka still got up and wanted to fight more. He noticed the pebble heading towards him and stepped aside. He was about to rush towards Fujin again, however, the pebble suddenly took a hard turn and headed straight at him. Hoka couldn't react, and the pebble hit him straight on his chest. It didn't cause any damage to Hoka, but Renjiro announced, "That's enough. Winner is Fujin." On hearing that, Hoka dropped to his knees dejectedly. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that if Fujin had used a shuriken instead of a pebble, he'd have been injured very badly. This loss hit him hard. Fujin expected it, and so did Renjiro. During the 4 years of his academy, Hoka had never lost a fight to any of his classmates. In his second graduation exam, he even beat his seniors. However, this time he was defeated, and he never even had a chance. Looking at Hoka's crestfallen expression, Renjiro sighed. "While I expected this result, I didn't think it'd be so bad. He didn't even have a chance." He then looked at Fujin and thought, "This kid, though. Even though I asked him to maintain distance while fighting, I didn't expect him to do this well. He controlled the flow of the whole battle, and had Hoka moving exactly how he wanted. He even threw a sphere on Hoka's defense on purpose, just to get his guard down. There's a lot more to this kid than we thought. Hey, it makes me very interested in his future. Perhaps in the next Great War, he might be an important figure." He then looked at Hoka and said, "So, do you understand now why ninjutsu is important?" Hoka looked up at his sensei. Renjiro continued, "Your opponent used 2 rank D and 1 rank C jutsu. One was a movement jutsu and the other 2 were mid-range jutsu, while you only used 1 defensive rank E jutsu. You specialize in taijutsu, but you didn't even get a chance to engage your enemy in taijutsu." Hoka nodded sadly. Renjiro then put up a kind smile and said reassuringly, "I know that you like taijutsu a lot, and I support your enthusiasm for it, but you need to know ninjutsu too, in order to be able to use your taijutsu effectively. There hasn't been any ninja who has become strong by only focusing on taijutsu and neglecting everything else." While he was saying that, he secretly thought, though there was one ninja who could challenge what I said. Might Dewey, he killed 4 swordsmen of the mist and forced the remaining 3 to run away. Just like Minato was credited for our victory against Iwa, Dewey can be credited for our victory over Kiri. They never dared to ever fight us again after that incident. Though I would still stand by what I said to Hoka. Despite Dewey being as strong as he was, he still struggled at completing normal missions. Not knowing any good genjutsu or ninjutsu, and just depending on taijutsu is a bad idea. His son, despite preferring taijutsu and mostly using it, does know a decent amount of ninjutsu. But if his taijutsu keeps advancing at the same rate, he might make what I said invalid. Hoka nodded his head and said with determination, "Yes, Sensei, I will work hard on my ninjutsu too." Renjiro kept his kind smile and sighed in relief internally. Finally, I got another kid on the right track. I have to admit, the old man's tactics in handling kids are the best. No wonder he was able to train 3 Sanins. Anyways, my team is finally set. He then looked at all 3 of his students and said, "I hope all of you have realized the importance of rank C jutsus by now." Fujin, Hoka, and Miko nodded. Renjiro continued, "In terms of ninjutsu, your next focus will be on learning and mastering rank C jutsus. Until I say otherwise, none of you will attempt to learn a rank B or higher jutsu." He then advised the kids more and ended the day by saying, "This will be your today's assignment. Fujin, you and Miko will take Hoka to the village hospital and see that his wounds are tended to. And Fujin, meet me here at 2 p.m. He then flickered away. On the way to the hospital, Hoka was walking in an awkward manner. The morning training followed by getting several cuts took its toll. Seeing him wobble, Fujin said, "Sorry about that." Hoka replied, "It's okay, don't worry about it." Miko said, "Yeah, it's just a few cuts, stop wobbling and walk faster." Hoka, however, replied with his usual stoic face, "Perhaps if I slept for over 2 hours during the morning workout, I might have been able to walk properly." Hearing that, Fujin chuckled, while Miko became very embarrassed. Fujin and Miko accompanied Hoka in the hospital. Hoka was asked to go to a ward. First, a civilian doctor arrived and cleaned all his wounds up. 5 minutes after the doctor left, a medical ninja arrived and healed all the cuts on him and advised him to take rest for the remaining day. Fujin observed the entire process and then looked at Miko with a hint of jealousy. He sighed, thinking, "If only I had the sharing on. I'd have just copied mystical palm jutsu and been done with it." They then said farewell to each other and left. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 43, Training Under an Elite Junan. Chapter 43 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the afternoon, Fujin visited the training grounds where Renjiro trained him in the basics of samurai saber techniques. Next day again began with the same workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro said, "Today, we will begin learning new jutsus. Hoka, you'll begin with Rockthorn Bed Jutsu. Fujin, you'll start with Wind Dragon Jutsu, and Miko, you'll start with Fire Release for Jutsu." The kids nodded. Renjiro then made a hand sign and prepared 3 shadow clones. Each of the shadow clones took a scroll from the main body and then took 1 Genan. Hoka stayed at the same place, whereas Fujin and Miko were moved to a different location in the training ground. The clones then gave the scroll to the Genans and asked them to read and start attempting the jutsu. As the kids began to learn them, the clone constantly kept a watch and gave tips and advice when they felt the need to. The training under Renjiro continued in this manner. The morning workout remained the same, whereas in the 10 a.m. to noon session, Renjiro alternated between training them in team formations and ninjutsu training. In the afternoons, Renjiro trained Fujin with the sword, and from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Fujin trained by himself. He either practiced the jutsu he was learning or fought against his shadow clones. Fujin found the training under Renjiro to be very helpful. Even though Fujin was already able to perform a few jutsus without hand signs, getting tips from Renjiro on the same helped him optimize it even further. Learning new jutsu became much easier too due to the tips Renjiro gave. He learned the Wind Dragon Jutsu in a week, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu in 2 days, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu in 9 days, and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu in 3 days. The rank C jutsus provided some challenge for Fujin. Wind Dragon and Spinning Shield of Wind was difficult to learn. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, however, was very easy to learn after having learnt Wind Dragon Jutsu. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu 2 was very similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. Only, instead of depending on their own force, the user had to create a gust of wind and use it to move. Its range was larger than Body Flicker Jutsu. Fujin was instantly able to move 300 meters away with the aid of this jutsu. Another advantage was that it didn't leave any traces behind for the enemy to track. While right now, Fujin could escape better by spamming body flicker jutsu. He was sure that once he mastered this jutsu, it'll be much better at escaping than body flicker jutsu. His sword skills, too, had improved drastically. He and Renjiro decided on the length of the swords Fujin should get. It was 57 centimeters. After 3 weeks as a Genan, Fujin received the 2 samurai swords he was promised. He was called to the Hokage's office along with Renjiro and given the swords. Fujin did note the fact that Hiruzen took every opportunity he could in order to make the kids more loyal to Konoha. In the training grounds, he held the 2 swords. Even though he wasn't an expert in swords, he clearly felt that these 2 were much better in quality. On that day, Renjiro began teaching Fujin chakra flow. Fujin, who already knew it, calmed himself and acted like it was the first time he was seeing it. He thought, I am not sure I can hide my skill from him. I guess I should just not do what I know and follow his instructions to the T. Luckily for Fujin, Renjiro's methods to create chakra flow was much different from what he had tried. It was also much more suitable. So he just honestly tried that method. Due to the method being different, he struggled initially. However, once he got a hang of it, the remaining phase was extremely easy for him. In merely 3 days, he managed to flow his chakra through his new swords. He noticed, wow, this is so easy with this sword. Renjiro, on the other hand, was very shocked. He thought, the hell? He learnt chakra flow in merely 3 days? Even assuming that he trained at home, he couldn't have trained for more than 15 hours. He tried to make sense of it. Did he already know it? He tried analyzing and concluded, no, his struggle initially was very real. It's just that after he managed to do it a little bit, the rest became very easy for him. It's as if it was second nature to him. His analysis shocked him even further. He finally chuckled and thought, Master Mifune, it seems like I have picked up a student more talented than anyone in the Land of Iron. With that thought, he began laughing loudly. That laugh did attract Fujin's attention. He thought, did he notice? No, that shouldn't be it. I guess it's my talent. Sigh, there was no other choice. Still, he doesn't need to laugh like a retard. Renjiro noticed Fujin looking at him with a concerned look, as if he was wondering whether his sensei needed some medical attention. He said, don't worry about it, kid. I just recalled an old geezer who was bragging about the talents in his village. Anyways, now that you have learnt chakra flow, we'll work towards mastering it. The intensity of the training, too, will increase a lot. Fujin nodded. From that day onwards, Renjiro became much more enthusiastic in teaching the samurai saber techniques to Fujin. That also meant that the training became much tougher. It almost became half as intense as the morning workout. Miko and Hoka, too, made a lot of progress. Miko learned all her jutsus within the first 2 weeks, whereas Hoka needed a month to learn his. Learning body flicker made Hoka a much better ninja. By the end of the month, Miko finally managed to get through the entire morning workout. As soon as she did that, Renjiro asked her to start activating the training seal to 1% of its maximum capacity. Poor girl's joy at completing the workout quickly turned to horror. He had increased the pressure on Hoka's and Fujin's bodies too by making them increase the pressure of their seals to 32% and 15% respectively. And I'll call that seal Training Seal from here onwards. Probably should have named it when I introduced it. Apart from the personal improvements, the squad had also improved as a team. Within the first week, all the basic 4-man and 3-man formations were drilled into the trio. After that, Renjiro began working on their teamwork and combination attacks. A lot of exercises and spars were conducted to improve teamwork. For combination attacks, Fujin and Miko were made to combine Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon jutsus. It took a few days to learn, but the result was excellent. The Fire Dragon was enhanced by the Wind Dragon, nearly doubling its size. Its power was around 4 times the power of both the jutsus individually. The dragon could shoot wind explosion jutsu from its mouth. However, instead of normal winds, it was made of incredibly hot winds. On their first experiment, they nearly caused a forest fire. Luckily, Renjiro was closely monitoring this training and quickly used waterfall jutsu to douse the fire. Seeing that Fujin thought, isn't this very similar to Scorch style? I guess, only the power is lacking. Fujin looked at Renjiro and asked, Sensei, Is it possible for only one ninja to perform this combination jutsu? And I mean without using clones. Miko was very intrigued by this question and paid attention. Renjiro answered, yes, it is possible. You have to use both the nature transformations at the same time and release them together. One way to do it is by doing hand signs for Fire Dragon Jutsu with one hand and for Wind Dragon Jutsu with the other. But don't worry about it for now. This is too advanced. You can't do it right now. This answer surprised Fujin. He quickly asked, but Sensei, wouldn't using two elements at the same time be a Kekkei Genkai? How can anyone do that without having the bloodline? Renjiro answered, this ain't Kekkei Genkai. It's merely using two elements to complement each other. For example, the Yuki clan has Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. Ice Release is a combination of water and wind. However, if you combine wind and water dragons, all you get is a water dragon that cuts very sharply. There is no sign whatsoever of any ice forming. Combination jutsus merely enhance each other, whereas Kekkei Genkai bring a qualitative change to create something very different. On hearing that answer, Fujin fell into his thoughts. I see. So it's possible to combine jutsus in this manner. I didn't know it was possible. This does open up more options for me. I guess I need to start training other elements too. Wind works great with both fire and water. I wonder if it's possible to make it work along with lightning too. Sadly, I don't think there's a lot of scope in using the wind element with earth. I wonder when I'll be ready to learn this though. Would showing off all my cards make him teach it to me? Though, not having hidden cards in a world as dangerous as this will suck. He asked, Sensei, when do you think I'll be ready for this? If I learn a second element now, would I be able to do this combination jutsu by myself? Renjiro shook his head and said, don't think about this right now. Think about this only after you become a Junan. Your skills in chakra control, chakra molding will need to improve a lot before you begin practicing this. The amount of chakra you have will also need to be much higher. So as I said earlier, for the time being, you'll only be mastering rank C jutsus. Fujin nodded, dejectedly. Mieko too hung her head in disappointment on hearing this. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Combination jutsus. Chapter 44 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. One day when the 10 a.m. session began, Renjiro said, I have taught you one combination jutsu, and you can see how strong it is. I want you guys to think about more jutsus you can use in combination with each other. It doesn't have to be as strong as Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu, but it should increase your capabilities in some way. So think about it, but don't experiment. I'll meet you guys at 11 minutes. He then flickered away, without giving anyone a chance to say anything. Hoka said, so what do we do? Fujin, who had already thought a few over the past couple of weeks, said, well, let's just think about it, and then discuss to see if everyone is fine with the idea. Miko said, all right. After around 15 minutes, Miko said, Hoka, can your water element mix with my fire element? Hoka asked in a confused manner, but how? Won't my water douse your fire? Miko smirked and said, no, it won't. Fish Spit Jutsu is the only one you have that can generate a small stream of water, and it is very weak compared to my jutsus. So my fire jutsu will evaporate all your water and create a lot of steam. Hoka fell into a thought after hearing it. Fujin was quite surprised with this suggestion. He thought, I didn't expect this brat to come up with something like this. He said, yeah, it'll generate a lot of steam, but can either of you control it? Both shook their heads. Fujin replied, in that case, that can only be used to create a cover and hide ourselves. Miko sighed dejectedly and began thinking again. After a couple of minutes, Fujin said, I have one idea. We can create a double-layered defense. My spinning shield of wind jutsu can stop and reflect all thrown weapons and some weaker ninjutsu. However, if the enemy uses strong ninjutsu, it'll be breached. So my idea is to create a shield of wind, and right after that, Hoka will create a rock shield behind the shield to cover us further. Hoka thought and nodded. Yes, that could work. However, Miko groaned and said, hey, don't leave me out. Fujin chuckled and said, actually, I have one more idea. Hoka, can you use your rock shield jutsu? Hoka was confused and asked, but didn't Sensei tell us to not test anything? Fujin replied, he said that to prevent us from causing an accident. Just using rock shield jutsu will be fine. Also, quickly move behind a few meters after using the jutsu. Hoka nodded and got up. He performed the jutsu and quickly jumped back. Fujin thought, not fast enough. He then said, "All right, do it again. Only this time I'll throw a small pebble on you. Dodge that by moving backwards." Hoka made the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Fujin waited for the jutsu to be completed. As soon as it was completed, he threw the pebble on Hoka. Hoka quickly dodged back. Fujin nodded and said, "All right, that's fast enough." Miyako asked, "So what's the big idea?" Fujin replied, "I'm thinking that both of us should learn this jutsu too. If we do, then as soon as Hoka uses the jutsu and jumps back, one of us can create another rock shield behind his and repeat the same. This way a multi-tiered defense can be made on the fly. Another idea is, if all three of us can channel our chakra in the same rock shield, then will the shield become sturdier, or will it become larger? If that works, then it'll be very useful too." Both Hoka and Miko nodded and agreed. They began brainstorming once again and came up with a few more ideas. At 11 a.m., Renjiro reappeared. He asked, "So what did you guys think of?" Fujin started, "We came up with an idea of a multi-tiered defense. The basic idea is for me to use Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, and Hoka to use the Rock Shield Jutsu to create the Rock Shield behind my Shield of Wind. And we can create more tiers by having Hoka move back as soon as he creates the Jutsu, and then Miko could create another Rock Shield and repeat the same." Renjiro was actually surprised by this idea and asked, "What exactly are you planning to defend from?" Miko and Hoka looked at Fujin, who replied, "A very strong jutsu." Renjiro rebuked him, saying, "If an enemy uses a jutsu so strong that you need to do this, then you are out of your league and need to retreat. Also, it's never a good idea to have everyone in the squad defending. Also, Rock Shield Jutsu isn't the strongest defensive jutsu. There are many more, which can do a much better job. For now, the combination of Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu and one Rock Shield Jutsu is enough. However, if you and Miko want to learn Rock Shield Jutsu, go for it. It's quite handy in combat." Fujin nodded and sighed internally. "I guess too much defense isn't a good thing after all." He said, "Another idea we came up with is for Hoka to use Stone Shuriken Jutsu and for me to control them using Projectile Control Jutsu." Renjiro nodded and said, "That should work. Anything else?" This time, Miyako answered, "Sensei, I came up with the idea of Fujin throwing his Wind Explosion Jutsus within my Fireball Jutsu. So the range of the explosion of my fireball will be extended considerably. The winds caused by Wind Explosion Jutsu's explosion will make the flames of fireball go in all the directions randomly." Renjiro nodded again and said, "That's a good idea. However, Fujin, you will have to make your Wind Explosion Jutsu much stronger if you want to help Miko pull this off." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, Sensei." Hoka suddenly said, "Sensei, I too came up with an idea. My idea is to throw Stone Shurikens within Fujin's Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Miko's Fireball Jutsu. That way, more chaos can be created, and the enemy will have to be careful of the Stone Shurikens within those Jutsus too." Renjiro replied, "I see. I won't recommend throwing your Stone Shurikens within the Fireball Jutsu. If the enemy dodges the Fireball, then your Jutsu will be dodged too. And if the Fireball Jutsu hits the enemy, then it'll do sufficient damage by itself anyways." Hoka nodded. Seeing that none of the kids were speaking, Renjiro asked, "Any more ideas?" All the kids shook their heads. Renjiro replied, "All right, that's sufficient for now. Begin practicing these combination jutsus. Fujin, make a shadow clone and have it practice the combination of Stone Shuriken Jutsu and Projectile Control Jutsu with Hoka. You and Miko will practice together." The Genans dispersed according to the instructions of their sensei. Renjiro too made a couple of shadow clones to keep a watch on them. Hoka and Fujin's clone weren't going to be an issue, however Fujin and Miko were sure to start a few fires. He had no doubts regarding that. Hoka and Fujin's shadow clone moved to a different spot. The clone moved to different trees and marked a large X on them. They looked at each other and nodded. Both made the hand signs. Hoka launched his Stone Shurikens towards the various X's Fujin had marked, and the clone tried to control those shurikens to hit the marks. However, the first problem, which Fujin knew, occurred. Hoka looked at Fujin and said, "So you really can control only 9 shurikens?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, just as I had said. And because these are stone shurikens and not as well made as a normal shuriken, controlling it is slightly more difficult. Anyways, let's try the second approach." Hoka nodded and launched Stone Shuriken Jutsu again. This time, Fujin used projectile control jutsu to manipulate all the shurikens. He used it to change the direction of the shurikens towards the left. Hoka observed, "This time, all the shurikens changed direction. However, only 3 hit the mark, unlike 16 last time." Fujin nodded and replied, "Yeah, if I try to control all the shurikens, I can only move them in one direction, so there's not much control on any one shuriken. In fact, it also messes up the aim you have taken." Suddenly, Renjiro's clone flickered behind Fujin and Hoka. 1 month of constant exposure to Renjiro suddenly flickering behind them had made them accustomed to it. Renjiro asked, "So, which approach are you going to use, and in which scenario?" "Hoka, you answer first." Hoka began thinking. After a couple of minutes, he said, "The first approach will be more useful if the number of enemies is less. The enemy will first have to dodge my initial aim, and then worry about the shurikens Fujin controls. The second method will be more useful when we are facing a lot of enemies. Sudden change in direction of all shurikens can result in a few casualties. Also, even if the enemy avoids it, they'll need to pay more attention to it, giving us more time." Renjiro nodded and looked at Fujin. Fujin replied, "Same answer. Just that. I should try and improve my control even further. In the first scenario, the result will probably be satisfactory. However, the second scenario still has a lot of scope for improvement. For instance, if, after I change direction of the shurikens, if I can then take control of a few shurikens to manipulate them even further, then I am sure I'll get some hits in and it won't be all just luck-based," Renjiro said. "Good, so keep practicing." Over at Miko and Fujin, they too had begun their practice. Their practice was very straightforward. Miko launched Fireball Jutsu and Fujin threw 2 wind spheres at them from the rear. The wind sphere distorted the flames a bit, but it wasn't an issue. However, before the fireball exploded, the wind spheres left the fireball from the front. The fireball exploded as it normally did. The wind spheres, however, exploded with a lot more force due to the air being heated up and caused a small heat wave. Miko spoke in an annoying manner, "Hey, your jutsu speed was too fast." Fujin countered, "Yours was too slow." This earned him a glare from the little girl. Fujin shrugged and said, "Let's try again." This time, Fujin matched the timing properly, and both the jutsus exploded at the same time when the wind spheres were still in the fireball. The result was a bit surprising. Miko said, "The power of the explosion decreased." Fujin nodded and added, "But its range increased. And the increase is totally random. In some directions, the flames extended twice more than usual, whereas in some directions, the range of flames was 7 times as high as usual." Suddenly, a jet of water was launched to douse the fires caused by the explosion. Renjiro's clone looked at them and said, "We are changing the location. Follow me." Fujin and Miko ran behind the clone. On the way, the clone asked, "So, what are your thoughts on this jutsu?" Fujin replied, "Unpredictable. The enemy won't be able to guess the direction of the flames. If he gets careless, he'll end up with a few burns. Even if he is lucky or skilled enough to dodge them all, he'll be put under a lot of pressure." Miko agreed. "Yes. Once he gets burned, we can dominate him." Renjiro asked, "Any scope for improvement?" Fujin and Miko began thinking. After a few seconds, Fujin replied, "I am wondering whether the explosion's direction can be controlled. I think that the position of the wind spheres within the fireball is what controls the direction of the explosion. For example, if the wind spheres are to the front of the fireball, then maybe the flames move more in the forward direction. If I know the direction in which the enemy will dodge, I can place the wind spheres in an appropriate position so that the flames move to his new location." While Fujin was talking, Renjiro stopped moving. They had arrived on a riverbank. Renjiro thought, "As expected." He replied, "Good. However, don't forget that even your wind explosion jutsu by itself is very random, so you won't be able to control the direction by yourself." He then looked at Miko and said, "If you two want to improve this combination further, then it'll depend on how well you can analyze the explosion with your Sharingans, Miko." Miko nodded. "Yes, Sensei. I'll improve it to its limits." Renjiro nodded and looked at the river. Fujin and Miko followed his line of sight. Renjiro said, "All your explosions must happen over that river. No more fires." Both nodded awkwardly and continued their training. And more ideas for combination jutsus are welcomed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 45, The First Mission. Chapter 45 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Exactly 1 month had passed since Renjiro had begun training his Genins. After the morning workout and some rest, Renjiro announced, "Today we'll do our first mission as a team." The squad reacted as soon as they heard that. Hoka said loudly, "Finally!" Miko, too, excitedly said, "Yes, now I'll show what an Uchiha can do." "Sensei, what'll be our first mission? Will we fight with any enemy villages? Like Kumo or Iwa?" Hoka quickly followed up. "Yes, Sensei. What will our mission be? I want to use my taijutsu to show how strong Konoha is to our enemies." Fujin looked at them and saw, "Whoa, their eyes really are sparkling. I need to learn how to do that." Fujin just maintained an excited expression, but didn't say anything. His teammates' reactions made him feel very awkward. He thought, if only they knew what our first mission will be. I wonder if all the adults have an unspoken truce to not mention this to any kid. Is it because they don't want to discourage anyone, or is it just the age-old human behavior? I had to go through this, so I want you to go through it too. Probably the second case. Just looking at Renjiro's smug face says it all. Renjiro thought, it never gets old, seeing fresh Genins so enthusiastic about their first mission. Now, I wonder if that cat has gone missing again or not. He said, "The mission will be given by Lord Hokage, so wait till we reach there to know which mission you'll be doing." They began moving towards the Hokage's office. Hoka and Miko ran at a lot faster pace than usual. On the way, Fujin thought, I didn't think we'd need to wait 1 whole month before taking our first mission. Such intense training for a whole month. I guess my timing of transmigration was really lucky. Having missed the Third War and Kurama's attack, and growing at a time when Konoha is lacking in manpower, I hope that training under Renjiro continues for a long time. Though it doesn't leave me with much free time, it has been very helpful in increasing my strength. The team arrived at the Hokage building and had to wait a few minutes to enter the Hokage's office. On entering the office, everyone respectfully greeted Hiruzen, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen, like always, had multiple stacks of papers on his table. He looked at Team 3 and said, "Oh, so you guys are finally doing your first mission." He stared at Renjiro while saying that. However, Renjiro just shrugged and ignored the stare. Hiruzen sighed internally, thinking, he messed up all the protocols. No missions for his squad for a whole month. The only other instance like this was when Orochimaru didn't make his squad do any missions at all for 6 months. Well, at least he agreed to take a few rank D missions, unlike my student. He then looked at his assistant and asked, "So which missions do we have?" His assistant pulled a paper out and handed it to him. Hiruzen looked at it and said, "Lady Saigo wants a squad to weed her garden. This will be your mission." He then smiled kindly and said, "Do the job properly. Ensure that she gives us good feedback, and make Konoha proud." Hiruzen's words shocked Miko and Hoka. Hoka was muttering softly, "Oui, Ediga? En?" Miko too muttered something similar. Fujin was shocked too. However, it was for a different reason. He really admired Hiruzen now. He thought, damn, he said that with such a straight face and with such a kind smile. Screw Danzo, this old man here is the real evil incarnate. It's no wonder that despite being so scheming and commanding such a strong force, Danzo never could do anything to Hiruzen. Poor guy never even had a chance. It almost makes me pity him. Renjiro saw his Genin's reactions and chuckled. He thought, it's a pity that the cat isn't missing right now. He grabbed the paper, saw the address, and said, "Follow me." The Genins followed him, however. This time Miko and Hoka were moving very slowly. On reaching the estate, Renjiro asked the guard to call Lady Saigo. Fujin observed the estate. It was huge. Miko and Hoka didn't have much of a reaction, as their clan estates were even larger. In a couple of minutes, a lady arrived. She was around 40 to 45 years old, 5 feet 9 inches tall, had long blonde hair, looked very mature, and carried herself in a proper manner. She greeted them. "Welcome, Lord Renjiro. It's a great honor to have you here." Renjiro nodded and handed her the paper. She then looked at the kids and said, "So these strong ninjas will complete my missions. I am very fortunate to get ninjas as capable as you." Miko and Hoka cheered up a bit on hearing the praise. However, Fujin could clearly understand that she was teasing them. He sighed internally. There is no need for this mission to be given to ninjas. The only reason why she did that is for her own amusement. Sigh, these rich old ladies need to get a better hobby. She said, "Follow me, I'll take you to the garden." Team Renjiro followed her. They went behind the huge mansion, and soon the three Genans were shocked. Lady Saigo kindly said, "This is the garden you have to weed." Fujin was speechless. He thought, "Garden? How the fuck is this a garden? Who the fuck has a garden that is more than an acre in area?" Hoka muttered, "This is a garden?" Miko almost lashed out and yelled, "How the hell is this a garden? This is." However, she was held in place by Renjiro. Lady Saigo suddenly showed a sad face and said, "I actually wanted it to be at least 5 acres. Sadly, that much land wasn't available in Konoha." It once again left the Genans speechless. Miko was pissed even further. Renjiro just chuckled and said, "That's enough talk. Get to work." The Genans began walking forward. Miko softly asked Fujin, "Hey, can we use Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu?" Hoka perked up on hearing that. Fujin, too, was very intrigued by that idea, though he'd definitely not act upon it. However, Renjiro heard that and announced loudly, "No using any elemental ninjutsu. No using any tools. And increase the pressure of your training seals. Miko by 1%, Fujin by 2.5%, and Hoka by 5%. Miko hung her head and walked forward. Fujin said, "Let's divide the garden into 3 parts and clear each." Hoka and Miko reluctantly nodded and got to work. Their muscles still ached from the morning workout, and they still had more work to do under higher pressure. While they were working, Lady Saijo returned to the mansion. She entered a balcony that faced the garden and asked her servants to arrange a chair, an umbrella, and a few snacks for her and Renjiro. She sat there monitoring the kids doing the work. That pissed the Genans even more. Fujin muttered under his breath, "First that Hiruzen and now this lady. The Tao of shamelessness is very, very, very strong in this world." Weeding the garden continued. Fujin got done with his part in an hour and a half. He then returned to where Renjiro was. While he was returning, both Hoka and Miko looked at him with angry gazes. He thought, should I help them out? After a few seconds, he dismissed that thought. Nope, there's no need to. He just ignored them and left the garden. He found a clean spot and sat down. Unfortunately for Fujin, Renjiro flickered behind him and said, "Until they are done, run around this estate. I want at least 1 round per minute." That nearly triggered him. What the fuck? It ain't my fault that I did the work faster. Luckily, he held it in, put his head down, and began running. Each round was over 1 kilometer long. After 15 minutes, Hoka joined him. Miko worked for another half an hour. Both Fujin and Hoka were sure that she was delaying on purpose and sent her a few glares. When she was done, Fujin and Hoka stopped after completing that round and glared at Miko. Miko smirked, thinking, "Serves you right for finishing before me." That smirk pissed Hoka, but Fujin just sighed and said, "Who would have thought that the mighty Uchiha would need 2 hours and 15 minutes to merely weed a garden?" Hoka quickly nodded and agreed. Yes, this was so unexpected. Is this what she meant by, "I'll show what an Uchiha can do"? That jibe made Miko go red with anger and embarrassment. She was about to reply angrily when Renjiro stopped her. Lady Saigo stepped forward and said, "Thank you for clearing the weeds in my garden, young ninjas. You guys did an amazing job." This earned her a glare from all the 3 Genans, but she maintained her smile. She then handed Renjiro a paper, and they left her estate. They returned to the Hokage building. Renjiro led his Genins to a room on the 1st floor. He handed the paper to an employee there. The employee checked the paper, stamped, and filed it. He then gave Renjiro a white packet, and they left the room. Renjiro then led them to another room. There were a few more employees working here. One of them was a Chunin, while the others were just normal civilians. Renjiro said, "Remember this room. In the future, if you ever want to take any missions, you can come here and ask the Chunin who is in charge here. He will assign you your mission depending on your preference, past performance, and ranks." The Genins nodded. They then moved to the ground floor. Renjiro said, "That's it for today. From now onwards, we'll be doing one mission every week. The remaining training continues as usual. Fujin, on the mission day, you won't have training in samurai saber techniques." Fujin nodded. Renjiro then took out the white packet he had received earlier. He said, "This is the reward for our mission. We'll be splitting it 40 to 20, 20, 20. 40% for me, and 20% for each one of you. When you do missions with others in the future, remember that this is how the rewards are usually split. The leader gets more than the other squad members." The Genans nodded, but all three had the same thought. "But you didn't do any work at all, Sensei." However, no one spoke it out loud. After splitting the rewards, the squad dispersed. On his way to Yakiniku Q, Fujin thought, 10k Rio reward for a 2 hours job. If I had made clones and worked with them instead of my teammates, I'd have finished faster. Not bad, but not as fast as earning money by selling scrolls. Either way, getting 2k Rio per week would be much better than the 1k Rio per month they provided me earlier. Though it won't be enough to allow me to make as big a purchase as I did earlier. I wonder if I should do a lot of rank D missions in a day or two sometime later to show that I've earned money via legitimate means. Or should I come clean with my ability to create storage scrolls? He thought for a bit and decided, no, right now Renjiro barely gives me any free time. If I say that I'll study Fuinjutsu in the evening, then that'll be considered suspicious or stupid. I should leave it till my training under Renjiro is completed, or the training time is decreased. He is an elite Junan after all. I don't think Konoha can allow him to train 3 Genins for very long. While thinking, he had already reached the restaurant. He went in and made the order. While waiting for the food to be delivered, he thought, this world is pretty dangerous. While initially I was just being cautious, I'm now glad that I was so cautious and kept most of my abilities hidden. Even ignoring the crazy strong abilities so many here have, just the mere shamelessness of these people is alarming. Hiruzen saying what he said with a straight face, Renjiro taking 40% of the reward, today's client sitting on the balcony to enjoy the misery of little kids. The Tao of shamelessness is crazy strong in this world. Their skins are thicker than the Hokage monuments. The same will also apply to the enemies. Sigh, I hope Obito and Nagato play according to the script. If they don't, then it'll be chaos. The meal arrived. Fujin picked up the meat with tongs and laid it on the charcoal brazier. Waiting for the meat to roast, he thought, well, no point in worrying about these things. There is nothing I can do about it anyways. Let's just hope for the best. Concluding his thoughts, he turned his focus on his lunch. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 46, Triggered. Chapter 46 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next day, after the morning workout, Renjiro had another discussion with his team. He said, you have made good progress over the last month, so I'll now tell you how to progress further. The Genins nodded and listened attentively. Renjiro looked at Miko and said, the jutsus you know currently are sufficient enough, so you don't need to learn any more ninjutsu. Just focus on mastering the ones you know currently, especially Fire Release, 4 jutsu. In addition to ninjutsu, you also need to learn genjutsu. So in your free time, ask your parents or clan elders to teach you more Sharingan-based genjutsu, and keep working on your physique. You need to be able to complete the morning workout while enduring 10% pressure from your training seal. Miyako nodded and said, yes, Sensei, I'll work hard. He then looked at Fujin and asked, have you decided on your second element? Fujin nodded and said, yes, Sensei, I have decided to choose Earth as my second element. Renjiro nodded and asked, any ideas on which jutsus you want to learn? Fujin replied, I've decided to learn Rock Shield Jutsu, Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu, and Earth Holding Jutsu. Renjiro asked, why? Fujin replied, Rock Shield Jutsu will provide me with a very good defense. Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu is a movement jutsu, and I can use Earth Holding Jutsu to trap the enemies or keep me and my squad on the ground. Renjiro thought for a few seconds and said, Rock Shield Jutsu will be good for you, but why do you want to learn Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu? You already have 2 movement jutsus. Also, earth-holding jutsu is very slow to actually trap anyone capable enough, so it isn't very useful. So why do you still want to learn it? Fujin replied, well, there's no harm in learning more movement jutsus. Also, escaping through the ground will also provide a good defense as well as stealth. If the enemy isn't a sensor, it can also be used to sneak up on the enemy. As for earth-holding jutsu, my main aim is to split the enemy's attention and have him keep an eye on the ground, especially if I can do it without hand signs. I also wonder if I can suppress its chakra signature to perform it very stealthily. If I can trap the enemy momentarily, it'll be enough for us to incapacitate him. Renjiro thought, nice thinking once again, though learning a third movement jutsu is wasteful even with his explanation. Renjiro nodded and said, all right then. Rock Shield Jutsu you can learn by yourself. The remaining 2 will be learnt under my supervision. In addition to these, we'll work on mastering the jutsus you already know. Finally, Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, Hoka, your current status in ninjutsu is much better than before we began the training. However, it's still not enough. Hoka nodded and paid attention. Renjiro continued, you will learn 4 more Earth Release Jutsus. They will be Boulder Throw Jutsu, Quicksand Jutsu, Stone Spear Jutsu, and Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu. Boulder Throw is a mid-range offensive jutsu. Quicksand is a trapping jutsu. Stone Spear is a mid-range jutsu, and Earth Instantaneous Body is a movement jutsu. Hoka sighed and nodded. Renjiro smiled and said, don't worry. These would be the only rank C jutsus I'll force you to master. I will advise you to learn more in the future. However, the decision is in your hands. Learning rank C water release jutsus will help you. In addition, once you have mastered these earth jutsus, you should learn 2 rank B earth release jutsus. The first is Earth Dragon Jutsu, which will increase your capabilities in fighting a ranged battle, and Earth Wall Jutsu, which is one of the best defensive jutsus in existence. They will complement your Gentle Fist style perfectly, and you can then focus entirely on your taijutsu. Hoka showed. Fujin now understood why everyone struggled so much to catch the cat. Mieko finally had enough. She yelled, hey you! Why the hell do you always give us such lame missions? Which ninja babysits kids? Get a nanny to do that. The Chunin replied with authority, brat, you are just a... However, he was again cut, this time by Hoka. He commented with a stoic face, I agree with Mieko. This is a mockery of our skills. Fujin observed Renjiro's reactions and saw that he was chuckling. He thought, I guess we are finally moving on to rank C missions. Oh well. I might as well say something then. The Chunin was pissed at being cut twice. He angrily began saying, now listen you brats, Poor guy was cut again. Fujin commented, you know mister, in the last mission we were very worried that Mieko would burn the whole farm down. Even though Sensei can use water release jutsus, it would have still caused a lot of damage. I am really worried what will happen if you make us babysit a little kid today. The Chunin shuddered when he understood what Fujin was implying. Renjiro was very amused too. He thought, well, I was planning on making them do a few more rank D missions. But if they are able to win a debate against a Chunin official, I won't mind starting to do rank C missions now. If Fujin knew that Renjiro didn't plan on taking rank C missions just yet, he'd have kicked himself for opening his mouth. As boring as rank D missions were, they took very little time and left a lot more time for training and didn't have any danger. The Chunin was left speechless and didn't know how to reply. He opened his mouth a couple of times but didn't manage to say anything. He looked at Renjiro, who nodded his head. He relented and said, all right, let me search for a rank C mission for you. When he moved to grab the rank C mission file, Renjiro stated, just pick out a few bandit clearing missions in the vicinity of the village. Would be preferable if the bandit bases are near each other. The Chunin nodded and searched his file. He soon took out 4 papers from the file and handed them to Renjiro. Renjiro read them. He then looked at his squad and said, we'll do our first rank C mission today. Meet me at the main gate in a couple of hours. Pack up for a week-long journey. The Genins nodded and dispersed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 47, Raiding the Bandits. Chapter 47 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After leaving, Fujin went to his home and sat down in a meditative position. He thought, finally I am going out of this village. So what do I prepare? As per the protocol, the ras will be arranged by the squad leader, so food wouldn't be a concern. Though I suppose I should pack up the ration bars I have with me as well. Regarding the weapons, I still have the stock that the Academy had provided us with, though some of them are damaged. I guess I should buy 12 shurikens and 3 kunais. That'll cost me 7k Ryo. I probably should buy a couple of explosion tags too. That'll be most of the money I earned from missions. Yeah, money. I need to carry all my money with me, preferably. It can go in the spare waist bag. Of course, I still carry the stock I had purchased earlier, and always carry them with me. As for the swords, I guess they'll be hanging on my waist. Though I do have the wristbands, explaining where I got them will be troublesome, so I'll let them be in my spare waist bag. He then meditated for half an hour, and then got packed up to leave the house. On his right leg he had a leg pouch. It had 6 shurikens and 2 kunais. In addition, it also had 48 shurikens, 6 normal kunais and 6 kunais with explosion tags attached to them and the seals in it. On his waist, he carried his waist bag. He had 8 shurikens, 3 kunais, and a small scroll in it. The scroll contained basic items like rope, tape, wire, and first aid kit. The bag had 7 storage seals on it. In one he had stored his spare waist bag and leg pouch. Another had his stock of ration bars. There was an additional first aid kit in one. The 4th seal stored a few bottles filled with drinking water in it. The remaining seals were left empty for now. He then visited a weapon shop to get the stuff he wanted to buy. After buying them, he visited Ichiraku for an early lunch. He then went to the main gate and sat on a branch of a nearby tree. Hoka and Miko arrived around 15 minutes before the couple of hours were up. On arriving, they both spotted and approached Fujin. Fujin thought, wow, talk about being excited. Renjiro arrived 5 minutes after them. Renjiro asked, are you guys prepared? Everyone replied in sync, yes, Sensei. Renjiro then grabbed 3 scrolls from his bag and tossed one to each of his students. They began wondering, what's in the scroll? Renjiro said, this is a gift from me to you guys. Each scroll contains 100 shurikens, 24 kunais, 6 giant shurikens, 12 explosion tags, and 60 packets of ration bars that will expire after 12 months. Fujin, your scroll has a couple of spare swords too, though they ain't as good as your current swords. I don't know what protocols they taught you, however, this is the least you should always carry with yourself while leaving the village, irrespective of what you expect your team leader to carry. The kids were a bit shocked by this gift, especially Fujin. His mind went blank for a second as he quickly calculated 100, 300, 100k, 24, 72, 72k, 6, 18, 54k, 12, 36, 27k. That's worth over 250k Ryo, and that's without considering the swords and the ration bars. Was I wrong about him being shameless? Everyone quickly thanked Renjiro for the gift. Renjiro continued, though I have gifted this to you, from here onwards, you'll be responsible for maintaining this stock. So don't waste them, and refill them after you complete your mission. Of course, don't be a miser with them. Your life and the mission is more important. All 3 kids nodded. They then left the village. Renjiro said, our mission is to clear a few bandit bases around Shikuba town, which is northwest of Konoha. He then asked, do you have your training seals activated? All the 3 kids nodded. Renjiro said, deactivate them. Never keep those training seals active outside Konoha. You never know who is out there to kill you, and those seals could become the reason for your death. Fujin and Miko nodded, but Hoka asked, but Sensei, can't you just protect us from any such danger? It seems a waste to not train our body during this journey. Renjiro shook his head and said, there are many ninjas who are stronger than me in this world, and there are numerous hidden jutsus. Even I can't protect you from every sneak attack. It'll be up to you to dodge or block them. Hoka nodded and deactivated his seal. Renjiro said, with that out of the way, let's run. We'll move in a kite formation. Fujin, you take the lead, Miko on the right, Hoka on the left, and I'll take the rear. And move fast. Let's get there in a few hours. As soon as they received the instructions, they moved into the formation. Fujin stood ahead. Mieko stood 2 meters to his left and behind. Hoka did the same, but on the right side. Renjiro stood around 6 meters behind Fujin. The squad then began moving at a high speed, while maintaining those distances. By 3 p.m., the team reached Shikuba town. On entering the town, Renjiro said, "We'll do the mission tomorrow. For now, let's rest in an inn." The kids nodded and followed him. On the way, Fujin noted, this town feels a bit familiar, but I don't recall where I saw it. Was it shown in Naruto? Sigh, I barely remember any scenery now. Renjiro led the squad into the town. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko noticed that the town had a lot of inns. They also noticed a couple of gambling houses, and an area that had lots of games with prizes for winners. However, Fujin noted a peculiarity. He observed every game here is based on luck. No game requires any skills. I guess it makes sense, though. Making games like that is just asking to loot themselves in this ninja world. Finally, Renjiro entered an inn. Mieko thought, finally! After skipping past 13 inns. When Renjiro began chatting with the innkeeper, Fujin noticed, oh, he seems very familiar with the innkeeper. Is that why we skipped so many inns? After discussing with the innkeeper, Renjiro approached the trio. He handed each of them a key and said, "These will be your rooms. Stay in the inn. I'll scout out a bit and return in a couple of hours." After Renjiro left, Mieko asked, "So what should we do now?" Fujin sighed and commented, "I'd have liked to tour this town. Sadly, he asked us to stay in the inn." Hoka added, "Yeah, and we can't even train physically." Fujin said, "Let's just retire to our rooms and meditate. Tomorrow will be our first instance of real combat." Everyone nodded and retired to their rooms to meditate and rest. Renjiro returned in the evening and took everyone out for dinner. Next day, 8 a.m. in the morning, the squad assembled outside Renjiro's room and moved out. Their first target was located around 25 kilometers to the west of the town. After reaching there, Fujin sensed something. He said, "Sensei, I can sense 6 normal people around 400 meters ahead." Renjiro nodded and said, "There's a village in that direction, so it's probably the villagers. Our target is the bandits that are harassing that village." Renjiro continued in that direction. Fujin soon noticed those 6 people he sensed were farming. They continued further and reached the village. On entering the village, Renjiro asked around and then reached the village chief's house. The house was very old, and the man who opened the door was even older. As soon as the village chief saw the headbands, he respectfully invited everyone in and said, "Welcome to our village, lord." Renjiro nodded and said, "Just call me Renjiro." He then handed a paper to the village chief. The village chief read the paper and became very happy. He bowed to Renjiro and said, "Thank you, Lord Renjiro, for saving us from the bandits. After you deal with them, we can live peacefully once again." Renjiro stated, "I need more details about the bandits." The village chief nodded and replied, "Please ask. I'll help you however I can." Renjiro asked, "Since when did the bandits begin harassing your village?" The village chief answered, "Around 9 months back, just before our harvest in the previous year. However, they became a lot more aggressive in the past couple of months." Renjiro continued asking, "I see. And what crimes have they committed?" The village chief answered in a shaking voice, "Initially, they just stole our crops and money. But recently..." Fujin could see the village chief tearing up at this point. He continued, "They killed 9 villagers and kidnapped 6 young girls. He began sobbing and said, "They even killed my son." And he began crying. Renjiro was about to calm the old man down, however, the old village chief quickly controlled himself and showed a face of determination. Fujin was very surprised. He thought, admirable. To have this strong determination despite not being a ninja. Seeing the look of determination on the old man's face, even Renjiro was impressed. He asked, "How many bandits are there and from where do they attack you?" The village chief replied, "In their attack 5 days ago, there were over 15 bandits, and they always approach us from the north." Renjiro nodded and said, "All right, thanks for giving us the information. Don't worry, we will deal with them." The village chief quickly thanked him. Renjiro and the kids left the house. Mieko asked Renjiro, "So what now, Sensei? Do we begin our search in the north?" Renjiro nodded and answered, "Yes." Fujin then asked, "But Sensei, why will they attack from the direction their base is in? Won't they attack from a different direction just to confuse us?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "These are just common bandits. I doubt they have enough smarts to think about something like this. If they were smart enough, then they wouldn't have killed the villagers or kidnapped girls." They then moved towards the northern part of the village. They noticed that a few houses were burnt. Renjiro commanded, "Mieko, use your Sharingan to see if you can find any tracks they left behind." Mieko activated her Sharingan and began investigating. Soon she found a few tracks that were left behind. She said, "Sensei found them." Renjiro nodded and said, "Good work. Lead the way. Kite formation with Miko in the lead and me in the rear. Fujin, Hoka, keep an eye on the surroundings and try to find those bandits." The squad followed Miko. On the way, Fujin noticed a few trees that had sword cuts on them. After traveling around 3.5 kilometers to the north, Fujin said, "Hoka, check 500 meters to the northwest." Hoka activated his Byakugan and soon said, "Sensei, found them." Renjiro nodded and the squad traveled in that direction. On reaching there, they saw that there was a small hill with a cave in it. On the entrance, there were two bandits guarding the entrance. Each had a sword with them. They were standing behind trees, so those bandits couldn't see them. Renjiro sensed everything within the hill and said, "So which one of you wants to handle this?" Fujin quickly replied, "Me, Sensei." Miko and Hoka, who were just about to reply, glared at Fujin. Renjiro nodded and said, "No clones. And our mission is to eliminate them all." Fujin began sensing once again. In all, he could sense 23 people within the cave, including the two guards. He then looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, could you take a look to see if there are any traps? Also, what is the layout of the cave?" Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. After observing properly, he replied, "In all, I see 3 traps. 2 are behind the first entrance and the second entrance. They are basic arrow traps, which trigger when you step on the wire. The third is a small hole dug in front of the second entrance and has spikes in it. As for the layout, there is another entrance inside this outer entrance. Then there is a big room, which has 3 more mini-caves in it." Fujin replied, "All right, thanks. And is there anyone who has tried to hide his chakra?" Hoka shook his head, and Fujin thanked him. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 48. The First Kill. Chapter 48 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin closed his eyes and calmed himself. He thought, "Finally, the time for my first kill." He then took a deep breath and let it out. He made a few hand signs and disappeared within the ground. On the entrance, the 2 bandits were very bored of keeping watch. One complained to the other, "Why do we have to stand guard here? I wish we could just go and attack the village again and capture a few more girls." The second bandit laughed in a lecherous manner and replied, "Yeah, the girls we captured a few days back were so fun. I can't wait to get my hand." However, his sentence was cut short. While he was talking, a sword appeared out of the ground and moved towards his waist, a sword enhanced by chakra flow. Before either of the bandits could notice, the sword cut through the waist of one bandit and split him in 2. He died, without even knowing how. The remaining bandit panicked. His arm subconsciously moved towards his sword. However, before he could even grab his sword, his head was separated from his body. After killing the 2, Fujin again disappeared within the ground and entered the cave. The next 2 bandits were on guard in the space between the entrance to the hill and another entrance which was located inside the hill. They were standing with their backs to the wall and facing each other. Fujin moved through the hill and pierced one bandit straight through his heart. The bandit opposite saw a sword coming out of the chest of the bandit in front of him. However, before he could shout for everyone's attention, a shuriken came straight at him and went through his throat, killing him on the spot. Fujin moved through the ground again and avoided the hole the bandits had dug. He had now entered the main hideout of the bandits. He stealthily observed through a wall. He saw the 3 more mini-caves that Hoka had mentioned. The place where he currently was had 12 bandits there. The remaining 7 were in those 3 mini-caves, which made him think, are they leaders or something? He then observed those 12 bandits carefully. 4 were sleeping in a corner. 2 seemed to be working on something. One of them was looking at something intensely, whereas the other was sharpening his sword. The remaining 6 were drinking alcohol and playing cards. Fujin moved through the ground towards the bandit who was sharpening his sword. He appeared behind him and chopped his head off. Even before his head could fall on the ground, Fujin moved towards the bandit who was looking at a map. He stabbed a sword straight through his heart and pulled it out quickly. At this moment, the head and the sword of the earlier one dropped on the ground, creating a noise. This attracted the attention of the 6 who were drinking. Seeing the chopped head of their fellow bandit shocked and scared them. However, before they could make a move, Fujin had already flickered behind them. He quickly chopped 2 more heads off in one clean swing. He chopped another 2 beads off before they could even know what was happening. Only the last 2 bandits saw Fujin. However, they too were killed before they could do anything. 2 of the 6 bandits had alcohol bottles in their hand, which crashed on the ground. The noise woke up 2 of the 4 sleeping bandits. One ignored the noise and just changed his sleeping position. The other, however, got up to see what was happening. However, even before he could completely open his eyes, his head was slashed off by Fujin. Quickly, Fujin also stabbed his sword in the throat of the guy who turned and followed by stabbing the hearts of the remaining 2. He then disappeared in the ground again and entered one of the 3 mini-caves. The first one had 2 bandits, who were quickly stabbed through their hearts. In the second cave, Fujin could sense 3 people. Fujin quickly moved in and stabbed the one who was resting along the wall through his heart. He quickly moved in to kill the second one who was laying on the ground. However, his sword stopped a few inches away from her chest. The one who was laying there was a teenage girl who was nude, bruised and bleeding from a lot of places. He quickly shifted his attention to the other person in the room. The young girl's appearance had disturbed Fujin, causing him to pause for half a second. This gave the bandit an opportunity to grab his sword and charge towards Fujin. Fujin just raised his left sword to block his sword and stabbed his other sword through the bandit's heart. He decided to move in the remaining mini-cave, but he heard a loud shout. The last bandit yelled, "Bastards! Who is wasting my good wine?" However, his words stuck in his mouth when he saw the gore in his hideout. All he saw were chopped heads and the dead bodies of his bandits. He saw all the blood that was flowing on the ground. He was horrified and asked in a shaking voice, "Woo?" However, he never completed his question, as a sword pierced through his heart from his back. Fujin pulled his sword out and created a shadow clone. The clone went out to report to Renjiro and to call him in, whereas he began cleaning the blood off his sword. Finally, while cleaning his sword, he looked up at the dead body lying in front of him, as well as the 12 dead bodies in the hideout. The sight and the stench caused him to vomit immediately. He thought, "Damn, as I thought, the first kill was a big deal. I didn't feel anything while I was in the midst of killing them. But now..." He vomited more and shivered at what he had done. As soon as he began vomiting, Renjiro's shadow clone popped out of the ground and asked, "Are you fine?" After Fujin was done vomiting, he nodded his head. He got up and sat in a corner. Renjiro said, "It's all right. The first kill is always difficult. In the future, you'll have to kill a lot more." Fujin nodded. Renjiro said, "Close your eyes and calm yourself." Fujin listened to Renjiro and closed his eyes and began clearing his mind. At that time, the clone reached Renjiro and reported the success of the mission to him. Renjiro then brought Hoka and Miko to the cave. When they reached the entrance, Miko and Hoka finally got a very clear view of the dead bodies and smelled the stench. Hoka resisted his urge to vomit. However, Miko couldn't, and she vomited on the spot. Renjiro saw that. However, he didn't say anything. Renjiro used Earth Spear Jutsu to disable all the traps and said, "Follow me." They followed him to the interior of the cave. Miko and Hoka tried their best to ignore the 2 dead bodies there. However, after entering the main hideout and seeing the 12 dead bodies and a few heads, they couldn't bear it. Miko vomited again, and Hoka too vomited this time. Renjiro waited for them and said, "These are just dead bodies, people who were killed by someone else. How will you become a ninja if you can't even stop yourself from vomiting? How will you become a ninja if merely this sight makes you drop to your knees?" Those words forced Miko and Hoka to toughen up, and they stood up. Seeing that Renjiro had calmed Hoka and Miko, his clone dispelled. Renjiro then brought Miko and Hoka to the mini-cave where Fujin was. Sensing them, Fujin got up and looked at them. Renjiro was impressed with Fujin. He thought, excellent, to gather himself and calm down so quickly after his first kill. He then looked at Miko and Hoka, who looked determined, and thought, these two should perform well too. Fujin said, Sensei, there's a girl in the cave besides this one. Renjiro nodded and led his team there. The gruesome sight made the Genans wince their faces. The girl laid bare without any clothes. She was bleeding from her private parts. She had multiple sword cuts all over her body which were bleeding. On her left hand, 2 fingers were cut, and on her right leg, 3 toes were cut. There were even some burns on her. Even Renjiro sighed at that sight. He thought, I didn't want them to see something like this so early. Renjiro then said, Fujin, Hoka, wait outside this cave. Miko, apply her first aid. Fujin and Hoka left the cave, while Miko took out her first aid kit and began cleaning her wounds and applying bandages. Outside, Hoka asked Fujin, You all right? Fujin nodded and replied, I didn't think the first kill would be so hard to adjust to. Hoka sighed and said, I was warned repeatedly by my parents. There were a few ninjas who, after their first kill, couldn't even continue as ninjas. He then looked at the dead bodies and stated, You are strong, Fujin. Fujin smiled and said, Thanks, but you should prepare yourself. Tomorrow, or the day after, it'll be your turn. Hoka nodded grimly. It took Miko around 25 minutes to fix the girl. Renjiro then carried her out. He then looked at the girl and said to his students, Ensure that you become very strong, so that such a misfortune doesn't befall you. The Genans could hear an uncharacteristic sadness in Renjiro's voice. They all replied with determination. Yes, Sensei. After leaving the cave, Renjiro made a clone. The clone grabbed the 2 dead bodies outside the cave and tossed them inside. He then used Earth Wall Jutsu to seal the entrance to the cave. Fujin asked, Sensei, don't we have to give any proof to the village chief about completing the mission? Renjiro shook his head and said, Not on rank C missions that require elimination of bandits. Proof is required for assassination missions. If the heads of the bandits are given to the village, then more bandits will target the village in the future. Renjiro then said, Let's go back to the village. On the way, Fujin asked, Sensei, have we eliminated all the bandits? What if there are any who weren't in this base? Renjiro shook his head and said, Doubtful. You can sense up to half a kilometer and still didn't find anyone. Even if there are 1 or 2 outside, seeing that their fellow bandits are dead, they won't cause any more trouble for the village. Anyways, we were told that there were over 15 bandits and we killed 22. That's more than enough for completing our mission. However, Miko argued back, but Sensei, in that case, won't the criminals roam free? What if they were responsible for torturing this girl? What if they joined some other bandits and continued doing this? Renjiro replied, Our mission was to eliminate the bandit group harassing the village. Anything further isn't our responsibility. However, Miko wasn't convinced, and she glared at her sensei. Renjiro sighed and said, Just killing off an entire bandit group doesn't mean that more won't appear. In a couple of years, another group will be formed. This isn't something you or I can change. So searching for any bandit not in the hideout is pointless. If they join some other group, they'll die when we get the mission to eliminate that group. Miko was still unconvinced, but she stopped arguing. Fujin sighed internally, thinking, No matter the world, the cruelty of humanity always exists. It's many times worse in this world than in my previous world. To torture and mutilate this girl for nothing but fun and amusement, I can't even imagine what they did to the other girls they kidnapped. He then glanced at Renjiro and thought, Konoha. It is reputed to be a very peace-loving village, led by a Kage who propagates peace. Of course, anyone with little brains can see that Konoha is nowhere near as peace-loving as it claims to be. The mere existence of Root throws that claim in the trash. However, there's no denying that it still is more peace-loving than the other 4 great villages. Still, it engages in such a practice. While it's true that finding other bandits will be a pain in the ass, it still won't be very difficult. Now these bandits will form a bandit group in the future and become its leaders. In the future, they'll again target this village, and the village will again send a mission to Konoha. This cycle will ensure that this village will always need Konoha's help and will always feel indebted to Konoha. Similarly, every village in the Land of Fire will feel indebted to Konoha. Thus, a pressure will be maintained on the daimyo to keep supporting and perhaps funding Konoha. Such a simple way to maintain influence. It doesn't cost Konoha anything, but costs dozens of lives to each of these villages. Sigh. If the most peace-loving village is so brutal and cruel, I wonder what a cruel village will be. He then let a breath of air out and thought, well, whatever, it doesn't exactly concern me. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 49, Consecutive Rank C Missions. Chapter 49 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. They soon reached the village. On entering the village, the girl on Renjiro's back got a few curious looks. The squad entered the village chief's house again and laid the girl down on a bed in his home. Renjiro said, "She needs immediate medical care." The village chief nodded and went out to send someone to call the village doctor. At that moment, a middle-aged man came running towards the village chief house. On seeing the village chief, he quickly asked while sobbing, Chief? My daughter? Is she?" The village chief quickly calmed him and said, "Yes, she's safe. Enter my home." He quickly ran to the house and rushed to his daughter. On seeing him running, Renjiro stopped him and said, "She's injured. Don't hug her or hold her tightly." The man finally stopped and sat down next to the bed and began sobbing after seeing the bandages on his daughter. Soon, a doctor arrived and began attending to her. The father and the village chief thanked Renjiro and the Genins again and again. After a few minutes, the village chief handed Renjiro a paper, and the squad left the village and moved back to the town. After reaching the town, Renjiro said, "Take today off, explore this town. However, stick together. We'll meet in the same restaurant as yesterday's at 1 p.m. After he left, Hoka said, "Because so much happened, I didn't notice that we completed the mission and returned back to this town in merely 2 hours." Miko nodded. Fujin sighed and said, "Yeah, and the actual fight didn't even last for a couple of minutes. Even though killing was hard to adjust to, the fight itself wasn't a challenge." Hearing that, Miko asked for all the details. Hoka had already seen it all with his Byakugan, so he didn't ask for it. After giving out the details, Miko felt a bit anticlimactic about the Rank C mission. Fujin chuckled and said, "Next time you snap at that guy, force him to give us a Rank B mission." Hearing that, Miko loudly replied, "Hey, who snapped?" This yell attracted the attention of nearby people and made Miko go red with embarrassment. She thought for a bit and said, "But yeah, I guess we should ask for Rank B missions." The kids then toured around the town. They tried some of the local food there and played a few games. At 1 p.m., they met up with Renjiro in the restaurant. After occupying the seats, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, "So, how are you doing?" Fujin said, "I am doing fine, Sensei." Renjiro nodded satisfactorily and said, "Good. You have handled your first kill very well. I am proud of you." He then looked at Miko and Hoka and said, "Next, it'll be your turn. Prepare yourselves." The two young ninjas nodded nervously. Lunch came and the team started eating. While they were eating, Miko suddenly asked, "Sensei, when can we do Rank B missions?" Renjiro squinted his eyes and asked, "What brought this on?" Miko said, "We want to fight against the enemy ninjas. Just fighting bandits is not much fun." Renjiro scoffed and said, "Humph, you guys ain't ready." However, he saw Miko's determined face. Knowing the trouble she'll cause, he quickly added, "If you ask this again, or pester me for Rank B missions, I'll make you do Rank D missions for an entire year." This threat made Miko quiet down quickly. Team Renjiro didn't do much for the rest of the day. The next morning, a similar procedure was followed. Team Renjiro was hiding in a bamboo forest while looking at the bandit hideout. The bandits had cleared out a small area and constructed 3 small huts and 1 medium-sized hut to serve as their base. The medium-sized hut was in the center, while the other 3 were around it. Fujin had sensed 12 people inside those huts. Renjiro asked, "So who wants this one?" Miko beat Hoka by saying, "Me." Renjiro nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave this hideout to you." Miko began walking forward stealthily, but soon she stopped and returned. She looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, do they have any hostages?" Hoka checked and answered, "No, all 12 seem to be bandits." Miko asked, "How many are there in each of the huts?" Hoka answered, "There are 9 in the central hut, 2 in that hut, 1 in the hut on the right, and the last one is empty." Miko nodded and used Earth Military Movement Jutsu to stealthily move forward. She stopped 5 meters away from the hut, which had 2 bandits, and appeared out of the ground. The bigger hut was exactly behind the small hut from where she was standing. She quickly made the hand signs, Fireball Jutsu. The fireball quickly moved through the smaller hut. As soon as it moved through it, 2 people screamed loudly. Since the fireball didn't explode, it just burnt them and didn't kill them right away. The fireball moved through the smaller hut to the bigger hut. It exploded right at the center of the bigger hut. The explosion completely demolished the hut. Fujin saw 4 bodies being thrown out due to the explosion. The explosion killed 7 bandits on the spot. 2 bandits, who were thrown out, were still alive and were screaming due to being on fire. The status of the 2 bandits in the smaller hut was the same. Due to the huts being made of bamboo and leaves, they offered no resistance to the fireball. Hearing the screams, the last remaining bandit got out of his hut, only to see 2 huts on fire. He looked around and saw one of his fellow bandits burning and screaming. The view horrified him. Before he could decide to do anything, Miko flickered behind him and used fire release, 4 jutsu, to produce a heat ray that stabbed him through the heart and killed him. Now that all the bandits were killed or incapacitated, Miko looked around her. She saw the dead bodies on fire. She could smell the flesh burning and hear the dying screams from 3 bandits. That scene immediately made her vomit. Renjiro quickly appeared behind her and consoled her. Fujin, having already killed, was able to look at this scene without much struggle. Hoka, however, struggled due to the smell and the screams. Soon the screams died down and all the bandits were dead. After giving Miko a few minutes to adjust, Team Renjiro retreated from there. Before leaving, Renjiro buried the whole place underground using an earth release jutsu. The next day, Team Renjiro again repeated a similar mission. This time, the mission was to arrest the bandits. Hoka completed it by knocking out all the bandits and tying them up. However, Renjiro made Hoka kill 2 bandits so that he could get his first kill too. Renjiro gave the squad off on the 4th day. On the 5th morning, Renjiro said, "Today will be our last mission. You 3 have done well, let's move out." On the way, he said, "Today's bandit hideout will be much bigger, so you will have to cooperate with each other." The Genans nodded in agreement. Continuous drills for 2.5 months had made their teamwork very good, and being there for each other when they made their first kill had brought them much closer, so working together wasn't an issue for any of them. On reaching the hideout, the Genans noticed that the entire hideout was actually underground. Fujin scanned the entire base. He said, "There are 63 people I can sense." He then looked at Renjiro and said, "And 5 have higher chakra levels, though they are only genin level." Renjiro nodded, whereas Miko exclaimed cheerfully, "Yes, finally we will fight ninjas." Fujin asked, "But Sensei, aren't missions that involve ninjas ranked B?" Renjiro nodded his head and replied, "Yeah, but they are only genin level. There are many cases of people outside the hidden villages unlocking their chakra and reaching genin level by themselves. There are also many cases of genins defecting from the village. Anyways, they are barely ninjas, and many times rank C missions include dealing with them too. So be careful. After all, there are over 100,000 ninjas in the world, so who knows where one can be." The Genins nodded. Fujin thought, this is unexpected. Though it makes sense, I guess. If the village begins ranking missions as rank B for only a chance of having to deal with a rogue genin, then rank C missions will probably not exist at all. The team began by first mapping the base. The base was quite big. There was one big room at the center of the hideout. Fujin suggested, "Let's call it the main room." There were 3 exits to the main room, all almost equidistant from each other. These exits were connected to one big corridor that surrounded the entire main room. On the other side of the passageway were many smaller rooms. Hoka commented, "I guess they use the main room as a common room for planning, celebration, etc., while the smaller rooms are their personal rooms. There were a lot of traps all over the base, which were spotted by Hoka. Of the 5 ninjas, 3 were together in the main room, while the other 2 were in the smaller rooms. Miko said, Both the ninjas in the smaller rooms have their rooms very close to that exit from the main base. Fujin nodded and said, Yeah, we will have to be careful while killing them. If they make a lot of sound, it'll alert everyone in the main room. The bandits too were all over the base. In all, there were 4 exits from the hideout to above the ground. 1 was located in the main room, while 3 were just outside the exits from the main room to the corridor. Fujin thought, this base is very well built. I wonder if it started with something small and was slowly expanded as the bandit group grew larger, or if the base is something that naturally existed and was just occupied by these bandits. Also, if we didn't destroy those bandit groups, would they have grown in this manner too? Fujin looked at his teammates and said, So first, we have to decide from where to attack them. Miko replied, Let's just attack the main room. Most bandits are present there. Hoka nodded and added, Yeah, this way we'll deal with the majority of them in one blow, and we can then pick out the scattered bandits one by one. Fujin replied, Yeah, good idea. But if we do that, then the scattered bandits can try to escape. Hoka replied, Yeah, but we can just chase and kill them. Fujin replied, But it'll be very troublesome to hunt them all down one by one, especially if all of them run in different directions. Also, by destroying the main room, the bandits in all the other rooms will be alerted, and the ninjas will be alerted too. Hoka thought a bit and nodded in agreement. Miko asked, Then, what do you think? Fujin pointed in a direction and said, That room there is at one edge of the hideout, and also has one of the 5 ninjas there. Let's start with that room. We will sneak up on the ninja and kill him. Then we will clear the nearby rooms, and slowly and stealthily head to the main room. This way, this direction will already be cleared when we destroy the main room, so killing them all will be much easier. Miko and Hoka thought for a few seconds and agreed with the plan. The Genans then discussed the plan further and decided on the details. Once everything was planned, they checked their weapons and were about to begin their attack. But Miko suddenly asked, Wait, who will kill the ninja? Hoka quickly replied, I'll kill him. Miko rebuked him. Why you? I will kill the ninja. They then looked at Fujin. He said, My sword provides me with a longer range. I think I'll be more suited to killing him. However, neither Hoka nor Miko agreed to that logic. The argument about the kill went on for a minute. Renjiro observed his Genans and sighed. Fujin then said, Well, all 3 of us can kill him, so let's just decide with rock, paper, scissors. On hearing that, both Hoka and Miko looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Miko said, That's so childish. We are ninjas. Fujin scoffed and asked, Well, do you 2 have any better ideas? Hoka and Miko looked at each other. Not having any other idea, they reluctantly agreed. They soon got in the posture to play the game and began playing. Renjiro now looked over with amusement. The first 3 rounds were tied. Fujin thought, This is fun. I guess that's why Goku and Egeta did this so often. Miko thought, I am not sure if I'll... Wait! As the trio began the 4th round, Miko's eyes suddenly turned red. She saw that both Fujin and Hoka were about to do rock, so she went with paper, and said, I win. Hoka quickly protested, Hey, no Sharingan, that's cheating. Miko rebuked him. Well, there were no rules stating that we couldn't use Sharingans. Fujin, who just wanted to start the mission, chuckled and said, Well, she got us there. Remember to set the rules properly next time. Seeing that he didn't have Fujin's support, Hoka reluctantly agreed. They then looked at each other and nodded. All 3 made hand signs and disappeared within the ground. The bandit base, which was properly hidden and even well defended due to being underground, was about to feel the terror of being hunted by a squad, in which every member could freely move underground. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 50. Raid Chapter 50 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the hideout, Hirota Masa was relaxing. He had joined the bandit group 3 years ago. He had already unlocked his chakra before joining the bandit group. When the leader of the bandits noticed him, he quickly recruited and trained him. Now he was one of the leaders of this group, and even had 2 subordinates who helped him in everything. As Hiroto Masa was relaxing in a good mood, a hand, with 2 fingers pointing out, popped from the ground. It headed towards his chest from his back and released a heat ray that penetrated his heart and killed him on the spot. At the same time, Fujin slashed the head off one bandit, and Hoka jabbed 2 fingers in the chest of the remaining bandit. The raid had begun. All 3 bandits died, without even making a sound. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko looked at each other and nodded. They separated and headed towards the other rooms. In less than a minute, the rooms on this side were all cleared. They had assassinated 16 bandits, including a ninja. They gathered together again and looked in the main room. The bandits there were still unaware of the calamity upon them. As decided, Fujin and Mieko split off in opposite directions and began clearing the remaining rooms. Hoka, on the other hand, stayed there and rigged the entrance to the main room with traps so that the bandits couldn't escape in this direction. He created quicksand at the entrances and also created a lot of rock spikes around the quicksand trap. The second ninja bandit was closer to Miko's location than Fujin's location. Therefore, she was the first one to reach him after she had killed 6 more bandits. Even though Miko was as stealthy as she could be, the ninja still noticed that something was amiss and asked his 2 subordinates to be prepared. As soon as he saw Miko, who was rushing towards him at a very high speed, he threw a few shurikens to disrupt her. Seeing her enemy throwing shurikens at her, Miko thought, damn, they noticed. Miko used her Sharingan to skillfully dodge the shurikens and thought, oh well, this makes it more fun. She quickly approached him. To maintain the stealth, she couldn't use any destructive fire release jutsus, and had to close the distance to use fire release for jutsu. She soon reached the appropriate distance and used her jutsu. Her right hand was stretched out, with her middle and index finger pointing towards the rogue ninja's heart, and released the ray. Though the rogue ninja didn't know the jutsu Miko was planning to use, her outstretched fingers warned him, and he quickly moved backwards. Miko followed, but the ninja hid behind one of his subordinates. Miko screamed internally, coward, and changed her target. She focused the heat ray on the subordinate and killed him. However, the rogue ninja used this opportunity to throw 3 shurikens on Miko. Miko had to dodge quickly due to the small distance. She barely managed to dodge at the last moment. She recovered and was about to continue her attack when a sword pierced through the heart of the ninja from his back. This annoyed Miko as Fujin had stolen her kill. She said angrily, I could have killed him by mise. But a loud scream interrupted her. Seeing his boss getting stabbed through his heart shocked the remaining bandit, and he yelled in terror. Realizing her mistake, Miko quickly threw a kunai at the bandit and killed him. Fujin ignored Miko and focused on the main room. The battle had already created enough noise to attract some attention, and the loud scream had got the attention of all the bandits in the hideout. Fujin sighed and said, You weren't stealthy enough. Miko snorted and replied, Well, it doesn't matter anymore. She began making hand signs. Fujin flickered next to her and made a hand sign too. At the same time, they released their jutsu, Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. In the main room, the bandits were busy with sorting their recent loot. Some of the bandits had heard some noises from the side where Miko was killing the bandits. However, it was mostly ignored by them. But soon, a loud scream attracted everyone's attention. The 3 remaining rogue ninjas too were on alert. One of them directed 2 bandits to go in and check what was happening. Those 2 carefully moved towards the exit in that direction. However, right before reaching there, they suddenly felt a lot of heat. But before they could do anything, a dragon head made of fire entered the room and engulfed them. They immediately began screaming in pain. The dragon quickly entered the room completely. The sight of a dragon made of fire scared the bandits stiff. The dragon began spitting wind explosion jutsus all over the room. Seeing that, one bandit quickly made hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, causing a rock shield to be created in front of him. Some of the nearby bandits quickly ran behind that shield. The wind explosion jutsus hit 7 bandits head-on. The winds created by the explosion slashed the throats of 2 bandits, killing them on spot. However, they were much luckier than the ones who didn't die. For the remaining 5, the winds created small cuts all over their bodies. As it was a combination jutsu, the wind was incredibly hot. So, along with the cuts, it also caused low-level burns on those bandits. And it was incredibly painful when their cuts were exposed to that hot air. One of those 5 bandits was even more unlucky as he didn't shut his eyes. It resulted in a lot of hot air bombarding his eyes, causing them to burn up. So though the jutsu didn't kill them, they were scarred and in immense pain. Even the bandits nearby were harmed by the hot wind slashes. However, they could still fight or run. The attack caused panic among the bandits. 3 bandits quickly tried to escape out of the base. They rushed towards the ladder and began climbing it. Unfortunately for them, Hoka was standing just above the exit. Hoka waited for all 3 bandits to be on the ladder, and then made a few hand signs, stone spear jutsu. From the walls around the ladder, dozens of spears began appearing. They stabbed all the 3 bandits on the ladder, killing them on spot. It also blocked the access to the ladder for the remaining bandits. 2 bandits ran towards the area which was cleared by Fujin earlier. On sensing the bandits running in that direction, Fujin made a hand sign and waited. As soon as the bandits exited the main room, Fujin exploded the explosion tag he had planted there. That caused the rocks from the ceiling to fall down and crush those bandits. It also sealed that exit. 5 bandits ran towards the room where Hiroto Masa was supposed to be. However, as soon as they exited the main room, they fell straight into the quicksand trap. The quicksand Hoka had created had a depth of 4 meters and had covered the entire entrance. All 5 bandits were trapped there and were slowly sinking in. 11 bandits were hiding behind the rock shield created by their leader, and 8 were still trying to escape in the directions of their fellow bandits. However, they stopped in their tracks after seeing what happened to them. Fujin used this opportunity to make the dragon bombard them with 3 wind explosion jutsus, injuring all 8 of them to a certain degree. The dragon then circled around to get a clear shot at the bandits hiding behind the rock. The leader quickly made another rock shield. Sadly for him, Fujin and Miko had anticipated it. Instead of bombarding, the dragon circled around more and launched 2 wind explosion jutsus in such a manner that they couldn't escape from there. They were surrounded by the rock shields on 2 sides and wind explosion jutsus on the remaining 2 sides. Only the 3 ninjas managed to jump and move to the other side of the rock shields. The remaining bandits were trapped and took minor injuries. The dragon then moved forward and engulfed all of those bandits. It set all 8 of the bandits on fire, but also caused the fire wind dragon to dissipate. This assault had incapacitated all the bandits in the hideout, with the exception of the 3 ninjas. 2 among them were novices, with no actual experience beyond their banditry. Only the leader had a bit of experience, as he was once a Genin in the Kusagakure. He had noticed that the jutsu was about to dissipate and said, "Hurry and follow me." He led the remaining 2 to the entrance from where the dragon had come in. However, on entering, he didn't see anyone there. Instead, he saw the dead body of his fellow bandits and one of his ninjas. Seeing him dead alarmed him, and he became much more cautious. He said, "Be careful, they might still be around. Let's look for them Tugi." Suddenly he jumped up and looked below. The ground had moved and wanted to trap his feet in it. Even though he dodged, Fujin smirked underground. Got them. He had trapped the other 2 bandits. Miyako saw that and appeared at the entrance. She quickly made hand signs, fireball jutsu. The trapped bandits couldn't dodge and were caught in the explosion. Only the leader managed to dodge. He saw his last 2 bandits burning with disbelief. It's all over. I need to escape. He quickly began running away. However, Fujin stealthily launched a shuriken enhanced with chakra flow at his left leg. Distracted by fear and the urgency to escape, the bandit leader didn't notice it. The shuriken hit his left leg from behind and cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly, losing his left leg made him fall down and cry in pain. Fujin then used body flicker jutsu to appear right above him and stab a sword through his heart. The bandit leader died with despair on his face. Fujin looked at Miko and said, "Looks like this is over." Miko asked, "Aren't there a few still alive back in the main room?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Not anymore. and began walking towards the main room. Mieko followed him. In the main room, Hoka had already killed all the bandits who were still alive from the Fire Wind Dragon's assault. At that moment, Renjiro too appeared within the main room. He thought, not bad. They killed every last one of them, and they have adjusted to killing well. He said, good work. This mission is successfully completed. He then looked at his team and said, it's good to see you guys being able to handle the killing very well. The kids nodded. Even though they were still repulsed by the gore around them, they could handle themselves without vomiting. Renjiro then led his team out of the hideout. He then made the hand seal for an earth-release jutsu. Fujin quickly stopped him by asking, Sensei, isn't it a waste to destroy such a good base? The sudden question stopped Renjiro from destroying the underground base. He asked, what do you mean? Fujin replied, can't we use this base for our own ninjas? Renjiro asked, and how will our ninjas use this base? Fujin thought for a few seconds and replied, well, they could use it as a base during war, or they could use it as a temporary resting place, or perhaps create an underground supply depot. Renjiro shook his head and said, the closest hidden village from here is Kusa, and they are allied with us. Even if they weren't, they can't penetrate this deep into the fire country. If there is any threat, then it'll be Iwa, which is beyond Kusa. However, if they are able to penetrate this deep into the land of fire, then that base will be useless anyways, as the majority of the Iwa ninjas are masters of earth-release jutsus. They'll just bury all the troops underground. As for supply depots and resting places, there are already sufficient numbers of them, so it is unnecessary too. Fujin fell in thoughts and realized, yeah, that makes sense. Konoha has been around for decades. Surely their infrastructure would be top-notch by now. And surely they'd have identified all the bases over the Land of Fire. He then nodded to Renjiro, who destroyed the entire hideout. On the way back to the town, Miko asked, Sensei, were they really ninjas? Only one of them used any ninjutsu, and even that was only a rank E jutsu. They couldn't put up a fight at all. Renjiro answered, they were just common bandits who had unlocked chakra by accident or luck. Only their leader was probably a former ninja gone rogue. However, he too barely had any proper training. So it wasn't a surprise that he wasn't a match for you guys, who are being trained by me. Hoka asked in excitement, Sensei, aren't there bounties on rogue ninjas? Renjiro shook his head and replied, only if they are very famous. Someone who barely qualifies as a Genan won't have any bounty at all. That drowned Hoka's excitement. He continued following the squad with his shoulders dropped. Miko, who was still stuck on how weak her enemies were, asked, Sensei, when can we fight real ninjas then? Renjiro turned his head and stared at her. He thought, nice way of indirectly asking me for rank B missions. On noticing that Renjiro had noticed her thoughts, Miko was embarrassed. But she didn't allow that embarrassment to appear on her face. Fujin noticed that and thought, damn, these ninjas are born shameless. Renjiro smirked and answered, after you have captured that cat 100 times. That answer drained the color off Miko's face. Hoka glared at her, while Fujin chuckled thinking, I guess no one can compete with the older generation in shamelessness. Miko then began apologizing to Renjiro and began a funny banter. Sadly for her, she was no match for Renjiro. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.